Hello everybody, and welcome to Gamers8. It has been a very long, a very exciting journey for us all to get here, but it is an absolute pleasure to be here right now in Riyadh, live in this beautiful studio, surrounded by amazing people. My name is Jasmine, but you can call me Veracity, and I am joined by the two biggest brain analysts I could possibly find, the one and only Gregan and the infamous Johnny Boy. How's it going, guys?
One and only and infamous.
What an introduction.
That is the most praise we've ever gotten.
Well, don't get too used to it, guys, okay? So it's a one-time deal. How are you both doing? How are you enjoying Riyadh so far?
Oh, everyone's been so lovely. Everyone's looked after us. We've got amazing food, amazing... The buildings, it's just so different to what we're used to seeing, and they're all so well built.
The people as well are just wonderful. You know,
Yeah.
Everybody's so hospitable, and they're so nice. So
yeah, it's just a unique experience. I think that's what's special about this. Everyone's getting a unique experience, and we're all happy to be here.
Well, if you folks at home are watching right now and you're like, what on earth is Gamers8? Don't worry, I got you back. We're going to get everything covered, so let's go ahead and take a look at all the games that are on offer throughout the duration of this wonderful event. We do indeed have a Rocket League, we have the likes of a Fortnite, a Rainbow Six, a bit of PUBG as well, you name it, we've got it. But of course, over here on this stream right now, we're going to be focusing none other than Rocket League. And obviously, my experts are huge fans of Rocket League as well. There's lots of talent kind of on display throughout the duration of this entire tournament as well. But Gregan, talk to me a little bit about the format and how everything is basically going to be running over on the Rocket League side of things, because obviously this is the most representation that we've actually had in a Rocket League tournament.
Yeah, very unique format. We've got 24 teams here that are going to be split into 4 groups in the group stage. 6 teams per group will be competing in a double elimination with best of 5s for that. And then when they get through that, the top 2 teams from each group will go on to the playoffs, which will be a single elimination with those top 8 teams then doing best of 7s to try and win the whole tournament. But it is going to be a crew battle format, isn't that right, Johnny?
Yeah, so look out for the 1v1s and 2v2s. 3v3 will still be the main game mode, but we're going to get a bit of everything.
I'm honestly such a huge fan of the crew battle format. We saw it taking place during Gamers Without Borders. It was absolutely amazing. Seeing everybody kind of try and adapt on the fly. Those 1v1s can be certainly a little bit tricky. But what are all of these teams and players actually competing for? Well, we have one heck of a prize pool up for grabs. The largest in Rocket League history thus far. $2 million. That is no small chunk of change. And as you guys can see on the screen right now, first place will be walking away with $500,000. That in itself is a little bit mind-blowing.
It's crazy.
Fair enough, fair enough.
I mean, we're thinking back to the early days of Rocket League where 500,000 was an amazing total prize
That's
pool.
like 10 times the very first Rocket League events, maybe 6 years ago. So yeah, come a long way.
Well, one thing that I need to ask you guys before we get stuck in even further is the fact that there is so much money on the line for a lot of these teams. A lot of these players are incredibly young as well. Do you feel like that in itself is going to have an added layer of kind of pressure on their shoulders?
Oh, 100%, especially with the format, you know, the 1v1, that's so much pressure on the shoulders of a player to win a 1v1. If they're expected to win it as well, if they've chosen that 1v1 to gain the advantage, they've got to win that to potentially go on to earn tens of thousands of more dollars.
Yeah, no feeling out time as well. It's going to be one game of 1v1, and then you're right on to 3v3 again. One game of 2v2 perhaps, again, right back to 3v3. So you don't get a feeling out period. You don't get to learn much about your opponent. You've just got to get going, play your own game, and make it work.
And there is certainly a lot of competition throughout the duration of this tournament as well. We have 24 teams all battling it out for a chunk of that huge prize pool. Johnny Boy, talk to me about some of these teams and who you're really going to be kind of keeping an eye on throughout the duration of their tournament. Is there anybody that immediately springs to mind? Because I know we were having a little bit of a chit-chat earlier, and you said that, you know, the Dignitas, the eyes are certainly going to be on them.
Yeah, I think, you know, there's a lot of favorites here and a lot of teams that we're going to be very familiar with. If you watch RLCS, if you watch Rocket League Esports, then you're going to know a lot of the teams here, but there's also some new teams. This is the most international event ever in Rocket League LAN history. So we've got one representative from Sub-Saharan Africa. We've got APAC North and South, that's Asian Pacific North and South, both at the same LAN event, international event for the first time in Rocket League history. We've got South America here. We've got European teams, North American teams, and 6 Middle Eastern teams. So the big question for the longest time was, can Middle East compete beyond their top team, because we've seen their best team can compete. Now we're going to find out if the next 5 can as well.
You did forget one continent there, OCE. We have...
I thought you were going to say Antarctica.
No, so Antarctica, the only continent not represented here. We do have 20 different nationalities, ranging across all 6 of the continents competing in Rocket League. And I think this is one of the first events where we have seen one team from each of the regions in Rocket League. Obviously, we'll have the wild card coming up with Worlds soon, and that'll be an opportunity to see, especially Sub-Saharan Africa, and having both APAC North and APAC South competing. It's going to be an amazing opportunity. But yeah, 6 EU, 6 NA, 6 Middle East, definitely the favourites among those teams.
So as you guys can see all of the teams on screen right now, who do you think the underdogs are going to be heading into this tournament?
I think it's got to be some of the Middle Eastern teams. You know, they definitely favour the format of crew battle because there's a lot of 1v1 experience amongst them. So some of them might catch some people off guard, and especially I think F16 with the twins coming through, Riyadh and Kalir is going to be exciting to watch them play. Yeah,
that's I think the #1 team. If you've not, you know, the #1 non-RLCS team on your screen right now to keep an eye on is F16. This is going to be a ton of pressure on them. They're 2 15-year-old identical twin brothers, Riyadh and Kalir, with Basil in the middle, the older player. They're unbelievably good, and this format favors them. They're starting off in the upper bracket round 1, but they could go all the way.
Well, do you think the kind of like twin synergy is certainly
Twinergy, yeah.
Twinergy, I like it. Do you think the twinergy is certainly something that comes into play, especially when we see them kind of play Rocket League with each other?
I mean, it must. I'd love to, you know, ask them the same question. You know, do they talk about Rocket League at home? Do they give each other advice, saying, actually, you're doing that wrong. You might want to, you know, flip reset the 3rd time in a different way. These guys are so mechanical, but they've kind of come out of nowhere as well. Kalir's, I think, not long ago was just getting into the top 100 in the ranked leaderboards for the first time. Now he's on the main stage against world-class teams.
Yeah, I mean, growing up, I had an older brother. We pushed each other in sport a lot, and so having that in gaming must be a factor to keep pushing them better. I mean, we've seen them compete in tournaments like the 1v1 tournaments you host, where we've had them up against each other, even as late as, was it semi-finals or finals in one of them?
Yeah, I think recently, maybe a few months ago, they did play each other in a 1v1 tournament.
So that must be funny after.
Turning off the monitor, like, the controller, kickoff goal. Yeah,
can't do the internet though, that wouldn't work.
No, you can't turn off the internet when you're using the same one. I don't know, maybe get a Wi-Fi hotspot, a little bit of strategy there.
Cheeky.
Well, as you did mention, Greg, and we actually have 4 groups that are battling it out, so let's go ahead and take a look at our very first group. I know that you're certainly looking forward to get things started, so talk to me about this Group A, Greg.
Well, I think the most exciting storyline here is seeing if Luminosity can take down Detonators and then go up against the Atomic versus Atomic matchup with G2 versus Luminosity. There's some really solid teams in there, and there's a lot of non-1v1 players who are good at ones with Raze Bull, CRR down in that lower side.
All right, and as we go ahead and take a look at our next group, Johnny Boy, you know how I love to pick your brains about all things Rocket League. Who are you going to be keeping an eye on? Because obviously Endpoint have got that upper bracket.
Yeah, Endpoint are going to be very happy with where they're at in the bracket, starting off that 1 round early. Team Secret and Rogue, I think 2 teams that are going to struggle in this event, but we'll have to wait and see because not too much known about Secret and their 1v1 and 2v2 expertise. That lower half's very interesting though, because Anka, very scary team. Heat, they've got a great ones main. Razier's here with them. Space Station Gaming are one of the favorites from a lot of people in this event, but
yeah, Daniel's going to be so good in the other game modes.
Yeah, this is a scary bracket though. Anka, Heat, Anka's a Middle Eastern team who are very, very equipped for this event as well. So yeah, stacked lower half there.
All right, well, let's take a look at our Group C bracket as well. Now, I know, Johnny, you in particular had mentioned that you feel like this could actually be the group of death, the most furious kind of competition on the line here. Greg, would you agree with that?
I think so. The challenging group, C for challenge, I think we'll go with, rather than D for death. But I mean, we see FaZe Clan and Furo both sitting there waiting for their opponents, but both of them have scary individual ability. You got Yan on Fury Esports, definitely a scary player in 2s and 1s. And then on FaZe Clan, there's so many options of how they could do that. You know, both AJ and First Kid are amazing at 1s, and then in the 2 setting, these guys grind the game. But of course,
look at round 1 as well.
It's F16. We spoke about them.
Yeah, we talked about them, so keep an eye on that. They're up against Semper, who have got very, very good matchup on all 3 game modes as well, with Exotic being such a versatile player. And Owl Esports, you know, that's a kind of a pickup team for this event, but you'll know who the players are if you know Middle Eastern Rocket League. It's Fahad, IX, and Senzo. So Senzo's teamed up with Fahad, who's of course a legendary 1v1 player coming out of the Middle East. That is, I think, the most stacked group from top to bottom.
Now, arguably, our next group, our last but certainly not least group, does indeed have the likes of the Falcons, the Dignitas, and these are, you know, kind of the teams that everybody is basically going to be keeping an eye on. Do you feel like it will be a comfortable run for them throughout?
Well, I mean, Falcons are the highest performing team as of late in RLCS with the 3v3 format, and we know they have the strength in 1v1 and 2v2 with some of the best 1s and 2s players in the world. So having that home field advantage as well should play into their game plan. But of course, Dignitas, that scary team on the lower side with such strong 1v1 potential. And lots of question marks around these the other teams early on in that group. Will they be able to go on and upset either of those two teams, or will we just see the expected route of the Titans within Group D?
Yeah, top-heavy Group D there. Definitely two tournament favorites.
Definitely going to be one to keep an eye on. Now, for the folks at home, let's go ahead and dive into our schedule for today, just so that you know which games are coming up, when, and also where. We're going to be kicking things off right here with Luminosity versus Detonator. Now, Greg, and I feel like this is going to be a little bit of a comfortable matchup for the likes of Luminosity, but are there any other kind of matchups here that you think might be putting up a little bit more of a fight?
Well, the exciting thing about the format is with the losing team of the 3v3 choosing the game mode of either 1s or 2s, it will bounce us back to game 5s a lot more often, but there'll definitely be a few games that will be sweeps. I think Luminosity versus Detonator could be one of those, but I'm excited to see G2 versus the expected Luminosity there, and also Complexity versus Guild. I'd love to see CRR and Raiseball, two non-1s players who are really good at 1s, come in and show what they're capable of.
Yeah, don't write off Twisted Minds though. Guild definitely have got a tough round one there. An unknown team, a team of Middle Eastern players, so unknown for most of the world, but that's going to be a tough nut for Guild to crack.
So do you boys think that it's going to be like an intense matchup from the very get-go across both of our streams?
Well, we've got so much talent across the board here, so there is no easy games, and even just the fact that 1v1 and 2v2, there's a lot of pressure on an individual. You know, people have really bad days in 1s. If they're not feeling it, if they're nervous.
It's one game, you know, you don't get a warm-up game. You're playing one game of 1v1 in a best-of-5 maximum. So you lose it, you've lost all the 1v1s of that match, and you're going to feel pretty bad about that one, because it's a very personal thing, playing 1v1 against somebody. There's no external factors, it's very controlled. If you lost, hey, the other guy was better.
So. Yeah.
And it's new and unique as well.
I also feel like when you combine that with the fact that, you know, they are playing on this incredible stage, which, by the way, no spoilers, you will be able to see it very, very soon. So we'll be back very, very shortly with our opening ceremony. You don't want to miss it. Welcome back once again, everybody, right here at Gamers8. It's an absolute pleasure to be back once again with you all. Why are you giggling at me?
Because we missed the camera. We're trying to find. Oh, there it is.
There we are.
Over here.
Hello, everyone at home.
Well, we have to show off this incredible set because honestly, absolutely gorgeous, absolutely beautiful. I've got to say, I love the color scheme as well. Huge fan of this. But back to business. Our very first matchup of the day is indeed going to be Luminosity taking on Detonator. Now, Detonator, arguably the underdogs of this matchup. What kind of things do you think they'll kind of struggle with going up against the likes of a Luminosity? Do you think they would have had like an adequate amount of time to kind of prep and prac against them?
Well, I mean, they're coming in from APAC North, so they haven't got that same domestic challenge of playing against the top-tier talent. They did get an opportunity to go out to LA for the Winter Major, so they have had a bit of experience, but I think when it comes down to it, they're just going to be coming up against players who have got better mechanics, more experience, and better team synergy. Okay,
now bringing it back to Luminosity, talk to me about this roster. Any standout players that we need to be keeping an eye on?
I think the main character for Luminosity today will be Atomic, and this is EU Atomic with a K. I'll see NA Atomic with a C later on today, possibly playing against each other. We're all hoping for the story, but it's mainly going to be Atomic. I think he's the guy who's been grinding ones. He's been playing all the 2v2s for them as well, and of course he's a star in threes, so it's all about how well Atomic plays for this team. I think if Atomic plays well, it's going to be extremely difficult for Detonator to get to win. But I did have a chance to talk to the coach Snaski yesterday, and he said he didn't actually know who the names were. He didn't know the names of the Detonator players. So I'm thinking to myself, maybe there's a chance that they underestimate their opponents here.
Potentially.
I feel like the competition is certainly fierce here. And I gotta say, the AR is a little bit snazzy. I'm a huge fan of it as well. I love the fact that we're showing off all the different elements that we have on offer here at Gamers8. Now, talking a little bit more about the side of Detonator, on their side, players that really stand out, players that you think might actually end up struggling.
Well, I think these players, they're just going to be enjoying the experience. You know, for a lot of the regions who are here, so Sub-Saharan Africa, APAC North, APAC South, this is so much about just coming along, trying to play at the highest level on a stage, gaining that experience. We've already seen in the APAC region, just from going to the majors, the region has developed more, where Sub-Saharan Africa have had to wait for this wildcard opportunity and this event to go and play internationally, interregionally. So for them, this is all about experience, and they have fun no matter what, even if they lose.
If they can win, I think this is a weird situation where if it was only 3v3, I think it might favor them more, because they've taken a game off FaZe at an international land before this year, the Winter Major for RLCS. This same team, Detonator, they beat FaZe in one game, but you only have to beat them in one game of 3v3 today, and then you're into a different game mode. So they could start this one off strong. I think there's a chance Luminosity underestimate them. They've got to take this seriously. You know, these players definitely want it a lot. So it's a situation where Luminosity are massively favored, but it's not completely clear.
Now, do you think there's a particular kind of, do you think they'll struggle a bit more in the 1v1s, the 2v2s, or 3v3s? Which kind of mode do you think is going to benefit them?
We don't really know who the ones player will be. I'm guessing Mikan, but that's only because he's got the highest rating and the most games played in 1v1 rank this season. That's really all we're going off here. But yeah, Burn is the main mechanical guy for threes. Sometimes 3v3 mechanical players give it a go in ones and just try and play it like it's free play. It's just up to these guys to decide who's feeling good on the day. Just chuck him in there.
Well, the big thing about Rocket League is the mental game can play a massive downplaying factor in your ability. If you start getting frustrated, you start struggling. I mean, Luminosity have spoken about how when they lost the ones game in the Gamers Without Borders qualifier, they started to really struggle in threes because they'd lost a game which they kind of expected to lose, but still it hits you hard. So playing in a format like this, it's going to test the mental fortitude of a lot of these players in a format they're not particularly experienced in. So that's where these the newer teams, the unexpected winners might come through and cause some upsets because of the format.
And obviously, not to forget, these players are also playing on a stage now. There's going to be an audience. There's going to be pressure on their shoulders, people watching, not only at home, but also here in the studios as well. Whereas the side of Luminosity, this is something that they might be a little bit more accustomed to. But taking a look at these players from Detonator, I'm certainly excited to see, you know, what they really have to offer here, whether or not they'll be able to take a few games off the hands of Luminosity. But I feel like on the Luminosity side of things, they're kind of sounding and looking incredibly confident.
I didn't hear from the players themselves. Their coach is very confident. He called this a warm-up. You know, when I asked him, are you warming up for tomorrow? He called this round one match a warm-up. So it might just be big talk from Snaski.
No, he's always been a confident kind of...
So it might be just him and the players are in fact taking this more seriously, but we'll find out very soon.
I mean, we said about them being accustomed to the stage. What we're excited to see here is there's a few European teams who, since since the modern era of format where it's been mostly online with RLCSX and then now with the top 5 major system, Luminosity haven't been able to qualify for a major. Guild haven't been able to qualify for a major. Semper, you know, Exotic, we haven't seen him on a stage. So a lot of new faces, even from the larger regions like Europe and North America, competing on LAN.
And I feel like obviously for a lot of these teams, a lot of these players, this being a whole brand new experience for them, you know, traveling over here, having the opportunity to really show what they're made of, show what they're capable of as well, is going to be a whole added layer of, you know, pressure on their shoulders. I feel like we might see a little bit of a struggle coming up for a lot of these teams. What do you think? Do you think we'll see some upsets right here in this first game for Luminosity or no?
I can tell you now, having worked with the players on the other side, travel is a massive factor people don't realize. Like traveling time zones, especially when some of these players had to travel last minute or we had last minute stand-ins due to travel issues, you know, these kind of factors can play a massive role in a team's performance. We spoke about FaZe underperforming at the Spring Major. I wonder how much of that was due to the travel issues that they had, whereas for this one, they've been able to boot camp in Europe, get used to the time zone, so they'll be able to play at the level we expect from them. And that's where we talk about the home field advantage for the Middle East.
Well, let's go ahead and get things started with our opening ceremony. I'm certainly excited to kick this one off. Welcome to Gamers8, everybody.
Hello and welcome to Gamers8. My name is Banks and I'm your host alongside Fancy, and this is going to be quite a show. We are here in Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia, to kick off this enormous competition.
أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، حياكم الله معنا ومنوريننا في الرياض في المملكة العربية السعودية في حدث جيمرز 8، أكبر حدث ومعرض للألعاب والرياضات الإلكترونية في العالم. معكم فانسي وبيكون معي بانكس، راح نكون معكم إن شاء الله خلال الشو.
We are so excited to get this competition started. And what better way to kick off the multitude of competitions that we have leading up through this entire event than with Rocket League.
بالضبط، وهذا زي ما قال لكم انه اليوم بيكون عندنا ان شاء الله اول بطولات جيمرز 8 اللي هي راح تكون لعبه روكيت ليج، وايش احسن طريقه انك تبدا فيها كل البطولات والمنافسات حقت جيمرز 8 في لعبه روكيت ليج.
This game not only has a hugely dedicated community across Europe and North America, but also right here in Saudi Arabia.
طبعا زي ما احنا عارفين روكيت ليج احنا دائما نشوف الجمهور حقها في كل انحاء العالم، لكن بنفس الوقت لا ننسى ان جمهورها جدا كبير هنا في الشرق الاوسط وبالاخص في المملكه العربيه السعوديه، وراح نشوف كل اللاعبين اللي موجودين عندنا المحترفين يتنافسون في كل البطولات اللي موجوده فيها.
Some of the most exciting prospects in this esport come from this side of the globe. You know them, and they are currently pacing the halls of this facility, eagerly waiting to get their hands on some of the best players in Rocket League on their home soil.
أكثر من 116 فريق جايين من كل أنحاء العالم يشاركون في بطولة جيمرز 8 وأيضا في بطولة روكيت ليج، وكلهم الآن موجودين خلف المسرح متحمسين جدا أنهم يتنافسون معنا ويشاركون في أول بطولات جيمرز 8.
So, without further ado, welcome to Gamers 8. And please give a huge welcome to our first competitor to enter the main stage. Give it up for Luminosity Gaming.
لوميناسيتي جيمنج تواجدوا معنا في المسرح، ولكن خصمهم في المباراة الأولى خصم جدا قوي، جايين من اليابان يتنافسون معنا في بطولة جيمرز 8، وأيضا هم الفائزين في البطولة RLCS السبرينج الأخير في منطقة الأيباك. رحبوا معنا فريق ديتونيتر.
Thank you so much. Please make your way and face your opponents on the left-hand side of the stage. Thank you, thank you. We have our first two teams who are about to go head-to-head in our Gamers 8 competition. I mean, we cannot wait to get everything started. It really is going to be fantastic. You should all be at the edge of your seats for sure. So, without further ado, I think we should throw it over back to the analyst desk who are going to break down the match.
زي ما شفنا فريق لوميناسيتي فريق ديتونيتر كلهم جاهزين للمباراة، وكلنا متشوقين جدا نشوف ايش اللي ممكن يقدمونه في مباراتهم الأولى وكيف بينتهي فيهم المطاف في الجروب اللي هم متواجدين فيه. بتوفيق لهم، لكن قبل ما نبدأ في المباراة خلونا على طول نروح مع المعلقين نتعرف عليهم ونشوفهم يتكلمون عن البطولة أكثر، وبعدها ندخل على المباراة على طول.
Well, all I can say is, boys, that was certainly the most impressive kind of level of production, the most impressive stage, the most epic walk-on for so many of these teams. And you know what? I know you folks at home can't see it, but we were so on the edge of our seats, we are actually stood up right now. But taking a look at that, taking a look at this beautiful stage, I cannot wait to get things started. You looking forward to this, Greg? And I'm seeing you shaking your head. You're like, oh my goodness.
I mean, that opening ceremony was genuinely mind-blowing, and there's going to be more stuff like that throughout the event. But for these players, they must be feeling it right now. Watching that, they're like, wow, this is big. We are opening up the show, going out on stage, performing on the biggest stage, especially for detonators. You know, they've got nothing to lose here. They're coming out to have fun, and they're probably feeling the nerves just from that whole opening sequence.
Yeah, and they've, like we mentioned before, they've played an international LAN previously this year, but that was in a studio. That was not in front of an audience, and there is an audience in-house today. And it's sold-out audience, in fact, but we've got a massive stage here for them to really feel like they're out of their comfort zone to the max. I think likewise for Luminosity, they're kicking off the show. They're the first match of the entire thing.
I'm really excited to see Ixo on stage. He's a player we've watched online for so long and never really got to see him on the big stage. We saw him early days at Gfinity Elite Series and he was phenomenal in that environment, and I'm excited to see him now. And obviously the whole team of Luminosity, we've missed out on seeing them on stage.
We can see smiles all around for the side of Detonators, and it's amazing to see. You can see that they're excited. You can see that they're hyped for this matchup. But on the side of Luminosity, it kind of looks like it's another day in the office. They look incredibly serious, incredibly focused, which is interesting considering the fact that their coach had said, you know what, this is just warm-up for us.
Yeah, and had it not been for the most recent RLCS LAN event where we saw so many upsets, we saw top-tier European and North American teams going down at the hands of the other region's opponents. So it's another one of those situations. Luminosity, I really think they've got to take this seriously. It's not a warm-up. They've got to go in here game face on and get into that next round against G2 playing well. If they scrape through this, their confidence is going to be shot. If they lose, obviously lower bracket, neither of those things are ideal.
But also on the side of Luminosity, they get a chance to play a match on stage which they are more than likely to win, where they'll be coming up a team like G2 who haven't yet got a chance to play on this stage. So it does kind of work in their favor as they do get that warm-up, as Snasky called it. But again, that's where we talk about the Detonator team. They have no pressure on them to perform here. They are here for experience. They are in a developing region that has gotten better and better throughout the year. This is a chance for them to cause an upset, maybe in a game or two, and that's all they're looking to do.
And that's what I absolutely love, right? Because you don't know which Luminosity you're going to get. You don't know which Detonator you're going to get either. It's going to go one of two ways. Either a team is going to get incredibly nervous, get the shaky hands, be unable to kind of give us the performance that we're wanting to see of them, or they are sat in front of a crowd right now. They hear the crowd cheering for them. They can see all eyes on them, and they know it's a now or never situation for them. So to see Detonators go up against the likes of a G2, do you think that might be a little bit of a, in out of their depth kind of deal? Or do you think that they're more than capable of doing it?
Well, you know, I said earlier that I think more 3v3 might favor them in this matchup, but against G2, you'd want as many 1v1, as many 2v2s as you can get. They've got to, well, you've obviously got to win at least one 3v3 mode in this format to make it through a best of 5 or a best of 7. You can rely on your 1s and 2s prowess for the other 2 wins. But yeah, this one I think will be very telling about what kind of show we're going to get from Detonator here today. I'm looking forward to see who they throw into the 1v1, because I feel very confident predicting who's going to be playing the 1v1 in most matchups. This one for Detonator, honestly not sure.
Maybe we'll get to see Ixo actually. You know, we spoke about Atomic being the 1v1 player for this team, but maybe Ixo will say, hey look, I'll take this one, we'll save you Atomic for when you come up against the North American Atomic. But yeah, you can see how confident everyone is looking on stage, because this is one of those tournaments where there is nothing to lose or gain. It's not like RLCS where your performance might dictate the future of your game. This is a one and done tournament. So they come into this, they do as well as they can, and then they go home and they know that it's not going to affect their future tournament results. Yeah,
just a huge opportunity for these guys. They're all winning prize money just to be here, but obviously we saw the prize pool earlier. It gets big at the top end. $500,000 split between the winners. 3 ways, that's pretty good. I think that means that whoever wins can definitely be paying for dinner on the last day. I'm going to be making sure. Guys,
that is certainly
have
true.
They realized that yet? Do you think this is really something they're thinking about? Because with all of this going on around them, it's hard to like remember things like, oh yeah, prize money. What do we win for making through this round?
That's an interesting point. Gregor, yourself as a former coach, talk to me. When you are coaching a team that is about to be playing on the stage, is about to be playing such a huge tournament right now, is prize pool really something that is on the minds of these players, or something that is even a thought, or is it an afterthought?
Not really at all. I think people care about the performance more than anything. They just want to win.
Yeah.
Then again, this is 2 million, so I think that might change later on.
Yeah, I think in the earlier stages, and also when you've got that double elimination format, you're definitely thinking more about that when you're in the lower end and worrying about losing. But whilst you're still in that early stage, you know, you're just trying to get that first game on stage out of the way, gain that experience. They're just going to be soaking up the moment right now. Especially, we spoke about these Luminosity guys. These are players we've seen perform incredibly well online, win regionals online, get to finals in regionals online, and yet they're here, their first big LAN performance in Rocket League since the online era kicked off. So excited to see them and how they perform in that environment. We have no idea. Maybe these guys have just got complete breakdown on stage and they will not perform at the level we expect from them. You just don't know.
I mean, considering the fact that their coach said this is going to be a warm-up, I think he knows that the players themselves must be feeling incredibly confident to kind of come into a LAN event to give us the performance that everybody is wanting to see from a Luminosity. What do you think, Johnny? Do you think we'll see the Luminosity that everybody has been seeing online?
I think we will, although, you know, the Luminosity we've been seeing online is a kind of almost their team. They never really looked, well, they initially looked like they would be a contender for RLCS LAN events, and then towards the end of the most recent split, they sort of fell off a little bit. But I think that's the kind of team I'm expecting to see here. I don't know if the format favors them as much as it does for other teams who have real specialists in 1v1 and 2v2. This is a team that I've seen great things from in the past from EXO and Atomic in 1v1, but nowadays I think many players have surpassed them by a significant margin. 1v1's a game mode that if you get eclipsed, you don't win. You don't win against somebody who's better than you. 3v3 upsets happen a lot more often. It's not going to happen in 1v1.
And with Detonators on the other side, they were performing in a region which was dominated by one team in Tokyo Verde for the longest time, and then they got into that APAC qualifier to make it to the major, which they weren't even meant to be in, and they managed to overperform there and really stand out as a team that's playing a more modern Rocket League, where Tokyo Verde were getting away with a mechanical style that didn't really have the longevity that Detonators seem to have, and they've improved so much just off the back of that event, the way they've played, and I think that's something that's really exciting for the region and something we should be looking forward to in the next few years, how much the APAC region can improve.
And do you think that's something that Luminosity would have been necessarily keeping their eye on? Do you think
I reckon they're genuinely arrogant going into this and thinking we don't need to look into it. Really? I think they're just going to go in and play good threes and think they can win.
I said earlier that, you know, their coach Snaski told me this is a warm-up for them. Well, EXO was sitting nearby, heard that, didn't correct it. You know, he didn't say anything different. He didn't specifically say that he agrees, but he didn't, you know, correct us and say, wait, maybe you're saying that, but no. I think that they're probably all coming in here expecting a free win, genuinely, knowing these players.
100%.
And I think that's a foolish way to go into this. I really do. This is a really, really new format, new location. There's a lot of variables here that are not, you know, what they're used to, controlled online.
Well, I certainly want to hear from the folks in the chat as well. So make sure you're sharing your predictions with us in the chat. Spam away. Let us know which of these teams it is that you're rooting for, which of these teams it is that you think will ultimately take away the very first game of the day right here at Gamers8. It's going to be a very, very spicy day, to say the very least. We also have the likes of a Complexity and Twisted Minds coming up as well. How do you guys think that game's going to pan out?
Well, I'm excited to see Raiseball again playing some ones. That's genuinely been the top of my list of things to look forward to at this event. That was one of the biggest surprises from the Games Without Borders qualifier, how good he was at ones despite not playing it. But, you know, Twisted Mind's still a team that we have to think about. Yeah, we've got more Middle Eastern teams here. You know, everybody's wondering, is the second best MENA team able to do as well as Falcons do, as Sandrock did in the past? Well, now we've got 5 other teams here, and a lot of these guys are stars from the region. We're going to be, you know, telling you more about that throughout the day. But yeah, Twisted Minds, probably the least known team out of all the Middle Eastern teams that are here. I think probably the lowest on the power rankings as well. But still, in my opinion, a real threat. This is a team that needs to be taken seriously because, like we mentioned several times already, it's a new format, new location.
All right, well, it is almost time for us to get stuck into our very first game of the day. It is indeed going to be Luminosity taking on Detonators. So I'm going to throw it over to our 2 fabulous casters, Cole and Stumpy.
Thank you so much, and how exciting it is to be here at the wonderful Gamers8 in beautiful Saudi Arabia, which has been treated so well. It's wonderful here. And we've also got one heck of a Rocket League tournament on the way as well.
Yes, we do. I'm so excited because we've come to Riyadh to see what can be done. When Saudi Arabia wants to put on a tournament, they've done something incredible. We've been posting pictures, not of the stage just yet, but of our time around this area, and it has been truly, truly mind-blowing. And not only that, not only have the casters come out and a lot of lovely talent, it's the players. Yes, so many people have had an amazing time here, and I mean, for what good reason? Rocket League, a $2 million event, the biggest that we have ever had, is going to be kicking off, and we're starting it with Luminosity versus Detonators. An interesting mix of teams that we've never seen before.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, the beauty of this tournament is that there are so many teams from so many different regions that are coming here, basically trying to prove their depth. And APAC North / APAC South, Detonator from APAC North, they are in that conversation as well. They want to prove the teams from Asia Pacific are, you know, not quite yet just as good as we head into the portal of Rocket League right now to begin our first game, the 3v3, but they are able to compete. And I think the Detonator, if they overheard Coach Snaski for Luminosity saying it's a warm-up, that will fire them
I hope so.
Yeah.
I want to see them get wild with it, because this format is unlike any that we've seen, especially at this level. Our format is going to be games 1, 3, and 5 are all 3v3. That is locked in. However, the loser of a game number 1, they will get to pick between 2v2 or 1v1 for game number 2. And then in game number 3, it is then the unused game mode. Say, for example, game number 2, the loser of game number 1 picks 2v2. It will then be 1v1 in game number 4. And to finish it off, if we go to 5, back to 3v3. So it's still got that 3v3 dominance. It's still primarily a threes tournament, but with that little bit of spice in there. And to kick it off, Burn is getting spicy against his opposition.
Anyone who thought this would be completely simple for Luminosity is proved wrong here. Look at Burn there from the ceiling. Just completely taking the Luminosity defender out of the way. Maybe a sign that Luminosity are somewhat underestimating the speed and pace and indeed skill of the Detonator players. Remember, everybody, Detonator are the only team from APAC that have currently beaten anybody in a particular game on the international stage. They beat FaZe Clan back in winter. They got a game against them. They lost 3-1. They're just getting that game on Forbidden Temple, one of my favorite games of Rocket League ever when they won it.
Yeah, it was something that, you know, we'd never seen before. Talking about the APAC region finally going close in a series versus G2 originally in fall, and then taking one off FaZe in winter. It was something that we wanted to see for a very long time.
And I mean, FaZe are a much better team, I'm sure is not too controversial a statement to say, than Luminosity as well. So if they can do it against them, they can certainly do it against the boys in blue right now. But good pace from Tonks to get a top as well.
I do think calling it a warm-up is a very, very strong statement, but Tonks is going to be proving his coach is Snasky, proving him correct as he just goes down the field, touched on by Atomic, manages to take Burn almost entirely out of that play, can't quite dive across it in front, and they're leveling up a goal for Luminosity, bringing them even once again. But a warm-up, Cole, that wording as a sportsman is an interesting way to go about a series, I think.
You have to let it inspire you if you're on the other team rather than fearful. And I mean, Detonator, they do have more LAN experience internationally than Luminosity, a team that haven't made it to a major just yet. They broke into the top 6 in EU once in winter in the regionals, but in the most recent spring split, they weren't able to break there at all. And right now, they are being broken down again by that man Burn.
It's something that is going to be, I think, quite interesting for a lot of RLCS and Rocket League fans generally to be looking at, where Detonator taking that lead and being very, very competitive. I wonder how Snasky, the coach of Luminosity, is going to be looking at this series and how it develops. Does he turn it around and say, okay, fair play, they're better than we anticipated, and we need to, you know, take it into the 2s, the 1s, etc. Because I would say the Luminosity are the clear favourite team in the 2s and the 1s.
I mean, there's 2 of them going for every ball right now for Luminosity, so they've not completely reverted their play style of being as expansive as possible, as Burn shows off the wall dashes there, chaining a few together and getting in the way with a really solid 50-50. And again, Nikan beating Atomic to the ball. I think this Detonator pace, it certainly surprised me, and it is most certainly shocking Luminosity.
Yeah, the fact that Luminosity have gone down relatively early in this game as well as we approach half-time, it's going to certainly be weighing on their minds. But the 2s and 1s are what makes Gamers8 a completely different beast of competition, and something that we're very, very excited to show you guys later on. Great chance to shoot, a great chance to score for Atomic, leveling up again, but chasing the tail of Detonator.
A double commit there for Detonator, and as soon as you do that once at this level, you are going to be punished, especially when it is the Luminosity star man, Atomic. He is most likely to be playing their 1v1s a little bit later, and will almost certainly be in their 2v2s. He's the man they look to rely on, to dig them out of the sort of hole they found themselves in twice so far against Detonator. As Ixo gets that one towards Atomic, what can he do? Bouncing off the wall, showing those 1v1 skills, keeping that momentum going as he just glides from one ball touch to the next. Here is Ixo going from the ceiling this time. Khan there gets demoed as well. So just now, for the first time, Luminosity really starting to exert their dominance.
Yeah, Luminosity, they need to get something going relatively shortly, because this game, as it trickles away, is going to be harder and harder to catch back up to. The challenge comes in the midfield. Atomic up high towards Ixo onto the backboard, gets the flip reset and the shot. Isn't able to score it. Tox had a really great opportunity to score there, finally falls the three-man play, breaking down the Detonator defense.
Lovely assist there from Ixo. He'll be a little bit annoyed at Tox for not sinking that one home, so he couldn't get the flip reset double tap assist. But I'm sure when he looks up at the scoreboard to see that it's 3-2 now to Luminosity, he won't care all that much. And for the first time, the EU team, they have the lead in this game and in this series.
I wonder how Detonator are going to be taking on having to chase at this point as well, because they have, as you said, been taking the lead. Chance for them to prove that they can come back from a goal down as well, as Tox catches it on the right-hand side, goes into the corner, backboard read from Burn, sends it high. Lunatic goes up, trying to find his final player, but instead Ixo able to clear it away. Burn, shot chance. So Mikan shot chance rather. Lunatic to the backboard towards Burn in the corner, and again a couple of touches, slumming it down in defense, wanting to keep control of that ball and not just sending it back to Luminosity to give them more opportunities to attack.
Detonator, a team who, since bringing in Lunatic for Olympics, are used to winning in their region. I believe they won a couple of the regionals in the most recent spring split, despite not quite qualifying, unfortunately for them, for the spring major. So it's been a massive roster change that they've shown, and we're seeing how effective it is. You know, they are really putting in a good performance right now against Luminosity, but you do just feel that Luminosity have warmed up. Tox is chucking in the fakes. Luminosity are starting to feel it just that little bit more.
Wanting to juke any of the players from Detonator to the side as we see lovely red controller in the bottom corner.
Very nice.
Good chance though for Tox to shoot, but it was saved away in the end. Ixo now pushing with zero boost. Challenges versus Lunatic, goes up high. Burn to send it on forward towards Lunatic in the corner, but Atomic with his speed. Mikan now on a challenge. They need to chase this one goal, otherwise Luminosity get game number 1 in our inaugural Gamers 8 match.
Luminosity now showing their experience, making sure that ball ends up as far away from their goal line as it possibly can. Detonator are trying to be as speedy as possible still. Luminosity seems to have got the read on that one. So towards Mikan. Can he clear it anywhere with any real intention? Not quite that time, but something has maybe been set up.
5 seconds remain. Mikan again going to shoot, but as it falls back into the incorrect half, Atomic can send it long for the halfway line, and despite trailing, despite us thinking that Detonator, wow, maybe they're going to be winning our first opening game, they fall to Luminosity in the 3v3. But we've been saying about this format,
yes.
Now it is time to see. Are we going to see Detonator, the losing team from game number 1, choose either a 2v2 match or a 1v1 match?
Ooh, it's very exciting times right now, yeah. I mean, the way it's set up, we won't necessarily see 2v2s and 1v1s. What I do think we will necessarily see is Atomic lining up for Luminosity, one way or another, whichever one it might be. He certainly is an amazing mechanical player.
He'll be in either. He'll either be their 1v1 player, as Johnny was alluding to, or he's going to be in their 2v2. And the beauty of this, you can mix and match. Okay, you know what? One's form is off today. They lost their first game. That's fine. We'll chuck Ixo in, for example.
Based on what I saw just there, if it is 2v2, I would imagine that Ixo would jump in alongside Atomic. He's looking pretty hot right now. Got that flip reset assist. Well, assist, hockey assist, as I believe our American friends call it. So he's looking pretty good. Whereas Tox, I think the reason that in qualifiers they played with him is a little bit more defensive, maybe a little bit more balance. And I spy something. What's that you can see in the background there, Stumpy?
So Atomic and Tox are going to be lining up to take on the 2v2 versus Mikan and Burn. So 2s is chosen by Detonator, and what a lovely graphic. I love that. In the middle of the screen, but all of the fantastic audience are going to be able to see what the matchup is going to be. So now it's a bit of time off for one player on each side. They can look at their friends' monitors, see what's going on. Maybe they can even coach a little bit alongside.
I think if they tried to coach alongside, the people playing would not be impressed by that. I think they'd be like, okay, look, all right, Ixo, you go and do a Rubik's Cube or something. I'll play the Rocket League, okay? I'll carry us to an extra $10,000 minimum prize money for winning this series, because every time you win in a $2 million LAN, that prize money just ramps its way back up, especially with these sort of mini double elimination groups we've got going on.
And winning just this first matchup for any given team, it gets you immediately $10,000 more, because you're then going to, at worst, go out in the lower semi-final. So you're not going to be quite in last place. But the 2v2 looks like it's going to be kicking off very, very shortly. And it's something that I think we're not going to know too much about Detonator for this, because Luminosity, they are the more proven team in pretty much every game mode. You see, and us as Europeans, we see them play these 2v2s a lot more often. All the pros grind them, and Atomic showing that hard work off.
ESO just leans back in his chair and thinks, this is going to be an enjoyable watch.
Gets the Rubik's Cube out.
Yeah, exactly. Tox is like, well, I didn't think you meant that literally, but all right, fair enough. Yeah, the early lead for Luminosity is what Detonator did not want at all. 16 seconds in, they're already behind us. A little fake kickoff comes in there. Falls to Atomic. What can he do in the canopy? He's got the flip reset. Bumps are flying in, and he just fakes his way under. And I think what we're going to see, these series where there is a disparity between the quality of the two teams, 2v1 and 1v1 will exacerbate that a lot further than threes.
Yeah, at the back, it was just a case of Mikan having to avoid Tox, who initially went for that kickoff, veers to the side, tries to get a demolition behind the ball, so that it's be an open net for the following up player. But instead, he can just get some bumps, make it awkward. Atomic flip resets and get the goal much more simple. But 2 goals within 25 seconds, and Detonator chasing.
They are chasing, and it's working. Once again, pace being the way that Detonator make it through Luminosity. There was a bit of a double commit here. Atomic, actually there wasn't earlier on. Here was a double commit, yeah. Burn was going for that one, as was Mikan. I don't know if he got there in the end, it was Burn. So fair play, Detonator do get themselves right back into it. Maybe a warning sign for Luminosity.
And fantastic vibes over at Detonator too. Both Burn and Mikan having a laugh, having a giggle, showing, look, you know, we're here to experience, we're here to do well ultimately, but if we're not having good vibes, then what's the point?
Ball straight from the ceiling, that one almost found its way in. But a huge
Great
demo on Atomic. Tox with the in and out save, sinks it well. Good thinking there. Tox, one of the thinking players, gets the early flip there towards Atomic. And it's just going to be Luminosity trying to put this ball further forward as much as possible. Detonator relying on these counter-attacks, and they have shown signs. Not only the goal, but the one that almost found its way in from the ceiling.
Pressure from Luminosity beginning to build once again. Up and under. Once that right-hand post, Tox was not able to score that, but certainly feeling it. Ixo in the first game, we thought he might be joining Atomic, but instead Tox being able to carry it full length. The defender able to clear that one away, but again towards the relatively open net, ends up going near post, but Burn can clear it away. Mikan onto that right ball, but a double commit from Luminosity. It does go fast, they won't be punished, and in fact, nearly get a chance to score.
That was a little bit ugly for a second though. Maybe it was all part of the plan and they were trying to surprise Detonator. They certainly shocked me by going for that ball. I think it was Atomic who was erroneous. Lovely fake there from Mikan. And Detonator, after that start where they were pretty outclassed, have stepped their game up. Atomic has to be strong for this 50-50 and is, but yeah, Detonator really grown into this one.
One of the biggest issues with 2v2 and the way that you see a lot of teams end up losing in this game mode, in ranked and anywhere that you see it played, is as soon as both players commit down the other side, it's over. It's absolutely done for, because you just need to, if one passing play goes awry, then you lose it. That ball falls to your opponent. Mikan is trying to fake that one low, instead Tox has challenged it high. And so with the demo, Burn couldn't take a hard shot, not quite on the same page, should have just hit it, but instead manages to take control.
Mikan though is an absolute menace with these bumps and demos. He might have a double tap as well. Not quite. Real opportunity there for him though. Burn's going to come in with another 50-50 as well. Detonator looking maybe a little bit better right now. These bumps and demos are really making Luminosity get pulled out of position defensively.
It's excellent pressure. But they're sending the ball high when they know that Luminosity have very little boost. They're putting the ball in awkward positions. If you keep doing that, a goal is surely on its way.
There you go, Burn. How are your mechanics? You've got boost, you've got a goalkeeper who's on the floor, you've got it over him, but Tox from the side, just showing that 2v2 game sense. Knew that Atomic was in a little bit of trouble. This Detonator continued to knock on that door. Atomic hit this guy, but he's beaten by Burn again. How many times can this speedy play work? Maybe Luminosity are going to start predicting it soon. Is Burn going to win this race past Atomic? Oh, yes he has!
With the fake as well, slows it down entirely. And Burn gets one wave dash, waits, stops and slows, challenges low. And lo and behold, Burn, the second goal for Detonator.
That's why you have to love 2v2, is it is 2v2 on the scoreboard as well. Just those chances to see these players take that time and use that space, show off their creativity and find a way to get past the defenders in front of them. He's trying that now. Has he got his flip reset? I think he mangled it just a little bit. So Burn can get this one away. Detonator, what a comeback so far.
I think there's opportunities here for Atomic to see what Burn has done to him, and he will want to return that to him.
Do you reckon there's ego in this as well?
I think 2v2 is a very ego-y game mode, because that can happen. Tox knew that his teammate was a little bit downtrodden, wanted to bring him back up, catching wonderfully off his own pinch, speeding the ball up and flicking so fast. Center of the goal, 102 kilometers per hour. Luminosity taking the lead 3-2.
I think Burn just found himself a little bit central in defense there as well. It meant he was traveling a pretty jagged straight line towards the goal. Now is the question, are Detonator going to collapse? The last game was 4-2 in the end after Detonator had taken the lead twice. This one was only 1 goal in it with 1 minute and 5 seconds left. But Luminosity continuing to press. As Atomic, he's slowing it down now. The pass is there if he wants it. He does.
Yeah.
Tox sinks it. Beautiful Rocket League. 4-2.
Good passing across from Atomic with the flip reset. Takes it low and fakes out Burn. Does exactly what he wanted to do. And again, Luminosity, although they trailed just a smidge, they managed to bring it back over onto 4-2, just like game number 1. And for any clever vlogs in the audience, remembering the format of this competition, game 3 is going to be a 3v3 every single time. Every odd-numbered game is a 3v3. So Luminosity take this. They're the stronger threes team as well, so you might be looking at series over if Detonator cannot wrangle it back.
Well, they've got 40 seconds and it's 2v2. A couple of goals in that amount of time is certainly out of the ordinary. They just have to time these challenges really well. We have a very stranded Burn right now, and Atomic has boost, and he's got the flip reset, but it is over him. A bit desperate though from Detonator, which is fair. You know, they're sort of a bit boost stars, a little bit out of position. They can't quite break free, but the positioning from Luminosity is absolutely perfect. They're just giving Detonator enough space to clear the ball to them, and then just pinning them back into that.
Covering all avenues, making sure that they can't work out of their own half, and it's burned enough time off the clock to take it to 5 seconds remaining. Detonator aren't able to get 2 more goals. Will it be another late one? Echoes of game number 1, the 2v2, victorious by Luminosity, and in game number 3, we see the return of EXO and a potential 3-0. If that trio continues to thrive.
Now here's a question for any statisticians out there watching this. Have we ever had a series that's had a 0-second goal in every single game in that series? Because we've had 2 in a row. First to make it 4-2, that one to make it 5-2. I'm also curious if there has there ever been only 0-second goals that don't actually affect the outcome? Because it's already sort of more than one.
It was great to see your mind work in that moment, to think how to phrase that.
Did I get it?
I wasn't listening, I was looking at your face, I'm going to be honest. That's fine. We can look at the clip later and see if it made sense. Detonator, I have been impressed by them. I genuinely, truly have been very impressed by Detonator here because, as Johnny was saying, they weren't the top team in their region for a very long time. They only just about made it through because one team wasn't able to qualify for the playoff tournaments and they could go to a major event.
What a story.
And then they are here again as one of our invited teams. So congratulations to them for getting here and for having more and more of this experience before they head over to Dallas in August to compete in our world.
Twisted Minds, sorry. That was my bad. I wrote that down wrong like a silly.
Very, very cool logo. Very cool logo. It's like snakes and stuff. It's really sick.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's going to be one of those teams where you look at the bracket and you think maybe Luminosity has a little bit of a gimme here. Maybe they are looking and thinking, wow, we've done well. We've not got Falcons or Dignitas, 2 of the favourite teams in the competition, both of which are in the exact same group. So Luminosity, with the return of EXO, are going to be hoping that they can take it down 3-0 and go with the prophecy that this was a warm-up.
But the last time we had a 3v3 between these 2 teams, Detonator did take the lead on 2 separate occasions, so we'll be going back to that experience. But I mean, it seems that Luminosity are 2 times as quick as they were at the start of that first game, which is understandable. Yeah, teams tend to warm up in series like this, and look at that from Atomic to see that.
It's such a nice pass to be able to take that down, and then he lands in a great position so that despite Tox's opportunity to go for that shot, no matter where it goes, he can send it, he can get it towards that left-hand side, and does so absolutely fantastic. And Luminosity, again, with an early lead. The fact they keep on doing this makes it so much harder for Detonator to try and build that momentum.
I do have a sneaking suspicion that Luminosity are going to run away with this one, but I have been wrong before, and it's up to Detonator to prove me wrong again. We saw a lot from Burn in the first game, so much from Khan in the 2v2s, but it's Luminosity that we're seeing everything from right now.
God, from the ceiling, just bang it. Just absolutely smash that one, EXO. Does so, and the middle of the net is his enemy. 130 kilometers per hour and 2-0 for Luminosity Gaming.
Luminosity, who, if they can win this series, will have G2 next. I mean, at this point, surely part of what they're thinking is a warm-up for that series, which will ultimately be more difficult for them. There's more pressure on it. If they can win that, you know, suddenly they're veering towards the playoffs, towards the bigger money.
Yeah, G2, of course, we're talking about them later on anyway, but they're an interesting team in this tournament. They are not built for this tournament. They are built for 3v3s. Unlike you look at other teams, as we've mentioned, Falcons, we've mentioned Dignitas as well. We don't see G2 in that same light, but Luminosity, they are proving that they can do pretty much everything on this pitch, although against not one of the top competition here. Detonator with their chance. They're still at the lowers. Double elimination is going to be their friend.
Yeah, I mean, if they do lose 3v3 Luminosity, I'm thinking ahead now, I should probably stop doing that, but just in case they do, you know, the 1v1s, I'd be thinking that's a huge opportunity for them. So Luminosity, they could go deep into this competition and guarantee themselves at least a top 8 or so with a decent day's work. But you still have to beat what is in front of you as Detonator, forcing that ball towards the goal. And again, after conceding a couple of quick-fire goals, Tox does his own series of chain dashes. Very well done, Tox. Detonator have stepped up once again behind.
Yeah, for sure. There's been a change of pace. It's not just come down to, you know, Luminosity scoring 2 times in 40 seconds or so.
What a finish.
Instead, it's 3 times in 2 minutes, but Detonator, they had a really good mid-game. They weren't letting that ball come too close towards their net until it finally does. And Tox, the pixel-perfect shot, just about squeezes its way in. If that's a touch to the right, that bounces straight back out to it.
Threading the needle as well, it was such a nice finish. Just to get that one to the top corner. The one gap there was in that Detonator goal, and he managed to find it. I think if I'm Snasky now, I'm just making sure they keep their concentration up because, you know, you are still on a stage, you are at a LAN, there is still $2 million to play for. You have to keep that concentration up because as soon as you can see it, it gets more tough, but oh no, Lunatic. It gets in the way of Burn. I think Burn was coming in to put that one away, but the ball just fell on top of Lunatic, and a chance to get back into it for Detonator goes begging.
Halfway through the game, but very much 2/3 through the series, potentially Detonator are chasing a goal. They've done pretty well with that previously, but they certainly like to go ahead beforehand. But slowing it down, Burn was not in position. It fell. He had a chance, but defended regardless.
Yeah, Luminosity, they can be a very defensive team, and they have to be. Not afraid to dig deep when they're up against the better teams. So when they have Detonator with pressure against them, they'll be more than equipped to be able to deal with that. And it helps when you've got players with the carrying ability of Exo. Just to flick that one over the top, buy yourself some space. And then Atomic to the ceiling. He's starting to have some fun going for that bounce ceiling shot. First killer-esque almost, but well defended by Detonator on that occasion. And good speed from them as well.
Good midfield play from Tox, slows it down, has to force that ball to go high. Atomic again to the skies, manages to get it over the top of Burn, but Lunatic's positioning, brilliant. Gets himself right behind where Burn was, can then pick up the ball, and then this entire play is built off his bravery.
Atomic's just getting past 2 of them. Is that ball going to find its way in the goal? No, not quite. Lunatic just not giving Atomic an inch right there. And 3 Detonator players charge that ball down. They'd love a goal.
Stampede.
Go on, get yourselves back in the game. You can do this. Someone put it away.
There was a demo.
Yeah.
It closed out that entire opportunity. Then down the other side, a swiping across the net save. Manages to keep that one away. Still just 3-0. Exo wants to challenge that ball again, but Tox, that's such close positioning, making sure that that's not exiting the final orange third. And under a minute, 3 goals needed. You better wish for one every 20 seconds, Detonator.
Yeah, they're pretty much doing defensive drills at the moment, just trying to keep the ball out of their goal as long as they can. You can see that's why Lunatic is defending so deeply right now. But Luminosity are just going to keep on coming. They'll be able to see this one away. They've, in the end, made light work of a series that was just looking at the start that it was going to get a little bit tricky for them. Lunatic slows things down, goes for the charge. And I mean, yeah, Luminosity, they've done a professional job against Detonator.
Do what they needed to do. Knew that the competition was, on paper and on the pitch, a weaker team than them. Good chance though for Detonator to close out the game, but it's just towards the end when it was 2-0. They then ended up losing that game in the final minute 4-2, and then did the same in the 2v2, lost it 5-2. Tried to chase that tail, was not able to. 5 seconds, 3 goals cannot come in. Detonator are going to be going into the lower bracket, whereas Luminosity progress through, and they will be playing against one of the best teams in North America, G2.
Yeah, G2, a formidable opponent. They didn't have the best spring major by any means. They're very disappointed, but they did win the winter one on American soil, and they won it tremendously as well. They were so good back then, and it is you know, still that same team, although there is a sub for G2, don't forget. We've got Mist instead of JNAP, so yeah, there's question marks there. Yeah, I think that, you know, in a 2v2, 1v1 world, that's not necessarily a massive downgrade, you know, so that's a decent sub to have stepping in over there from Optic. But yeah, anyway, we'll get to that one in the future. For now, you can see that beautiful Luminosity logo there. They win this series, and they win it 3-0.
Detonator, I'm happy that we get to see them again.
Yes.
Because I think they're a team that this is the biggest mantle that they had to overcome. They had to come out as the first team, not only for the Rocket League, not only, you know, for their region, but for the entire 6 weeks of the Gamers8 tournament. A huge amount of money resting on them. They will be dropping down into the lowers, but $10,000 more secured so far for Luminosity after a 3-0. And I love seeing the format as well. Seeing the 2v2s come out, seeing that decision making. If only we could have seen that go to 4, then we could have seen a 1v1 as well. But there's going to be more 1v1s today.
My friend, there'll be 1v1s throughout the day.
There are many matches today.
There is so much Rocket League. We've got 8 series today, so 7 more. 10 tomorrow, so strap in everybody, get your popcorn, you know, get yourself some nice water to wash it down with, and just sit back and relax. There is a lot of this, and the games are going to get closer and closer as we bubble our way up to the later points in this competition. I'm just so excited for, you know, an all-important 1v1, an all-important 2v2. I'm getting giggly just thinking about it.
It's going to be exciting, but yeah, Luminosity, they're going to be happy with that. Treated it as a warm-up, and they came out pretty warm, I would say. I was going to say scolding, but they weren't scolding. Yeah, they didn't need to be. They know that they are still able to come to the boil, so it's going to be exciting to see them go through the competition. With G2 waiting, though, how do you approach that series? We are going to be getting some thoughts very shortly from that fantastic stage here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and I am thrilled that we are just here and this competition has kicked off. We wanted to see it for a little while, and the fact that it's all going on it's wonderful.
Yeah, I mean, sit back everybody, you are in for a treat. Beyond the Rocket League, the production value, the stage is just, it is magnificent. I cannot think of a better word to say than that.
Yeah, but as we said, Luminosity, they are going to be taking it, and Banks is going to be chatting to our winners.
Joined by Tox from Luminosity Gaming, congratulations. I mean, what an incredible performance, and I got to say, LANs, they're pretty cool, aren't they? This is how it's got to be the whole time. How are you feeling, you know, performing in front of this crowd here in Saudi Arabia? How are you feeling?
أعزائنا الشباب والحضور، زي ما تشوفون قدامكم معنا توكس من فريق لومينوستي جيمنج. حبينا نسأل سؤال على السريع على موضوع كيف إحساسه بوجوده معنا في اللان، وإيش الشعور اللي جاء مع الضغط الكبير قدام الجمهور.
Well, for this to be my first proper LAN, I'm feeling really good, really confident. The team is feeling really confident as well. But yeah, this was the first year of the day, so we're just trying to get into everything. But yeah, we're definitely going to start popping off and get far in the tournament.
توكس يتكلم على موضوع انه ما عندهم مشكله تحت الضغط، بالعكس هذه اول مباراه لهم، واللي جاي ان شاء الله بيكون اكثر ولعبهم بيكون افضل وافضل في كل مره يلعبون فيها.
Well, Tox, I want you to cast your mind back to the winter major, okay? We had Scrub versus Scrub. Now, you're going to be going up against G2 in your next match. We're going to have the battle of the Atomics, okay? I want you to tell me why your Atomic is better.
في السنة الماضية شفنا مباراة جدا قوية في فريق لومينوستي، وكان في لاعب اسمه سكراب ضد واحد ثاني اسمه سكراب، لكن أيضا مباراتهم القادمة بتكون ضد فريق G2 اللي بيكون عندهم أتوميك، وهو أصلا معهم في فريق واحد ثاني اسمه أتوميك. فحبينا نسأل اللاعب سؤال، إيش رأيه مين اللي بيكون الأتوميك الأفضل، فريقهم ولا فريق G2؟
I mean, our Atomic hasn't played any majors yet, but he's been grinding for this tournament for sure. So I definitely expect him to take on Atomic pretty well. So I'm really confident in my teammates.
جدا واثق في التيميت اللي معاه، واكيد اللي بيقول اتوميك حقنا بيكون افضل من اتوميك حقهم.
Well, match 1 is now done. I hope you're feeling confident. Are you feeling confident going into this next match? There you go. I got it eventually. How is the confidence among your team? I mean, everyone here, you've got an amazing fan base here. Come on, confidence has got to be high, right?
حبينا نسأل سؤال على السريع على موضوع ثقتهم بأنفسهم في المباراة، بخصوص أنه قدام الجمهور، والشباب جدا مبسوطين أنهم متواجدين قدام جمهورهم السعودي، فحابين نسأله إيش ثقتهم وإيش شعورهم قبل ما يدخلوا المباراة الجاية.
Man, confidence-wise, we're going into this tournament as kind of the underdog since we never made a major, unfortunately, but we're super confident. I mean, we've been preparing for this tournament for quite a while now. we had a little break, so now we have motivation for the whole tournament. We're definitely looking forward to take the whole thing home.
كان مباراتهم الماضية في الميجر ما أدوا فيها أداء كويس ولا قدروا يفوزون فيها، لكن هم جايين يعوضون عن خسارتهم في آخر ميجر، وأكيد أنهم بيفوزون في البطولة هذه ويتوعدوننا بأشياء كثيرة.
Well, Tox, thank you so much for joining us on stage. Please, everyone, put your hands together one more time. Give it up for Luminosity Gaming. We are going to be throwing to a very quick break, but don't go anywhere. We have so much more Rocket League action coming for you, so don't go anywhere.
لا تبعدونا أعزائنا المشاهدين، والحضور كلها دقائق بسيطة بنروح الفاصل، والمباراة الثانية على طول في Gamers 8 Rocket League راح تبدأ.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Time to get the ball. You can take them out if you want. I'm not hitting it anyways, doesn't matter. 2, 1. Time. Yeah, I don't think I'm winning this.
奥タン赤ドーム多い方がいい。ルール2フリップリセット攻撃オフェンシブWhat a save.
Welcome back once again, everybody. What a very interesting first game to kick things off right here at Gamers8. Luminosity well and truly putting their money where their mouth is, kind of stating at the very start of that game that it was going to be a warm-up matchup from their whole team, basically. But before I get stuck into things, I'd like to welcome you on the desk. How's it going, Carl?
Thank you. Not too bad. Yeah, I've been sprinting about backstage to get myself here after that cast. It was yeah, it was a good series. I think that Detonator proved they were more than a warm-up to Luminosity. In that first game especially, they were looking pretty good. But in the end, Luminosity had too much for them.
Yeah, a bit too good. But yeah, fair play to Detonator. They showed up and they played pretty well.
Yeah, I feel like they definitely gave us an interesting performance out of them. Do you feel like it might have taken Luminosity by surprise?
I think Burn, was a certain player that they're going to be watching going, ooh, he's one to watch in a few years to come because, you know, if you get the right players on his team, the right regional growth, and he will be the star player of the region in the future, I think. And that's really where Detonators are sitting right now, is they're waiting for that future. They're waiting for that ability to keep going to these events, opportunities to grow and develop.
It's amazing how quickly regions can grow when they have the opportunities like this, like the RLCS and its recent expansion. Suddenly they come back and they're better, and they're better. And then there's depth, and it's a beautiful thing to behold.
Well, it's all good and well us all just talking about the performance that we've seen out of these two teams, but let's go ahead and take a look at our highlights by Aramco, and you guys can talk me through this.
Well, it's Detonator who kicked it off with the first goal, and it was looking to be quite a close series, but I think, as Luminosity said beforehand, this was a bit of a warm-up for them, so they did get better as the series went on.
Yeah, they started off a little bit slowly, Luminosity, but that's all credit to Detonator. They made that happen. They were aggressive. They're known as a demo-heavy team in APAC North, and they showed it here, particularly a little bit later on in the 2v2s. But I mean, I was keeping an eye out for these 0-second goals. We got the first one, it was Atomic who sunk this one. And spoilers, there was one in the second game as well, but not the third. You were reminding me, I forgot to keep an eye out for it.
Yeah, both those goals not really affecting the end result, but it was one of the most entertaining 3-0s I think we've seen in a while. Both teams were in it for most of the game. I mean, Detonator went up in the first 3v3 twice, which is something that definitely would have tested Luminosity, woken them up and made them perform a bit better. But in the 2s, Luminosity were just too strong.
Yeah, and the 3v3s in the end as well. You can see how Luminosity had stepped up. I love that finish from Tox. It was so intelligent to take pace off the ball and choose where to finish it instead. Just smart plays all round and a solid professional job done for Luminosity.
Yeah, I feel like on the Luminosity side, we certainly saw a very interesting performance coming out of Atomic in particular. Is this kind of like expected from Atomic as a player?
Well, I think Atomic's going to be the 1v1 player. He is one of the strongest 2s players in this whole tournament, and deservedly so, to be on this team as the star player. He will be playing obviously in 3s. We saw Atomic and Tox together in the 2v2. I wonder if they'll rotate EXO in ever, or EXO's just going to stick to 3s?
I'm not sure. I think it depends who they're playing against. They were saying on the cast. I feel like Tox is a little bit more defensive than EXO, so maybe a slightly better balance, but maybe on occasion they'll really want to take it to their opponent and just style on them, which, you know, there's a time and a place for. So they have options, Luminosity, and in a format like this where crew battles are, you know, you're going to be doing these different game modes, that could be such a massive asset.
And we were speaking about Burn on the other side. I think shout out to him, definitely one of the strongest players out of APAC we've seen in a long time. One to watch going into the next season.
All right, well, as we take a look at our scoreboard by STC, as you can see that Atomic giving us a really incredible performance out of himself, but also out of his teammates as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket and see how everything has ended up shaping up. Obviously, we're now going to have Luminosity taking on G2. Yes. That's certainly going to be a very interesting...
You're excited going into that one.
Atomic versus Atomic. But the thing is, we've seen, I think Banks alluded to it on the stage, we've seen Scrub versus Scrub, but that was in a 3v3. So, you know, you can sort of go this team versus that team, but there is potential for Atomic versus Atomic 1v1 on LAN, so that's going to be a fun one to
Can I just say, if they don't both put forward their Atomics, I will be so... I'm walking all the way home if that happens. That's just unacceptable.
We've got plans for the loser as well, what they're going to be called.
Well, I'm certainly excited to get stuck into our next game of the day, but before we do that, I want to give a huge shout out to our sponsors, Aramco, and also Savvy Gaming Group as well. It's almost time we're going to be diving into our next matchup, which is going to be Luminosity Luminosity. No, not Luminosity. We've just had Luminosity. We're going to be having Complexity versus Twisted Minds. This is certainly going to be a very spicy matchup.
Yeah, not Tainted Minds, as I said on the broadcast, like a silly Billy. Stumpy corrected me, thankfully. But yeah, this is the case of the home team, Twisted Minds. The question is, can they make the most of that home field advantage?
Well, let's head over to the stage. Take it away, guys.
أعزائنا المشاهدين زي ما شاهدنا المباراة الأولى كانت جدا قوية وقدروا يفوزون في لومينانس جيمنج في المباراة، لكن المباراة الثانية بتكون أحمس وبتكون أفضل، بتكون عندنا من أفضل المباريات من أفضل الفرق من أنحاء العالم، فخلونا نشوف إيش بتكون النتيجة حقتها. والفريق الأول اللي بيكون معنا في المباراة الثانية اليوم، رحبوا معنا أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور بفريق كومبلكسيتي جيمنج.
Thank you so much, Complexity. Please take your positions on the right-hand side of the stage, just over here. And now to introduce their opponents. They're going to be competing here, in this LAN, on this stage, on their home turf. Please welcome to the stage, Twisted Minds. Thank you so much to both of our teams on the stage. I believe it's time to just dive in. Let's keep this ball rolling. Let's go straight into match 2. We're going to go back to the analyst desk to bring us in.
جاهزين للمباراة الثانية أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، خلونا على طول ما نطول عليكم ونتوجه عند المعلقين نتكلم عن المباراة أكثر ونشوف مين اللي بيقدر يفوز في المباراة، كومبلكسيتي أو فريق تويستد مايندز.
Thank you very, very much, guys. What a suave walk-on from all of our teams. Okay, I gotta say, I've been saying it 100 times over, and I will continue saying it 100 times over. The stage looks absolutely gorgeous. For these two teams, Complexity versus Twisted Minds, Gregan, what are you expecting to see, especially out of the likes of a Complexity, you know, not playing on their home soil? Do you feel like Twisted Minds might have a little bit of an advantage?
Well, I think Twisted Minds are coming into this as one of the less experienced teams, definitely one of the lower ranked teams within the Middle Eastern players. But I think that's the scary factor for all the other teams. We don't know the level outside of Falcons on the international level. They're going to be up against Complexity, who have plenty of experience at the top.
I mean, yeah, especially in a 1v1 or a 2v2, where if you can surprise your opponent or opponents, that can get you 3 goals. One quick challenge where they're expecting you to go back for boost, that can give you a good start. And with the home crowd behind them, you know, Twisted Minds have every chance here. Although what I would say is, you mentioned Complexity being not on their home soil. Yeah. This is the team that left South America to move to North America in order to sort of chase this Rocket League dream. So they are used to that, and they're used to going up against the locals, as it were.
And obviously on that topic, Greg, we spoke about this previously, the fact that, you know what, traveling for events, having that time difference, being completely worn out from the Rocket League grind, as it were, especially when you're traveling to LAN events, can certainly start to take its toll on you. Now, do you feel like potentially, obviously these teams, these players have flown out a day earlier than we had. Do you feel like that might still be something that's kind of going to factor into this?
I think definitely for the early stage, it's going to be a bigger factor. Obviously, as the tournament goes on, you get settled in, get used to the time zone a bit more. But for Complexity Gaming, this is going to be when they're most vulnerable. Up against an unknown entity and having to perform on the stage in this kind of environment, this is the time to catch them off guard, and that's definitely going to be Twisted Mind's plan.
Now talk to me a little bit more about the, previous results of some of these teams. Educate everybody at home, eager to learn a little bit more about these two teams.
I mean, Twisted Minds, they're not the highest rated team that we have from MENA right here. They're competing in that top 7, top 8, just trying to go late on in tournaments as they possibly can. But I mean, it's a region that does have depth. Despite Falcons winning everything, but beyond them, behind them, there's like a mad scramble to be second and then hopefully one day first. So yeah, they're brilliant. And Complexity, I mean, I know you're desperate to talk about race.
Well, I am indeed, but just before we go on to that, the MENA region has an advantage with this format, I believe, because they had to scramble through the 1s and 2s leaderboards for so long as their main competitive outlet. They are strong in the 1s and 2s department, so they do have that ability to keep it closer through that. But of course, Complexity, in Gamers Without Borders, we saw the superstar Raiseball come through and shine in 1v1, now known as one of the strongest 1v1 players in North America, despite having never done it before then. And I think the exciting thing for them is all 3 of the players competed in 2s in every iteration. So we may see a whole mix-up in the 2s department for this team, but of course 3s is where Complexity shine.
I am certainly excited to see the one and only, the infamous Raiseball pop off and show us what he's capable of on LAN this time around, no less. I feel like the pressure is definitely going to be weighing in on his shoulders, though. Obviously, all eyes are now going to be on him, especially the fact that you've called him out for it now as well.
Well, I've definitely looked at this team as 3 players who are very balanced in ability, especially during the full major where they played very well on LAN as a 3s team. And I find it hard to differentiate them, but now Raiseball really is that standout player for me, the one who has developed the most in North America, and I think it really comes down to his individual ability, and that's why he shines so well in 1s.
I mean, that's why tournaments like this one are so important as well, where a player like Raiseball individually can step forward and sort of break through that mold. But I mean, yeah, Complexity is a 3s team. They're not too bad either. They made it to the full major. Unfortunately, not quite able to do the same in winter or spring, but they had really good results in spring. Just couldn't quite break into that competitive North American top 5.
Is there a particular reason that you think that might have been, that they were kind of struggling a little bit?
North America's depth has got a lot stronger. So the teams just below the sort of big 3 or big 4 have stepped their game up. Complexity took a little while to catch back up with that. Just the ebb and flow of Rocket League, basically.
Yeah. Do you feel like that's going to be an issue here, considering Twisted Minds as well? Or do you feel like they're here, they're ready, they're going to be bringing their A game into this, especially considering the fact that, home crowd is most definitely behind them?
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at the players as they walked out there. These guys, they are young. They've got a lot of future ahead of them, especially now this is really the first year we've seen MENA with that amazing opportunity to compete internationally. And I think we're excited to see 2 more teams outside the Falcons compete in RLCS. But this event is our real chance to see that depth of MENA. How far does it go? At what point does it become a challenge? I think Twisted Minds are definitely going to be that team that shows the rest of the world what the depth of MENA really is.
Now, obviously, the winner of this matchup will then progress on through to face off against none other than Guild. Do you feel like potentially, let's say, in a world out there where Twisted Minds win this matchup?
Very reasonable possibility.
Yeah, I
as
mean,
well.
do you feel like it would be like a struggle for them to go up against the likes of a Guild, or do you think they'd certainly put Guild through their paces?
I'd say that Complexity are probably a higher rated team than Guild. Guild have a brilliant 1v1 in particular in CRR. They are stylish, they're fun to watch, but...
Wow, the 1s isn't the real shining point for Guild, it's that 2v2 duo.
Yes.
Dorito and CRR
Played
were
together
unbelievable,
forever,
yeah. They played together before they joined Guild, split apart and then have come back together. 2 of the strongest Spanish players in terms of 2v2, Atomic being another one in that question. So to put them in the same team doing the 2v2 and having that solid player in Devo for when they go to 3s, I think they're going to be the team that's going to have to step up the most in 3s now that we've changed the crew battle format to have a little bit more emphasis on 3s. And I think the format favors teams like Complexity, who have much more of a strong 3v3 compared to the 1s and 2s.
I'm curious to see how Guild is going to fare up heading into this. Obviously, Greg and yourself, you know Guild very well. How do you...
Mr. Guild.
Yeah, Mr. Guild himself. That's what the G in Gregan stands for. It's not actually Gregan, it's Guild. Mr. Guild himself. How do you think they're going to end up kind of faring up in a tournament like this, especially when we put them under pressure within the crew battle format?
Well, it's the first time we've seen Guild on LAN in Rocket League, so it's exciting to see, just seeing the players in person. It's something we're excited to see across this whole event. We saw it with Luminosity, right? Players we don't normally see in person finally on the stage.
And especially as you mentioned, CRR and Dorito have been playing together so long. I believe they started in the online era, so this may well be the first time they've had a chance to play together, next to each other. And that changes any dynamics, you know, when you can actually look into your teammates' eyes, you can see them, are they tilting, are they calm, all those things that when you're online you can hide if you choose to. In person, suddenly that becomes a massive factor.
Yeah, do you think the in-person factor of playing on stage is going to weigh in heavy on Twisted Mind's shoulders? Do you think it would be like, home soil, home crowd? What I really want to see in Rocket League is for a lot of these teams and players to play up to the crowd. I don't necessarily see that an awful lot.
We saw it at London a lot with the local teams. And in fact, one of the fan favourites in London was the MENA representative in Falcons. You know, probably the second loudest crowd cheer of any of the teams. And I think you do start to play up to it, especially with a massive crowd. But I'm excited to see as the MENA teams start to settle in here, as the audience starts to gain that trust with the players, like, you guys are winning for us. I think we will start to see that connection. We heard a little cheer earlier for Tox when he in his interview, so it's definitely getting a little bit more energy in the crowd, which is exciting.
Yeah, I'm certainly looking forward to it. I didn't do this before, but I've got to do it now, okay? And I know Johnny Boy is going to be certainly disappointed, so before I throw it over to him, I will be making sure I'm asking him the same question. What is your prediction, Cole? I'll start with you.
I've been saying Dignitas throughout. I've just got a feeling that after
for this game?
For this game. Sorry, I thought you meant overall. It's because we were talking about overall. Sorry. Okay. Dignitas, I think they're really going to take it.
That'll be impressive.
No, I think that Complexity will be able to take this one in this particular series, although obviously Dignitas will win overall. I just think Raceball, he is the determining factor here. They came second in NA qualifiers. Brilliant team, and they suit it perfectly.
Based off of experience and history, I would say Complexity 3-0, but I do believe with the environment early in a tournament, Twisted Minds can take a game, and if they take this series, that's incredible performance from them and should be applauded for it.
I think it's definitely doable for them to take a game off them, especially when we take into consideration the time zone factor that we had kind of spoken about earlier. I feel like nowhere near enough people actually give enough credit to these players for actually being able to travel so incredibly far away from the comfort of their homes and, you know, into a whole other region itself. It is incredibly taxing, incredibly exhausting for them.
That's also a factor when European teams play North American teams, because the time zone difference, at least from the UK, is only 2 hours, so it doesn't really affect your sleeping pattern too much, whereas, you know, for Complexity and anybody from NA, that's a lot more.
It's anywhere from 7 to 10, which is
that changes things. That changes how you have to reset your body.
Yeah, and teams who boot camped and stayed in Europe after London, like FaZe, will definitely have that advantage of settling in a little bit sooner. For Complexity, you know, like, this is an amazing opportunity to go far in a tournament once they settle in, because they do have an amazing team for this format. But I think right now, this is, like I said earlier, this is when they're most vulnerable. So if Twisted Minds could take a series off of them, or take games even, this will be the time to do it.
Oh, as we see the players getting all ready and warmed up, I feel like certainly on the side of Twisted Minds, it looks like it's all down to business. A lot of serious faces are coming to mind now, and I'm like, we're not seeing that same level of energy that we'd seen previously from the other two teams. So do you think they're going to match each other in terms of energy here? 'Cause it looks like they're incredibly serious.
I'm wondering if they will grow into it. If at the moment it's that pressure and their hearts are thumping and they're just thinking, don't mess this up. 1 or 2 goals for them and suddenly they break free, you know. But it definitely adds a fascinating element in general whenever we go to these lands.
Well, I mean, the most nervous the players will be in that walkout early on. The moment they get into the game and they start playing, it goes away. It's only once you get to that game 5 and it starts getting close, that's when the nerves start coming back in.
Because when you're standing there, it feels more individual, right? You're standing there in front of a crowd. You know, these aren't necessarily people who like being in front of an audience as individuals. What they want to do is represent themselves as their cars. So as soon as they are on the pitch, suddenly everything else goes out the window and they can just focus on scoring their flip resets or doing whatever it is that they may do on the pitch.
I'm so excited to see them actually, hopefully, fingers crossed, start to play up to the crowd, get a little bit more comfortable. And I feel like maybe the Complexity team might be the ones to start playing up to the crowd. What do you think?
I think they're just going to come along. They've been quite stoic in the way they played. I mean, it was in a studio environment, but the South American teams, obviously Complexity moved from South America initially. They can get quite loud when they get into the series. We know Fury are one of the loudest teams at London, but hopefully what we'll see is the local crowd really getting behind their teams, pushing them through. Because for the younger players, this will be their first real experience of feeling this much pressure and nerves, and so they will change the way they play, even if they don't realize it. And so once you start getting the crowd behind you, it can help you relax, can help you realize that it's not as scary as you might think.
But it can pressurize you. If you start off and you start badly and suddenly you look around and there's, you know, we've got a full house today, everybody's staring at you, or, you know, you're online being broadcasted, suddenly that can get in your head in the opposite way. So that's where
100%.
teamwork becomes so important, and communication. And if someone is struggling, you know, a tap on the shoulder can be absolutely huge, even though it seems like a small thing.
Do you feel like it does happen online though? Do players actually consider the amount of people that are watching them online? I know myself, whenever I'm playing, if like I'm playing on broadcast or something like
If
that,
a raid comes in,
yeah,
suddenly it's like,
immediately
oh!
I'm like
Yeah.
shaking under the pressure, and I'm like, oh my goodness, there's loads of people watching me right now. But these are professional players, so I feel like a lot of time the public in general kind of forget the fact that, you know what, nerves certainly are something that might come into play.
I tell you, when these players will be most nervous in this format will be when they're not playing ones or twos. The player who is sitting out will be the one who'll feel the nerves the most. There is nothing more terrifying than watching other people try and win for you. I mean, obviously, this is your teammates playing, but I've spoken to some players who said the most nervous they felt is watching another team who needs to win so they qualify for something.
Gregan, you're not a coach anymore, mate. You don't have to be going, oh yeah, the hardest thing to do is coaching. It's actually way easier to be a player.
I used to comfort eat so much watching Rocket League. I think they had the camera on me the whole time, and they must have been confused. Like, how has this guy eaten a whole tub of ice cream in one series? But
right, you and Johnny Boy have zero right to flame me for my love of desserts anymore.
No,
okay?
true,
Yeah,
true.
They've been flaming me the entire time.
I'm just jealous. That
no, it's because there's too
people
much
should
good
go
food. There's too many options. You can't help but take another macaroon.
Yeah, very true. Gonna go get some macaroons after this as well. But speaking a little bit more about these players, on the side of Twisted Minds, is there going to be any player in particular that you're kind of looking to be that driving force, potentially in the ones and twos?
Well, I think the factor for me is I've come across these guys in ranked a lot, and they're always so fast and aggressive, and I just hope that they continue that when they go into a competitive situation like that. I know Mish, I've come across him before, and Dahum as well. I'm not so familiar with Shikaji. I think it's Shikaji.
I think, yeah, Shikaji is what we've been told.
So hoping to see them perform in this environment.
Well, I'm sure our casters are just as excited to see them perform under the pressure, under this environment. I want to know their predictions though. Casters, do let me know.
It's a very good question. Right, in terms of predictions, Johnny, you're here. You've suddenly got South America versus a MENA team. That's right. Am I sensing you're going towards MENA potentially?
I'm not. I'm actually
Okay.
not. I think this is a dangerous team, but this is the MENA team I'm least familiar with. Greg, you actually nailed the pronunciation. Well done. We got Mish, Dahum, and Shikaji for Twisted Minds. These guys are threat in threes. 2v2, I expect them to be very competitive as well because all of the MENA players are exceptional twos players. But when it comes to ones, this is one of the teams I don't know who's going to be playing the ones. I'm excited to learn alongside you guys at home.
Yeah.
If we do get the 1v1, who's going to be playing? But you've got to think that that's a Razebull matchup. We saw what he could do online.
Yeah, he was unbelievable online, taking a lot of people by surprise, I think, as well, thinking, okay, I'm a top ones player in North America. I can take on Razebull. I've lost.
Yeah.
Like, wait, what just happened? Like, the unbelievable play. I think I'd lead in the same way as you. I think Complexity are the stronger team here.
Yeah.
Against all of the MENA teams, no. But when you look at, coming in 6th through the Saudi E-Leagues, Twisted Minds, they are not one that's going to be right at the top of too many people's list. We're just trying to get everybody into that lobby, make sure they're all happy, make sure we are free of any tech challenges. Because there are a couple of challenges getting Complexity to this event originally.
Oh,
a couple of flight-based issues of their own doing, may I add.
Yeah, Metsonoris was talking to us last night saying that he was on Complexity's flight to get here to Riyadh from Istanbul. And I think with no indication that boarding would be happening anytime soon, AJG, Razebull, and their coach Aguesam decided to go get water. And then as soon as they left, apparently, Metsonoris has told us that they boarded the entire plane in like 5 minutes flat and just left. So Shad gets on the plane, and it turns out his teammates aren't there. They're just at the gate thinking, where did the plane go? So they got in the day after. Credit to them, they've made it.
They had to wait an entire day to fly back because they went to get water quickly.
There was a daily flight only from Istanbul to Riyadh. So yeah, well done Complexity to get here.
Well done.
Yeah, well, wherever that airline was, incredible boarding speed. You've got to give it to them.
It normally takes a very long time, but thankfully we can travel through the Rocket League wormhole and find ourselves here for our first match, Complexity versus Twisted Minds. The second of the day. It's going to be a very close one, potentially, hoping that we see Middle Eastern teams show up on home territory, because this is one of the tournaments that can really show off what they can do. It's the most teams we have had from the Middle East in any given event at one time.
Yeah, by far. This is a chance for MENA to show the world what they can do in threes as a region, as a whole. So you want to really prove it's not just about Falcons, it's not just about Sandrock Gaming, but they're off to a tough start here. No boost in defense. Shad dumps in a 1-goal lead.
Trying to quickly turn around, but the defender was not quite able to recover in time. Shad taking a nice basic shot, going underneath the Hoom. Shikaji could not make it back. Quick early lead for Complexity. And if you guys missed that first game and you're only just joining us, this is not your standard 3v3 tournament, ladies and gentlemen. From this game, the loser picks either 2v2 or 1v1 to play in. And if it goes to game 4, we will then be playing the other game mode. Otherwise, game 3 and game 5 are all going to be 3v3 instead. So it makes it very interesting and very exciting to watch.
Very organized looking Complexity to kick things off here. I think mechanically Twisted Minds are going to be quite close to them, if not their equals, but it's all about the rotation, it's all about the synergy, and Complexity are on the field. This is a team with a ton of experience as well against some of the best teams in the world. Now that they've moved over to North America, they're really piling on the pressure here, hunting for the second goal, this time denied.
I mean, you mentioned that experience too. It's something that Twisted Minds just don't have in a LAN setting, and Shad on Complexity is absolutely thriving. The fact that, you know, where it had 2 goals coming in 1 minute 10, and Shad could just have a completely free chance in the air, nobody attacking him whatsoever. And so Complexity getting that lead is going to be massive for them. Their confidence continuing on LAN, not quite able to go to 2 out of the 3 events we had most recently in the Rocket League scene. Couldn't make it to 2 of the majors, but they're back, and looks like they're going to be striking with a Venom and an own goal. Gives Shad another one.
Yeah, very panicky defense from Twisted Minds. That first challenge misses. You know, Mish just has to make contact there. Boost has been a problem for them. You know, they're running out of boost pretty quickly. It's not just because Complexity are stealing it away, but also because I think they're using it a little bit too carelessly in defense.
Just want to see a push come out from Twisted Minds, see if they're able to confidently attack against that Complexity backline, but they've just not been given a chance so far until Mish able to pierce one through that blue net.
Raiseball thought he had control, gets dunked on by Tahoom. Shad trusting AJG to make contact, which didn't end up happening. 1 goal on the board for Twisted Minds. Still a long way to go in the first 3v3 of the series.
Falling down to Complexity error as well. AJG thought he was able to clear it away. Shad had full and fair trust in his teammate, but instead betrayed, unfortunately, on that blue side. AJG able to flick it over one, and save coming in from 1 defender. A chance again to Hoom trying to dribble it out of defense. AJG pushing, stealing more boost, going for more bucks, nearly landing on the ball. Raiseball, great chance to go for a shot there, and just nuisance plays from AJG. Shad almost double tapping that one in. Brilliant movement and just aggressive suffocation from the team from South America.
Now look at this posture as well, the bottom right from Twisted Minds here. That's phenomenal stuff.
No gamer lean whatsoever.
I know, really, he's just very calm with it. So even though the situation is anything but calm, he's certainly feeling relaxed on the stage environment. It's leveled out a little bit here. Getting to see more of the Twisted Minds offense, but Complexity look like they're very ready for this. They know what they're up against. I spoke to the coach before this match. He said that he can see why the Middle Eastern region as a whole has been hyped up. He had a chance to play ranked against, or on the MENA servers, and he discovered that everybody on the server is just unbelievably fast. So they knew they're up against a quick team here. They're handling it well from game 1.
Well, that's what they need to be to compete against European teams on 100 ping, which is where you're going to be getting your best scrims from. You have to go for as many quick challenges as you can, and Raiseball from the opposite corner, not going for a quick challenge himself, but one that was very accurate and manages to get Complexity their 4th.
Yeah, nice snipe from Raiseball. Looks like the back corner just baited in Twisted Minds a bit as they start to press for more and more goals. But this being just 1 3v3 followed by a different game mode means that I think they really want to play a safe strategy here if they're going to have any chance of coming back in this game. It's not about learning yet, at least. More about Complexity, who are just piling on the pressure again. You know, I think should Twisted Minds lose this, I see a 2v2 coming. I think they're going to pick 2s.
There's no way you go to 1.
You don't go you don't do 1s against Raiseball.
No. Not at all. This is going to be seeing, I'm sure, a 2v2 coming through. But then, you know, if it goes to game 4, they're going to have to face off against the Bull. Oh, that's a great play. What a setup as well. Complexity are just too good. Shad with the flip reset into the air dribble almost. Had the double tap. It was well saved. Raiseball is all over it with the air roll shot. Once again, boost running out for both goalkeepers, Shikaji and Dahum as well. Definitely looking at a lot of experience from the side of Complexity. They seem cool, calm and collected as much as we see Shikaji leaning back, making sure that he's pretty chill, having a good time, not worried whatsoever about what's going to be approaching him. 5-1, 90 seconds remaining. Do we just see a couple of confidence goals coming in or a miraculous turnaround? 1 minute 15. The defense from Complexity stays strong and stalwart, staying in that midfield. Can't go too much further until that pinch does manage to find its way in. The right-hand wall sees Raiseball find it central. Shad up high. Can he go for that double? Flies a bit too far away. Contact cannot be made. AJG, great positioning again. Central, shutting any attack from Twisted Minds down. Again, can Raiseball get the pinch? No, the defense from Shikaji just about good enough.
Yeah, a very impressive performance here from Complexity. Comfortable win by the looks of things. Something that we did not see in Game 1 when Luminosity took to the stage against Detonator. That seemed to be a closer Game 1 where Detonator had the lead twice. This has been a different story. Complexity have led early on. They've never let go of that lead, and it's been by a significant margin as well against the number 9 team in MENA in the spring split of RLCS. This is what it looks like when they go up against Complexity, who are number 7 in North America. Definitely a great start for Complexity.
10 seconds left and a game win to kick their Gamers8 tournament off. Nearly the 6th goal flying in with pace. But brilliant chances for Complexity to prove what they can do. And Johnny, now that you're in the casting area, you get to do a fun bit of speculation. We did it a little bit in that game.
Did you get it right?
We don't know yet. We don't know. Is it going to be 2s? Is it going to be 1s?
Oh, I mean earlier. Did you take a guess earlier?
We took a bit of a punt, and I think we both thought it was going to be 2s, and it was 2s. Because 1s is such a risk. 1s is a genuinely scary thing to say, yeah, I think we can win it based off you.
No, I think some teams will consider it like a free win, really. Because 1v1, when you've got a 1s main, against a team that don't have a 1s main, it could get ugly. But these teams, I could see Complexity picking 1v1, but they don't get the choice here. It's going to be Twisted Minds with the option to pick 2v2 or 1v1 for the second game.
Yeah.
And very much expect them to pick 2v2 here. I know MENA players love 2s. They play 2v2 all day on the EU servers against European players. So that's what I'm expecting here. But if they pull out 1v1, knowing that Raiseball is going to get into that lobby, I'll be so impressed at the bravery.
It looks like it's going to be 2v2s, judging by the scoreboard on the screen. And also,
well spotted, yeah.
Yeah, we see in the arena as well, the player that is not playing, they get grayed out on that screen. They are told, you're not in this one. You take that back seat. We said earlier that Ixo was going to get out a Rubik's Cube and just start doing that instead because he can't help his teammates out. Realistically, they're going to win. I think this is going to be a very interesting match because, as you said, MENA love the 2v2.
Yeah, and this is, like we mentioned, the number 9 team for the spring split in MENA, up against a team with international LAN experience, a team who have proven themselves RLCS X champions in South America, now number 7 in the entire season of RLCS 2021-22 in North America. Complexity, favorites in 3v3, they've won it. Now I think they're also favorites in 2v2, but this could be a closer matchup on paper.
And it's big man Raiseball going to be taking it alongside Shad. Whereas on Twisted Minds, it is Dahum and Chicago.
Raiseball, he is just the main character here, isn't he? Ever since that 1v1 domination that he put on his opponents in the qualifier. Twisted Minds were outpaced early on in the 3v3. They have to really take the game to Complexity here. It's not just about getting a win on the board, it's also about sending them a message, because 3v3 is coming up next and they just got destroyed in 3v3. You've got to send them a message here saying, okay, well actually, that was just a warm-up game. We're here to play. Maybe get inside Complexity's head.
I mean, the fact that you get to wrestle it back by saying, okay, we're going to our favored game mode, it's quite a big mantle, because as I said, if you lose it, all of the odd-numbered games are 3v3.
Yeah.
Like, either you end a series at 3-0, or you can wrestle it through potentially to a game 5. But regardless, it's going to be a 3v3 at the end of it. So it's hard. Twisted Minds, they need to be pushing as much as they can in the 2s. And so far, to me, they look a lot better than how they were faring in the threes.
Yeah, there's more boosts available for them in the 2v2. You know, Complexity just completely out-pressured them, had them panicking, wasting boost, and starving them as well. But 2v2, they're slow playing well. That shot needed to be better though. Best chance of the game for Twisted Minds, they've let it slip.
Disappointingly wide, and the flip reset can't quite find its way in. Instead, it's shot high. What? Not quite in. Just a hair's width separating these two teams right now.
Well, again, we said best chance of the game. I take it back. Complexity with a better one. You can see the style of Twisted Minds and Twos is very controlling. Not unusual to see the Middle East players in the Fenix. Everybody in the Middle East region loves to rock this car. Lovely little ball chase challenge there. On the retreat by Shikaji, secures the back corner boost as well. That's going to send Razebull out. Actually, Shad going to come right in for the play though, but Razebull can't really follow immediately. Both of the Complexity players, for a moment there, down to 0 boost.
But good retaliation, the demo's working the way. And both sides, Razebull up for the double touch. Can't quite get around at that top corner. And now a chance. Will this long shot come in low on boost? Shikaji just had to challenge that, but Razebull with a quick turn, boost on his side, was able to get it away. Pinched into the back corner, and half the game gone. Much more even. Complexity, maybe taking those 3v3 tips and how they want to play, trying to extend it onto the 3v3, and just not working.
You know, Complexity would like to keep their 3 style, which is very aerial focused, very team focused. You know, very focused on just as much player as they can get into a game. Whereas Twisted Minds are just 50-50ing them and controlling the game. They're slowing down the pace. That's not what Complexity want. They want to play off bursts of speed. Whereas Twisted Minds are quite comfortable playing in these awkward little exchanges. To whom there fakes a challenge to get Shad to lose control of the ball. Shikaji again just rotates ball side to follow up quickly. Synergy is on for Twisted Minds in twos. Complexity can put themselves in, I think, a position where they cannot lose the series if they can win this, but Twisted Minds putting up a fight.
Long shot though, can't quite find its way in. Shikaji managing to get back in time, not quite find its way over the top of Shad in the midfield, however, with 40 boost. Shikaji has to get back down to the ground, picks up the corner 100. Dahoum, 58, can he get the goal from it? Not quite, as it's challenged again onto the right-hand side. Razebull letting that ball go. Shikaji with a quick turn, cut in, tapped over the top. Can the touch come in again? Chance, but the block from Razebull keeps this at 0-0.
Goalkeeping clutch for both teams. And then the aerial mechanics, a big dunk from Razebull. Huge recovery and save at one end of the field, and then the 1v2 solo play to take the lead.
That aerial ability and reading the man on the goal line, giving Complexity the lead. That's awesome movement, getting that save, and then immediately transitioning into that counter-attack with just over a minute left. Twisted Minds trail.
After all that effort, after all the chances they've had to keep this one alive, it's still Complexity flexing the aerial mechanics. They just look so much more comfortable in the air, so much quicker in the air. You've got to give credit to Twisted Minds for making this a difficult game for them. Complexity certainly have a massive edge when it comes to aerial battles. That's the demo, that was almost open. Oh! Fantastic demo in the back corner boost. Still running low for Complexity. Razebull gets the ball past 1. He's on 0 here, but he's still making work.
Yeah, I mean, just getting that shot off means that now Dahoum needs to work his way back. But can he land nicely for it? Oh my gosh, he nearly does. Dahoum unable to get the shot off, but this 2v2 team, much better for Twisted Minds. I can absolutely see a goal coming in. The demo worked out fantastically for them a minute ago, but no goal able to fly in instead. The final 10 seconds, will Twisted Minds be able to get a goal here? Shikaji wanting to get one block, can't quite get it, but up, shot, chance, Shad out for the in and out save. A little bit of tied up laces falling into that back half of Aquadome, and Complexity, a much, much closer affair.
Yeah, we expected this to be the game for Twisted Minds to really show what they're made of, but even in their favorite game mode here, even in the on paper closest game mode, Complexity are still just so impressive. The mechanical display from Razebull to 1v2 Twisted Minds roster after recovering into a goal line 50 save just moments earlier proved to be the difference. Now we go back to 3v3. In this format, games 1, 3, and 5 will always be 3 versus 3. And that is a big problem for Twisted Minds, who got destroyed in the very first game of the series, which was, of course, 3v3. A lot of discussion going on from that man in the middle there, but I don't know how they're going to make up the difference from that first game. If anything, I think Twisted Minds just have to really go a lot faster at this complexity lineup in this second go at the 3v3. I think that controlling style where they're just trying to absorb pressure worked really well in 2v2 because complexity can't overextend. They've got to be so careful. Now complexity are back into threes. They know they can just throw players forward, focus on the recoveries and their mechanics. It's up to Twisted Minds to try and match them and fight for that midfield.
I mean, use what complexity were scared of against them. With the coach coming in and saying, well, they are really quite fast when they play.
Yeah.
Use that. Be crazy. Just fling yourself at that ball. Make it so that Shad isn't getting these free aerial game challenges. Make it so that Raiseball can't just air dribble over the top. It's something that Twisted Minds can absolutely capitalize on, but complexity now one game away from winning and progressing through the bracket and dropping Twisted Minds to the lowest. Again, I love that this is a double elimination format. It's so nice to see.
Remember, the loser of this will face Detonator.
That'd be such a good match.
Lower bracket of this group, the lower bracket matchup. It's going to be something to behold. The winner moving on to play, I believe, against Guild, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it is Guild waiting for the winner here. And what a shot from Shad to kick things off. Just launches it top shelf. Again, Raiseball just being such a nuisance. He's impossible to defend against for this Twisted Minds roster.
And Shad had taken that break during the 2v2 game and coming back completely revitalized. He looked absolutely unstoppable during the first 3v3. So coming in, scoring that first one, complexity off on a runner.
Oh, big chance. And a good shot, almost a pre-jump save from Shad, but Shikaji's shot, just like Complexity's earlier goal, rifles into the top corner. Also credit to Dahum there, just faking a 50-50, instead peeling away from the challenge, actually forcing the ball to bounce off that corner wall. That's not what Complexity are looking for. They're trying to roll it into the corner wall, get it to safety, but Twisted Minds able to manipulate that bounce into the center. The big play from Dahum.
And then Dahum going for the bump. Peeling away from the ball entirely, forcing the Complexity defender to be able to get that ball away. He isn't able to. Dahum, absolute credit to him. Brilliant movement by Shikaji onto the ceiling. Still has his flip, goes over the top of one. The second one coming down. A shot opportunity, goes high instead. Dahum, maybe a shot on target would have been the play, but with nobody behind him, maybe safety was the call.
I think he was maybe worried that it was going to be too easy to save, as Complexity's goalkeeping has impressed several times. There's going to need to be a fourth goalkeeper here, and actually it turns out to be the post. Shad denied by the upright. Game 3 remains tied. Twisted Minds getting to see a lot more of the offensive map in this matchup. Another good ball chase challenge on the recovery. It's something that Twisted Minds did well in the 2v2 game. Staying active in the play. Oh my goodness, what a double. Raiseball is just too quick with it. No challenge is going to beat that guy to the ball. Ceiling double tap at supersonic speed.
And it was the movement to originally go up the top and then flips back round, faking onto the flip reset with what? Literally 0.2 of a second. But that amount of decision making where you can turn it, things flip reset, the defense then recognized that, they peel back a little bit, and then he immediately snipes onto the net. Brilliant movement, just throwing off, juking in the skies. The aerial ability from Complexity is truly second to none.
And it's not something Twisted Minds are enjoying going up against, and you know, you'd expect it to be less of a thing in 2v2 and maybe later on in 1v1 should Twisted Minds manage to come back. Doesn't look likely. It looks like Complexity are on the run to a sweep here, but even if we go to a 1v1, I think Raiseball is going to still be in the air every single play. They're not going to be able to get away from these Complexity aerial plays.
Yeah.
They're dominating them and forcing them to panic and waste so much boost. Complexity just too strong right now for Twisted Minds.
There's good movement as well. Going round, the first shot not working, so the bump instead coming in. Shikaji wanted to get a fake off there, trying to get the shot on the second attempt round. AJG, though, passing it down the wing onto the left-hand side. Shad to receive, pinching central. Raiseball had already removed himself from the situation, so can't take that shot. AJG high, but that movement and the speed from Shikaji in the midfield to get high off a pinching ball is what threatens Complexity, not yet being utilised to its fullest.
Yeah, the confidence is definitely taking a hit. I think the big game one from Complexity took the wind out of Twisted Mind's sails. We're hoping to maybe catch Complexity on an off day, especially given the difficulty that Complexity had getting to the event. Probably the team with most issues. And if a team's had more difficulty than 2 other players missing the flight, then I've not heard about it, but completely unfazed. Complexity are on fire. Twisted Minds stuck in defense once again. They desperately need to hang on here. You feel like one more goal would be just too much to come back from. Nice fake there. Tahum's going to go for the air double bump as well, but one save by Razebull, who is not just comfortable in offense, not just comfortable in the air, also defensively solid, even in the 1v1.
One of my favorite parts of seeing, those 1v1 situations and in 1v1s themselves is looking at an air dribble bump from the defender's perspective. Because
terrifying.
You see the ball, you know it's going on target, you're in the air with your boost, and the player's aiming at you, and with Mish aiming at the goal, only one separating Twisted Minds and Complexity. No air dribble bump needed just yet.
And Mish just kept on ball cam there. He had no boost, but he left the ball cam on instead of just flipping away immediately. Shikaji managed to bounce the ball off the ceiling and straight down to him. It's a 1-goal game. Twisted Minds putting up a better fight the second time around. Looks like they're the team who are seemingly learning more about their opponents, and there definitely was a lot to be learned from that game 1.
Minute and 10, and opportunities apparating much more frequently for Twisted Minds at this point. Passing central, twisting it up, moving it around that pitch. Shikaji missing that side boost though, and so falls down to 18 and stolen, I guess reclaimed by Razebull in his own corner. Tahum up high, but touched backwards somehow. That speed to get around the attacking player from Twisted Minds. Complexity, again, in the skies like jets.
Yeah, Razebull is a complete nuisance. They have actually pre-jumped there, so I think they might, in fact, be in a bit of trouble. And they are. Tahum with the mind game and the equalizer. Double commitment from Complexity. They tried to make a huge play in offense. It fell apart. Shikaji runs ahead to take Shad out of the play. Tahum fakes the recovering player. Twisted Minds with clutch plays in the closing minute.
Writing a completely different story in game number 3. The first one, they only got a single goal against Complexity's 5 or 6. I think it was 5 in the end. With 30 seconds left, Twisted Minds, that equaliser, confidence inspiring and potentially taking them onto a game number 4 and a 1v1 with the Bull.
Not Shad has anything to say about it. Close range double tap. It is set up by Razebull's reset. What a recovery by Shad. He pounced on that one, and the goalkeeper had no chance to react to a point-blank range double at that speed. Complexity back in front now, just 22 seconds for Twisted Minds to work with.
Such an interesting dichotomy of play there, where Razebull going slow onto Shad, receiving it like a bullet into that back wall. 13 seconds left. Twisted Minds need 1. Can it be the man Tahum to be able to get it for them? Mish in the back lines, demos one player out of the way. Tahum up in the sky. No chance as this lands towards the floor. More opportunities. Will it be one more for Complexity? Not goals, but games and series, yes.
Complexity take it in game 3. You know, a good fight there from Twisted Minds. They showed what they're made of in 2v2 and in the second 3v3 as well, but Complexity are just something else. The confidence, the mechanical displays. This team really is looking good here. And remember, this is not a team who are going to be at the World Championship. They missed out by just 1 position. North America kind of let down Complexity, who are waiting at home, hoping that NA would get 4 teams to the top 8 in London, but it just didn't happen. So this is really their World Championship. This is it. They're putting everything into this, and they want to make a deep run. They've got the tools, they've got the players, they've got the willpower, and they've got the form.
Yeah, they're definitely hoping that, it's about the same prize pool as well, which is unbelievable. And they've managed to come out to Riyadh in Saudi Arabia to compete for it as well. But Twisted Minds, that last game, such a different story to what we saw in game number 1. The confidence came back. Suddenly they looked more like themselves and more like those individual, incredible MENA players who've ultimately secured themselves a great position in Middle Eastern Rocket League. And it's something that they can definitely build off. And tournament, thankfully, not over for them. They just dropped to the lowers, and they will be playing Detonator.
Yeah, so that's a matchup that's going to be super interesting, actually. We're looking at MENA's number 9 team for the spring split versus Detonator, who did, in fact, I think, win the APAC North
spring split, but they lost out to Apex South's Gladiators for the most recent major spot. Really, really interesting to see that matchup later on. Yeah, absolutely. But until then, there's a little bit of time to grab some water, grab some popcorn, because this is going to be a big day of Rocket League. There's going to be a break coming up. We are here at Gamers8, and we'll see you very shortly.
Welcome back once again, everybody. What a great performance that we've just seen there, Greg. And I feel like I'm a little bit mind blown by the sheer amount of Rocket League we've got on display and a little bit of a stomper going on in some of these games as well.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for some of the newer teams who haven't had the experience on stage, especially for teams from regions that haven't had as much international competition. Twisted Minds played good Rocket League. They just lacked that finishing blow that was so important to get the goals after they did all that breakdown play. But complexity, they just look so strong in the air.
The speed of complexity, and I mean, really, you know, they've obviously made the move to North America, but really those teams that have come out of South America are really just known for that speed, that aggressive play, and I mean, with a player like Razebull on the squad, it's kind of hard to drop matches too. It just absolute pop-off potential.
Yeah, it's when they're in the air, like moments like this. I was just watching this, mesmerized by the control that he had and the amount of options he opens up for himself and how hard it is to defend against. That's the real challenge for a lot of these teams coming against strong international opposition, is they've got mechanics up against them that they've not experienced before. But Twisted Minds warmed up into the series, got better, especially in that final 3v3. It was so close to them taking it.
It is so close. We were sitting there watching it in the back in the green room, kind of talking about it. It's like, oh, do we get a game 4? Having the vote go down. We had our own predictions. You know, Cole on the wrong side of things had the vote for the 4. I was kind of pulling for that 4th game to come through, but yeah, in the end, the ice is there for Complexity. They're able to close out that 4th goal at like 20 seconds left, and they just weren't able to get back into it from there.
Yeah, another little bit of a warm-up game, as our Luminosity coach put it. But that was a strong performance from Twisted Minds. They're going to be going to that lower bracket in their group. This is a chance for them now to start easing into the stage, getting that experience under their belt and taking on new opponents.
That was indeed our highlights by Aramco, but I'm curious to take a look at the scoreboard that we have by STC as well. Any standout players from your perspective in either of those teams?
Well, you said it, Razebull, right? He's the player to watch, and it's going to be the player to watch in this format as well with the 1v1 carry. And he actually played 2s this time, where this team do mix up their 2v2 pair.
Yeah, being able to play, that team can basically play anybody. You're going to play Razebull as your 1s, but really any pairing of 2 there is going to have a really strong performance against really any other team in the field. They're just a solid roster all the way through and through.
We didn't get to see Razebull playing 1s, and apparently he's been grinding 1s, so we'll get to see that hopefully later on in a tournament that goes the full distance.
Well, fingers crossed. Coming up next, though, we have G2 taking on Luminosity.
Ooh,
I see going, oh my god, Spice is out. Okay, how do you think this game is going to end up panning out?
Well, it's one word, and you can say it twice if you really want to be particular. It's Atomic versus Atomic, which is going to be the storyline of this whole game. We've been waiting to see it from the start of the tournament. But we're working out how we're going to name them. How should we differentiate Atomic and Atomic?
I mean, you had your opinion. I was kind of leaning towards Natomic and Utomic. We'll just take the NA, slap it on the front, and take the EU, slap it on the front, and how do you pronounce it?
And how do you pronounce it? You could say EU-tomic or NA-tomic, and then there's also the K and the C, which is different, so it could be Atomic K and Atomic C. But I really think the differentiator is going to be when we find out which of them is weaker, then they can start going by B-tomic.
Could we blend them, and it could be like Natomasi and
I think we need chat, because chat is always great at coming up with ideas. So we'll be watching you through the series for an idea to differentiate them. But you can see Group A there. We're getting through it quite fast now. We're going to be seeing the top 2 teams at the end of the day in that upper bracket final.
So do you think this next matchup is going to be less of a 3-0 affair and more of a maybe go the full distance?
I think so.
I think that this one's definitely got a more potential to get us to that Game 5 than we had in the previous series. I think this is definitely one we can see a Game 5 out of.
I think it's important to note as well, G2 unable to get JNaps out here due to illness, so we're going to be seeing Mist instead. Get to see that reuniting of Atomic and Mist together from their Envy days. So I think this is still a really strong team, especially when it comes to 1s. We know that Atomic is probably going to be the stronger 1s player, but we really don't know, because these are players who don't specialize in 1s. We don't see them in show matches very often. We only see them in formats like this where they are forced to play 1s, and whether they've been working on it is a massive factor as to how they play.
Well, I just want to give a huge shout out once again to all of our sponsors, especially Saudi Air and Dr. Suleiman Al Habib as well, for helping support this whole event, putting on an incredible prize pool, beautiful stage. I mean, look all around us. Seeing all of this is truly incredible. But what's really incredible is the fact that all of these teams, all of these regions are competing for one heck of a prize pool. So to see all of the different regions really start to go head to head with one another, seeing the different play styles come out from them, how much of a kind of differentiation is there really in terms of the play style between the different regions?
I mean, it definitely varies a lot. I mean, we've always spoken about North America and Europe as having this different playstyle, but really you start to see it once you go outside of the 2 main regions, and you start seeing the South American playstyle. You hinted at very aerial focused, and then we've got some of the teams in OCE that have got that star player where they play around the Fever or the Amphis of the team. But I think really it's the individual teams with the demo. That's the biggest factor, I think, when you see a demo-heavy playstyle.
I mean, I might be a little biased to the demo-heavy playstyle as the V1 caster. I might be a big fan of that. So any team that brings the demos is usually going to get a little bit of love from me.
Indeed, yeah. And then the 1v1 players are really starting to shine in Rocket League these days. We've seen Falcons be so successful with 3 incredible individual players who are good at 1v1.
Do you think we're going to see our 1v1s come out now for G2 versus Luminosity?
I mean,
I'm crossing my
G2
fingers for it. I want to see it.
G2 are the team coming into this that I think favoured the most from the 3v3 emphasis in the crew battle format, because that is their strongest game mode. You know, winning the Winter Major, not performing so well at London, but you know, it's a different roster. We got Mist here, so 3 strong 3s players. And I think when we start going to 2s, that's where I think Luminosity slightly favour, with Atomic from Europe being one of the best 2s players in the world.
Yeah, it's going to be... This is the interesting one. You kind of asked at the beginning, do we get a Game 5? And I think kind of you're alluding to it as well there, that this is really that one that can go. This is one where that 2v2 is going to come in. 1v1, I think that those kind of trade back and forth. I think that opposing teams win those situations, which should push us to that Game 5.
Now, my next question for the 2 of you is, obviously in the previous matchup, we saw Luminosity yesterday. Their coach was chit-chatting with us a little bit and was like, yeah, the game versus Detonator is very much a warm-up match. Now, they're in the deep end. They have gone swimming, and I'm not sure whether or not they'll be able to keep afloat in this next matchup. What do you think?
Well, you say a warm-up game. They had the ability to play on stage. That's a great benefit they get. Whereas G2 will be walking in for the first time, as you can see them there.
Red carpet and all.
Yeah, you can see Mist, definitely the outsider there, coming in as the sub from Optic Gaming just for this event. But Sathu, a player who has definitely had a positive effect on this team. You can see how he holds himself. You know, he really is the father figure of the team. He's really helped push them, make them work that extra bit harder, and is definitely a massive factor in their success in the Winter Major.
Yeah, and really the just coaching period across Rocket League, kind of getting more and more attention, more and more love these days, but really the impact that some of these coaches have and the impact on their players that they do have throughout the series, talking through things, has been massive. So always love it when anytime we can put any focus on one of the coaches.
Yeah, you can see Chicago at the back there. Definitely one of the big pushes to try and get Atomic on the team, and they got that in the end, and I think it really brought out the best in Chicago and JNAPS. 2 players I was a bit concerned about in the full split. Watching their gameplay, they were getting a lot of bad habits, and having that refresh, having that new player can often bring out a whole new feel to the team. And you know, G2 have just come off the back of a poor performance in London. Perhaps having Mist here will give that same sort of honeymoon effect of, oh yeah, it's a bit of fun, you know, new roster, new way of playing, see what happens.
Does that then turn around and cause the honeymoon phase back again
Maybe,
for Worlds? Do they go to Worlds and now that they've swapped Mist back out and JNAPS comes back in, does that, yeah, I'm not sure how that works out, but if it does, that's a fun little storyline to play around with.
We'll see.
Can we end up getting like an eternal honeymoon phase for
they
some
just
of
swap
these
a player
teams?
every event.
That would be great. I mean, does it happen often where you have those constant roster shuffles taking place within Rocket League? Like, how common is it for us to see, particularly for a lot of these teams here, having roster shuffles heading into this event?
Well, I think it's we're starting to see more teams stick together long term now. Like, we've got long-standing pairs, which is quite common in Rocket League, but switching rosters is very frequent, especially with how fresh talent comes through constantly in Rocket League. You know, we see these young 15-year-olds finally eligible to play, and they come through and take the spots of the older players who are quickly becoming washed up, and that's the exciting thing about Rocket League. New talent is coming so fast.
But that immediately just ends up causing the domino effect. So basically we can go around and we can just blame all the new talent for all the roster swaps, because one comes in and it just triggers a domino effect, and then it kind of rolls down the line.
Exactly, and I think a lot of the older players need to start putting in that work to stay at the top for longer, and players that have done that, G2, a great example. JNAPS, been at the top for so long, and you've got to put a lot of respect on the players who have stayed at the top for this long. And
how about on the side of Luminosity? We've spoken an awful lot about the side of G2, but how about Luminosity? I know you mentioned Atomic. Is that going to be like the matchup? Is that going to be where everyone's eyes should be glued?
Well, if I'd said to you about 3 years ago, the best 1v1 player on this team is not EXO, you'd have been saying, sorry, what? EXO used to be one of the strongest ones players in the European region. He started to focus on 3s now, and in fact, he didn't even play in the 2s in the last series, so very much their solo 3v3 player. It is Atomic who's come through, a young Spanish player, came in through that online era of RLCS X, and has really flourished in the ranked leaderboards in 2s, has got better at 1s recently, and is now one of the strongest players in the European region. And I just think Luminosity haven't quite found success in the regionals for RLCS. They seem to find BDS so early on in every single tournament, get knocked out early, but definitely a team to to watch out for this event with a fresh slate, a whole standalone event.
Yeah, every now and then some of these teams will get stuck in this seeding position where you get into an event within the RLCS and you're going to catch the number 1, the number 2 seed very early, and then the bracket never goes the way you're going to expect it to. So then they catch the number 3 or the number 4 seed immediately after in the lower round, and things get difficult there. So there's definitely some performance that can occur here that they're not having to worry about that issue.
Exactly.
Okay, so what do you think? Luminosity in out of their depth now?
Oh, I think this, I've said it before about the teams of their first time on the stage.
Yeah.
This is the time you catch them off guard, especially with this G2 roster. You know, they've not been able to practice with Mist, so this is going to be when they're most vulnerable.
Most vulnerable, or the strongest you've ever seen them in a honeymoon phase. We don't know. It's very it's one of the two. We're getting one of the two. We know the options. We just don't know which one it is yet.
Okay, well, let's get the chat interaction as well. Make sure you're typing away, letting us know which of these teams you think is going to ultimately take the win. And also, I'm kind of crossing my fingers for a match 5. I want to go with the full distance.
I mean, all I'm crossing my fingers for is Atomic versus Atomic. If we can get Atomic A versus Atomic C, then we're going to be in for a treat.
And then what happens to the losing Atomic?
B-Tomic. They will be known as B-Tomic forever.
So right now we're trying to figure out what we call them during the match, and at the end of this, we luckily aren't casting it. We don't have to figure that out. But at the end of it, we'll know which Tomic is Atomic. Well, I guess they just get to be Atomic. It starts with an A. So yeah, Atomic and Atomic B.
A-Tomic and just Tomic.
B-Tomic.
How about that?
Yeah, B-Tomic. Atomic and B-Tomic.
All right, so what is your prediction for the matchup? Who do you think is going to take this? I need a score line as well.
I'm gonna lean G2 3-2.
See, it's weird because I heard your voice there. It sounded quite American, and I think that might have played a little bit of a factor into the team you believe in, because I know these Luminosity boys as a European man, having played against these guys, scrimmed against these guys when I used to coach. They are amazing, and I genuinely believe they're going to be an unknown entity going into this tournament that beat a lot of teams. So I'm going for Luminosity 3-2 as well. Europe versus North America.
I kind of want to make a prediction, kind of don't want to be wrong,
Stay safe.
so I will stay safe. I do not want to get flamed by everybody in the chat as well. So chat, make sure you send us your predictions as well. I think it's about time we throw it over to our fabulous hosts over on the desk. Take us through this.
Welcome back to the main stage, where we're eagerly awaiting the third match to kick off. So, without further ado, I think it's time to introduce our first team, all the way from North America, your 2021 Winter Major winners. Please welcome to the stage, G2 Esports.
G2 Esports تواجدوا معنا في المسرح، وكلنا احنا عارفين انهم ايش سووا في الميتر الاخير اللي تواجدوا فيه، وكلنا ودنا نشوف ايش ممكن يسوون معنا في مسرح جيمرز 8، لكن خصمهم تو طالع من فوز مباراة قوية وخصمهم ابدا ما يستهان فيه. اعزائنا المشاهدين بالحضور، رحبوا معنا فريق لوميناستي جيمنج.
have to say, this one is going to be spicy. This one definitely could go the distance. Myself and Fancy were talking backstage. It definitely could be the one. So, without further ado, I'm going to hand it back over to the analyst desk so they can break it down before we dive into this next match.
المباراة هذه اللي بنشوفها الآن جدا جدا حماسية زي ما احنا عارفين من أفضل الفرق في أوروبا ضد أفضل الفرق في نورث أمريكا وراح يتواجهون اليوم معنا وممكن هذا هو الجيم اللي يوصل للبست اوف 5 كاملة. كلنا متحمسين نشوف شنو ممكن يصير بالتوفيق كل الفريقين وخلونا على طول نروح مع المعلقين ونرجع لكم في المباراة الثالثة.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. It is about damn time. G2 Esports taking on Luminosity Gaming. Which of these teams will really rise to the top? I feel like this is going to be an incredibly intense matchup as the players are getting settled in. Do you feel like nerves might be creeping in for some of them?
I don't think that one of them's already been on stage and the other one's pretty comfortable on LAN environments. They've got a little bit of experience on that side. I think that both of these teams are going to be very comfortable in there on the stage. I don't think that's going to really play too much of an effect on it. I was just sitting there watching them come out and I was just like, oh, this doesn't have a jersey on.
Yeah, it's also like, this is quite a big experience for them, walking out onto a stage and, you know, like the big epic reveal.
That's true.
It's probably quite nerve-wracking for them because they're used to playing Rocket League, but they're not used to walking out onto a stage and looking natural and everything. So that's probably the bit they're most nervous for.
Yeah, the interesting thing I think is that's probably the most nervous is that I can't think of a Rocket League event where we line the players up and they face off on a stage like that. Yeah. It's very much like the teams kind of do their walk in and sit down. I've always kind of been a fan of that, and seeing that done in Rocket League really since I've come into the scene for the first time was just kind of cool to watch that happen.
I feel like staring into the eyes of your opponent is like you're going down. You're going down.
Especially, I mean, we know that the G2 guys are very relaxed on stage. It might be quite intimidating seeing them just laughing and joking around. You're like, wait, we're about to play Rocket League. Why are you so comfortable? And obviously, like you said, they've got so much LAN experience, where on the other side, Luminosity have a huge amount of online experience. Ixo, Atomic, and Tox. 3 names I didn't think I'd be saying, oh, it's good to see their LAN debut today, because they've been around for so long.
It just clicked in my head. I was sitting there saying that they're going to be comfortable just because in my head, I'm like, I've been casting these guys, some of them since Rivals, the last season of Rival series, that I was just like, oh, they've had LAN experience. They haven't. It's been pandemic years. There hasn't been one for them to go to.
Gfinity Elite Series Season 4, I think Ixo played in, and he played well, but I don't know if that's relevant 4 years on. I mean, this is genuinely their first real big experience on a stage. 3 incredible players. Can they play on LAN against a strong opponent?
That's the real question. That's the thought on everybody's minds, particularly mine, because I feel like if it's me up on that stage, I know I'm on a stage right now, very different when you're not playing though. But for these players, knowing that there is a prize pool on the line, knowing that it is all to play for, knowing that at the end of the day, your reputation is very much on the line as well, is certainly going to play into things. All I'm saying is, if Luminosity don't necessarily perform the greatest, their coach is going to get an absolute earful from me, because I'm going to be like, what happened? You had your warm-up game. What happened to the second one?
Hey, look, that's just Snasky. That's just Snasky's way. He's a confident guy. You know, he's always smirky. He knows what's going on. And I think Sathu's similar now, of like, he's confident in his players. You know, they put the prep in. Both Sathu and Snasky, both players who've played at LAN before, so, you know, they know what it's like. They know how to settle their teams down. I think having that team structure like these both do is perfect for this environment.
I think that that's actually a great point there, is having coaches in that position that understand what that experience is always going to be something that you can't learn in any other capacity other than doing it. And having coaches that have been in that situation going to make it a little bit easier for them to be able to calm the nerves or talk a player through a situation when it comes up.
And how about in terms of preparation heading into this event? Do you feel like G2 would have necessarily done the prep to take on the likes of a Luminosity?
It's tough because they both got very different goals right now. You know, G2 have the 3v3 to focus on with Worlds coming up. The biggest Rocket League event we've had in history is now, and it's a great chance for them to prepare for the next biggest event in Rocket League with Worlds. You know, these guys are going through an intense period of events. You know, just had London. That's on G2's plate, whereas this is the most important thing for a while for Luminosity. You know, they've come to this event, they've thought about it, they've prepped for it. They're probably going to be thinking about 1s and 2s way more. G2 have got a sub, and 3v3 is the only game mode we really know they're likely to win in. 1s and 2s, it's like, well, who are they sending out? Like, what's going to happen there? So this is very much in Luminosity's favor as a format and an event, but G2 are just that titan of a team that we respect their ability to do so well.
And in regards to having a sub player as well, how do you think that's going to ultimately end up impacting them? Do you think it's a strong enough sub to be able to just slot right into the team and take the charge? I see you grinning.
I mean, he's pretty good, isn't he?
I mean, he's all right. He's pretty decent at the game. If you're gonna slot somebody in, if like they just pick a random player out of nowhere and they're like, here, you get Mist as a sub, I'm pretty sure any team in the world would be more than ecstatic to take Mist as their sub player to stand in. It is a massive player to be able to come in for G2.
I think this could potentially be the T-Bait's dream team, right?
Please don't get him started. You already know
machine.
We're gonna have to
Well, I mean, obviously Atomic and Mist used to play together on Envy, which is now Optic, so there is that past history there together, and I think Mist is a very easy to play around player. He slots in around his teammates and he executes in moments where he needs to, especially for double taps. You know, he's known for his ability to double tap anything, so he's an easy player to fit in. I think plays a similar role to JNAP, of like filling the gaps, and then when he's in the striking position, just score it, you know?
Do you think we'll end up seeing the 1v1s? I'm hoping for it. I'm hoping for it. I hope the folks at home are hoping for it. But do you think, realistically speaking, we'll see it happen?
I mean, realistically speaking, I think that is the best 1v1 player for both teams.
Yeah, I would say that there's probably a good chance that we get it. And even if for some reason I'd be wrong, which I don't think that it possibly could be, if they don't do it, I'm going to be very upset.
Oh, a lot of people will be very upset.
Yes,
this is an exciting moment. We saw Scrub versus Scrub in LA, but that was 3v3.
How many rules do we have in Rocket League? Whatever this is, tack it in as the next one. If there's an option that we get an Atomic versus Atomic matchup, it has to happen. If they don't, this is a massive dishonor situation. Exactly. This is worse than whatever you want to call it, Rule 1, Rule 0. I'll let you decide, Chad. I'm sure you can argue it out, but, you know, this is one of those situations. It needs to happen.
In that standoff, the four-person standoff, they must have agreed there. They're like, right, we're doing this, right?
Yeah, you look the other one in the eye, and there's just this like understanding, non-verbal, just yes. We will see each other soon.
It'll literally just be that Spider-Man meme of them pointing at each other like, I'm watching you. I'm going to throw it over to our casters though, as they're going to take us through all of the action in this matchup.
Well, well, well. The moment of truth is about to come upon us. Will we see Atomic versus Atomic? We'll have to wait until at least one more game. We're definitely going to see it in 3v3s. Yeah. Absolutely.
Multiple times, in fact.
Yes, 1, 3, and probably 5. Of course, I think this series can be expected to go the distance. I would imagine that once we get to that 1v1, I know I'm hoping for it. I know there are a lot of people that think that that's a caster's worst nightmare. No, we live for memes like this. But all memes and jokes aside, this is a high-intensity matchup here. North America versus Europe, of course. That storyline is probably as played out as it can get. But when you look at the individual talent on the field for this matchup, there is so much to go around. And then you have the X factor, Mist, being added to this G2 roster in place of JNAPs. And you would think that when you add a sub like that, Jorby, you would have some troubles. But you have that combination of Mist and Atomic now.
Well, I think that for Mist, when you think about the player he's replacing, JNAPs, who is the striker for G2. I mean, he's been clinical all season long. To have Mist come in, Mist kind of has that same role. Like he kind of fills that same gap. Like, is he JNAPs? No, but Mist, absolutely a quality player. And I agree with Supersonic that, I mean, if you could pick anybody, Mist is great to pick up.
He is a world-class defender, absolutely no doubt about it. And now we're about to see Mist take the field alongside Atomic again for the first time in a while. And of course, joined by Chicago with G2. The machine may be upgraded to the whole factory. Game 1 coming your way here between G2 and Luminosity. And a Luminosity squad that has been so close, yet so far, all throughout the previous RLCS season. This is their chance to come up with that big win that has eluded them for so long.
Luminosity coming in off a nice win against Detonator earlier. That kind of warm-up, you were already on stage. It doesn't mean nothing. Atomic looked really clean in that series. Definitely going to be relying on him. But Ixo getting the first goal already. Luminosity on the board.
Yeah, Ixo scoring early, and you can expect him to score often if G2 are not up to their game. And it's so weird to see G2 or any team with Mist on it give up a goal that quickly. But things break down. Luminosity on the board early. And now G2 looking for the quick answer. Chicago could not break through the whole wall that was sitting in front. As this is cleared back, and they almost got caught out again.
Not sending 2 players this time, though. G2 ready on the defense that time. Luminosity definitely caught them out early, but few teams better than G2 at being able to respond. They are facing a little bit of pressure from Luminosity early on, but getting those clears.
Ixo might have found another empty net, and he just missed off the post. Golden opportunity served up there by G2 that Luminosity did not take advantage of, and almost scoring again. Luminosity keeping the pressure on to the back wall here, and Ixo's got to take it himself, and again the shot just off the mark. Finally, the defense breaks down enough. Atomic will score 2-0.
Good work here from Luminosity, breaking down that G2 defense, that touch off the post, and the panic there as G2 try to come across the box, bumping out his own teammate, Mist coming across the net. Luminosity taking advantage. Not exactly how G2 want to get it started. The start of the game, third man creeping up with 2 men committing on the first play off the kickoff, getting burned on that, now getting burned off the bounce on the post that caused G2 to panic in front of the net.
G2 struggling early on both ends of the field, and that's where that chemistry comes in. And granted, players at this level, they've had plenty of time to play together. Mist wasn't even the last player to arrive for G2. They've been able to get that practice in, but it's just a little bit different when you're on the stage and the games truly matter, especially with the biggest single prize pool we've ever seen in Rocket League.
G2, they have a couple holes to pick at, but Luminosity is so good at getting those clears. G2, they might find one off the bar, one off the post, but it's Luminosity getting those 50s, not letting G2 stay in the orange half for too long. Turning back around, Luminosity getting physical. Popped up in front, a nice little move there from Atomic to push it to the corner.
You see all these individual plays, and you know, talking to G2 a little bit before this series, yeah, they said, look, whoever we throw for 1s and 2s, it's really going to be a game time decision. I think they're kind of going to feel it out here in this first game and then see who gets the choice or what they go with. My gut tells me that if Luminosity does hold on for this game, I don't think G2 is taking 1s. I think they want to go with 2s.
Yeah.
And if it were me anyways, I'd probably throw Atomic and Mist together.
Yeah, I mean, G2 don't have like a true 1v1 specialist like a lot of other teams in this tournament. I think they much rather play as a team. I absolutely agree. I think they'd be more comfortable in the 2v2 if it were their choice. And it might be their choice if the scoreline holds here. Luminosity, again, the defense has been excellent. G2, they've gotten the push, they've had space. But look at the coverage on defense. One covering the net, one on the backboard, in position every time. G2 don't have any holes right now on Luminosity.
Meanwhile, on the other side, we talk so much about the 1s prowess and how important it is. As a shot saved away there by Mist, follow-up blocked away by Chicago as well. And another opportunity from the wing that will hang around for a moment. But Atomic beating Ixo to the punch. The other Atomic not able to convert, as Tox will have to take over at midfield. You know, if Luminosity takes this game, they have to be heavy, heavy favorites, not just for having the game advantage, but because of the 1s prowess that Luminosity does possess, where they could either go with Atomic or Ixo and nobody would really bat an eye.
We saw how Atomic was doing in the 2v2 earlier. He is a facilitator when he needs to be. His control on the ball is excellent. Like Gregan was saying, you know, he would be surprised if Gregan from a couple years ago heard that, well, Atomic actually is the 1v1 guy and not Ixo. That's just been how both players have evolved, both starting to split in terms of what they're focusing on. Atomic, he's had a good day so far, and I mean, Luminosity doing excellent here against G2 in the 3v3. And really, that was the big mark for me. Both people on the desk picking this to go 5 stacks. And you're starting to see why. Luminosity on defense, I mean, they're not letting G2 in at all on these shots. They're getting stuffed every time they get to the orange half.
Experience would certainly benefit G2 in an environment like this, but I think we've seen over the past couple of RLCS majors. Look, experience on the stage doesn't matter nearly as much as we may have initially thought. And we even saw it earlier with Tox on the stage, gave a fantastic interview after their victory over Detonator. As Ixo patiently waits to clear this one away. Final 30 seconds as Luminosity firmly in control of game one, but still an opportunity for Chicago and G2 to do something about it. But Chicago couldn't stay with the play. Now Mist will bring one in. Atomic could not tuck it home under the bar. That opportunity goes by the wayside, and with it, so too do G2's hopes of coming back here in game one as the final few seconds burn away. Advantage, Luminosity.
That was an excellent game of control by Luminosity. You took advantage of the early G2. Really, the first was a slight overcommit. The second, a triple commit in front of the net. Panic as it bounced off the post. And after that, you take the mistakes when you can get them stacks, and then you clutch up on defense. G2 could not shoot on Luminosity's net.
And now think about what this means now with the format. Loser chooses the next game mode, either 2v2 or 1v1. But more importantly, if G2 wants to come back and win this series and take it away from Luminosity, they have to get to a 1v1 at this point now, because we know they would need to go at least 4 games. And have to imagine Luminosity might have the clear 1v1 edge. What they choose here, G2 of course, will be very telling in the tale of this series and both teams' tournament runs, perhaps.
I do imagine it's 2v2.
Yeah.
Thinking Mist and whoever. I mean, put in Chicago, put in Atomic. You'd likely think Atomic with the season that he's had and with how insane he's been. I mean, how many highlight reel goals have we seen the guy score? Now you want to give him a little bit of space. I think Mist Atomic is my guess on G2.
Yeah.
I don't anticipate them picking ones. And for Luminosity, we'll probably see what we saw in Detonator, or against Detonator, which was Tox Atomic.
Right, and with G2, I think it changes everything, bringing Mist in instead of JNaps, of course. Unable to travel due to sickness, but, you know, because I would think that if JNaps was here, you'd go with Nap Chicago. The duo has been together forever. So now you have to kind of throw a wrench into the plans. And we await to see, it will be Atomic Chicago in a 2v2 for G2. So Mist, the newcomer coming in, and he's going to sit on the sidelines.
You know what, Stacks? We're small brain. We've been saying it the whole time. Mist just came in playing with G2. It makes sense that G2 want to play with their teammates, people they've built a lot of synergy up around the season. And Chicago, absolutely a solid choice. We'll see if G2 can get things back on the right wheel. Let's see if Chicago and Atomic, what they have in the tank. We know what Atomic and Tox can bring. We already saw it against Detonator, but G2 a much different opponent. Is G2 already having some threatening looks, but each 50 goes the way of Luminosity.
Chicago, one of the more impressive RLCS careers, dating back to a brief stint in the rival series, and deservedly so brief, as he quickly made his way up with Evil Geniuses, and then eventually to this monster that has become G2 Esports, now a major champion in the most recent RLCS season, and certainly a contender for the World Championship coming up in just a few weeks' time.
G2 needed that clear right before they got it. They were sitting on no boost, but they got the ball, they got control, and that flick allowed them to refuel. Luminosity trying again, but slowly losing control of that ball. G2 able to bait in a challenge, beat that first defender, but a big demo leaves the net wide open. That's gonna do it. Luminosity, that's 3 straight goals across 2 games so far.
It is amazing how Luminosity have found ways to break down the G2 defense, whether it's 3s or now 2s. One less defender to clear away, and it works out well for Luminosity here. Another demolition play just kind of makes G2 buckle under the pressure. Now Chicago trying to set up Atomic. Won't have Chicago as an option, so I'll have to throw one to the backboard, easily cleared away. And Atomic thought about it, then remembered he has absolutely nothing in the tank. So he had to go all the way back for a full tank.
Not to touch Atomic wanted. Was hoping to control that. Now transition off the bar, and a double tap just puts it above. Atomic gonna get there in time, but he doesn't have a lot of boost. G2 take one away. Tox a little left, just gets to the 50. Atomic again on small pad work. Got the 50 in front. Excellent work by Atomic. Didn't get the wave landing, but it ended up working out in his favor on the 50.
Oh! He couldn't catch up with that either. Tox will roll another one in, and Luminosity, again, just get another cheeky goal to add to their advantage over G2. Little wave dash from Tox, and Chicago just could not get back across, stuck in the corner. And I feel like maybe Boost has been a real concern now for G2 in the early half of this 2v2, and things get even more dire for the squad as we go on.
It was a concern for Luminosity right before that last play happened. Boost has certainly felt in Luminosity's favor. The start of the 2v2. Oh, it bounces off the bar, and wow, Luminosity, how about it? Atomic and Tox really clicking well. It shows you that even if you have the space, not really all about finding the mechanical outplay. Luminosity content to take the 50, take the demo, make the hard work in the 2v2, stealing that boost, and there's another 50. Forces G2 back, and having to come back on the rotation, use more boost. And as long as they get touches like that, they're okay, but they're having problems finding the board. They need to find the scoreboard here shortly.
Not a whole lot of boost to go around between these four players, as Atomic is going to have to cycle out. And Atomic will try and clear this one. No, he had to go for boost in the corner and just could not get anywhere near the ball. So again, Luminosity able to hem G2 deep in their own territory. Atomic will finally break out right at Atomic, and you wonder if we'll see that matchup with just those two under the spotlight soon enough, as Atomic scores, opens the lead to 3. But that goal right there, Jorby, I think that's kind of the first one you feel like Luminosity has truly earned.
I mean, that catch was insane, though. I mean, like, it bounces off the 50 on the demo. Atomic's already in position. He gets that first touch, and he still has the control to put the shot on net. I mean, it bounced right to the side. He was just in the perfect spot to make it happen. Luminosity really clicking well right now. G2 just don't really have an answer for it. They've tried different mix-ups. They've tried to boom it downfield. They've tried to air dribble it out. But Luminosity, they haven't taken the bait. And I do feel like, as you've mentioned a couple times now, Stax, the boost game, where Luminosity have been really efficient overall. They haven't been caught out on boost nearly as often as G2 have. And here, diving in front, almost got the air dribble bump, but it's taken out.
Plenty in the tank to work with, as Atomic waiting to clear this one away. And the other Atomic will lead this one for Tox. So it's hard to call him the other Atomic. He has clearly shown up to this series, while G2's Atomic still yet to get out of the gates. Here goes Tox with a powerful clear. That's all Luminosity needs to do. Boom the ball back downfield, invite G2 to try and launch a counterattack that could get them on the board, and they finally do. Chicago with 45 seconds left.
They finally break the seal. They were scoreless in almost 10 minutes of gameplay. That's a nice little pass in front to Chicago, catching Luminosity out on the transition, getting that goal. 45 seconds left, but 2v2, it's a little easier to find goals, but they have to find a way to shuffle Luminosity off this ball. They might get one here on the kickoff. Atomic flicks it up over one. It's taken over to the corner.
Coming up on the final 30, you got to feel like they got to score with maybe at least 20 seconds left to feel like they got a realistic shot at tying this up, give themselves a couple decent looks at the net, and that shot saved away by Tox. It was Atomic trying to get the ball rolling just a bit, and that 20-second threshold has been reached. Atomic gonna try and go low. 50 will find Chicago. 15's a long time to find an equalizer.
And this was a build-up and a proof of why having boost in your tank really matters. A couple of transition tries, go-ahead passes downfield for G2, opens the gate up for Atomic. All you gotta do is win 150. Very smart 50 there from Atomic, making his car as big as possible, getting that bounce shot out to Chicago. Well within reach now, Stax.
Well, the most important 50 went to Luminosity. They won the kickoff, but now G2 still finding a way to work down the field, hit them where they ain't. Tox finding open space, and he'll bring this down to ground. Luminosity hangs on, but G2 finally got a goal in this series. They at least got it back within one. There's some momentum, but then you feel like everything's just yanked right back away from them, with Luminosity now with commanding 2-0 advantage. And now G2 absolutely would have to win a 1v1, but first they got to beat them in threes. Means they have to score against them in threes just to have a shot.
And I think G2, they have the blueprint. It's just about settling down. The only goals Luminosity were able to score in threes were off of G2 errors. You just clean that up, keep the comms clean. It can be a little different. Your synergy's a little different when 33% of your team is gone and you have to put in a new player. you know, Mist can be the best player in the world, but that synergy absolutely matters in situations like this. So Mist got a chance to sit out, take a little bit of a breather, but you got to feel great right now if you're Luminosity.
Absolutely, yeah. Luminosity, that big win is something they've been chasing for a while. You can see, you know, some hints of smiles now on the Luminosity side and playing with a lot of confidence. Of course, their second match on the stage today. Both these teams playing their last match of the tournament today before moving on into day 2. So, I mean, hey, pretty sweet deal for G2. You come in, only have to play once, but it's kind of turned into a nightmare. We go back to 3v3s now. For the odd games, game 3 could be the final one as Luminosity tries to close it out. Atomic with a good low 50, but now look at Ixo beat 2 and left Mist all alone at the back, and Mist, a familiar position for him, whether it was on the old Envy or now with Optic. He is constantly left at the back to kind of fend for himself and bail the team out.
The big question for G2 is how do you break through that Luminosity defense? It may have to come to the physical game, but here's Chicago, got a nice one off the ceiling and taken away to the corner.
I like Atomic there too, coming in on the weak side, trying to kind of get the rebound down low, and it just didn't work out. He narrowly missed.
Has been a couple tight ones for Luminosity on the net too, but again, look, high and away. No one from G2 immediately able to respond, although here comes Mist, has the carry. No reset for him available. Luminosity so quick to those challenges, and G2 almost getting caught out again on the third. This time the touch is good enough for G2 to get out, but they're losing midfield control.
Luminosity, quite simply, has been better with no room for doubt over the first couple of games. Under fire early here, but they've weathered the storm. That ball gets away. It's just a giveaway to Mist. Now Chicago lining up a double, and that's cleared by Ixo. Well done. Proactive defense along the back line, and then Atomic trying to do it himself. Made to commit, but the ball went up high and away, so nobody could jump back in for G2. Luminosity recovers defensively, and again, they repel the G2 attack, at least for now. Infield pass, and Mist taking his time, and he just could not get that to go, and neither could he find a teammate. The idea was there, Jorby. Execution lacking right at the critical moment.
He knew he had one more defender to beat in the net and tried to get him off the play. He didn't want that clear to come rocketing out of the net. So you can understand just getting in front, stuffing that ball in front of the net could have been a great opportunity, but Atomic takes one, and G2 get their first 3v3 goal.
Get their first 3v3 goal and their first lead of this series, trying to turn things around, stop the snowball dead in its tracks, and a shot like that, with that kind of placement from Atomic, could be enough to get him going.
Nice break for G2. Another one for Luminosity. Getting demoed on the play. Things can certainly settle down now for G2. You get that first goal. You've been able to connect on passes a little more often. That's been difficult. Luminosity's structure on defense has made it. You've seen G2 consistently go to the wall, but now you're seeing break through the midfield line. Mist has been winning these 50s. Not the best touch there from Luminosity. Nobody able to rotate back. It's free for Mist taking control of that one. Luminosity get caught out.
The exact inverse of what we saw in the first 3v3. G2 now getting the early advantage, pressing it at about the halfway mark. But Luminosity, one strike away from kind of turning this game on its head.
The big thing, if G2 can maintain this lead, is we will go to a 1v1 if this goes to a game 4. And that question remains, is we know how good Atomic is.
Yep.
Atomic with a K in 1v1. So who do you go to on G2 to try to contend?
We can say with almost 100% certainty, they're sending Atomic, Luminosity, of course. G2, again, game time decision, according to Sathu, as Ixo will wait for this one patiently. Got Atomic up ahead, but he could not convert. Tox will try and continue the play and try to get a high bouncer, and it just kind of died right there in the corner.
I think you really go for your most mechanical player. You got to go for Atomic. He's not just got the mechanics.
Oh my goodness.
He's also got the brains, but Luminosity still thinking they can end this one in 3 if they can just put together the right play. That's a nice win in the corner. He's speedily up to the ball, but Chicago in the right spot. Luminosity still crashing in front, and that's a goal for Ixo.
Ixo diving in. Once that ball starts waterfalling down, It's so incredibly difficult to read, even tougher to get an effective clear. Atomic in a nearly impossible spot there, trying to clear that away from deep in the corner. Luminosity back within 1, and still plenty of time, but they gotta save this one off the kickoff, and Tox does exactly that. Few players, actually few combinations have turned defense into offense better than Tox and Ixo of the last year, but they don't play any defense here, and Chicago goes right down Broadway.
Yep, third man. It's caught upfield just a little bit. You see him with the wave landing, knowing he has to get back in time, tried to read that 50 and just missed it by a pixel. Not a bad recovery coming back, trying to defend the shot, and it just comes down to reaction time on that shot. Just could not get there in time. Nice shot from Chicago.
So G2 opens up the 2-goal lead again as Tox has to work back from square one. They'd gotten so close, and yet again so far away, which has been the story of Luminosity throughout RLCS this season. Ixo got one in front, but there is Atomic to clear, with Atomic racing back on the Luminosity half. Ixo nowhere near the net as he just threw that towards the back wall, hoping to generate a juicy rebound. And now an opportunity for Ixo again as he got this all the way across, but there waiting is Chicago, and yet again, G2 not allowing Luminosity that critical infield pass as it's cleared away again by Atomic.
Yeah, G2 not nearly as shaky on defense as they were earlier. Looking much more staunch on the defensive end. Haven't seen a single double or triple commit out of them. It's a nice catch, but again, G2 front of the net, not allowing Luminosity to take those shots. They're losing the 50s. This is a nice move around the corner, but again, when it gets to the back wall, whether it's Atomic, Chicago, or Mist, they've gotten the clear every time, and now they've blown through the midfield line, and that's all the time left on the clock.
Yeah, final 7 seconds unless they get a goal right about now, and they will not as ball goes right back into their own territory. Luminosity will be denied the sweep. G2 will stay alive, but now we'll find out. Who does G2
Give it to us. Give it to us.
1v1 to face, let's face it, we all know it. Who wants Atomic in a 1v1 for G2?
Look, we're never biased in the caster booth, okay? This is the one time I'm biased. Make it happen. The entire Rocket League community wants this. Are you going to deny what the people want? Give us Atomic and Atomic. Just make it happen. We got to figure out who's Atomic and who's B-Tomic. I still don't know. I still don't know, Stacks. Like, how upset would T-Bates be if we went back to North America and we said, hey, Bates, don't know how to tell you this, man, but Atomic, he's B-Tomic.
I mean,
how do you think he'd react?
I think whichever Atomic doesn't play becomes B-Tomic by default. Ooh. By ducking the challenge.
He won't accept that argument,
I understand that he won't accept the argument. He wouldn't accept the argument if I told him that Luminosity Atomic was better because he beat him. So it doesn't really matter. Look, you can tell T-Bates a team loses and he'll still tell you they're undefeated. So whatever. But we will find out soon enough here. 2-1 the series advantage right now for Luminosity, but it's 3-1 in Game 3, the second 3v3 that G2 had to play here in this series. They finally get one on the board. They stave off the sweep, and now we will see exactly. It's got some kind of a wry smile on the face of Snasky there. And
is it happening, Snasky?
Is it? Atomic and Mist. All right, so G2 Atomic is now B-Tomic by forfeit. All right, here we go. All kidding aside, Mist in the 1v1. Hey, you bring him in. He had to replace JNaps on very, very short notice. If they feel like he's got the matchup, you might as well go with it. So we'll see what Mist can do as he almost caught Atomic as he had to send that one to the crossbar. Atomic barely making the save and having to kind of keep his head on a swivel and force Mist all the way back.
I think Mist, it's a smart choice by G2. You're trying to win. You're not trying to go to the lower bracket. Just tries to cut across, but very level-headed player. One of the smartest players in North America. It makes sense. You want someone with those brains in the 1v1. It's all about how is he going to contend with the entire bag that Atomic has in the mix-up game. He's going to have to withstand a lot of that. Already feeling a bit of that pressure, but we've seen him already a couple time stacks. Very speedy on that approach, not unwilling to take those rocket shots from midfield. And just let Atomic play with that ball. He'll take Mist, will wait for the opportunity, probably won't go for those flashy mechanical plays all too often. Just trying to beat out Atomic on those tough 50s, force him into some bad spots, but no one really getting a solid advantage. Mist still with control here in front.
We've heard Johnny say time and time again, look, playing overly defensive is not the way to go in ones. And this is kind of where Mist is going to have to make his money here. He's got a good 50 at midfield. Can he get around onto this? No, what a quick recovery by Atomic. And now he'll try to press that advantage from the wing. Got Mist kind of in a sitting duck position there, but Atomic not able to convert. Mist with another critical save. Atomic, oh, you had to wonder if he was going to go for contact. Maybe he caught Atomic out this time. He did, and Mist will score to give G2 the lead.
Patience from Mist. Atomic had stolen both of those corner boosts. It's all about picking the right opportunity, saving that dodge, getting it right by Atomic. You see Atomic screen across to try to force the 50, but Mist not perturbed by Atomic's speedy approach there on offense, taking the right opportunity. He got the shot, used the rest of his boost when it mattered the most. Oh, but Atomic gets the kickoff.
Yep.
Right back. That's ones, baby.
The great equalizer. 1v1 kickoff going the way of Atomic. And Mist unable to recover in time. So all that work over the past minute and a half that Mist put together to finally break through and get that goal. All for naught, as we're back to square one. And maybe another opportunity. That shot was a little wide, but still advantage Atomic, and got a shot off, but Mist had it read the whole way.
Mist content to let Atomic take it.
Dangerous.
Back again. He's so good on defense, though. He finds those reads, speedy backup. But look, he's flat on the ground now. He's only got 14 in the tank. That shot's placed a little better by Atomic. You put a little more pressure on Mist. It's hard to get the recovery and get control of the ball when you're not winning the boost game in front. Look, only 24 there. He uses more. Now he's out. Only a couple from Atomic, and that beautifully played from Atomic, really waxing and weaving his way through Mist and taking advantage of that low boost.
Yeah, that's a good 20, 25-second sequence there where he's just trying to wear Mist down and make him burn all his boosts and make him rely on pennies and quick recoveries, and eventually Mist just ran out of gas as Atomic finally wore him down and got the opportunity on an open net. And now Atomic with the lead. We'll see how he does as a front runner. His first lead of this 1v1. Mist has held his own. Again, you have to imagine that mechanical prowess of Atomic is going to shine through sooner rather than later.
I mean, Atomic not really having to rely on it. I mean, you see it a lot from the top 1v1ers, right? The mechanics are there. The mechanics are a given. What a move from Mist! But it's all about the mind games in this bout. Mist taking one off of Atomic here.
What a touch by Mist. Just again, you have to play that mental game, and being an elite defender as Mist is, you have to constantly ready. I mean, you're constantly in a 1v1 in Mist position often, even in his 3v3 games, because again, he gets hung out to dry so often on the defensive end, whether it was with Envy or now with Optic. But Atomic here with the rebound, and again, Mist with the save. He just finds a way, time it again.
But Atomic, a quick recovery. He stole the midfield boost, and that was perfect from Atomic. Mist had the break, and if he gets to that ball in time and gets a solid touch, which he didn't, he could have broke against Atomic there. It's all about the recovery on that last shot from Atomic. He doesn't recover quickly. He doesn't get that midfield boost. He doesn't have the ability to turn that ball right back around on Mist and get the goal.
What's on the line more importantly here, winner doesn't have to deal with any lower bracket shenanigans. They don't have to worry about facing elimination until we get to the weekend proper. It's Mist gonna get a shot off here. Atomic had it all lined up. Only a 1-goal lead though for Atomic, as Mist is kind of hung around. And when you let a player like Mist hang around for as long as Atomic has, you're just one kind of iffy touch away from this series completely changing. You do not want to let this get back to another 3v3.
It's close though. Atomic trying to bump Mist out. Definitely say Atomic's had the better control, but Mist gets those cheeky 50s. It's caught Atomic out on a couple of those mind games.
I think Atomic's playing a very dangerous game, and it's working out. He still feels like he's fully in control, but again, not able to press that advantage, get it back to a 2-goal game. Trying to wear him out again, though. These long sustained attacks have been deadly for Atomic, and now Mist is giving him space. That could be a fatal error. No, he made the save again. Mist trying to high wire his way out of here. Now only with 2 boosts in the tank, and Atomic just baited him in.
Atomic playing that one extra safe, goes to steal that corner boost, and probably could have got that shot, but he wants to protect the retreat because he doesn't know exactly how much boost Mist has in the tank. So he goes to protect, gets enough boost to respond to what Mist can do. As soon as he sees Mist is totally flat, he knows he's got full advantage, and he put a perfect shot on net. Mist getting the kickoff, and Atomic gonna get there in time. Oh, Stacks. It's looking like it just might happen here for Atomic.
Yeah, Mist. Gotta have it right here. Gotta move downfield oh so quickly. At least got by Atomic, but could not bring the car past him. 1 second left, it's not enough. And Luminosity is moving on past G2. Atomic indeed, gets the dub for Luminosity to secure passage through the group.
That was a brutally efficient 1v1 from Atomic. No nonsense, all business. And Luminosity, look, feeling it right now. You just took down G2 and you're moving on. One more match to go for them to qualify to the playoffs.
Exactly, yeah, the winner between Guild and Complexity. Another high-octane matchup that's gonna have all the twists and turns of every roller coaster you've ever seen. I can't wait to see who comes out of that series and challenges Luminosity for a spot in the playoff finals later on this weekend. It's just been a great run for Luminosity here today. They really brought the heat, absolutely, for Luminosity. I mean, they had that warm-up game, as Snasky put it, with Detonator.
I mean,
well,
it clearly
warmed them up all right.
Yeah, I mean, like we saw it again. While the offense, they didn't really need a lot of offense against G2 in the early game. They just had to play solid defense and also not give up the midfield as often, and they didn't give G2 much to look at in game 1. And then the 2v2, I mean, Atomic and Tox, they're so good together, trying to make an argument for why they might be one of the better duos in this tournament after taking down Chicago and Atomic. And then the 1v1, I mean, like I said, like just absolute efficiency from Atomic, taking advantage of something that Johnny talks about a lot, why defensive play doesn't work that well in 1v1. I mean, we saw it. Mist, eventually you lose the boost. If you can't keep control of the ball, if you can't force the player to respond to you being on the ball, you're gonna have trouble getting boost, you're gonna have trouble getting quality touches, and that's what Mist was faced with the entire time. His boost constantly weathered down in front of the net. Atomic, excellent job. Luminosity, an excellent job moving to the final bout to get to the playoffs.
I'm joined by Tox from Luminosity Gaming. Once again, that was quick. I mean, I've got to say, you guys are looking pretty comfortable so far, 2 for 2. How are you feeling right now at this point?
رجعنا مرة ثانية مع توكس من فريق لوميناسيتي بعد ما فازوا جيم جدا رهيب. حبينا نسأله كيف ثقته في المباراة الجاية، خصوصا انهم جدا قريبين انهم يتأهلون.
Well, I'm pretty nervous right now after watching that one game Atomic versus Mist, because I don't know, for some reason me watching the games is way more intense than actually playing. But yeah, I'm really happy with the win. 3-1 is really solid against G2, which we thought were #1 seed for sure. So I'm really glad we won for sure. Yeah.
هو جدا مبسوط على انهم فازوا، وبنفس الوقت هم ثقتهم قاعده تزيد بانفسهم اكثر واكثر، هم جدا قريبين من انهم يتاهلون، وهم قاعدين يقولون انهم يوعدوننا انه راح يتاهلون معنا.
Speaking of Atomic, I think I asked you a question in our previous interview a bit earlier in the day. Now, can we establish that as you have won this match, are we going to crown the opposing Atomic as B-Tomic now? Johnny's words, not mine. It's up to you.
بما انه عندنا 2 اتوميك، واحد من فريق لوميناسيتي واحد من فريق جي 2، لكن بعد المباراه هذه اثبتنا ان فريق لوميناسيتي جيمنج هم بيكونون الافضل، لكن السؤال هو مين الاتوميك الاحسن؟ هل هو حق فريق جي 2 او حق فريق لوميناسيتي؟
Well, I guess that's a suitable nickname, as Jorby said. But yeah, no disrespect to Atomic, he's a crazy player. They won the major, so he can't really complain. But yeah, I mean, Atomic's been grinding for this event. He's been grinding ones like crazy. He's like top 10 in ones on the leaderboard. So like he's been grinding for this event. We all have, like, that's why we're really proud and excited to keep on playing this tournament.
هو قاعد يتكلم عن الهيستوري حق اتوميك، يقول انه هو فعلا قاعد يسوي جرايند جدا كثير للبطوله، وبنفس الوقت هو جاهز انه يثبت نفسه في المباراه هذه. فانا اشوف انه هو اتوميك حق لوميناسيتي جيمنج هو اللي بيكون الافضل.
Before I let you go, I just want to ask, what do you think is clicking with you and your team that maybe other people are lacking right now at this point?
السؤال الأخير عندنا بيكون إيش هو الشيء المميز اللي عند فريق لوميناستي اللي جالس يضبط معهم يخليهم يفوزون المباراة اللي ما هو موجود عند الفرق الثانية؟
Well, I don't think anything's really clicking too much. I just think that we're kind of playing like always. Maybe I'm playing a bit better on LAN. Maybe my teammates are playing a bit better at LAN. But I think we've always been a solid team. It was just that we were kind of unfortunate in the online tournaments. But now I think we're going to really prove we have less pressure now since non-RLCS event. I think we're really going to prove to everyone that we're actually a solid top team.
توكس كان يتكلم على انه هم فعلا فريقهم جاي بثقه، هم يلعبون اللان افضل، وهم اصلا مشت معاهم في المباراه هذه، لكن بنفس الوقت هم جايين يثبتون انفسهم، واكيد انهم يضمنون التاهل الى النهائيات.
Well, Tox, you certainly have proved that you guys belong here. You've played incredibly well so far. And I think what you've shown so far, you could go the distance. So thank you so much for joining us on stage. You guys have been absolutely incredible. And we wish you best of luck for the rest of the tournament. We're also going to throw to a very quick break. But please, don't go anywhere because we are going to have so much action coming back right after this short break.
بعد ما خلصنا المباراة هذه وشفنا الفريق لوميناستي جيمنج هم الأحسن فعلا، بيكونون هم أقرب إنهم يكونون التوب سيد في الجروب حقهم، فخلونا نشوف إيش بيقدمونه في المباراة الجاية، لكن المباراة الجاية بتكون جدا حماسية فلا تبعدون، كلها دقائق بسيطة وراجعين لكم.
welcome back once again, everybody, to Gamers8. There we have it. Luminosity managed to successfully take away the victory from G2, which does indeed mean that their coach is safe for now. I will not be flaming just yet. Yet is the key word, okay? How did you find that game there, Jorby?
I was really impressed with Luminosity. I mean, namely Atomic in that 1v1 against Mist, really proving why he is so good at the mode. Mist really just, he got a couple of cheeky goals in there, but I mean, Atomic never really lost control of that game. And I mean, Luminosity in the 3v3 early on too, like G2 had no offense. I was really impressed by Luminosity.
People are going to be sleeping on them. They are an incredible team, and they just got a bit unfortunate with the teams they've come up against in the online era. One of the teams we expected to go on and potentially make the Winter Major, they kept facing BDS, and they're proving why they're one of the best threes teams with one of the worst results.
Well, as we take a look at some of our highlights by Aramco, Greg, are you disappointed a little bit we didn't see the Atomic showdown that everybody was rooting for? I know everybody in the green room was literally just like, oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Well, he dodged a bullet because Atomic was looking fine in that 1v1 and beat Mist eventually, but it was the early lead from Luminosity. They look so solid in the threes, and you can just see the environment of that team. They seem to be having a great time, especially in the 1s and 2s. Having a player like Ixo, who's a lot of fun to play with, I'm imagining he's gassing them up, and you got confident Snasky as well behind them. They're probably just having fun.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Why, you have to be having fun, especially now that you are the official Atomic. And, you know, we finally decided, yeah, just because you didn't play in it doesn't mean you're not going to get B-Tomic. G2 Atomic, okay, but you're totally right, Greg. And I mean, Luminosity looked extremely comfortable. I have been impressed with Tox in this tournament, especially in the 2v2. He has been excellent in the 50 game. A great compliment to Atomic in that mode in particular. Luminosity really looking like a 3-mode threat in the tournament.
And Tox has always been someone I've noticed to be quite confident compared to other players. You know, I was saying earlier, he speaks multiple languages. He speaks them all so well. He's always come across well in interviews. And I think that's one of the most important factors when playing on LAN, is to be that confident, somewhat of an ego sometimes, right? Like, that's such a big part of these players who play well on LAN, is they believe in themselves. And you could hear in his interview, he believes in himself, but he believes in his team.
I mean, why wouldn't you when you know that you have indeed qualified through to the playoffs at this stage? And as we take a look at our scoreboard by STC
Look
here.
at the shots difference there. You can see how much more Atomic was shooting than Mist. Mist is a very defensive player and was mostly scoring on the counter-attack, but you cannot hold out a creative, aggressive player like Atomic.
No, you can't. I mean, the main issue Mist kept running into, he found, well, Atomic, he can shoot really well, so now I have to use a lot of boost to get to the clear. If you can't control that clear, well, now all my boost is gone on my side of the field, and then next thing you know, you're whittled down to 0, and it's an easy goal for Atomic. It happens so many times in that series, and like you said, you can only get away with the cheeky defensive goals every so often, but eventually the faster player, the better player is going to win out in that 1v1.
Well, is that the performance you were hoping of Atomic? Did he give you the performance that you wanted and so much more?
So Atomic's been a player I've been watching for a while and really hoping to see him pop off eventually. I watched him a lot in his 2s ranked gameplay and could see he had that potential of a top world-class player. He just hasn't quite shown it in 3s in RLCS, but this format is made for him. 1s, 2s, and 3s, where he can perform in all of them and really show up and roll that momentum for his team. And
I really think G2, they started to get it figured out a little late. It was early mistakes in the 3v3 that cost them. They couldn't get offense going, and you can understand the struggle after, you know, you don't have JNaps, who is your striker. He is the guy who puts in so many goals for G2. Not having him here, having to readjust with a new player is difficult. So now that they've got their first match out of the way, it might be a little easier for G2 in the lower bracket.
Yeah, well, I did mention that Luminosity have indeed now gone through to the playoffs. So let's check in with our bracket so we can see how everything is unfolding. Our next matchup is indeed going to be Guild versus Complexity. And of course, the winner of that will advance through to the playoffs with Luminosity, whereby they will kind of face off against each other to try and get the highest seed. That matchup, I feel like, is going to be interesting, but I'm getting way too ahead of myself now, guys. This is how you know I'm getting excited about these matchups, and I'm like theorizing what's going to end up happening. Who's going to get the highest seed?
It's a good one to get excited about, for sure.
Yeah.
Also got the lower bracket to look forward to tomorrow, and I think Guild and Complexity, both of them will back themselves against Luminosity, especially as they have that same rounded capability of being good in 1s and 2s as well. But I think Guild and Complexity have a very similar storyline from the Gamers Without Borders qualification as being 3s teams that are good at 2s and then have this weirdly good 1s player who is not normally known for their 1s in CRR and Raise Ball, so they are so rounded and capable in all the different game modes.
And as we take a look at our lower bracket that you had mentioned, it is indeed going to be Twisted Minds taking on G2 Esports. Unfortunately, we didn't see the G2 that everybody has kind of been going on about necessarily, but how do you think they'll end up doing versus Twisted Minds? Do you think it'll be quite a comfortable victory for them?
I think this is a winnable, very winnable for G2. I expect them to win that match. I don't think they will have as many issues in the 3v3 or even 2v2 portion of that series. I do expect the Twisted Minds to be going home after that one, and G2, they'll get their warm-up matches. You know, Snasky got his against Detonator. So.
Well, on the topic of warm-ups, I know every player out there has their specific warm-up routines, but we actually saw Tox, or should I say Reddit actually spotted Tox scrolling through Spotify, trying to pick out the tunes that he wants to listen to during his warm-up. So now is a perfect time as any to shout out our sponsors. We have Spotify and also STC as well. I love the fact that Tox was completely unaware of the fact that that was even like a sponsor of this event, and the fact that he's just been banging the tunes out is truly amazing. What do you think he was listening to?
Well, that's a good question. We've seen it a lot at tournaments. These players do listen to music while they're playing, and they normally have it quite low in the background just as background sound. Gives them a little bit of energy, and when it gets quiet, it doesn't make it feel like silence. But he went in and was looking for songs while his teammate was playing in the 1v1. So he's obviously bored watching Atomic play.
Need a new playlist for the next match.
Yeah, let's find a new playlist on Spotify right now and see what I can work on.
It might be something to ask Tox next time. It's like, what are you listening to? Because it's hard to say. I mean, there's so many genres out there that you could be listening to anything. Me, classical music when I'm casting at home, just nice, soft, keep everything. Yeah, you wouldn't think that, would you?
No.
I respect that. I'm a musical man. I love listening to musicals from start to finish.
Okay, so you listen to musical music.
Yeah.
Is that for your warm-ups or before going on broadcast?
Oh, I don't listen to music when I'm playing. I'm full focus.
What kind of music isn't musical?
No, so it's stage performance musicals. Got
you.
Yeah. So like,
that was my fault. I wasn't listening.
Yeah, it's all right. It's just that, it's good vibes, isn't it? You just know you're dancing along, and it's like, when I walk through the street, I feel like I'm a character in a movie. That's why I like listening to.
Do you like strut to the beat too?
Oh yeah,
so that's required.
And then go up to a lamppost, spin around it.
Yeah, it's great. Why you like belt it out?
Do you do it all in the rain as well?
Oh yeah, dancing in the rain. Oh,
you're one of those guys that sings out loud when no one else can hear you.
Oh yeah, and shuffles.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. In the gym, I get some weird.
Well, I'm certainly excited to get stuck into our next matchup. I'm curious to see what these teams' warm-up routines are going to be. Barney, take us through this.
أعزائنا المشاهدين، المباراة الجاية بتكون من أقوى المباريات اللي معنا في البطولة. لا ننسى أيضا أن الفائز منهم راح يقدر يواجه لوميناستي جيمنج في الأبر براكت في الجروب حقهم، والفائز منهم أيضا بيقدر يتأهل إلى البلاي أوفس على طول. فالمباراة هذه أبدا ما بتكون بسيطة. بالتوفيق كل الفريقين، لكن الفريق الأول اللي راح يكون متواجد معنا في الستيج والفريق اللي يظهر معنا لأول مرة في مسرح جيمرز 8، رحبوا معنا فريق جيلد اي سبورتس.
Thank you so much, Guild. Please make your way to the side of the stage here and wait to face your opponents. So, a comfortable 3-0 in their first match. So, one would think that their confidence is sky high. There's only one way to find out. Please welcome to the stage of Gamers8, Complexity Gaming. Thank you so much, Complexity. Please take to the side of the stage and face your opponents. Okay. So it looks like our next match is almost underway. This is going to be a good one. So I'm going to throw it back over to the analyst desk to break everything down before we dive into this match.
المباراة الجاية راح تكون جاهزة أعزائي المشاهدين والحضور، وزي ما احنا عارفين الفريق الفائز على طول راح يتوجه إلى النهائي للبلاي أوفس حق الجروب الأول. بالتوفيق لهم إن شاء الله. خلونا على طول نروح مع المعلقين ونشوف نتيجة المباراة إيش بتكون.
It is indeed going to be Guild versus Complexity. Two very big organizations, two very big teams, but ultimately, which of these teams is big enough, better enough to take that spot in playoffs to face off versus Luminosity?
Well, I think it's going to be a tough one to call because this is probably the closest matchup we've had so far. Both teams with their full strength rosters, both teams with strong 1s, 2s and 3s game. It's always going to come down to can they take those 3s matches now.
Yeah, and Complexity's story I think is interesting going through the qualifiers in terms of that 2v2 in particular, because they had experimented with AJG and Shad, AJG and Razebull and Shad, and ultimately they've seemed to decide on Razebull and Shad in that 2v2, and I think that has been a really solid pairing for them. And I absolutely agree with you, Greg, and this is really close. And I've been going back and forth in my mind ever since this matchup was confirmed. Like, I really don't know which way I'm gonna go. But I gotta say, Complexity look terrifying when they go on stage and they're just like, just trying to intimidate their opponents.
Wait, do the pose, do the pose.
Just,
I mean,
no, don't single in on me when we're doing the pose. Yeah, that's it.
Need a little bit of glare.
You
maybe
can
a little
tell
grunt.
Gregan was definitely a coach.
Well, I was watching Marky.
You got the Esports pose down perfect.
Genuinely, the last time I went on stage, I held bottles of water. That was my kind of role. I was the water boy. But you could see Marky. Marky was just on there, just joking around with Devo, doing little eye wiggles and all sorts of shit. They're just having fun with it. You know, again, a team that we haven't seen at a major from Europe, getting a chance to compete on stage. We finally get Devo back since Season 7 of RLCS Worlds, so it's great to have him back on the stage.
And of course, this is our Guild roster coming up first and foremost. This is going to be their debut game here at Gamers8. Jorby, how are you thinking they're going to be looking to perform this game?
I think for this team, it basically comes down to, can you survive the 3v3 against Complexity? Because I think Complexity come at you very strong three-man roster on both sides of the field. I think Guild are a little weaker in terms of offense. I think they have CRR and Dorito very strong on offense. Devo is where I get a little concerned. Fine on defense, but in terms of offensive output, his shooting hasn't been the best. That's where I get worried about Guild in the 3v3.
Oh, I agree on that, and I think it really does come down to the impact of CRR and Dorito. They are a pair relying on Devo to give them the space. Devo is facilitating them. It cannot be represented more by the fact when they go to 2v2, it looks very similar the way they play. They just don't have that Devo glue whenever he needs to come in to fix up the gaps. So Devo is the filler role.
Sell that. Devo glue.
Devo
like
glue. Yeah.
Put his face on it.
And CRR Dorito have very similar playstyles to the South American players of they are high-flying, aggressive, very mechanical, so we're going to see some great moments in this game.
So would you say CRR is the dip to the Dorito?
Ooh.
But I did it.
I like that. No. She's better than all of us. How long have we been casting CR Dorito and never come
somewhere
up with
right now is
he's writing it down.
Loving
he's going to pull it up at the most inopportune time as well.
And as we take a look at the Complexity roster, now talk to me, which players are we really going to be kind of looking towards to be that driving force for the side of Complexity?
Can we do it on the count of 3?
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Razebull.
Yeah, there we have it.
We knew it.
So we saw Razebull actually play in the previous game, obviously Complexity winning that one out 3-0. Did Razebull really give you the performance you were kind of hoping to see from him, especially when we compare it to the Razebull that we saw online?
We didn't even get to see him in 1s.
Yeah, that's what I want to see.
Yeah, and he's been grinding 1s. Like when he did well in online, we were like, wow, Razebull's an amazing 1v1 player. He barely practiced. Now he's been practicing. He could genuinely be one of the best 1s players here, and we won't even know until we see him.
And I think he's got the right play style for 1v1 as well. When he took to it in the qualifiers when he hadn't played it at all, he's got the right aggressive mindset to push the ball forward fast, keep control of the ball, control the boost, all of those things that you look for in a solid 1v1 player. He's got it. And I was talking to Shad and Razebull this morning before we headed over to the studio, and Shad is just hyping up Razebull. He's like, this guy is absolutely nuts at once. So they're certainly confident about their ability in all 3 game modes. Complexity, certainly a 3-mode threat, but I think Guild, it's really close. close. CRR and Dorito are just as much of a threat. CRR as good as RazeBull is in 1v1. It's really anyone's game.
And do you feel like the side of Guild will necessarily take that risk to feel the wrath of the full RazeBull?
Well, you say that. They pick twos very frequently in the Gamers Without Borders qualifier because CRR and Dorito are that duo who've been together a long time. They were together on FC Barcelona.
Yes.
And then CRR went over to Guild, and then when they removed Nolly from the roster, they brought Dorito in, who was one of the strongest free agents at the time, and obviously has that synergy with CRR. So in the twos environment, those two are probably one of the best twos duos at this event in terms of synergy. Whether they can play at that level here on LAN, we don't know. We haven't seen them play on a stage, so that's the big question mark here, where Complexity have got that game out the way. They've eased themselves into the environment. They looked way more confident in the walkout. They knew where they needed to stand, so they've got used to this environment.
You know what? I feel like the more we keep asking for these ones, the more we ask for the Atomic v Atomics, the less likely it is to actually happen. Now, I'm just throwing it out there. I would love to see a ones if they can hear me in the arena right now. Cough, cough, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I kind of really want to see ones taking place now. We want to see that RazeBull.
I will say, if Complexity do lose this first 3v3, they also in the qualifier leaned more 2v2 most often, but then RazeBull beat Daniel. Then RazeBull started beating really solid 1v1 players, and I think that he's got that confidence now that if Complexity do lose that first game, I think it's highly likely Complexity go to that 1v1 first.
And I think the other thing is true, if Guild lose that first game, they'll probably pick two. So it is very much reliant on the 3v3 results as to what order we see the crew battle format.
Now the real question is, who's going to win the threes?
Let's
set the scene.
That will decide this match, because I think it's going to go one way each for the twos and the ones.
Yeah, and I really think Complexity has the advantage in the 3v3 again, because I just look at the strength of all three players. AJG, who can really turn it on offense. Shad, who on both sides of the field, but I think mainly people are so impressed on defense, how he just flies into the net, makes incredible saves, and creates solid transitions for his team. The big X factor in that 3v3 is Devo. If Devo can shoot well, then it's anybody's game. Guild could take the advantage that way. We haven't really seen that out of Devo in a while, but if he's different on LAN, if he can channel that old classic Devo energy, and I can hear in the back of my mind just Devo! Guild could absolutely take this. It's so close. Literally razor hair thin. I've been, for the last, hour, I've been sitting here thinking like, I don't know who I'm gonna, I don't know. You don't know either, and he's smarter than I am.
All right, so is it wrong of me to ask for your prediction?
No, you can ask.
I'm gonna ask.
I'll guess.
Anyway.
I mean,
guess. That's what we like.
No guessing, world
guess.
champion coach. Come on.
I mean, I'm gonna go with my heart, and I'm gonna go with Guild. No, what am I talking about? It's Complexity. They're better.
Wow.
Oh.
Wow.
My heart said Guild.
Your heart just got crushed.
Don't be silly. It's probably more likely to be Complexity, but I think it's one of those where it's like a 55-45, 60-40 in Complexity's favor, but it is genuinely, I think, Complexity's game.
I think, despite me saying how close it was going to be, I'm actually going to say Complexity in 4, and that's due to the extra modes. I think they're strong as CRR and Dorito in the 2v2. We saw what RazeBull could do, and Shad hasn't even had to unlock his mechanics yet, but if it's required, he's definitely got them. I think Complexity have this.
I'm tempted to just disagree with you both, just for the sake of it. So I'm going to go ahead and make my prediction of Guild. I really hope that they don't let down my very first prediction of the entire tournament, but I'm going to throw it over to our two amazing casters, Supersonic and Stacks. Let's do this.
Well, we didn't quite get the matchup we wanted before, but we will have plenty of dream matchups here in this series. Complexity and Guild, I think of all the possible matchups that we could have had coming into day one, this is the one that has generated the most buzz, the most discussion, because people really want to know who actually has the advantage here. And you ask two different people, they'll give you two different answers. And I think the key here lies in that 2v2 matchup, which we'll only see one time, probably between CRR and Dorito and RazeBull and Shad for Complexity. There's a lot, of course, to get into before we get to that matchup, but I have to imagine both these teams are going to take twos going into game two.
Yeah, it seems like that's probably the direction it's going to go. It seems like quite a few teams have actually kind of favored, for the most part so far today, at least going to that twos matchup. It's been the trend. You know, I'm with the desk. I would love to see the ones start getting a little bit more love. I'd love to see some of those matchups, and at the end of the day, if I want to see one of these teams do a ones, Razebull's definitely one of those players I want to see in a 1v1 matchup. I want to see him shine. He is so good in that area. He deserves to have the spotlight just on him, and I want to see that matchup.
With these matchups in particular, the emphasis on winning game one has to be paramount for both of these teams, because again, once you get into that second game, the losing team picks the format, and that kind of tips their hand. That's the mental game that comes into all of this. That tells you what they don't want to play, and that can give, especially a 1v1 player like CRR perhaps, a huge advantage going into that fourth game. I absolutely love this transition as we go in to Manfield for game one. It is showtime. Guild, Complexity, winner gets Luminosity. Loser goes down to the lower bracket and has to go through Detonator, and then possibly eventually G2, who was just put there by Luminosity a moment ago. We are underway.
Right into the game, and a early possession here for the side of Complexity. Gets blasted across the line and easily knocked away, but yeah, again, this match, as you were saying, matters so much, and Complexity strikes first here, and of course, none other, the man, the myth, the legend himself, Razebull, going to be the first one to strike.
Indirect pass from the heavens from AJG, and Razebull there to convert 19 seconds in. And it is Complexity striking early, but will they strike often or often enough to keep Guild behind them? Opportunity here for CRR, and his shot deflected away by Razebull all the way across. Normally a dangerous play, only one he had available to him. Now Shad had that blocked deep into the zone by Dorito, and another play all the way across by Razebull. Complexity playing a dangerous game, but Guild has not punished them for it in the early stage.
Had the boost to spin there, had the flip reset, but unable to turn anything in out of it. A quick shot will come through from Shad as he shoots one on net, and it's knocked away again. And a bit of a back and forth. Other than that one goal here in that opening minute, both teams have had a couple opportunities to strike, but no one able to convert since that opening goal.
Well, Dorito with AJG just kind of shadowing him the whole way. Razebull opportunity, no. AJG gonna lob one back in. Razebull thought about turning, realized he was beat, so he took the corner boost instead. They'll play the long game here, try to starve out Guild. Couple players with absolutely no boost, and then Devo able to grab some, and then CRR and Dorito. The Spanish connection doesn't come through, but Devo there to play janitor just after the 90-second mark.
Yeah, that's one of those ones you come through. If you miss that, then you cannot miss that. Devo able to come in. He actually has to make that hard turn and read it off of the bounce. He thought it was going in at first, and then it comes across off that post. Able to quickly turn, move that momentum in the right direction. He secures it, ties it up. 1-1 Guild versus Complexity.
Did well enough to get the equalizer. And now Shad quickly beaten out by Devo. No respect there whatsoever. Not interested in letting him set up a play as AJG falls into his net to make the save. Razebull to continue downfield, and Complexity threatening, dangerous ball in front. A juicy rebound that was not put away thanks to clutch defending again from Guild, and they have had to figuratively stand on their heads to keep Complexity to just the one goal so far.
I mean, not a lot of power in that shot, but Razebull really shows his placement, the skill, the accuracy there, and it really does make that defense stretch. They were able to, you know, actually get there for that one, but a really tough save made, and Razebull trying to stretch that defense constantly with his shots.
Dorito plays one way out to the wing, trying to set up a teammate. CRR continues, trying to center one, and didn't get all of this. Razebull will actually bring it center for Guild as Devo got a second lease on life here on this attack. And now Dorito has that blocked away, and CRR doing all he can, needs a second touch, doesn't have it. And now, finally, Complexity can clear the zone. Guild hung around probably longer than they had any business doing so, as AJG's gonna sky this up and deal with Devo trying to chase him down. Has he done enough? He sure has! Devo's interference opens it up. Dorito scores.
You know, the deep third there was working momentarily. They were running that deep third on the side of Complexity, but that didn't have the touch that he wanted. AJG out into that midfield, drops it back off, gives possession back to Guild, and Guild takes that gift and immediately punishes.
You don't always have to make contact to be effective. Devo just showed it there, and boy, if Devo can get back on form and be a difference maker in this series, Guild becomes the clear favorite. AJG trying to dance through the field. He at least got this to the backboard. Nobody else up there, but nobody threatening for Complexity. Infield pass blocked away by Dorito. And the defense of Guild at least holds for now, but Complexity bringing the heat as CRR has to bounce one away, and Shad is waiting right there for it. Just over a minute to go. Try to drop one down, but Razebull wasn't in the right spot. Good defending from Guild.
On the attack there was Complexity. Guild gonna do a little back pass there and take it back downfield. Devo will be the first one onto the wall there, and a little bit of a slow setup there. Couldn't quite get the touch they were looking for. So the offensive side there, Guild's had a couple moments where it's kind of ball been gifted over. They've had those shots. This one going to be just off the crossbar, down and out. Another follow-up, and the third man comes through. AJG ties it up with 44 seconds left.
It was just a matter of time. That ball hanging perilously around the goal line. Devo did all he could. But it does fall to AJG. Second goal for Complexity ties things up. 44 seconds to go. Again, loser chooses their fate for game number 2, whether they want 2v2 or the 1v1. Now Shad, denied by Dorito, and this almost found the net. Complexity in a real awkward spot as CRR brings us to the corner. Ceiling pinch to center, but Devo couldn't get up early enough to get a shot away. So now AJG brings this to ground, and Doritos got him right all the way. Final 13 seconds now. Bouncer goes through from Razebull as the sea just parted in front of him.
How is this the one that goes in? I guess there is a bump there on that back post. AJG runs into one of them, but Devo or Dorito, one of them's got to be able to get there to make the play on that ball. Complexity comes from down, ties it up, now in the lead in these final 11 seconds. Can Guild get back in, tie this match up in the final moments?
Complexity, a quick clear all the way down. Guild has to go the length of the field, and they won't! Razebull puts it away! A 2-goal lead with 2 seconds left. That'll secure game 1.
Yeah, it was one of those matches where it felt like Complexity, up until that point, they were down 2-1. It still felt like they had more possession time. A couple bad touches gave some opportunities to Guild, but this is more what it felt like the scoreline should have been from what we were watching happening on the field. And in the end, Complexity does ice up in the end of the match. Now we get to see the direction that Guild is going to go. Do they choose the 2v2? Do they choose the 1v1? I'm guessing they're going to lean into that 2v2.
Well, here's the thing. Mentally, you think, okay, you got to put your best foot forward.
Yep.
And you wonder exactly what that might be. I actually think their best foot forward here might be the 1v1. Even though they favored 2s all throughout this process getting to this point.
1v1 versus Razebull is the direction they want to go. I mean, maybe if it was another team, I think I might agree with you, but I don't know that I would want Razebull in a 1v1.
I don't necessarily look at results.
Because you know that's who's going in.
Months in the past and go, okay, I'm worried. I think that if I'm Marky over there, I'm feeling confident in my guy to go out and get the job done. By the way, can we talk about how, I mean, we see kind of Rocket League's past legends. We talk about guys like Snasky and Marky Duda. Okay, legends, baby. But definitely in Marky's case, one of the more iconic figures in Rocket League's past. He got Sathy over on G2, now kind of leading this new era of Rocket League pros into the future here. And it's great to see these former players, former world champions in Marky's case, still involved in the game. This far removed from their playing days.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's really cool just to kind of see how a lot of people have slotted in as they retire throughout the Rocket League as a whole, whether it be into coaching, into casting, into desk stuff, you know, with Greg and ourselves here. But we do get the next matchup. The option is the 2v2 CRR Dorito, Razebull Shad. That's the matchup that we got.
It's a matchup we expected when it came to twos, and so, again, for Guild to win this match, they know they will have to play a 1v1 at some point. Not necessarily have to win it, depending on how game 3 goes, but here they are, going with the twos, and I think it's a pretty clear case that, yes, this could be their best foot forward, needing a win to tie up the series. CRR trying to make his way downfield. Dorito trying to screen off Razebull, and it worked out perfectly as CRR will score the early goal.
Yeah, it's actually a great play from Dorito. This screen, you called it out well, able to block it in, and CRR able to play the inside edge of the defender on the other side. Open net, about as open as could be, all the way to the right post. He was boxed out.
Complexity won their 2v2 in the previous round, a 1-0 affair. Definitely not going to be a low-scoring matchup here, you'd have to imagine. And if CRR and Dorito can continue to wreak havoc in the back line of Complexity, it could be Guild running away with this. CRR quickly got around one, and I don't think that Razebull was thinking Shad was going to lose that challenge so decisively, or rather the other way around. Razebull got beat by a mile, and Shad was not ready for it.
What a shot from CRR, just able to get a hold of that ball, pick it up, and slot it right over the top. And as you said, Razebull wasn't ready to react, just couldn't get the height, and there's just enough, about a ball height of width there between him and the top of that post that opened up the shot and able to thread it in well. 2-0 now. Guild Esports up and almost a 2-1. Dorito able to save it right on the line. Low shot, saved away again in the corner.
The reflexes from Guild just a little bit better than those from Complexity, at least in the first 90 seconds. Boy, CRR is given a lot of kind of freedom there to do whatever he wanted with that ball in the corner. Complexity still managed to snuff out the attack, and then it's Shad looking to take the shot this time, and Dorito with the save, more importantly right over towards his teammate CRR. Now Razebull stuffed by Dorito. We've seen that a few times where, you know, Guild kind of gave the ball away in the threes matchup, but here in the twos, they are taking whatever they want as Complexity continues to give it up.
Yeah, this is a monstrous performance, and the effort so far, yeah, the goal is going to come through here from CRR, but really the efforts, the setups, the box outs from Dorito, that extra effort that he's putting in on all of his touches, the follow-ups after his touch, really is making a massive impact here.
Devo, of course, watching this matchup going, yep, y'all keep doing all the hard work. It's all good. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing. 3-0 now to Guild here in game 2, trying to tie up this series with Complexity. Of course, guaranteed game 4, if we get there, would be a 1v1. But game 3 and game 5, should we get there, both 3v3 affairs. The late change from the qualifying format kind of keeps the threes emphasis intact. As now Dorito trying to get up in the air and just couldn't get high enough. Shad maybe looking for a second demo, instead pass out to Razebull, and Razebull too far back. So couldn't get into the play quick enough. Razebull having a look here and then backing away. He only had a couple of boosts in the tank. Now he'll at least get to the backboard, but again, Dorito has this by a country mile, and Guild feel like they have a chokehold on this game.
Yeah, the control has been there. The touches, they're actually getting the contact that they want. We saw Shad a second ago come down the field, ball on top of the car, has control of the ball, tries to go for a flick, and just kind of drops it off to the side. It just feels like Guild is just able to put their will out there, and it comes to fruition for them, where it feels like Complexity is kind of fighting to try to get it to come alive.
Complexity, no stranger to situations like this, though. They've come back from games and series deficits before, as this will not waterfall down. It came out a little higher than expected, and CRR just goes by. Maybe a decoy play as Dorito tries to line up a double, could not convert, and now watch out Complexity on the counterattack. Nobody's going to get back, and Complexity get one with just over a minute to go.
Little bit of an overcommit there on that offensive half. The ball not coming back down to where CRR expected it, and just an easy shot down the field onto the open net. 1 goal on, 1 minute 11 seconds left to try and find 2 more for the side of Complexity to try and bring this to a tie game, or possibly find a third to try and take the lead, but Guild in control at the moment. Never mind, Raise Bull. I just saw blue car and immediately thought blue team, and I am...
Hey, maybe, well, maybe Shad and Raise Bull can do AJG a favor, score another goal here, and maybe wake him up. It looked like he was just kind of falling asleep over there watching his team finally get their first goal late in game 2, trying to preserve a series advantage, but they got a lot of work to do here in the final 40 seconds. Infield pass, and it's set away by CRR. No easy follow-up. They'll throw another one mid, and that's a good selfless ball, but again, it seemed like they were quite on the same page. So now at 24 seconds, they got to go back to the drawing board. And first, they got to find a way to get possession. Then, maybe a little bit of boost as Guild tried to starve them out. That's a good ball, though, and still cleared away by Dorito. Now with only 12 seconds left. Seems like Guild has this one well in the bag, as it seemed like they did even a couple of minutes ago when they opened up a 3-0 lead. A dominant win in the twos, as that goal, inconsequential, will make it look a lot closer than it was. Guild convincingly ties the series.
Yeah, solid play all the way through. And now my question is, first game of the day that I'm casting, and now I'm starting to think about it, is how does this affect the mental? Typically we talk about you lose a game, you lose momentum, but only 2 of the players lose momentum, so does the third man, now that he's been out, does he feel better, or does that ice? The crew battle with going into 2s and 1s just makes that whole mental game dynamic kind of an interesting piece to try and sort out.
Well, we're all square through 2 games. That means we go back to 3v3 for game 3. So AJG does have to wake up. Devo also has to kind of sit up a little in his chair and get back involved in the series. And very curious to see if this matchup goes any different from the previous one. A few giveaways by Guild in that first game that let Complexity run away with it late, especially that last goal that Raise Bull scored right off a clean takeaway from Guild on the defensive end. I want to see if there are any adjustments or if it's just business as usual and they kind of go through the motions, realizing, look, we'll just play our game and things will fall into place.
At least you hope that that's the way that it goes. Play the game, have it fall into place is definitely what they're looking to have go their way. But next matchup, 3v3 again. Does it go the same way as the first?
I would have to imagine it would. I think Complexity in the 3s matchups would be the favored team. Then it gets a little murky when you get into the 2s and the 1s. But then it's hard to beat a really good team 3 times in a row in 3s, which is what maybe Complexity might have to do. But we go now into game 3, our second 3v3 of the series. Again, winner will get Luminosity tomorrow for a spot in the playoffs. That's swatted away by AJG. Now Raise Bull to AJG, not quite there. The connection just off the mark. Dorito just lobbing one away, hoping CRR can run into one, and he certainly did. It actually fell right to him on the side wall. Devo's shot is saved away by Raise Bull.
You know, Jorby was kind of talking on the desk, asking to see like what happens if Devo starts kind of coming online, right?
Yep.
A little bit of worry. Devo, for me, has been there to be that cleanup guy for Guild as that third person coming in. His shots have been on target. The defense, though, has been there when he's come through, other than a couple times that first game he was able to do a little bit of cleanup right at the last second. But Devo's shots have been looking good. I'd like to see maybe if he could possibly convert a couple more of those. He's at least stretching the defense on those shots. I think he's been looking pretty solid so far, even though they did lose that first 3v3.
You look at that old guard in Europe and you see names like Fairy Peak that, no longer on the starting roster with Vitality. You see Cookser still trying to hang on a little bit on the competitive side. He'll pop up in a regional every now and then, but still not on the form at the same level of dominance that he used to have. And you got like Violent Panda, who's still kind of hanging around, but again, not quite as successful as they were in the past. And Devo still at that high level, and you wonder just how much longer it's going to last. It's almost like he seems to defy Father Time as Razebull waiting for a ball that's not going to come his way, so he has to quickly retreat. And as CRR leading the charge, Devo and Dorito running back, and Dorito turning to make the challenge.
I mean, my question now is, how old is Devo? I always find it to be a funny conversation.
He's a vampire. He's ageless.
We start talking about like the age of them, and it's like, man, they're just hanging around, and they're like 22, 23, and you're like, oh man, how do they do it?
I knew I was a boomer when I heard Scrubkilla referred to as a seasoned veteran at 18 years old. I'm like, yeah, it checks out. Oh, just one of the youngest scenes in all of esports, and players answering the call at a very young age and proving to be some of the most clutch esports competitors across any title, especially when you look at guys like Joyo and Rise. This will drop back into the zone, and Dorito making the save high up above, and Devo is trying to run ahead. Got the demolition, but Guild a little slow getting out of the zone. Devo will try and keep it alive, but it is sent right back by Shad.
Comes close to the net, but nothing really there. CRR will be the one to bring it out and see if Guild can get on the attack. And yeah, they actually can. Dorito gonna put one in, slots it up over the top. Good touch from CRR, and Dorito able to pick it up off that side wall and find his way through that third man up and over. And that's one on the board now for Guild. They lead at 1:51.
Complexity has not seen a fourth game in this event. Again, a 3-0 sweep very cleanly in their first match. Looking like they are going to have to struggle to get through this one as Devo adds another. This is similar to the goal he scored in game one. Ball just kind of hanging around on the goal line. Complexity could not clear it away, and Complexity could have an uphill battle going through the rest of this series if Guild gets this ball rolling anymore.
It's just because Jorby had said something about the shooting from Devo, and I just kind of want to be like, well, his shooting accuracy is really solid through this series so far, Jorby. But when the ball's halfway in the net, I guess if you miss that one, it does become problematic.
Yeah, it's when a struggling shooter makes a layup. You go, yeah, I sure hope he did.
Well, the best part is it's so close to the net, I don't even think it's tracking it as a shot.
No, probably
so
not.
he's just counting it as double
count
every time.
As a shot. AJG bouncing one through, and Complexity back within one. $1:20 on the clock as the defense breaks down for Guild. Nobody could catch up to it.
2-1, lead cut in half. 1:20 still on the clock here. Kickoff underway, and opening kickoff will be a drop back to that back left corner for Guild Esports, and they'll have that opening attack here as Devo tries to find his way through, blocked away by Razebull.
CRR looking to add that goal right back, but AJG has other plans. This goes hard out of the corner and quickly back down to the Guild half of the field. It is only Devo at the back. Has been the case pretty often. He tries to just play the stopgap role there and lead the counter charge back down the other way. This is centered by Shad, but there's nobody there for it, so just kind of hit and hope at that point. And a dangerous ball in front here with Guild attackers looming. Shad got the demo and managed to send this ball downfield, but it ends up right back towards AJG. CRR is right there to meet him with 30 seconds left. And another ball bounced away. They got over one. Try to go for the double tap, and it's just not there. Dorito with the clear.
Quick aerial battle in the midfield is going to send one all the way down. Dorito there, he cleans it up. 3-1 now, 12 seconds left. Guild win the 2v2, now poised to take down the 3v3 in game 3, which will push us to that 1v1 coming up next, which I have to imagine is Razebull. Can Razebull then bring it back in that next match to try to get us to that game 5?
Well, he has scored 5 goals in this series, and now just the victory lap continues for Guild here in game 3. The kickoff goal doesn't really mean a whole lot other than snuffing out Complexity's hopes of coming back with some miraculous comeback here in the final seconds. And we'll get this final 9-second countdown sooner or later here. And when we go into game 4, yeah, likely to see Razebull. And then for Guild, yeah, throw CRR there and go, all right, get the job done, take us home.
I think that's going to be quite the matchup too. I think that's going to be a good one. I think that'll be a good test. I personally probably favor RazeBull a little bit in the 1v1, especially if RazeBull's hitting. But coming off of 2 losses in a row, does that affect the mental? What is that dynamic? Is RazeBull going to be the RazeBull that we would expect him to be on the field? I think it's a fairly close matchup in that 1v1. Do we get the game 5, or is this just going to be a Spaceman sweep?
Well, yeah, the Spaceman sweep. Drop the first game, win the next 3. It seems very rare in this format because, again, you pick the game in game 2. You pick the format for game 2, and you go, okay, well, we want the one that we don't want to play out of the way. Well, you have to play there anyways in game 4. So, you know, the team that wins game 1 at least has that in their back pocket when we get to this exact spot. And with your confidence earlier in RazeBull, yeah, it's hard to argue against RazeBull and Complexity. But again, there's a lot of mechanical prowess over across the way. And I don't know that RazeBull has had a matchup quite like this. I actually know he kind of has.
I was gonna say.
Now that I think about it, going back to the Gamers Without Borders, the qualifiers, yes. But now here we are, you know, a couple months later. A lot of time has passed, and you wonder if RazeBull can still channel some of that magic from back in May.
It's also how are you hitting on the day, right?
Yep.
How are you performing? And on the other side, CRR, we've already seen him pull out some flip resets. We've seen him do a couple nasty shots thus far. He's been showing off a little bit of mechanics. So the matchup is a little bit closer than I would initially think myself. But at the end of the day, RazeBull in ones, you have to assume that he is going to do this.
Both these players did play in the 2v2. RazeBull coming in with 5 goals and an assist. CRR with 3 goals and 4 helpers. But it's RazeBull scoring first, 13 seconds in. And this is exactly what he did against some of the top dogs in North America to get Complexity to this point. No fear at all from RazeBull, a player that, again, they mentioned on the desk, he didn't play much ones. He was unranked in 1v1s. They're like, well, somebody's got to play it. I guess it's me. And it's me watching CRR tie the game.
Yeah, right back down the field. RazeBull kind of went up and a little bit awkward coming in looking for that flip reset. And as soon as he ended up in that kind of stuck position, not able to put any power into the ball, that's an easy one back downfield the other way. So we're tied up again, and it's going to be a testing of each other's mechanics constantly throughout this match. We're going to see a bit of back and forth. I expect a relatively high score line as these two kind of go through their toolkit and see what they can throw.
We've seen some kind of bonkers scores between our stream and our friends over on the B stream at Gamers8GG_B. This will be sent away. We saw a 4-goal lead go by the wayside a little bit earlier today as this one gets through and off the post. And there have been so many of those with an open net, but the ball just going off the post and then a defender flying by. CRR could not catch up to RazeBull as he zips through the air.
RazeBull comes through, goes low, fakes it as if he's going to go for that flip reset, and as soon as he sees him bite to go for that ceiling, you could see him nose up back out of that flip reset and just push the ball ahead of him. At that point, the commit was already there, and it's an open net from there.
They called out the exact moment where RazeBull just kind of became the 1v1 specialist for Complexity when he beat Daniel. And all of a sudden you think, should probably play this format a little bit more often. And the grind has been there for RazeBull. We'll see if it's enough to fend off CRR, who has had an emphasis on this format for significantly longer. Retreating now, watching RazeBull flick and could not reject it as RazeBull will score. The flick way too strong for CRR.
Just literally stares him down. I mean, you know the flick is coming. You know that's what it is. He's held it for a second, knows that you're probably not able to get there, just gets all the power in the world, gets just a piece of it, but not enough to send it up into that backboard. And 3-1 lead now here as RazeBull has been able to piece things together.
And the thing is, that's not bad defense. You're just shadowing him, waiting and waiting, and just... Look,
it's a great shot.
Sometimes good offense just beats good defense. RazeBull just waiting here as CRR going to try and weave through, and RazeBull just stuffs that right back once it came. And He'll grab that all-important midfield boost, throw one up to the back wall, not getting any kind of a bite out of CRR, who patiently waits. And can he catch up to this one in time? That wave dash at the end, but he still pushed it wide.
He knew that it was kind of a forced situation. He could hear Razebull behind him. He knows that the player is coming, and he has to find a way down. Didn't have enough control over that wave dash, sends it just wide. Shot coming back this time, and that one will get through as Razebull unable to recover to get a touch.
Yeah.
Good bump.
You thought maybe there'd be a demo there, but the bump just enough as Razebull could not recover in time, as you mentioned, and back to a one-goal game now at the halfway mark as CRR tries to drag it back here and close this series out. Razebull trying to bring us to what has been a rare 5th game here in the opening round.
Bit of a sketchy play there as CRR decided to try and bring it across his own line with Razebull right on him. I didn't think it was a great idea, but he manages to get away, gets a shot on net, looking to get his way through, tries to fake. Razebull able to recover in the air, get a read on the play, noses down, and gets in front of it.
We see that constantly. Now CRR got his body in the way to tie the game.
The air dribble bump, you just can't do anything about it.
It's one of the toughest plays to defend because the attacker holds all the cards.
It is inevitable.
Like you've got to get real creative, and sometimes you see players kind of take that wide angle to try and maybe throw off the attacking player, and it just doesn't work out there. It was all CRR in the driver's seat. It's Razebull could not react, and now level game. 100 seconds remain. Razebull denied by CRR, whose defense has been impeccable, and he'll tie the game, or he'll take the lead for Guild.
CRR doing, as you said, great job defensively. There's many times where he's opted to just give the space to Razebull and say, you know what, I got the boost. I'm going to play the net here. I'm going to make you have to try and make a decision. And if it does not go perfectly for you, it is going to result in this open net for me. And I can win this game through defense if I have to.
Razebull got around CRR. And the mechanics fully on display as Razebull quickly ties it back up.
Great shot there. Flip reset, baits him in off of it, able to push it just over him and then chase the ball back down off that back wall bounce. Razebull immediately claps back. This is one of those ones where Razebull does not want to take an L here. I think he wants to kind of hold that title from what he did during the qualifiers for the event. I think he wants to probably walk away with a few more 1v1 wins under his belt.
Well, Razebull tried to get in the way of CRR there, and it worked out just well enough. As we go to the final minute, high drama at DFH. And complexity back on top. Razebull just going right around CRR. Just the threat of the bump kind of changes your approach as well. Razebull opening up a 5-4 lead, but still 56 seconds to go. Have to imagine 5 is not going to be enough as CRR's got it off the kickoff here. Had to make an adjustment in the air. Again, he just holds all the cards and almost got the dunk.
Man, the helicopter out of both of them. One defending, one trying to get the reset the shot, and Razebull gonna be able to open it up to a 2-point lead here as he's able to sneak this one around on the outside. Just not able to get back in time is CRR.
Anybody who's watched ones knows no lead is safe, especially with this much time on the clock. 2 goals is nothing compared to what it is in the threes game. As Razebull gonna take his time. CRR just waited him out. So patient, CRR, under any circumstance. Now Razebull, fully in control. CRR's gotta make a big stop here, and does, but can he get on possession? Got the midfield boost away. No, it was Razebull that grabbed that. And CRR has to retreat all the way to his own back line and somehow avoid the demo, which does not happen. There's another few seconds off the clock. Razebull, a little dance as he has secured it. We will see a 5th game Guild and Complexity for a shot at Luminosity.
Well, this one goes to 5, and it could go either way. Each one of these teams taking down one of the 3v3s, each one of them taking down one of the off matches, the 2v2 or the 1v1. And now, who is it? Who has that 3v3? Is it the person? Is it the same thing that we just saw? The team coming off the 2v2, off the win? Does that cover in and come in hot into the 3v3? Is RazeBull just going to pop off here? Or are things going to get shaken up again?
Our crowd nestled in here along the boulevard has been treated to one of the more exciting series of the day between either stream, and now Complexity and Guild. We'll line it up one more time, a 5th and deciding game to see who moves on to face Luminosity with that all-important spot through the upper bracket, no less, into the top 8 later on this weekend. 6-4, the shootout going the way of RazeBull. And look, we knew 5 wasn't going to be enough, and CRR had his opportunities to get a 5th goal and maybe make things a little more interesting, but RazeBull absolutely clutching up. And I think he continues to defy any of the doubters, myself included. I did not think that he could pull it off against CRR in that particular matchup. And again, rising to the challenge.
Yeah, and really it came down to so many times it was just floating with the ball, get that ball speed match, and RazeBull waiting until CRR has to jump, he has to commit, and then just a little air roll, that last second touch to just kind of pop it up and over the top.
Opening kickoff on Champions Field. What every player lives for at this point, get it done on the most iconic field we've got in the sport. RazeBull just a little bit off, and the demolition out of the corner buys some time and space. You can see it is not easy managing all of this as another one sent away from the corner. Both teams under heavy pressure early. AJG can't stay with the play. RazeBull thought about it. Now he's got to get back and had to stop a 2v1 and did so. Now infield pass. Oh, it's sent away. It was Shad coming across. 2 defenders there, Super. But Shad with the stop, and more importantly, Complexity not out of position after they sent 2.
Change up in the car from RazeBull. Did he make the swap over to the Fennec? He was playing the Octane in the 1v1, right?
To my recollection, yes. The old placebo in effect.
How's the placebo there? You just won.
I don't, hey.
You don't make the rules of placebo, you just talk about it.
Some cars are faster. That's all I know. Dorito getting one here. And it's Guild on top after the first minute.
3:54 on the clock, and Guild trying to hold off Complexity here. They did just lose that 1v1, but in the lead here early. See if they can get another 3v3 win. They did win the second 3v3, so currently in 3v3s, the most recent winner is Guild. See if it carries through as they do send possession back the other way. It does fall into the orange half, but it will be RazeBull to bring it out into the midfield and wins the 50 back down for AJG. And shut down once again in the midfield is Guild as Complexity stays on the attack.
Oh, RazeBull whiffed on that, but no danger from Guild on the counterattack. Now Devo. Waiting to see if he makes his presence felt yet again in the 3s. He's been excellent in both 3s games so far. One you could certainly argue the difference maker in the second 3v3 back in game 3. This goes to the corner. AJG had it fall right into his lap, and Dorito with the save coming across. Another opportunity though for Complexity. This goes to the corner. Shad from the back, gonna play it to the back wall, and well defended by Dorito again. Another shot on, Dorito stopped that as well. We're gonna have to pay Dorito just a little bit extra if they come out on top in this series.
Shot gonna be just high, covered well by CRR. A couple opportunities here for Complexity, but the defensive rotation has been there time and time again for Guild on their end of the field, able to break it up, not allowing any of these plays to break through. Another outlet pass to Dorito, but RazeBull will come through and try and set one down in the mid, but again, immediately filled by Guild as they come through and try and stave off the attack once again.
All the way across with a quick turn by Shad, just making sure to secure that midfield boost. Boost over ball could come back to burn them though, as They do have to make the clear, but still not real possession. And Dorito dropped down for CRR, and the Spanish connection comes through again.
Great play. CRR sees Dorito up ahead. Dorito able to grab the corner boost, immediately jumps up to that ceiling and able to just set that ball right back down on the line. Quick play, breaks through. 2-0 lead now for Guild. Just under 2 minutes left for Complexity to try and fight their way back into this game.
Marky with just the trademark stoicism. Always seems to know when the camera's on him. Here goes CRR again, denied this time by Shad. This time they actually made it a point to go after the attackers instead of playing passively. CRR back on his own, demolished right at the corner boost. Here's Shad. CRR respawning ball side. That makes things awkward a little bit for Guild on the defensive side. Shad had a look, but Dorito's got that ball by a mile. And Complexity denied yet on another opportunity as we get the Marky Cam back again. This time he's a little more business.
Every now and then he switches into that mode,
yeah.
You know? Switches from stoic to business mode, but it's only momentary. They won't catch him like that again.
Having talked to Marky a few times, it's amazing to see that he's coaching a team that is this well disciplined as this goes to the side. Down in front, Devo couldn't catch up to it. Certainly a third goal would have put this one away. But instead, Complexity at least hang around here. 40 seconds remain. They've got to get off of this half of the field. AJG up for Raise Bull. High double sent away. The defense of CRR, Devo, and Dorito coming through big time for Guild yet again. AJG has Shad all the way across. Might have to call his own number. Got the dunk, but it just went wide. And again, another promising opportunity, just a little bit wide, and fatally so at this point. Guild closing in on it, but one more opportunity from Shad makes it a game with 7 seconds left.
It's the door is open ever so slightly. They're gonna need an explosive play here right off of this kickoff. This is gonna be the one that really sets the tone here. Complexity either executes here or they go down.
Shad picked one heck of a time to score his first goal of the series. It makes things interesting now. Indirect in front. Opportunity for AJG. Couldn't get to it in time. And Guild gets Luminosity tomorrow.
So close to getting that touch. You could see he probably made contact with that ball, but couldn't get underneath it as it touches down. And in the end, Guild Esports is going to clutch up, close this one out, taking games 2, 3, and then 5, losing only the 1v1 in that opening match. Just short of the Spaceman sweep. They did have to go to game 5.
Look, Raise Bull has to hold his head up high after that series. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be disappointing to take the loss as a team, but again, I think Raise Bull answered a lot of questions about, you know, the pedigree that he has, the composure that he has on this stage. When it all fell to his shoulders, came through in game 4, it obviously was not enough as Guild. They had that advantage in the 2v2, and that combination of CRR and Dorito kind of enhanced a lot by some stellar play out of Devo.
Yeah.
Comes through for Guild.
Yeah, Devo was really kind of, as much as that duo, the tandem, was that upfront presence, and it's what we expected. And Jorby's kind of saying, you know, what's Devo's part? Where is he going to fill in? What's his play going to be? I think that Devo definitely stepped up to that role. I think he kind of he tried to kind of fill any of those answers that Jorby may have had in that situation, say like, no, we can definitely get this done. He came in very solid moments. His commits as the third man were all smart. He wasn't overcommitting. He wasn't putting his team in a bad position from his commits on those shots. So I think that Devo stepped up huge in those 3v3s. It definitely allows those two to play up front confidently.
Yeah, he never fills up the stat sheet, but he does everything that you don't see on that end game scoreboard, especially the physical play, cleaning things up at the end as well. And with all these players falling off, Devo still remains.
I'm joined by CRR on the stage soon. What an incredible match. I do have to say, this is refreshing, isn't it? The format It's just incredible, and I think I already know the answer to this question, but what's your favorite part of crew battle format?
عندنا طبعا على المسرح اللاعب CRR من فريق جيلد اي سبورت، وحبينا نسأل السؤال الأول نتكلم عن نقطة الفورمات حق المباريات، هل هو المفضل حقه ال1v1 ولا فورمات ثاني؟
I think the format when I was feeling more comfortable was 2v2 because it's like not that much pressure as 3s, but I don't know, it's so hard to explain because I'm so nervous.
قاعد يقول لنا انه الفورمات حق ال1v1 هو الفورمات اللي ممكن يكون اقل فيها البريشر عليه، لانه زي ما احنا عارفين ال2v2 وال3v3 يكون معك التيم ميتس تقدر توثق فيهم تقدر تساعدهم اكثر.
Well, you're up against Luminosity later in the week, so is there anything that you guys have planned or how are you going to prepare for that match?
مباراتهم القادمة بتكون ضد فريق لوميناسيتي غدا إن شاء الله، والمباراة هذه الفائز فيها راح يتأهل على طول من الجروب، فهل هم متحمسين للمباراة؟ هل هم جاهزين للمباراة ولا لا؟
It's gonna be a hard match. As always, we play Luminosity, but I think we will win. I feel good, my team feels good, and we are gonna beat them.
يقول إنه راح نقدر إن نفوز عليهم، صحيح إنهم هم من أفضل الفرق في العالم، لكن إحنا نقدر نسويها وإحنا جاهزين إن نفوز عليهم.
Now, I have to ask, we have a question from someone in the crowd who have asked you, how does it feel to win here in Saudi Arabia in front of this live crowd, in front of a community that you probably have never met personally before? How does it feel?
أخذنا سؤال من الحضور من الجمهور اللي عندنا في المعرض وكان السؤال يتركز على أي شعور اللاعب بعد ما فاز في المباراة في السعودية في المملكة العربية السعودية في الإيفنت الجديد اللي هم أول مرة يجون فيه.
The feeling is insane. Being here, being that young, I don't know, it's just impossible to explain, but I'm so grateful to be here and to my family because they helped me a lot with this. And I don't know, I just want to thank the crowd though because they help us a lot when we score the goals, and that is so good for our emotions. So thank you.
اللاعب CRR يشكر الجمهور على كل دعمهم المعنوي اللي جالسين يسوونه، انه يقولوا جالسين يضيفون علينا اضافه جدا كبيره في المباراه، ويشكرهم على كل تشجيعهم واللي قاعد يسوونه لهم في المباراه.
Well, thank you so much for joining us on stage. CRR, you've been absolutely incredible so far. Good luck with the rest of the tournament. Please put your hands together one more time for Guild Esports. We are going to be shooting over to a very quick break, but don't go anywhere because we've got plenty of action to come right after this.
لا تبعدون أعزائي المشاهدين والحضور، كلها دقائق بسيطة ونرجع لكم إن شاء الله في المباراة القادمة اللي بتكون جدا حماسية، فخلوكم معنا لا تبعدون.
مع التحديث الجديد لستيتي بلاي تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستيتي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to Gamers8. My name is Jasmine, and I'm joined by my two amazing analysts. Although Gregan did not get his prediction correct. Just want to say, Gregan, I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you, man.
I said it was going to be a bit of a guess.
You did say it was going to be
My
close.
heart chose Guild, and I went with my brain, which chose Complexity. And this time, my heart was correct.
Yeah?
You can't try and just weasel your way into being correct every time.
Different parts of my anatomy were correct.
I don't want to get into the science of that, to be honest.
Okay, how did you feel that match itself went, Stumpy?
I think I was very intrigued because Guild, I think, are one of the more interesting teams in this tournament because you look at them a lot of the time and you think 3v3 has not really been their forte, I think, when we're looking at them in other competitions. I've thought they are a bit of a not a 3v3s team, which is a bit of a strange place to be in when you're competing as a 3s team. When it then went to Dorito and CRR,
they are unreal.
They link up in twos all the time. They are unstoppable. And then when you just get them in twos together, you just could not compete with that. In the ones, of course, Raise Bull, a near insurmountable mountain of a human being in ones.
Still, CRR fought well. I think Raise Bull stepped up at the end, downloaded him. Raise Bull's been grinding ones, and one of the big factors you find in top ones players is they get better the more they play against an opponent because they start to understand how they're playing, pick up their bad habits. You can see Raise Bull has become a refined ones player for sure.
So take me through these highlights that we're seeing on screen right now, guys. Do you think you saw the CRR, the Dorito that you were expecting?
Yeah. They were... Devo, don't get me wrong, and I really don't want to just like talk down on him. He fit in exactly where he needed to. He did not get in the way of CRR and Dorito. They did a brilliant job getting him into the play. But when those two were linking up, that's when the Guild magic and the Guild train really went. That flip reset off that side where I originally thought it was a double, but managed to get it. The excitement on the stage, the fans, CRR said that they elevated him. It was so wonderful to see.
It was really interesting to hear from CRR as well about the nerves, because we've mentioned a lot of these teams, especially the European teams here, are teams that have a huge amount of LAN experience. And for CRR, he's one of the younger players who's come through. This is one of his first big tournaments as well as his first LAN of this size. And I think you've got to look at the honesty there from him. And I wonder how much that helped that team really go through and perform there, because you're like, it's fine. You get nervous. Devo, he's going, back in Season 3 when I won the World Championship, I was nervous too. And, Marky Dudar, their coach, Season 2, World Champion, I was nervous. It makes him feel normal.
And Marky behind, we saw on the camera, he was there. They made a save and he was like, yes. That's how much it means. He is... That team is his team. He feels so proud of them, and just that excitement and the energy that he was bringing, it elevates them entirely.
I think the classic move was definitely that. I'm waiting for the camera to single in on me. It was the classic.
Oh yeah, he did do a lot of
he did a lot of that as well. You saw the fist bumps coming out. You saw him getting hyped for his team as well. Talk to me about how the 1v1 went. We had Raise Bull taking on CRR. Now, for myself, I feel like that was definitely a game that had me on the very edge of my seat. And as we take a look at the scoreboard here by STC, do you feel like the 1v1 in particular panned out how you thought it would?
Well, I think the 1v1 we expect to go Raise Bull's way. We thought the 2v2 would go the way of Dorito and CRR. It was all going to be down to that final 3v3, or if a team was able to sweep the 3v3s.
Yeah.
And Guild did an amazing job to take that second 2v2, the second 3v3 after winning the 2v2, which was definitely off the back of them warming up as a duo, getting used to the stage, getting the nerves out of their system. And then once they went into that final 3v3, you could see Guild had become the stronger team.
I mean, that was also Guild's first appearance on the stage. And what a nervous stage that can be, where you don't know how you're going to perform. They've not really played... Have they played any LANs together yet? I'm not sure they have.
I don't think they have. I think CRR, that's his LAN debut, and I think same thing for Dorito, potentially.
Like, the fact that they're able to do that against a seasoned LAN team in complexity, obviously missing out on a couple, but still coming to a few of them and doing a brilliant job. The 1v1, I think, was one of the more exciting games that we saw, because I didn't think it would be that close. I've been chatting to Johnny Boy so often, and he was saying, Raise Bull, he's the man. Look out for him in that group. And CRR took him really, really close to the edge.
CRR obviously taking the MVP status in that matchup as well, rightly so. I feel like that 1v1 performance was certainly intense, to say the very least. But boys, I do believe I have intel that our brackets are now ready. Yeah, we do have our new brackets ready and waiting for us on this Group A side. It is going to be Luminosity taking on Guild. We did say that was going to be an incredibly intense matchup between these two teams. Of course, they have both already made it through to the playoffs. That next matchup will indeed just be to kind of decide the seeding of those two teams. Now, who do you think is ultimately going to take away that victory? Because Luminosity came into today looking incredibly confident.
Well, it's also to try and stay through the upper bracket, because if they drop down to the lower bracket, they do have to win that final game, and the chances are it will be Complexity that will come through the lower bracket to face them. So if they can make it through the upper bracket, they'll get preferential seeding, but they'll also avoid having to go down into that team that's built up all that momentum. It could be a G2, could be Complexity, maybe we'll see Twisted Minds or Detonator settle in, but I expect to see Complexity come back, as they seem to be the three standout teams in this group.
Yeah, I mean, that upper bracket final as well, like the fact that we're going to be seeing two crowd favourites almost face off against each other, where you've got Tox, who he was getting so many fans when we were walking back through. There were people waving to him outside, like even like in the arena itself, getting so animated, and he was waving to people like in the crowd when they were all saying hello to him. And then you've got CRR and Marky Dudar. They're gaining fans for Guild as they go through. That's going to be a tough one for the crowd to watch, I think, because it will be very split down the middle.
And moving on to our Group B, it does look like we're going to end up having Endpoint versus Space Station Gaming. Did you think that Endpoint matchup would go any other way?
I thought it might be a bit closer than that, because Endpoint, I don't feel like they have a standout ones player, but I guess Archie would go in and be just good at Rocket League.
Yeah, but then also Wave has been grinding.
Oh, that's true.
Like,
actually,
I don't actually know who played in their 1v1.
Now you say Wave, he has been grinding.
Wave's been grinding that. He's been grinding twos as well. I managed to catch Metsonoris earlier on as well, after they won that series. And apparently, when they won game one, Metsonoris said to the team, well, we've already done better than the major. Because they took one game where they didn't win a single one a couple of weeks ago. So good for them.
And then moving on to the lower bracket, we have Team Secret taking on Heat. How do you think that game's going to pan out for us, Gregan?
Well, I think this is the interesting point, because I think Team Secret are a team that's been overperforming in threes recently, above our expectations. We know they're capable in that sense, where Heat are a team that's not relying on their threes at all. They did well in the online qualifier due to their ones and twos ability. So I do think Team Secret have the favor with the threes preference in the crew battle format. But honestly, this group is one that's very interesting, because there's a lot of teams that are going to settle into the format the more they play, and I think will start to become more of a threat as they get closer towards the end.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think when you look at Heat, obviously they're here, they're going to be trying their hardest, but sometimes you get a bit of an icky bracket for yourself.
Icky bracket.
They are in a bit of an icky bracket for Heat, and I do feel a bit bad for them. Secret and having to face off against Anchor as well. Against Space Station rather. It's hard. That's a very, very tough place. Yeah.
Because of Daniel, who can play incredible ones and twos, and they're a really good threes team, which we know. So
and Secret coming off the back of an amazing London event. So it's
hard to say.
It's hard. It's hard for Heat, but we see big events like this have big upsets. Maybe Heat are the ones to bring it.
I feel like lower bracket is always the moment in which my heart literally stops, and I'm like, oh my goodness, I don't know what to do. I don't know who I'm cheering for.
That's what the players feel as well.
I just want everybody to win. Okay, that's what I'm basically. I just live in a fantasy land.
Unfortunately, there is only one
I
winner.
know, there can only be one. It reminds me of that scene from like The Lion King. Okay, never mind. I'm getting way too into it now. All right, so our next matchup, guys, is going to be Semper taking on F16. Ooh.
This is
spicy. We have the two twins coming out now.
Yes, yet more spice. This has got the twins, Killers and Roas. It is such an exciting time to be a Middle East Rocket League fan, because you've got the Saudi E-Leagues where all of these teams came from. F16, the only team through the entire groups and then going through to the playoffs that took any games off Falcons, the Middle Eastern team. They managed to take, I think, 3 or 4 in the end, and they managed to get to the grand finals with them as well. F16 are unbelievably exciting. They are one of the top MENA teams that we're seeing.
Yeah, I'm most excited to see Rawas in the ones as well, and also seeing the twins play twos. I assume they will. I mean, I don't know a huge amount about Basil, but he's obviously an incredible player, because they work so well in threes, so they might be able to mix that up. But imagine having our two youngest players. I think they're some of the youngest players at this event, playing twos together with all that pressure on their shoulders and doing it as twins.
The fact that they're playing together on the same team, and they have to make sure that they are, still communicating as well as they can, because ultimately they have to go home and live together.
I have a question for you now, Stumpy. We were chit-chatting about it a little bit earlier on. I believe we were talking with Johnny Boy about it. Do you believe in twin synergy?
I think I would love to be proven that that exists, and I'd like for them to never use comms and they just
use telepathy to understand each other.
We talk about synergy, and there is nothing more synergistic than being a French team, and that's what we're seeing right there. Semper on their way over to the event. A full French roster now, Exotic coming in place of Archie in the spring split of RLCS, and they will be making their way to the wildcard for Worlds, so a team definitely to watch out there. Obviously, Exotic, being an amazing 1s and 2s player, elevated their ability in the crew battle format.
I feel like they're getting a little bit camera shy. As soon as they spot the camera, they're like, oh no, where do we...
The opposite of Marky Duda. It's like, they see the camera, they're like, no, I'm good.
Yeah, Marky is quite the opposite. We saw the... I'm going to start doing that to you guys from now on. Every time I see you, just...
I think that's a good distance communication.
But the twins wouldn't need that. They can just telepathy it. That's all they need.
Exactly. That was our beautiful kind of footage of all of the players kind of leaving from the hotel and things like that. Sponsored by Aviware, so huge shout out to them for actually being able to film all of that wonderful content for us. I feel like this whole event has just been non-stop content, and I'm here for it. I love to see.
So good.
I love to see like the behind the scenes, the like players on stage warming up and things like that, because I feel like moments in that are kind of where you see them with their guard down, and I feel like a lot of players try to give us the front of, you know what, I'm not even nervous, I'm looking confident, I'm feeling confident, and then you have players like Tox who on the stage is like, yeah, you know what, I'm going to give you my honest opinion, my honest answer. So how do you think the crowd is ultimately going to impact this next matchup now? Do you feel like the twins are going to...
This is the first one for this crowd to really get behind, because this is one of their best prospects to go on and do well in this tournament. F16 and Falcons, definitely the Middle Eastern representatives I've got the most faith in to go on a long run and make it into that top 8, maybe even into, I mean, with Falcons, I expect them to make it the whole way. Yeah,
I think Falcons are a team where, you know, this isn't about them. This is F16's match, but they're one of the favorites. They are just built for Rocket League. They are unbelievable. F16
were born for Rocket League not too long ago.
Yeah, very true. F16, they're one of the stranger teams where I can see them losing in the threes. I can see them taking a loss in a threes game. I truly, genuinely cannot see them losing in 2s and definitely not 1s. I think unless they come up against Falcons or, you know, a Peking Dignitas or something a little bit later on in the competition when they might face them, I just don't otherwise see any of those game modes going wrong. And if you're their opponent and you're sitting there choosing between either a rock or a hard place, and it's like 2s or 1s, it's like, pick your poison.
Well, I just want to give a huge shout out to our sponsor, Asus, for helping support this event, keeping us fueled, keeping us running. And guys, before we throw it over to the walk-ons, I need predictions. I see them looking at each other, they're hesitating.
Gregan, you go first. Go, now, please.
Please.
F16 in 5.
Ooh.
I don't know where that came from. It was a heart one. That was a heart one. I went with the heart this time.
You know what? I'm going to go with the head. F16 in 5.
All right, there we have it. It's ready. I'm ready. You're ready. Everybody's ready. It's time for the walk-ons. Let's do this.
Welcome back to the main stage where Group A and B are now set in the upper brackets. We're going to have to wait for tomorrow to see those lower bracket matches. It's going to be a long day. But first, we're going to start Group C. So please welcome to the stage an unstoppable force from our Gamers Without Borders competition earlier this year. Please put your hands together for Semper Esports. Semper, if you could please make your way to the side of the stage here and prepare to face your opponent.
والآن أعزائنا المشاهدين الفريق اللي بيكون خصمهم في جروب سي في أول مباراة لهم في الجروب، الفريق اللي زي ما احنا نعرفه هم من المملكة العربية السعودية من الرياض. رحبوا معنا في فريق F16 Esports. يعطيكم العافية. تفضلوا عندنا على يسار المسرح وبالتوفيق لكم إن شاء الله في مباراتكم.
Listen to that crowd. Listen to the energy in this stadium. It's absolutely incredible. And we cannot wait to get this match started. Group C is going to be a fiery one. We have one of the best teams to come out of Saudi Arabia going up against one of the best European teams on the circuit right now. But we're going to throw back to the analyst desk to take us into this match.
أول مباراة إن شاء الله راح تكون من جروب سي ما بين فريق سمبر إي سبورتس وأيضا بتكون ما بين فريق اف 16. هذا أول ظهور لهم في المسرح. بالتوفيق لهم. كلهم متحمسين نشوف إيش ممكن يقدمونه. وفرق الجروب سي جدا جدا صعبة ولا هي سهلة. فخلونا نشوف إيش ممكن يقدمون على طول عند المعلقين ونبدأ المباراة في المباراة الأولى من جروب سي.
There we have it. It does look like F16 have the full backing of the whole crowd right here at Gamers8, as well as my analyst kind of support as well, guys.
F16! F16!
We were literally miming along as we were hearing the F16 chants as well. So shout out to everybody in the studio, in the arena for kind of hyping up these teams as well. We saw them playing up to the crowd just a tiny bit. You know, this is what we love to see. On the side of Semper though, Greg, and this has surely got to be, you know, witnessing those chants, seeing the support of the crowd for the team that you're about to play against. How do you really start to bounce back from something like that?
Well, I mean, Shazette and Casio, they've been to lands upon lands upon lands. They've done this before.
They're the veterans.
It's not their first rodeo.
Yeah, they've done this a long time. Shazette known for being one of the best step-up players on land back in the day when he played at Valencia, DreamHack Valencia, in 2019, and popularised the Fennec. You know, we're talking players with history here, but the standout player on that team is not the ones with history, it is Exotic. The 1v1 main who's been looking for that right squad to join up and play with, and I think finally he's flourishing in a full French roster with Shazette and Casio, and looked amazing in the 3 setting in RLCS, but looked even better when it came to 1s and 2s in the online qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, he is their trump card. He is someone that's been brought in. You mentioned the French synergy. For anybody that doesn't know Rocket League particularly well, you don't mess with the French. Like, they are the region. They are the country that you want to try and take down. They are on top in Europe. They're trying to be on top here as well. And Exotic joining in, it was a big move. People were wondering, is Archie really the man to get rid of to then bring in Exotic? They have, though, gone strength to strength. They've done very, very well. And they're still trying to find their footing in certain areas. But this format, because it's unusual and it's not just 3v3s, this is where they may well excel. This suits them. Like, they're one of the teams where you think, yeah, this might be your competition.
I feel like it's certainly going to put a lot of our teams through their paces. Now, my question for my expert analysts now is...
Don't plural it.
Hey, come on.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Stumpy, you're the expert. Don't worry about it. I got your back.
Analyst. He's here for the looks and the entertainment. I'm the...
Wait, so what are you here for?
Stumpy is the brains behind this operation, okay, Greg? And anyways, moving swiftly onwards, heading into a format like this, I feel like it definitely kind of eliminates the ability for you to solely rely on your teammates. Each player needs to be able to take on those 2v2s, those 1v1s in any case scenario, especially if you end up having a stand-in player for yourself and for your team as well. So heading into this tournament, do you feel like a lot of our teams have necessarily been prepared for it?
I think there's some teams that have multiple options. This is one of them. F16 both have Ruas and Killiers who could pop off in the 1s.
Yeah.
On the other side, I don't think Semper have as many different options. They are going to play the same 1s, probably the same 2s, and then obviously 3s, they're locked in. I do believe Ruas will be the favoured choice out of the 2 twins because he tends to have the better track record, especially between the 2 of them and in show matches and tournaments. But I think it's important to solidify that 1s player. Make sure they know what their role is in the team so they can prepare for the 1s. The moment you start changing things on stage, that's where players are going to start feeling that overwhelming nerves of, oh my, I've got to do this.
Suddenly I'm in this situation that I did not prep myself for.
I want to ask you guys, we did have a Razeball situation really quick where Razeball was kind of in that situation. Nobody really expected him to be an outstanding 1s player, and suddenly he had to step up to the plate, and he certainly did that. So who knows?
I think some people thrive, right? Some people thrive under that pressure, some people crumble. You know what they say?
Diamonds were built under pressure.
Nice.
Yeah, there we go. I did it. And once again, I'm going to throw it over to our amazing casters who are going to take us through all of this action in this upcoming game. It's Semper versus F16. Take us through this.
Thank you so much, and we are here yet again to continue this amazing, amazing tournament. Gamers8, what a brilliant spectacle it's been so far, and Group C is the one that a lot of us turned to and just said, that's tricky.
Yeah, it starts off strong early. You know, Group D on the B stream right now, that looks very top heavy to me. We've got 2 tournament favorites at the end in the upper bracket, but right now to have Semper against F16 is a ridiculous prospect because I could see both of these teams making runs into the top 8 here.
Yeah, exactly. No, 2 brilliant teams. F16, you have just been raving about them, about these twins in particular. Just tell the people what they can expect when they see these guys take to the pitch.
I mean, I've just been loving what I'm seeing from them in their own region. I mean, in the most recent Saudi Arabia teams LAN, so not an international LAN, but local LAN within the region, they just finished 2nd place to Falcons, as we've been talking about, which is a crazy result. You know, beating other RLCS teams along the way. So they've got LAN experience. They've got a great lineup for this format. They're really putting the pressure on Semper here, who've got to win the 3v3s.
They're up against a team in Semper as well, who, you know, this is the team that have players that have been better in the past. You know, whenever Chaussette is mentioned, people talk about DreamHack Valencia 2019. It was such a long time ago, and that's not to say that he's not still a brilliant player, but this is essentially the new guard taking on one of the more solid EU teams, and I think that's going to be a really interesting clash of styles.
Absolutely. Exotic is actually a player with a ton of success in this format in the past as well. Playing those one-off 1v1s. He's got a very peculiar style, very defensive, counter-punchy player, which can be difficult to go up against as the majority of the top 1s players at the moment are very aggressive. This is the perfect start for F16 as Basil cracks the post. No wins yet for the Middle Eastern teams. The 2 lowest seeded teams from the Middle East, from Saudi Arabia, have fallen, but these guys looking to put one on the board for the home favorites.
I mean, they're already looking quick as anything, as you like, taking to the stage, gracing it, looking comfortable as anything in front of their home crowd, which could be absolutely huge. And thankfully for them, in the Saudi E-Leagues, they do have that very brief LAN experience. So young, these players, you know, Kalias and Ruas, they are just barely turned 15. And here they are, already putting the squeeze on Semper Esports, who've done well not to go behind in the first minute or so.
Yeah, I've never felt older. I'm older than the 2 of them combined, so that's you know, not something that I'm too proud of myself, but yeah, such composure already, like you mentioned, testing Semper's defense. And Semper are a very solid team. They've been there or thereabouts in this split, in the most recent split for European Rocket League 3s. And even going to be playing at the World's Wildcard event very soon, so definitely going to be grinding in form for Gamers8.
Done very well as well, have Semper to consolidate after losing Archie, who was such a big player for them. He was their star man, everything went through them, and you had to just pick up and dust off when endpoint come calling, and they bring in Exotic, and as we've already seen from him in the qualifiers, beating Luis P and Moxie in 1v1s, so showing how good he is, and he's really stepped up, and here is Cassio, his teammate. Good save, though, on that first shot.
And they're immediately transitioning into the counter-attack. Both teams actually looking to pass in field here. Cassio, knowing that that was a dangerous angle, decided to rotate back and cover the center ball instead of just going back post.
This is sort of what we expected to see, though. Semper just beginning to get a little bit of territory and pressure on the ball. They know how to not overcommit ever, pretty much. This isn't a team that'll be throwing away free goals. And they are more than capable of taking their time and just pushing that ball slowly but surely towards the F16 goal. That's what we're seeing here. These little bursts of pace from F16 players, we're going to send it right back towards Semper. So he's going to try and slow things down, but he's met again by F16, already showing such aggression. And, you know, they've taken to the stage very comfortably in the opening 3 minutes or so.
And they're not overextending at the moment. Semper trying to bait them in. They're playing a very organized defensive line here. Infield pass is huge. The save is great from Chaussette. The boost gets stolen from the back corner. Demo comes through as well. 50-50 from Kaliers and a bump. They're really starting to chain together all kinds of aggression. It was just on the ball. Now they're coming in with the boost steals. They're playing physically. Semper again stands strong against this.
Lovely composure and decision-making from F16 Esports there. Everything was the correct choice. The bumps, the demos, the infield pass. Sadly, Basil's finish wasn't the best. I'm sure we'll see some better shots from him as this goes on. But Kaliers is keeping the squeeze on Semper Esports. This is going to be their ball. A slight double commit there from Chaussette and Exotic. Maybe just signifies that they are feeling the pace of this one. Still a nervy 0-0.
Yeah, like it's a game Semper really have to win, in my opinion. Looking at how stacked F16 are, if they don't win this, they absolutely must win the 2v2 because Ruas is such a demon in ones. I mean, Exotic's got to pull out a miracle. I said he's got experience and success in this format, but Ruas is top 10 ones player worldwide right now. And they're going to be, testing them again. Chaussette with the pre-jump save. It's still F16 coming forward, but the glancing shot goes wide.
The Kalias, another finish is not quite there. This time, though, Ruas is going to put it home. It was third time lucky for F16 Esports. There was a great save earlier on from Chaussette. That finish was, we'll say it was intelligent from Kalias. We'll say it was actually a really clever pass to Ruas. And then that finish, no mistakes there.
Yeah, very nice finish from Ruas, having to turn around very sharply there, but gets the bar down shots off. Just over a minute to go. F16 have looked extremely comfortable here. They've not really conceded many chances. Never mind goals, and now Semper are forced to attack, something that they've been just waiting for. Now they have to really go for this. Oh, that's the chance. Big shot from Exotic. It wasn't blocked. Post head is covered.
Semper looking stronger since going behind, really trying to force this issue. It's where Semper can play their best Rocket League when they have to chase, when they have to come forward and be as brave as anything. But F16, they're standing strong. A few solid challenges, even on their own goal line. Brilliant defending from them so far. But Semper will continue to ask these questions. Exotic wants to get in touch with this one now instead. He leads him to Chaussette, who's almost beaten by Ruas. And F16 just keep on coming, even with only 30 seconds left, playing with such a high forward line. Hassle's there, winning that one, winning more clean touches. Chaussette is helped by his teammate getting the demo. Exotic has to get a pass or a shot here. In the end, it was slightly ahead of a pass and never on target either. They've got 17 seconds left.
Semper pressing now in the closing stages. It's Cassio trying to get the backboard. It's off target for the double. He didn't have boost to get back to it.
Here is Ruas. He goes for a double. Exotic just sends it high. He needs to do so much more, though, for Semper. And it's F16 that are ending this first game with an absolute flurry. This defending with pretty easy thanks to that positioning from Kalias. Exotic can only get it to the floor. F16 take the first game in this series, and it's a win for Saudi Arabia, a win for the MENA region.
And in 3v3 as well, so pressure really on Semper now. Exotic is a very high-rated twos player. He's usually kicking about top 10s in the ranked leaderboard. I saw him, play with Chaussette in qualifying. They did look great together, but I talked to apparently Jack in the hotel just earlier this week, and he said he ran into Ruas and Kalias on the low ping servers while they were here, and he got clapped.
I bet.
He said that they were farming him, and then he got out of the, he gave up, thought, okay, I'm gonna leave ranked for now, he's gonna go do something else. Off he goes to the hotel elevator, and who's in the elevator? Ruas and Kalias there as well, so they were just waiting for him everywhere he goes.
I bet they're on a higher floor as well. So it's like, what floor are you? 8? Oh, we're 9. It's you're beating me again. I just can't get a win against
You don't
these
think
guys.
they're in floor 16?
Oh, that would make sense. That's what they named their team after. But yeah, no, I mean, surely this will be a 2v2 choice right here from Semper. You do not want to go straight into a 1v1 against Ruas. Try and be as solid as possible in the 2v2. Let's see, we're loading up Aquadome. We'll see very shortly whether or not the 2v2 or 1v1 has been chosen.
Cassio's in free play, of course, there already.
Is there any chance that they might go for a 1v1 here? Any tactical
No,
edge
there it is.
There
it is. Yeah, I see enough names there. Yeah, it's got to be twos, because I think this is a smart play by Semper. They've got a chance in the twos here. This is going to be a close game, I expect, as F16 2v2 beasts, certainly. But Semper really impressed in qualifying in 2v2 and surprised me and a lot of other people by just how well they were playing with a relatively new team. They only got together this split, so this is a big chance. But if they can win this, win the 3v3 that comes after, then they'll play 1v1 and pressure will be on Ruas. Pressure will be on F16, so much better pick than ones in my opinion here.
I feel like
Semper.
We're going to have to see a lot from Exotic right now for Semper, but it's F16 that are starting their better yet again. They begin these games like a house on fire, just pummeling shots at the Semper net. Just as we saw in game 1, Semper having to do some early defending, but they do get through it. Chaussette wanted to pass that one back towards Exotic, but wisely Exotic turns around, just tries to stand up to the challenge. Chaussette, I mean, he is a player that we don't talk too much anymore about as an attacking force, but he is still more than capable of air dribbling it over the top of two F16 players.
Yeah, that was definitely a double commit, but look, they're right back in the game, and they've recovered immediately. They can kind of get away with this. The mechanical ability is so good. Oh, that's a beat by Exotic, though. Looked like Ruas might have it covered, but he underestimated the approach of the Frenchman, who dusted him and scores the opening goal.
We mentioned how important Exotic would be for these 2v2s, and that is just raw pace. Ruas didn't expect it. It was a decent pass just into the center via the corner there from Chaussette, but still so much to do from Exotic. And he managed to do it. And Semper, yeah, they do take their lead. Could be doubled here. Chaussette from the kickoff. Can he get this one on target? He can. Ruas just sends it over the top with a really good save to get distance on it, so the clearance could be completed, but they still are under attack. Ruas shows that he's not too slow himself and gets that ball away.
France has very impressive history with 2v2. Players like Fairy Peak, formerly sitting at the top of the leaderboard, all by himself. You know, Monkey Moon these days, he's always up there, just holding it down. A deep talent pool in France. It's recently that Saudi Arabia has started to produce a talent pool that can rival them, especially in the 2v2 game mode. But Exotic is one of those players. He's, I think, had a underachieving career in RLCS Season X. Since we went open format, I really expected this guy to be on one of the top teams. I think it's still only a matter of time before he does end up on one of the top teams. This could be it still. World-class performance so far against terrifying, Twinergy intensive twos team.
Sadly not using the Twinser car, which I'm very disappointed by using Fenix over here. One day, you know, maybe if they make it to the grand final, they'll do a little wink to the audience there with the Twinser. But for now, trying to get back into this 2v2. But it's still more good, solid play there from Semper, just not rushing anything, taking control of the ball whenever they can. Then these bursts of pace here from F16. Clears over the top, gets a flip reset as well. Ras hadn't quite read it, so he was in a more defensive position in that far corner instead of following it home.
Yeah, it looked like Roas was expecting some kind of physical play on the goal line there. He was ready to follow up with a boost steal, so playing the long game. Whereas Clears just trying to pass the ball off that crossbar with the reset, so you know, not the best synergy there, either not communicated or just, you know, bad bounce for Clears. They're going to go again here. So it's a lean back reset this time from Clears. Semper shutting down everything, defending brilliantly up until this point.
Very low-scoring 2v2 game, which I think will suit Semper down to the ground. I'd be too disappointed if this one does stay just like that. But F16 want to get things going with Ruas. Tee up his teammate. No, it's for himself. Exotic's in the air, but he's beaten. This is Ruas coming to the backboard, but a slight miss. And how rarely do you see mechanical misplays or even just not perfect finishing from a player like Ruas? Maybe a little bit of pressure getting to him.
Oh, they've got the boost steal on the go here. Chaussette's on small pads, Exotic's on 0, but what a clear. That's going to buy them time. They're just hunting for boost at the moment. Chaussette's still picking up small pads. Exotic grabs 100. And no pressure for F16. Again, they're showing their composure. Yes, they've got mechanics. Yes, they've got individual solo plays and great recoveries, but they're showing a ton of composure here. They're just taking their time with this game, even though they're trailing by 1.
Brilliant defending from Exotic as well, just waiting on that backboard. Used all of his boost to get there, but still has control of the ball. So he can set up Chaussette just to come forwards. Again, getting those hundreds. They know how quickly they can be boost up. There was a misplay there from Kalias, but the recovery was quick. And the F16 can make the most of tempting in Semper. Is that one rolling in? Yes, it is. And just like that, it's 1-1.
It's off a misplay as well. Clears, flips the wrong way off the back wall, recovers immediately and gets right back into the play. It deflects middle for Ruas. Chaussette was completely boost starved. That's not the first time in recent memory that Semper are using all their boosts. They're really being forced to their limit here to keep up with F16.
And now they have to regain their lead. That's a good kickoff for them. Chaussette's coming in and has boost control as well. Ruas leaves that one. Khalid is alone on his goal line again. One or two awkward touches earlier on did F16 from their own goal line. This could be a huge challenge from Chaussette, but he's lost it. Now Exotic is left back alone until Chaussette is found in that far corner. Good clearance from Exotic, good patience again from Semper. Chaussette, the further player forward for most of it, but Exotic doing everything asked of him in defense when it's happening. I think Semper will be happy with this game so far, despite being the latest to concede.
Yeah, F16 have definitely had the majority of the control, but Semper look comfortable. I think they're really just trying to bait F16 into overextending here. So waiting for a mistake, as there have been a couple of errors. That's a big block in the infield. Ruas has to be strong here. He's not. Clears, backs him up. Semper threatening late in the game.
Way more of this game being played in the F16 goal area than they would have wanted. Kalias can change that. He goes to the ceiling, but ends up leaving it for Chaussette of a booming clear. Semper almost playing for overtime at this point, but they will accept that. Exotic is let that one go. Wants to beat Kalias, but Kalias' challengers just going across the face of goal. Chaussette's going to get a touch. Maybe we are just ticking away to overtime right now. Unless Ruas can do something incredible. Will this ball fall? Yes, it will. We have overtime in the 2v2.
It's Semper who had the better kickoff strategy in the last go around. This time it's F16 who forced it into position. The pitch shot is on target. Oh, it's in! Clears! Pulls a goal out of nowhere. That is a difficult position to get a pinch on target from. You can see how close it was to hitting the post, but he squeaks it in. And F16 lead by 2. What a finish to a game that was as close as we'd hoped.
Semper can do absolutely everything right. They can play the game plan to perfection. They can completely alleviate the attacking prowess of F16. But when you have a massive pinch from your own half, you can't read that, you can't predict it, you can't defend against it.
It's his debut series in an international LAN. He just
pinches it in 6 seconds into overtime. That is unreal. The Twins step up and put F16 on triple match point. They've still got 1v1 guaranteed in the bag. We know the format from here on. It will be 3v3, 1v1, 3v3. They've already won a game in threes. They controlled it. They looked so composed.
Yeah.
They didn't. I expected them to just go and try and outpace Semper, but no, they were just dissecting them. They were playing patiently, waiting for their chances. Yeah, they really do have a ton of synergy here. Can't wait to get Basil back in the field as well. We're not talking about him enough, but I mean, the Twinergy, it's real.
I mean, when you play with identical twins, you have to expect that you'll be talked about less. That's a thing. Do you know what I mean?
He knew what you signed up for.
Yeah, exactly. Plus, you know, basil is something you put on the delicious meal. It's an addition, you know.
It's the garnish.
Exactly. He is the garnish to this sandwich.
But with this talent on the roster, you know, he knows what he's got to do. He's got 2 ridiculously mechanical players who are just on the grind right now. They're really putting in so much work. Kaliers especially. I know Rawas has been at the top of the game and he's been talked about for years now. People have been waiting for years for this guy to be old enough to play RLCS. But his twin brother Kaliers kind of flew under the radar a little bit. It's only recently that he rocketed up the leaderboards, really put in a ton of time to the game, and it shows. I mean, he is really turning into an unreal player. Here we go, 3v3. It's F16 trying to sweep. It's Rawas in 6 seconds, just as long as the overtime was for game 2. This time, it's in regulation.
Now Rawas is feeling it. The stage is beginning to belong to F16 Esports, and Semper there on the left. I mean, they are the team of all the experience. They will have been in this situation before. 2 games down, struggling, mechanically not as strong. How do you dig yourself out of a situation like this? I mean, the first thing you have to do is make sure you don't concede again. This your set misses on the backboard. Rawas almost a second goal in a row, a beautiful second goal in a row as well. But F16, look, now the pace comes in. Now they've got that composure. Now they can up the pace and really turn it to 6th gear.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult situation for Semper. They know the hole that they're in right now. They know 1v1 is coming. They know they've just put Exotic in a tough spot, because Exotic's a great ones player, but Rawas is world class. He is top tier, and this could be his proving grounds to show just how good he is this weekend.
There also could be a slight tilt factor as well, the fact that they conceded that 2v2 overtime goal with a huge pinch, and now Kaliers is coming again. A good save from Exotic. Rawas is just slowing things right down again. When they want to, they can really take their time. It's what makes them so dangerous. By no means one track. This could be the follow-up. Rawas into the top corner. They are everywhere, and Semper can't swat them away.
Well, they're rapidly proving that MENA's not a one-team region, and they're taking Semper to the cleaners here in threes. It's not the ones and the twos. It's 3v3 that's looking like the most dominant matchup, and we've not seen ones, but the 2v2 is the close one. I mean, they really did control both 3v3s so far, but here's the chance for Chaussette. He's defended well by young man Kaliers.
Yeah, good save again there when you've got the edgeable bump coming at you. Got to make the decision quickly, and that's exactly what he did. There's a miss there from Cassio, allows in Chaussette. He's going to the sky again. Tried this a few times, this air dribble. It's gone to the backboard this time, but again, a huge clearance from Kaliers. They are just, you know, when your mechanics are in and every touch you make is going exactly where you want it to go, even clearances.
No.
in theory,
Actually, no.
Well, F16, they are experiencing that. Ask them what it feels like, because they are feeling it right now on this stage with $2 million on the line.
It's crazy. I mean, they are just built different. I've been talking to a lot of the pros about the Middle Eastern young players, and everybody says the same thing. They're just fast, they don't hesitate, they're completely confident. And it doesn't really make sense. I mean, how do they get this confident when they've got such little experience? They can't have experience. But here they go again. Kaliers with the reset. It's 3-0. Semper have no idea what's hitting them.
Oh my goodness, it's absolutely ridiculous. From any angle, they can get the flip reset. And it's not just a flip reset for flip reset's sake. It's the perfect part of the goal.
As well, off the ball, Rawas is running ahead. He knows that, oh yeah, from that ridiculous position, yeah, my bro, he's going to put that on target, no problem. I'll bump keeps.
How can you possibly defend that when even if you are able to stand tall against a flip reset, you're getting bumped anyway, but that could be a chance. Cassio steaming in. Here comes another player. I think it was...
there it is.
Chaussette though in the end. Chaussette does get Semper back in it.
We haven't had a lot of time to talk about the defense of F16, but Rawas, for me, might be the best 1v1 defender in the world. Well, maybe not defender, let's say 1v1 goalkeeper in the world. This guy's pre-jumps are insane. We've not really had a chance to see that because they haven't done too much defense, but it's actually Rawas' defense that is the most impressive thing about this guy. So
One pre-jump save there, followed up by a Shawset goal, which is good because we got to see it again on the replay. Thank you, Shawset. Can Semper work with that momentum?
I'm sure that's exactly what Shawset's thinking. He's not thinking, let's get back into this. He's thinking, oh, Johnny gets to see the replay again. As they continue to be just put to the pale there by Basil trying to get over the top of Shawset. Exotic, can he slow this one down for a second? No, he can't. Basil is still there. They have endless boost, it seems right now, F16. But Semper are managing just to push that ball away bit by bit. We get these big clearances with a snapshot there from F16. Another good save, though, from Semper, and they are hanging on.
Yeah, backboard is wide open. Clears up so quickly for that. Did he pre-jump the backboard read? There's no way. But actually, when I think about it, there probably is a way for clears. Semper just trying to survive this onslaught that keeps coming at them, just scraping for whatever kind of chances they can get. But they're few and far between. They're going to need to be clinical here if they're going to have any chance to come back in the final 2 minutes.
There's still time, though, in 3v3 to get a couple of goals as another good save comes in. Semper's defending has been pretty good considering how well F16 are playing right now. It's just been some solo brilliance that's managed to get past them. So won't be able to get to this one. So how is your decision making? That's actually had more time for that, I think, than he realized. One of the rare occasions when he could have actually thought and chosen what to do with the ball rather than just nip to it as quickly as he possibly could. But here they come again, F16. Here's Ruas around the corner, just endless touches on that ball. It just seems to belong to him like it's on string.
He's just mind-gaming everybody. He's walking through them, doesn't even need a 50-50 because he's convincing everyone that he runs into that he's going to flip into the ball simply by positioning in such an accurate manner and moving so threateningly. Just over a minute to go. It's all F16. It's going to be another goal for them. Basil gets one on the score sheet. That might be the winning goal in their debut international. Impressive stuff, taking down Semper 2 times in 3s. Should we not see a ridiculous comeback that would come against the run of, not just the run of play, against the run of the series?
Yeah, I mean, if this series is brought back by Semper, it would be one of the great comebacks of our time against an F16 that are running riot, have their favored game mode coming up as well. You just can't see it happening, but you have to celebrate F16. This is a team of 2 players that barely turned 15. They haven't been able, Ruas and Kalias, to play an RLCS match ever because they've literally just turned 15. Is that correct? So this is their first chance to play at a LAN.
They turned 15 June, so yeah, this is their first. They couldn't play even the spring split, but these guys are already world class. They're already RLCS level. It's plain to see. I mean, Semper are a team who are going to the World's wildcard event. They finish off the entire season for Europe top 6 in the region that has taken the first seed for Worlds. So this is what happens when you run into a more mechanical team and a team with seemingly limitless potential, and they've already unlocked so much of it.
Yeah, I mean, Semper Esports, they'll be dropping down to face either Orlando Pirates, XD, or Owl, so maybe another Middle Eastern team that they'll have to contend with in a little while, but the winner is going to be F16 Esports in their first LAN competition apart from the qualifiers to make it here, and look what it means to them, by the way. They're coming up against FaZe. Now that is a series that I am very, very excited for. We are going to see some goals.
Wow, I mean, that's just such a great prospect. FaZe, F16, so we've got, first of all, 3v3. I mean, that's brilliant, can't wait. Then we've got perhaps I'd guess it would be First Killer and AJ taking on the Twins. And then if we get to the 1v1, we've got Ruas probably against AJ. He's been the one grinding ones. I mean, every part of that sounds incredible.
Yeah, it's just going to be a thing of beauty to behold, but also definitely an extra $10,000 minimum just for winning that series. Their minimum prize winnings go from $15,000 to $25,000. So already, you know, they're talking big money for some youngsters right now in this huge, huge LAN.
What do you buy with this money when you're 15 years old? What would you have bought when you're 15?
Sweeties. I would have needed someone to take my money because I would have bought many packets of candy. Yeah, exactly.
Good investment, yeah.
So from F16, what you were expecting from them and the way you've been hyping them up, how close was that to what you dared to dream of?
This is pretty much it. I mean, I thought they were going to go a lot more gung-ho in Game 1, but that was a very composed and very calculated performance in Game 1. I'm so impressed to see that on stage in such a big moment for them. So yeah, just unreal.
Well, brilliant. F16, they win their first ever foray into the stage, and we can hear from them right now.
That was absolutely electric. Did you hear them up there while you guys were competing? That was unbelievable. Congratulations. I'm joined by Luke from F16 Esports. I mean, did you expect a 3-0, or is that just something that you weren't even comprehending before coming here?
ألف ألف مبروك الفريق اف 16 على فوزهم في المباراة الأولى. حبينا نسأل الكوتش لوك معنا في المسرح عن المباراة، هل حنا متوقعين أنه كانت النتيجة بتكون 3-0 ولا كانت مفاجأة بالنسبة لهم؟
I mean, you never want to like expect a 3-0 win, but we came here for the 3-0 win, so we got the 3-0 win.
كان قاعد يقول انه حنا اصلا ما جايين عشان نفوز 3-0 بس بنفس الوقت ما كنا متوقعينها بس فعلا انها حصلت فجي جي.
I mean, ever since we got here to Saudi Arabia, all we've been hearing about is the twins, okay? They've exploded onto the scene. They've made such an incredible impact. I mean, not only, how does it feel to not only defeat a team like Semper Esports, but to do it on home soil?
السؤال القادم بيكون بتركز على احد الاثنين من اللاعبين من روس فريق اف 16 زي ما احنا نعرف هم توأم اللي هم كيلرز وروس، فكنا احنا نعرف انه كيف ادائهم في المباراه وكيف شعورهم انهم مع بعض دائما ويقدرون انهم يؤدون هالاداء وهالسينرجي الرهيبه.
I mean, you have to listen. You hear what the home advantage gives to you. That energy, it feeds us, and keep it up. But the twins. I mean, they're crazy. They're just 15, and they're already like they've got a bright future, and they know it. And I'm just along for the ride, so it's sick.
كل اللاعبين الاثنين روس وكيلرز طبعا لانهم توأم هم عمرهم 15 ومستقبلهم جدا كبير، وايضا كانوا يقولون انهم مبسوطين جدا انهم يلعبون بطوله عالميه في بلدهم في المملكه العربيه السعوديه، والف مبروك لهم الفوز صراحه فعلا استحقوا.
Your opponents, Semper Esports, they'll have a second chance in the lower brackets tomorrow, and you are going to go on to face FaZe Clan later today. How do you feel about that match? Do you feel confident?
مباراتهم القادمة راح تكون ضد فريق فيز في جروب سي، المباراة بتكون صعبة لكن هل بيكونوا واثقين من الفوز ولا لا؟ السؤال عند كوتش لوك.
I mean, you've seen us play. We have to be confident. Look at us. Let's go. We got this.
يقول احنا ثقتنا جدا عالية واكيد نقدر نسويها، والمباراة الجاية حقت فيز اكيد انهم بيفوزونها.
I mean, Luke or Beastbound, they're chanting your name. You guys have been absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for joining us on stage for this post-match interview, and good luck with the rest of the tournament.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to go to a very quick break, and we are obviously going to be back with loads more action from Group C, so make sure you don't go anywhere.
لا تبعدون اعزائنا المشاهدين، كلها دقائق ونرجع لكم في المباراة الثانية معنا في جروب سي، فخلونا على طول ناخذ فاصل بسيط ونرجع لكم.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك الصين دي انا ملخصه في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرش كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ابكي نظره لو على الحلاوه عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Well, there we have it. F16 with the support of the crowd behind them, with everybody cheering them on. We saw the players themselves getting so incredibly confident, so incredibly hyped as well. And we are here once again with Gamers8. Absolutely beautiful light show on display.
What are we doing in here? Let's go there.
Yeah, I'm off. See you in a bit, guys. Enjoy the desk or whatever.
Yeah, it's only like 42 degrees outside. It'll be nice.
Well, you guys have given away the little spoiler alert. You know, over
sorry.
here on the desk, Gregan was getting a little bit too big for his boots. You know, he was flaming Stumpy, and I couldn't have that whatsoever. So we've replaced him with the wonderful Johnny Boy.
I'm here to support my
I prefer you.
Stumpy.
Yeah, I prefer you. Easy every day. Someone who knows what he's on about.
I know. Whoever's stuck with Gregan right now, I feel sorry for him.
Oh, I'd feel silly if I was.
I'd feel ridiculous.
So I know, Johnny, yourself, you've been bigging up F16 an awful lot, especially the two twins. So talk to me about how you feel that game ultimately ended up panning out. Was it the performance that you had really expected for them, or did they exceed expectations?
I'll be honest, I didn't think they'd sweep. I thought that they would maybe go a bit too crazy in the first game and Semper would just be more disciplined and win it. So to see them just come out and be so calm, just get a 1-0 win with the ground shot, I was like, wow, that was so much more composed and organized than I expected. So they probably exceeded my expectations, to be honest, for this series. But the potential for this seems crazy. I mean, Lear's banging in the winner in overtime game 2 really just, I think, sealed the series for them because they've got the 1v1 on lock, I'd say. No disrespect to Exotic, who is going to be a competitive ones player at this event, but there's just levels to 1v1, and I don't think he's at that top level. He's probably 1 or 2 levels below Rawaz.
And from your perspective, Stumpy, taking a look at the big names, the players like the Cassios, what do you feel like he could have maybe contributed a little bit more to that matchup in particular? Because I feel like this wasn't the Cassio that everybody is sort of expecting.
I think we've not really seen the Cassio we've been wanting to see for a little while now. I think that generally the Semper team, the machine sometimes just doesn't work and it just doesn't link up. I did expect Semper to get the win in the first game. I did see that. And I literally said in 2s and 1s, that's just going to be F16's games. That you can basically have them on lock. But
although fair play to Exotic and to Chaussette, they actually played really well in the 2v2.
Took it to an OT, ultimately, which is really good. But like, I think with Semper, when you look at that team, and with Cassio, especially considering the history that he has had, there are opportunities where they can still have a lot more cohesion. There are still times when it looks like they've only just got together and they've only just started to, really start to ramp up into the RLCS and to that level. They've been there for such a long time, and they've started to stagnate, and despite being the fully French roster, it just can't compete with Middle Eastern beasts.
Yeah, let's give a little bit more context to what we're actually chit-chatting about with our STC scoreboard over here. Any players in particular that you feel like really did start to step up to the plate?
Well, it's that guy Rawaz, who I've been waiting for him to be old enough to play RLCS for a long time. I can't remember if he was 12 or 13 when he first just burst onto the ranked leaderboard scene. There, you just see him like beating well-known established players, mostly in 1v1, but 2v2 as well, and everybody's thinking, who is this guy? Then word got out that I think he was 13 when he first burst onto the scene, and nobody could believe this. We're thinking, oh no, there's another one, and it's this time he's from the side. And he's got a twin. So,
Double trouble.
But he just keeps delivering. He delivered for years online. The hype around this guy has been, he's a Saudi Arabian Daniel. Everybody's been waiting for him for years, and now he's finally delivering just like Daniel did for NA.
Is this the first time that they've competed at a LAN as well?
Internationally, yes. They did play at Saudi LAN, which was all Middle Eastern teams, came second to Falcons. So
that was the Saudi E-Leagues?
Yes. Yeah, that was on LAN. So
I mean, they took games off Falcons. Like the Middle Eastern team, and they made them bleed. Like it's unbelievable.
Yeah, Rawaz obviously rightly so taking the MVP of that matchup as well. But boys, coming on up, we're going to end up having Orlando Pirates versus Owl Esports.
This is the debut of
Army
SSA.
matey. I've done it. I'm cringing on the
That was also not a full commit to the
that
point.
was like very half.
Like a half.
Army matey.
Okay, what's your best pirate?
Army matey.
Oh,
Yeah,
see, I can't
Come on,
do
it's
the. Go on, your
He's
turn.
got you. I'm not. You win. I can't beat that. I know my abilities.
See, I was a little bit confident, but I feel like my
No.
hopes and dreams of being a pirate have just been shot down. But back to the topic at hand. Okay, which of these teams do you think is going to come out ultimately looking stronger than the other?
I think you've got to look at Owl Esports. Realistically, you know, they're the number 3 team coming from MENA through the Saudi E-Leagues. Again, they did a very, very good job. They are going to be facing off against Sub-Saharan Africa in their first ever international event. It's going to be very hard for them. It's a very, very tough spot to be in. We've seen it historically with, you know, years and years ago, Oceanic teams. We've seen it more recently with Asia-Pacific teams, and now SSA getting their chance. It's going to be tough. I have Owl on top, ultimately, but that's not a bad thing. Everything here, this entire event, this is learning, and you can gain an unbelievable wealth of knowledge.
All right, well, to give more context to the folks at home, if you're only just joining us, then you've missed out on some banger games throughout the duration of today. Let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket, just to give you a TLDR of what has been going down right here at Gamers8 on our Group C. Oh boy, we're going to end up having FaZe Clan versus F16.
Yes,
that's absurd. Yes. That's such a nuts matchup.
Yes, it's coming soon. I can't wait for that. But, you know, we've got a little bit of synergy here. F against F, O against O in the lower bracket round 1 right here. So that's always good to see. But, you know, Owl Esports are actually a really, really scary team here. They don't just have an established duo in IX and Fahad, who in the winter split of RLCS they were the first team in the Middle Eastern region for RLCS who took a series off. Then it was Sandrock Gaming, now Falcons. No one else had beaten them in a series until IX and Fahad, playing with Evil at the time, took them down. And now they've got Senzo on the team, who used to obviously play for Sandrock Gaming. He subbed for them in the Fall Major. So the team's got a ton of experience. Senzo obviously is a beast when it comes to LAN play. We've seen that this season in RLCS. And Fahad is one of the legends of the Middle East 1v1 scene. I'd say he's second to Khaled in terms of being a legendary ones player. This guy's won tournaments. He's won international tournaments, multiple international tournaments online in 1v1. So it's another one of those teams that this tournament looks like it's made for them. They've got a ones player. They've got a duo that have been together for this entire year, and they've got Senzo, who is just one of the most experienced players. He's one of the GOATs of the Middle Eastern region.
Does that mean you're backing Owl all the way?
Oh, definitely 3-0.
Okay, so here's my next question. If that is the case, how do you think Owl are going to end up faring against the Furia?
I know. Look.
That's so spicy.
I just don't know. And the fact that we get to have that conversation is so fun. Like you were saying about the Middle Eastern super teams, we've got like 3. Like, there are like 3 teams that you're like, yeah, this is built for them. You see another one, oh no, it's built for them as well. Like it's so exciting. The fact that, you know, we might be seeing Owl versus Furia, the mechanical matchup, the confidence from all these guys. It's off the charts. And look, I mean, you see Orlando Pirates going through the hotel, coming over here in just wonderful style, as it all seems to be done.
What an experience. Here. I mean, these guys have had a chance to meet them and talk to them. They're really, really having a good time here. They know that they're the underdogs, but they're just using this as a learning experience. They're going to be at Worlds as well, RLCS Worlds soon. So this is a perfect way for them to get that debut out of the way against world-class competition, and then have the World Championship soon after. You know, we've seen the development of all of the regions. The parity is just becoming more and more of a thing throughout every single season that goes by. So, you know, it's only a matter of time before every region's producing world-class teams. These are the first guys to do it from Sub-Saharan Africa. Yeah, they literally are, and they're up against it. But yeah, what a great prospect. Got to, you know, give props to, you know, Snowy. Talk about ones mains. He took a game off Joria's in Joria's prime in a show match. So, Joria's was the best ones player in the world, and Snowy actually came to Europe and he played him in a show match and he beat him in one game. Lost the series, but he beat Joria's in a game. So, you know, if he's kept up that level, then he could definitely, you know, do some work for his team here. But Fahad is something else. It's going to be a tough one in this one.
These are certainly some happy chappies leaving the hotel. I got to be honest with you. Obviously, the folks at home might not have necessarily seen the hotel rooms, the prac facilities and things like that these players have been given. And to say that it is amazing is literally the biggest understatement in the world. I mean, I know as soon as we walked into the hotel, we were like, okay,
I got lost actually in my room somewhere like between the bathroom and the kitchen. I was like, where am I?
We've all got like a group chat set up, and then when we got to the hotel, we all messaged saying, are we in the right place? Like, are these the right rooms? And you know, our manager said, yeah, you're good. Like, you're in the right place.
I literally thought I was in the wrong room. I was like, oh, have I walked into someone else's room here?
Into someone's like apartment?
Yeah, literally.
Does a family live here? No, no, they're being treated well. I mean, the hospitality that the players and ourselves and everybody's received in Saudi Arabia has just been amazing. I mean, the people are just wonderful to talk to.
It's the best environment to compete in as
It
well,
really
right?
is.
If you're relaxed, this goes, stretches back to home as well. If you're relaxed and you can just you can get on with the job at hand in any given job, then you'll be able to compete at your best level. And they have absolutely had the resources to do that. And that's why, we hope that we can see all these guys from Saudi Arabia, from the Sub-Saharan Africa, do the best job that they can. Because that's what we're here for.
And of course, the only reason that all of these teams and players have indeed been given this opportunity is thanks to the help of our sponsors, one of which is indeed Razer. So huge shout out to all of our sponsors for supporting such an incredible event, because everything from the hospitality, the food, the weather, it's been a little bit...
Weather,
it's pretty
listen.
dry here.
Gotta be careful here. I'm not prepared for the weather with my Scottish upbringing, but we're surviving. It's very interesting. Like I feel like I'm sweating, but there's no sweat there.
I'm wearing jeans in like 40-degree weather, and I'm like, I'm warm, but like it's fine.
It just instantly evaporates because moisture can't survive here, so it's just gone.
I feel like I've literally been explaining it the same time over and over again. Every time we walk outside, I'm like, it feels like someone's just switched on a hairdryer. But it's a really silent one. It's not making any noise, but it's
everywhere.
It is everywhere.
But then there's all of those fans that are like blowing you with like mist.
Around
here.
Mist's fans.
All of Mist's fans happy that they could attend.
G2 were actually they're a popular team with the Saudi Arabian audience. Like everybody's going crazy for G2.
There are Mist fans in and out of the arena.
Yeah, we got Mist fans, but everywhere.
I feel like we have gone on the biggest roller coaster of a tangent ever.
Good, yeah.
Good. That's what. Is that what I sounded like before?
Pretty much,
Okay, all right. Well, let's not impersonate my pirate accent any longer. Orlando Pirates versus Owl. I want a prediction out of you.
I said it earlier, I've got to go 3-0 here. I think that Owl Esports they're a tough team against anyone in this competition, so I've got to give it to them 3-0. But I'm super excited to see Sub-Saharan Africa playing their first international LAN match. This is a moment for Rocket League history right here. We'll look back on this in the future and see, this is the beginning of something that, hopefully will grow into just another region that can become competitive on the world stage.
And hello, me in the future, if you're watching this. You were here for SSA's first international event. Really cool, actually. I'm going to say 3-1 to Owl.
What game mode?
You know what, 1v1.
Nah.
Yeah, I'm going 1v1. We're going to go 1v1. I think he brings it. It's going to be good.
But wait, you can't have a win in 1v1 and win 3 and lose 3-1. It's not possible, Stumpy.
Johnny, why are you
It's
getting your...
actually
This is why you're better and worse than Gregan. Gregan would have let me get away with it and told me afterwards.
That's actually impossible.
Okay, well, 3-0 to Owl then. Okay, there goes all of my fun. Get rid.
Just bullied him into copying your prediction.
Sorry, I just wanted to let him know that that's not going to happen at all. It can't.
All right, way to get technical on us here. I'm certainly looking forward to seeing these two teams playing. Now, do you think on the side of Owl there'll be any sort of pressure kind of mounting on their shoulders, especially given the support of the crowd? I don't know. I feel like for a lot of these teams, it could go one of two ways. We were speaking about it previously. It's either the nerves get the better of you, or you start playing up to the crowd.
So yeah, I'd say yes if they were playing with their main roster. But they've got Senzo. He's done this before. He is one of the oldest, one of the most mature players, one of the most experienced players in the Middle Eastern region. So I think with Senzo there to help them out, they're going to be fine.
Okay, how do you think this one's going to ultimately end up panning out? Do you feel like nerves will maybe go on the way of the Orlando Pirates?
I think so, and I don't think that's a bad thing either. I think ultimately,
I think it's natural. If anything, I don't know. I wouldn't be able to get up on a stage and play video games. I mean,
you can just talk about them on a stage.
I can talk about them on a stage, but playing them is a whole other story, especially when there's $2 million on the line.
And it's a debut, and you've got, ultimately you are not the home team. You're against a Middle Eastern team in Saudi Arabia, and there are 400-500 people in front of you who are going to be cheering for the opposition, but you need to deal with that. You're a competitor. That's what you're here for. If you start in this horrible environment ultimately for a team to come into to try and beat an incredible team.
They're in the fire, this is the hardest possible start.
It only goes up from here.
Yeah, it's a tough start.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, it only goes up from here. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Ultimately, as I said, Johnny, this is the start. This is where we see SSA. This is their debut, and we've wanted this as soon as it was announced to watch it, and I feel very, very honoured that we can all be here.
Well, we have wanted to watch it, so let's go on ahead and watch some footage from the teams themselves, maybe even find out a little bit more about them.
Challenges we face as South Africans is pretty much just getting good practice. We face serious challenges when trying to practice online, as we can't play any of the bigger regions, and because of our player base being so small, we can't really evolve the meta game. So it just makes it really tough to get to the level that we need to be to compete with these teams.
Well, it feels so nice to be challenging with the higher team from Europe and NA, and it's nice to have the chance to be here. So it's challenging, and it's a hard challenge, but we will get it.
I love hearing from the teams and the players themselves. I feel like that's like the kind of content that not everybody necessarily gets to see. I feel like the only time we really get to hear from these players is after the games, once you do that post-match interview. And a lot of the time, it's often from the winning team, not the losing team. So I feel like it's kind of nice to get the perspective on both angles when it comes to, you know, this next matchup. Now, I feel like the pressure is going to be mounting. We've been saying it time and time again. Talk to me a little bit more about the one situation. Because I'm like, I want to see the ones. I know you're kind of riding the same wave as well.
Big time, yeah. And to be fair, we've got literally the perfect person in the world to talk to us about 1v1s.
Yeah, you know, Fahad's a great player. He's a great personality. I've had the honor of interviewing him after he won against Fairy Peak in the grand final of a massive EU1s tournament, and he had nothing but praise for Fairy Peak, and he was just honored that he could have played against the ones GOAT himself, and never mind beat him. So yeah, it's awesome to see Fahad here playing on an international LAN. Yeah, great player, great personality, and he's on a great team.
I feel like great teams, and you can say it all you want, but the only way to prove whether or not you're a great team is by showing up on the day, and that is right here at Gamers8. The pressure is mounting. The prize pool is certainly on the line. The crowd are ready and waiting, and boy, oh boy, are we stood on the very edge of the stage waiting for this next matchup.
أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، مباراة جدا حماسية بين فريق أول إيسبورتس وفريق أورلاندو بايرتس راح تبدأ بعد قليل، والمباراة هذه زي ما احنا عارفين هي بتكون المباراة الثانية في جروب سي اللي إلى الآن ما ندري مين اللي بيفوز فيه. حرفيا الفرق اللي موجودة والمنافسة اللي فيهم عندهم جدا قوية، لكن خلونا نرحب بالفريق الأول جايكم من جنوب أفريقيا، أحد أبطال جنوب أفريقيا تواجدوا عندنا في السعودية للمشاركة اليوم، فريق أورلاندو بايرتس. And looking to stand their ground on home soil. They have a 1v1 powerhouse in the shape of Fahad. Please welcome to the stage, Owl Esports. Thank you so much. Owl Esports, please take your places on the side of the stage and face your opponents over there. Thank you very much. This match is going to be a good one. We've got Owl Esports going up against Orlando Pirates. The first time a major LAN event is going to be absolutely incredible. So,
We've got to throw it over to the analyst desk so they can chat about all things good about these two teams before we dive into the match.
مباراة فعلا بتكون جدا حماسية أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، خصوصا أنه أورلاندو بايرتس هذا أول ميجر ايفنت يقدرون يتواجدون فيه برا ساوث أفريقيا، فأنا بنشوف ايش اللي ممكن يقدمونه في المباراة هذه، هل يقدرون أول سبورتس يوقفونهم؟ هل أورلاندو يثبتون أنفسهم من جديد في ريجن جديد؟ كلنا ما ندري ايش الجواب، فخلونا على طول نتوجه عند المعلقين ونشوف ايش اللي ممكن يصير في المباراة.
Thank you, gentlemen. I just want to give a quick shout out to the Orlando Pirates kind of jackets that they've got. The skulls looking kind of, you know, kind of deadly, kind of scary.
Kind of drippy, you know.
Kind of drippy. I love the expression, but kind of drippy. But guys, talk to me a little bit more about the side of the Pirates, Snowy in particular. Johnny Boy, I know you're kind of well versed in the wonderful land that is Rocket League, so talk to me a little bit about the history of Snowy.
Well, you know, Snowy, he's the first South African player, the first sub-Saharan African player that I became aware of, or I think made a name for himself in the Rocket League scene. And, you know, we talked a lot in the past about, you know, US West players playing on the US East servers with high ping, and then the Middle East players playing on European servers with high ping, and the South American players playing US East servers high ping. We all know about that, but the, you know, sub-Saharan African players playing on European servers, I think they do it with like 180 ping, just if anybody watching.
Unplayable.
Yeah, they do this with a ridiculously, you know, slow connection, and they're competitive. So that really tells you all you need to know about these teams.
Yeah.
They train with the biggest training weights out of anyone in Rocket League. I think maybe just the Oceanic players trying to queue US West would be kind of that would be similar. It's not a done thing. It's so hard to play. Definitely try it yourself at home. You know, give it a go. You'll see just how difficult it is to get good practice in with those kind of connections. That's what these guys do.
I feel like the only other way you could have a heavier weight to kind of carry on your shoulders if I was on your team. And Johnny Boy, you have promised me you're gonna train me up, okay? You're gonna train me up, and who knows? Maybe I'll be up on stage gaming away.
Wait, but then who's gonna host?
Yeah, who'd host then? What are we gonna do?
I'll
for
just hop between games.
Oh, fine. Okay.
You're irreplaceable, Jack.
Aww.
Irreplaceable.
Oh, thank you.
Please don't
I
become
can
a
think
pro
of a
player.
few people, but we'll talk after.
All right, so how about from your perspective, Stumpy? Talk to me a little bit more about the side of our esports. Obviously, they have the support of the crowd behind them as well. And we saw them playing up to the crowd just a little bit there. What kind of challenges do you think they might end up facing against the likes of the Pirates?
I mean, I think this is ultimately, for any given team, one of the easier matchups in the tournament. They are, as we've been saying many times, an emerging region, they're brand new here, etc. And coming up against Al, where they have been able to go through the Saudi E-League, playing on LAN, as you said, Johnny, being able to play together, and coming third overall, right behind F16, going through the playoffs and everything. They did a fantastic job. It's something that I think is quite unique, where, you know, we're also seeing two new players on OWL as well. I believe Fahad is currently on loan from Sites, or at least is coming over from there temporarily. We then got Senzo from Veloce playing as well over here, so there's a whole situation. It's a bit of a new team setup, but I think they are very versed in being able to just mix and match. All these guys play together all the time. They're not too bothered about, you know, who they end up playing with. It's just when it comes down to competition, are you all going to be playing at your best ability? I truly think that with that crowd behind them, and you've got, you know, all of the Saudi fans, and you have everybody being so hyped to see their boys on the stage, it's an amazing feeling.
And not to forget that I know that Johnny Boy has bullied you out of your predictions, but do you still think it's going to be 3-0?
No, you know what? I feel strong and confident again. I'm going back to the impossible 3-1.
Yes, let's do it.
I'm going back to it, no problem. 3-1, and they're going to win the 1v1. Let's go Snowy, no problem.
That's what I absolutely love to hear. I'm going to throw it over to our two beautiful casters who are going to take us through this Orlando Pirates versus OWL Esports.
Well, thank you very much, and what a special moment this is. OWL Esports out here representing their region, but for Sub-Saharan Africa, you know, this is their moment.
I mean, it's just before their big moment at Wildcard. They've been competing in the RLCS inter-regionally, but now they're waiting to go outside and face off against the rest of the world, starting here today against the Middle East. This is the crowning of a new region. We've seen how big it was for APAC. Now it's a chance for SSA to start.
And make no mistake, despite the fact that OWL Esports, you know, they are better on paper. They've got better 1v1, 2v2, and they're a better 3v3 team. So across the board, they are quote-unquote better. But Orlando Pirates, as was being said on the desk, you know, these are guys who train on 170 plus ping. They fly out. I remember meeting Snowy in 2019 at a small LAN in the UK because he'd come here just to try and prove himself and ran really far as well. So these are by no means pushover players. It's just how can they play in a way they've never played before at a LAN.
Well, I mean, they're normally going to be playing against other teams that are used to playing on lower ping, but with the Middle Eastern players, they're used to playing against Europeans as well on around 100 ping. So they've got that similar development of working on their playing with high pings.
Well, it's a battle of the high ping, and we are hyping this one up. What a series it promises to be. I just cannot wait to see Owl Esports. So good to see Senzo as well, a man who had retired. He said no more Rocket League, he was moving on in life. But then Sandrock Gaming, now Falcons, they came calling, and at the full major, the last LAN that he was at, good lord did he perform.
And of course the history for IX and Farhad playing on sites, the first team to beat Sandrock Gaming in the MENA region in the winter split. They've definitely got some history competing at the highest level, but it will be Senzo representing Veloce at the wild card. So these guys definitely want to prove themselves now for the future of MENA.
So lots of warming up, lots of showing what you can do, and so far lots of defending for Pirates XD, and it doesn't last too long because IX comes in, he steams in, and he scores the opening goal.
Yeah, Farhad centering it there off of the 50-50. IX coming in and just noticing skill, still not going to quite get that touch on the ball, sends it towards the net and gets that first goal. And that is going to be the thing we've got to watch out for Pirates XD. Are they going to make lots of those mistakes, and are they going to get punished by Owl?
Yeah, there's certainly more pressure than they would have been used for. Won 6 of the 9 regionals in Sub-Saharan Africa this season of Pirates XD, but it's always so much more difficult when you come up against a team like Owl Esports, and every single, even half mistake is punished, and Skill Steal makes up for his earlier error in getting that save and keeps them only 1 goal behind. You see the speed of the players. There's Darth equalizing quickly.
Sending it off the crossbar and down, and Snowy starting that counter-attack. Darth coming in and punishing the boost grab by Farhad. Snowy following into the boost, bumping him away, opening up that net. Pirates XD, maybe that was just nerves at the start and not what we're expecting to see.
Yeah, you see it all the time where a team comes onto a LAN and, you know, at the beginning they're either shaky or they're reluctant or they're defensive or they're just not themselves. That mistake from Pirates XD, that is by no means representative of their mechanics. Expect to see them, well, doing what they're doing now, blitzing the ball about the pitch, getting there quick. The Skill Steal almost thinks about going up against IX directly, but just manages instead to fake challenge and head right back. So Pirates XD, they're certainly not rushing into things, and they've almost got themselves another chance, but Snowy, unfortunately, was jumping to get a wave dash.
Yeah, we know the Middle East region is known for its speed, a very aggressive region. One thing I've noticed with the Sub-Saharan African region is they tend to be quite grounded. Not many of their players high in the air, so if we can see the ball go around a net high in the air like this, you see IX able to take Skill Steal out of the play, and another one as well. They are so much stronger with their aerial game than the Sub-Saharan African region is used to.
Owl Esports as well, so good with their passes. I mean, that was put into the exact spot that Darth, who was doing quite a tight rotation, did not want to see it. And that is by no means an accident. You know, maybe didn't think about it, but the instincts are there of knowing where your opponents don't want the ball. As IX slows things down again, but Snowy sees it coming and gets it away. But here comes Senzo showing the pace, showing his speed. Snowy in again gets the save, but Farhad is going to put it away. 2-goal lead now for Owl Esports.
Yeah, another mistake in defense. Darth getting beaten out by Senzo. That was fair enough, but Skill Steal just completely faked out by that corner touch. These guys will be playing faster than they used to, so they'll be rushing their touches, and that's where those mistakes are going to come through.
Skill Steal, a man of much experience, 25 years old in generally quite a young esport, and that's not to throw him under the bus at all. That's, you know, it's impressive to stay competing with these kids who may have more time to play, and you know, the mechanics are so much easier to learn when you're a little bit younger. I say that as somebody who, how old am I? 52, you know, so fair play, credit to him. But his team do find themselves 2 goals behind, and Owl Esports starting to warm up. You know, they would have seen F16 earlier take to the stage and put on a show in front of the home fans, and I've got a feeling Owl Esports are going to want to do exactly the same thing.
Yeah, and it's going to be a tough first match for these guys. So much experience in the Middle Eastern players here. Probably one of the 3rd strongest, maybe 4th strongest team from Middle East at this event, with Falcons and F16 ahead, which is definitely a high standard set by the Middle East region. So it's going to be a tough first attempt for Sub-Saharan Africa here. A great save away. Darth just sending that on the goal line towards Snowy, try to continue that play. But you can just see they're doing the fundamentals so well in the box here, and Owl are punishing all of these misclears.
Doing them quickly as well. I mean, look at this from Senzo. He just has no panic at all when he gets control of that ball. And Farhad, he was already up to smash that one home. But
you know, nobody is expecting Pirates XD to win this 3v3. I know Stumpy is fully believing Snowy to take the 1v1 against Farhad, and I respect it. Oh, lovely little fake kickoff there from Snowy. Mixing up the approach. Didn't quite work out for them there, but they're still talking, still staying composed, not getting frustrated against our Esports. And, I mean, if these were your players, Gregan, what would you be saying going into this one? A matchup that you are not expected to win?
I mean, it's all about the experience at this point. You know, the last time these guys got to play internationally, they were playing with 160 ping plus in the Intel World Open, where they knew they were going to struggle just off that alone. And now they get a chance to play on the same ping. They're just going to try and enjoy this experience, get the reps in, and get them prepared for the wild card when they go towards Fort Worth.
Yeah, it will be absolutely huge for them. See how many games, series they can steal. Inspired, no doubt, by APAC. And I hear that Gaming Gladiators got themselves, I believe, a series victory over on the B stream earlier. So that is the first APAC victory, you know, at an international event, should I say, rather than an RLCS this season since they've been brought in. So SSA will be looking to them for inspiration, but right now they need to look to each other and make sure they are defending as strongly and as tallly as they possibly can, because our Esports, you know, they're warm. They're going to start to have some fun. I think the banging goals are going to be happening soon.
And I'll be interested to see off the back of this which way Pirates XD go. Will they go for the 2v2, knowing that they've got the experience playing a lot of ranked 2v2, or are they going to look to go and take on that risk with the 1v1 and please Stumpy by getting the Snowy versus Farhad matchup?
I mean, Johnny was calling Stumpy out as saying it couldn't happen, but it could. If Pirates chose 1v1, let's figure this out. Pirates choose 1v1. Pirates win the 1v1, obviously. Then they lose the next two. That is a 3-1, only winning the 1v1.
I think Johnny was assuming that no one will be smart enough or stupid enough to go against Farhad in the 1v1. You'd always choose twos against Owl, as that is their greatest strength, their greatest asset in the crew battle format.
It's like arguing with Twitch chat. Johnny can never be wrong. Of course, he meant something else. Anyway, 50 seconds left. Owl Esports, let's see if they can increase their lead. Seeing there the players just completely intently focusing, which is what we want to see.
Oh,
losing
beautiful.
anything. But IX, I mean, that is so nippy and speedy.
Yeah, off the side wall, sending it up to himself. Senzo centering that ball. Underneath it, gets the bump on skill steal on the follow through. And you see Ix actually had the dodge off of that double tap, able to send that towards the net, fully controlled. And these are the mechanics that the sub-Saharan African region are just coming to terms with. They're learning these. They're not used to playing against this intra-regionally. So they're going to get a whole new experience of what to expect from their opponents at events like this.
Learning it and also learning how to defend against it at least, you know, when you can read it. Because if you can do that, you can at least block your opponents away and you know, start to frustrate them. But Owl Esports not being frustrated just yet in this 3v3 at least. It's a better touch from Darth. His wave dash gets into the ball. Good pace from him. Snowy's coming in. Wants to go around that corner. Can he get this one to go over the goal? Oh no, he's taken it away from skill steal. What a lovely moment. That could have been the second SSA goal in international tournament history. It still could happen. Snowy again onto the crossbar. Darth, does he go for the shot? It must be so tempting to dive in just now, but he makes the right decision. You know, I almost wanted to have seen him gone in there just in case it worked out, but take the 5-1. Don't risk conceding a 6 if you don't have to. So they prods that ball away. They just want it to end. There it is. Owl Esports, they do take game number 1. And for all that we're talking about this being a big experience for Orlando Pirates XD, Owl themselves, you know, apart from Senzo, these are players that are new to international competition themselves.
Of course, IX only 15 at the moment. That's quite young in Rocket League terms, so not many opportunities to come to lands. They'll have competed in Middle Eastern lands, and it's where you start taking it to that inter-regional level. That's where it starts to become challenging. You come across new play styles, especially for the newer regions that have been introduced into RLCS. They get a chance to play against stronger opposition who have got more history, more time as professional players. So for Owl, after this game, should they go on and carry on as they are now, they're going to get an opportunity to play against players they've been watching for the last 3-4 years competing at the top.
I mean, as for Orlando Pirates, what would you rate of their performance, bearing in mind the skill disparity and the difference in experience between these two teams?
I mean, for them, the experience of playing on stage is obviously important, but it might even be more important just going to the regions and playing ranked on the servers, scrimming against these opposition. That's where they're going to get the more of the time on the pitch playing against high-level players. You could see there, Owl were just faster, beating them in the challenges frequently, and more efficient with their movement. And that starts to break teams down really quickly. We saw Orlando Pirates often on low boost, often in awkward positions, not able to read what was going on, and that just comes with practice.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a learning curve for them right now. Owl Esports, really impressive team though. You know, they're not just relying on these mechanics. It wasn't the flashiest performance I've seen from them, and I'm sure they have a lot more in the locker with regards to flip resets and beautiful chain dash goals and all sorts.
Oh, we got the
good to have it in the
1v1.
locker. But Stumpy Goblin, if you're watching, I'm sure you've suddenly started paying a bit more attention, because the 3-1 with the 1v1 victory is on the cards.
Yeah, it's going to be a real tough match here for Snowy. He's playing against...
Hey, that's the easy bit.
Yeah, he's playing against one of the strongest 1v1 players in history. Famously beating Fairy Peak in the final of one of Johnny Boy's tournaments. I think that's really where you start to pick up these top 1v1 players. Can they make their way through a whole bracket? Not just popping off in a single best of one, because that's the real challenge here. Can Farhad download Snowy quickly and punish him early on for his mistakes?
Yeah, the fact that it's only one game is going to benefit Snowy massively. And this is a player that, as was mentioned on the desk, he has beaten Jorias in a game on, an international competition on a LAN environment. So certainly has a bit of history to his name as Farhad tries to get that flick into the top corner. Not quite on... It was on target, but not quite quick enough.
Here we
now
go.
The flip reset. Oh,
beautiful.
A little cancel as well. Beautiful finish.
Nice and simple here for Farhad. And this is what we're talking about. The simple mechanics are so important. You don't want to overcomplicate things, because that's where you're going to get counterattacked. And there was never any doubt there that Farhad was out of control. That flip reset is 100% move for him. Draws the player in, knows he's faster than these players, and you can just send it onto the net for free.
So difficult for Snowy as well, because there's so much you have to balance when you're up against a player like Farhad. You cannot give the man too much space, because when he has boost and he has control, he can do anything he wants with this ball right now, which means there's 5 or 6 different angles that Snowy has to cover, and then he gets the challenge as well. So there he was a bit too passive, but equally, if you dive in, you get punished too. So it's like, what on earth do you do?
Yeah, you see Farhad just creating the space for himself to be able to set up the flip reset. Once in the air with that infinite dodge, it's so hard to challenge in 1v1. Get the ball away safely without then giving away goals like that where you get dunked on. So Snowy got caught in the trap that Farhad had set, and he's going to get potentially a kick-off goal. Now Snowy able to send it away, and this is an opportunity now for him.
He's got boost, and he's got his player having to do some shadow defense, but Farhad does do that well. But still more boost control here from Snowy. He's just waiting for Farhad, not rushing into anything too much. Both teams, or both players, should I say, just daring each other to come. But then Farhad, he just changes the pace and gets himself control of the ball.
Yeah, this is what Farhad's going to be looking out for, those small windows of opportunities where Snowy loses control, and he's smart enough to know what to do in that situation. You saw there the bump came out as a tool in the arsenal of the challenge game. Delayed challenges, fast challenges. He's going to be mixing up so much, keep Snowy guessing, but ultimately make the decision that's best off the scenario he's in.
So far, they're Snowy holding his own. Bear in mind that for anybody new to 1v1, when there is a disparity in skill, it shows so much more in this game mode. You can lose by 7, 8, 9 goals if you are not up to scratch. The fact that he's 2 goals down in the first couple of minutes, completely no shame in that. And he's got ball control as well. Can he punish Farhad here as he returns to his goal? Yeah, take the quick shot, and he gets it home.
You see Snowy controlling the ball the whole time, the boost in the corner, sends a shot on net as Farhad's backtracking, which means his save is not good enough. And Snowy instantly reacts, gets behind that ball, sends a powerful shot that Farhad's unable to react and get away. That is great control from Snowy, but you see how much more he has to work for that goal than Farhad did.
Yeah, there'll be no simple goals right now for Snowy, and he's faked the kickoff there. Will he be able to get back in time with some boost? He can, but all the control for Farhad. What a lovely touch that is.
Oh,
but good recovery from Snowy.
Yeah, a little pre-flip on the recovery, and that's another key part of ones that's often overlooked. You see these mechanical outplays, but sometimes the most important factor is can you recover when it goes wrong? And saving that little bit of boost, landing well, turning as you land is so key to the success of your outplays. As we see right here, Farhad, musty flick didn't work, but instantly back on that ball.
Instantly back on the ball and still with complete control, dribbling it all around the pitch. It's like Aquadome belongs to him. He's adopted one of those sharks. Now he is the predator, chasing down Snowy, bumping him out the way, and then just watching that ball roll home for 3-1.
Another option taken there by Farhad. He recognises Snowy getting too static just the other side of the ball. An easy bump target, caught in a trap again. And that's so key, is those little moments where you ask the question, can you position well enough for this play? If not, I will punish you for it.
Yeah, I feel like Snowy maybe had 1 or 2 chances to go for that ball. That's where you want to see him attacking it a little bit more quickly, because without it, Farhad, he can just punish you all day long. So he wants to get control of this one. Farhad will get a touch out wide. So he does have some boost, but Farhad has the boost and the ball as well. And when he's got flip reset skills like these, wants to get the second touch.
Counter
right
attack.
there, but this could be a chance for a counter. Should make it 3-2. I saw that Farhad was coming in the center, so slowed things down. Still not rushing Snowy, and it almost pays off as he puts that one into the crossbar. Goes again. Lovely fake. Still not able to get it in. Farhad just always finds a way to get behind it, and the truly cruel nature of 1v1s, you can see Farhad giggling to himself right there, is, you know, if the save is made, you cannot overcommit.
I mean, you look at what Snowy was doing there, it was all the right ideas, just not quite executed well. He had 3 or 4 opportunities to shoot well, and just messed up the first shot, didn't take the second one, and pulled out the fake at the right time, but didn't quite put it on target. Every one of those decisions was correct, just not quite executed, and that comes with practice and time playing on this kind of level.
Here we go again, Farhad to the ceiling, Snowy's up as well. I think Farhad's gonna wanna go for the little double tap here, and he gets it. It's just endlessly consistent from Farhad. The crowd loving it as well.
I love watching these kind of top tier 1v1 players now. You know, they go for these what used to be high-risk plays, and for Farhad in that situation, there was no doubt in my mind he was going to put Snowy in an uncomfortable position at the very least. Obviously, scoring the goal on this occasion. And the consistency and mechanics we see from top ones players is what carries them to this level. It makes it so difficult for simple 1v1 players like Snowy who aren't able to break an opponent down.
Well, can he get the challenge game strong here? No, again, the recovery from Farhad just that little bit better, but Snowy manages to nip in and he's get a few bumps on it. Will he be able to conserve his boost to put Farhad under any danger? That's better. Not diving into the challenge, gets himself a chance to shoot. If he can just take it, he's got this flick. There's a lot of goal to aim for. Keeps it low, keeps his composure.
Again, a few opportunities to shoot there. Didn't want to take the risk of testing his own shooting ability. Went for the low dribble play. He knew that if Farhad had stopped there, he would have been able to pile drive that over the 50-50. Farhad in the end going for the in and out save, which opened up the free opportunity. I think this is a solid performance here from Snowy, one that is probably asking a question of other 1v1 players who might have to come up against him. Well, I might have to step up to play it. There's not going to be a free win. There is no free win against Snowy in ones.
And I think when he's watching this one back, Snowy, he will be thinking, if only I'd shot now, if only I'd taken that extra touch, you know, the minutiae of his gameplay as opposed to any sort of huge discrepancy, but he does give himself a chance. 2 goals in 36 seconds in 1v1, very doable.
This is the classic whiff is better than being good moment, where if he'd shot that on target, Farhad probably would have saved it, but instead he missed it wide, whether intentionally or not, which led Farhad to be in an uncomfortable position, leading to the goal. And we saw that happen a little bit in the 3v3. You know, those misses can often throw off your opponents more than they actually hinder the team that misses. Well, that is just great clock management from Farhad. He knows he's going to be rushed and rush that challenge there.
Yeah, you saw there, Snowy just wanted to get things going. Having to move as quickly as possible, and Farhad shows all the ones experience that he has. One of the best 1v1 players in the world is gracing this pitch right now, and Snowy has kept it to within 3. It was within 2 until that goal went in, so it's been a really good performance from him. Farhad wins another challenge from the kickoff. Can he get it past Snowy? Look at him, good play from Snowy. Managed to close the angle down just enough. Can he get himself one more? Can he get this boost? He can. Snowy just wants this flick. He's been trying it all game, and again, Farhad stays tall at the right moment. I don't think the shooting angle will be here. No, I'm wrong. Snowy wins it and gets himself back to within 2.
That's good control there from Snowy. Just takes on the inside, gets the flick up. Changing up the angle of that ball is so key on those spacious dribbles. Bates fired in for a 50-50, opens up the space for the goal. And again, this is one of those where we're not seeing the full power of Farhad right here. He is taking it easy. He's trying out a few highlight plays. He wants to entertain the crowd, knowing that he's got another gear that he can get up to in the future. But I think respectful performance here from Snowy in what is one of the toughest 1v1 opponents in this whole tournament.
Yeah, to me, there were 1 or 2 moments where Snowy could have just reacted a little bit quicker, tried to surprise Farhad. I think Farhad had a pretty solid read on Snowy, didn't shock him. There were no sort of, you know, when somebody's challenging your blind spot and you see them behind the ball, it's like, oh, where did they come from? Snowy didn't do that to Farhad, which would be my one critique. But that's tough. That's incredibly tough. You've got both your teammates watching, peering over your shoulder, going, oh, why didn't you score that? Why didn't you put that one away, Snowy? And you've got to deal with that as a 1v1er.
And you've got to understand, these guys normally play 1v1 on the European servers from South Africa, where they've got 160 to 180 ping. And I know that Snowy has reached Supersonic Legend in 1v1 with that higher ping. It's a whole different play style there. You want to try and bait your opponents in, create space, because you can't win the challenge game too well. So they're going to have to change up their playstyle now that they're on the low ping servers and get used to the fact that they can be reactive. They can read the ball and go, I can read that and jump up now, knowing that it's not going to suddenly ping in a different direction due to my high ping.
Well, have they learned the lessons of the first couple of games? Orlando Pirates XD. I mean, it was a very, very solid performance in the first one from Owl. The second one, Farhad is, you know, the far superior player to pretty much any 1v1er, so, you know, that's not a surprise really there. But now we are back to 3v3, and for the first time, SSA, they can
take the lessons learned in a specific game mode and apply them on the fly. So we're going to see if there are any tactical changes. What is it that you want to see from Orlando Pirates compared to Game 1?
I think they just need to go as if there's nothing to lose, because they have a very grounded play style. They wait for opponents to make mistakes because that works in the sub-Saharan African region. Whereas here, you have to jump before you even really know why you're jumping at this level. So a little bit more urgency, a little bit more confidence. Stuff like this, perfect. Just jumping off the wall, trying to read the touch, and then seeing what happens out the back of it and just trying to be as efficient as possible.
They're going for it as well. Oh, there was almost a bump there, right there in that corner, but not quite to be. As Farhad goes to the sky this time. He has Ix next to him. Welcome back, Ix, into the lobby. And welcome back, Senzo, as well, as he's dancing with the ball right there in the center. Darth comes in quickly, and they definitely do seem to have upped the pace. I think in the first game as well, there were 1 or 2 really basic mechanical errors, which are way below the Pirate skill level. If they can eradicate those, they'll already be better fared.
Yeah, in the region of Sub-Saharan Africa, the only other team that's been of competition to Orlando Pirates has been the Bravado Gaming team. And they have one of the most mechanical players in the region to die for, and he tests the defense of this team and has the ability to outplay, as well as the team's... Oh, go on, Daisy, the teammate, and Happy Meal on that team. They have shown that they can outplay this team, and they've been the challenge for this team in the region, but this is a whole different level. These are players who are confident and are able to do anything in the air, which they've not experienced before, so they need to shut it down earlier so they don't give them the space.
Speaking of space, there's a lot of it right now for Senzo. He's still twirling in the air. Some say he's still air dribbling to this day. Ix now comes in. Skillsteal, who had a bit of a shaky first game, has definitely stepped up so far in this one. Solid clearances and good touches. Snowy is getting all sorts of involved for Pirates XD, making a really good account of himself, not just in this game, but in this entire series. But it's when this happens that you start to fear for Pirates. That was a massive save right there from Skillsteal, with 2 Owl Esports players charging at him. The defending for Pirates has been solid.
Yeah, they are a strong, solid rotating team. They don't look to overcommit too often. They like to play around each other. I've spoken to their coach a little bit about it, and they look to play similar to the European style of, rotating well, whereas now the modern Rocket League style involves a lot more mechanics. You can't defend forever against these top players, so they need to start getting control of that ball and creating opportunities for themselves.
Senzo's going to meet this one in the center, but he's missed it. Snowy was already there. The pre-jumps continue for Pirates, and it is keeping Owl at bay for now. Ix, oh, what an angle that would have been. Something sublime. You can really see they're trying to force these finishes, Owl Esports, just to test Pirates. One poor save will be enough, as Ix gets a decent save there onto the backboard for Pirates XD to be punished. But so far, not just getting the car to the ball, also the clearances are going into a good direction. Their linking play has been very effective too.
Yeah, and this is also a moment for us to see how Owl Esports will fare compared to the rest of the competition. Will they be able to step up and take on Furia in the next game and compete with the likes of Yan, who is one of the most offensive players in the world and create some of the best outplays? Whoa. As we see the ball bounce off the post, Senzo sending it wide. Farhad left to try and waste time as Senzo comes in and interrupts.
Time has been wasted incredibly effectively. 3 minutes have gone as Darth gets onto the backboard. Oh, not quite there from Snowy. He's had such a good game, but on that occasion, couldn't quite get the angle that he needed to put it away. The Pirates XD, they should take heart from that. That has to give them confidence and faith that they can break this deadlock. Imagine if an SSA team could even take the lead against a team from MENA. It could be huge, but Ix could break their hearts right now to the backboard. Here he goes, Skillsteal up as well. Farhad, he takes a turn, gets the pass towards Senzo. And Pirates, they are defending these infield passes impeccably.
Yeah, and you can see how they're shutting things down early. They're meeting them at the challenge point rather than giving them the space to set up the flip resets, the double taps. And this is making Owl Esports a little bit more rushed and really starting to test them. It's asking questions of them. Do they have the ability to close this series out in 3 and step up to the level that they need to be to take on the rest of the competition at this event?
Keeping their spacing really far away from each other as well, Pirates. Not bunching up and getting tempted to double commit and go for these challenges together. It's really good stuff. As Snowy tries to link that play, Farhad closes him down. Good speed again from Darth. Now Ix, he goes solo this time after the infield passes have just been read time and time again against them. It's more good defending right now from Pirates, but the pressure is beginning to increase.
Open.
That could be a chance. So is this one going all the way in? Skillsteal, he's going to put it in. Pirates XD take the lead.
Skillsteal sending it all the way from defense. An overcommitment here from Owl Esports. Well, Skillsteal
all the way from defense there, yeah?
I think it was Darth who said that, all the way from defense. Skillsteal upfield. to be honest, that could have gone in even if there was a final defender there, because they had that linking play upfield, and I'm loving that from Pirates XD. They've always got someone rotating to the middle of the pitch, ready to intercept that ball and continue that play forward.
And now we have 35 seconds left for Owl Esports to avoid getting a little bit red-faced. Senzo there wants to go over the top. Can he do it? No, it's saved! A brilliant save there on the goal line. And Skillsteal can almost get control, but he was a little bit slow. Farhad comes in. It's bumped away by Skillsteal. Senzo's coming forward now. 20 seconds. It's Snowy flicking the ball away, just desperate to get a car on the ball. Skillsteal there. Anyone able to close him down? It's Senzo. But every time they get control, it's just bumped away by a player from Orlando Pirates XD. But Darth, another massive save. Senzo wants to get around it. He's putting that one on net. Darth and Skillsteal combined. And that is going to be the game. The first game for a sub-Saharan African team in international Rocket League history. What a moment, no matter what happens from here.
They're going to be smiling after that. They just want to gain this experience. You can see Zebra, their coach, incredibly excited over the players. These players aren't particularly emotional. They're not the...
They're professionals.
They're chilling. Stoic as they go through, but they're going to be feeling happy after that. That was a solid performance. They defended so well, but shout out to Darth. He had an amazing performance.
Defensively, yeah.
Defensively, he got that clear into the goal, which Skillsteal did take at the final moment, but he made 2 or 3 really important saves just after they went ahead to keep them in that game. But now we've got to ask the question, 2v2, Snowy and Darth, I assume, going in, taking on the likes of Farhad and I guess IX?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Senzo is in on loan as well. So these are the two that have been playing together all season. They've done some good work all season as well. They'll be a lot more comfortable and familiar with each other. It's also, I don't know, I feel like it'd be a bit strange if you're the player that's left out, if Senzo's brought in on loan and then you don't play the twos, but then misplayed ones for G2 earlier, which I was very angry about, stealing us of the Atomic Derby. So it has to be done.
We do know Senzo is a player who's willing to take a step back and let other people take the limelight, you know, retiring shortly after his LAN debut and then coming back now because everyone wants him to join. You know, he is not someone who's trying to steal the limelight. So I can imagine him going, look, you guys, you're great. You go do that 2v2, and I'll watch from the side.
But equally, there's $2 million on the line, and Senzo's really good at Rocket League. So, you know what I mean? If it's between that and just my mate being a bit happier, sorry, my mate. But it is Senzo.
Oh, there we go.
It is Senzo and Farhad. What a great combo this could be. And Darth and Snowy. I feel like Darth definitely earned his spot on this team with his performance in the last one. Now, can Owl Esports get the initiative back? Because a goal here for Pirates could suddenly completely change just the mood here, and that's not going to happen because Senzo is really good at Rocket League. $2 million on the line.
Too much space given up there by Snowy. That ball was loose and free for him for so long, but he felt uncomfortable, low on boost, completely backed off, leaving the net empty for Senzo. That's the kind of decision-making that comes from a player who's used to having a bit more time and space. You do not get that against Middle Eastern teams.
They just need to remember that what was so effective for them was surprising Owl Esports with their pace and the fact that they could dive in when it was needed. That's better from Snowy. That'll get his confidence back up. There is another chance here for Farhad. Darth is just waiting underneath it. He's faked out. Snowy comes in. Is there a Senzo-shaped car charging in? There is. But Darth, the man is just, I think it's fair to say, the best defender in the world.
I don't think that's fair to say. I think it's maybe this series. I think we can give it.
All right, I'll give you that.
No, but Darth is one of those players who's done well in the stats over in the sub-Saharan African region. One of the highest performers alongside Snowy and a few of the Bravado Gaming guys. I think this is what we're starting to see with these newer regions coming in is you're getting individuals really shine. We saw Burn earlier playing for Detonator, and those individuals, if they find the right players, the young players coming through to join them, they can start making splashes in the international level.
Ooh, almost. Snowy fed that one through towards Darth. Not quite there. Darth tries to come from the ceiling, but that one's just going to fall for Senzo. Good speed again from Snowy. He has definitely woken up after that passive start to the series. As Owl show some good defense of their own. Senzo waiting on the backboard. Oh, and then in comes Farhad. It's hit the post. Snowy again on hand. And they're supporting each other, Pirates. If there is a mistake, they've got someone there behind them just to back up their teammate.
They do, and they're playing the game well. I think it's a similar story to what we saw in ones of they're making good decisions. It's just not the execution that they're familiar with. They're not used to playing at this speed or having to work around players who are this aggressive. And so as they get used to that, and as this series has gone on, they've definitely acclimatized to the pace.
Snow's going to try and flick that one over the top and manages it. And there's a fellow touch from his teammate Darth, who's started off a bit slowly in this 2v2, but is definitely getting more involved now. And now Senzo can go with an air dribble, or at least a little wave dash that he caught for himself with that flip reset. Farhad is coming in. He's got plenty of boost as well. So much boost for the Owl Esports team. Absolutely burning through it, but always seem to have so much still in the tanks. Snowy, tough defending, and Darth helping him out. So Owl Esports, they are just barging on that door, but the two Pirates players are not letting them through again.
Opportunity here, shot taken. Farhad's going to send it to the far post. Snowy caught in the middle of a half flip, expecting Darth to get that bump on the follow through, not quite able to, and they're caught off guard. Farhad sending that one home. That is the 1v1 player within him, just recognizes when there's that gap and punishes.
Yeah, we'll always punish as well. You know, you can do the fancy stuff all you like, but if there is a chance for a quick shot, Farhad has that speed of thought to be able to put it home. That's a great clearance, though.
Low boost on the keeper.
There's a miss as well, so Snow will be able to take control of this ball, at least for now. Senzo was back to the ball for a second, but managed to do well with it, and somehow, despite being bumped, gets it past two of them. Might be able to follow it up for a third for his team, but Farhad had rotated back.
I think Senzo and Farhad are a good duo. You are right about Senzo being an amazing player. I think his greatest strength is not trying to do too much. He's willing to take the 50-50, make the fake, and then just rotate out, giving the space to Farhad. And he's facilitated those opportunities for Farhad and defended well behind him. So Senzo coming in as the 2v2 player. We might not get to see Ajax again until they play in the next round if they do take this game here. But a strong performance here from Snowy and Darth. Definitely going to be asking lots of questions in that lower bracket of the teams they come up against.
Yeah, they have looked pretty strong, Pirates. Stronger than a lot of us gave them credit for so far. There is still plenty of time in the 2v2 game to get a couple of goals. Can certainly be done here, but a third one would really hurt Pirates. Al would love it as Senzo goes under, but Darth, another huge save. And Snowy from the side. Darth was then bumped out the goal, so Snowy is somewhat alone here, but Darth manages to get back just in time. There's more pressure here for Owl Esports, but Pirates have a pretty good defensive stronghold on this one until that one touch gets it past them. Owl Esports surely will see this one away from here.
You just see 0 on the tank for both the defenders there. Farhad just keeping that ball in, recovering fast, and you can see that speedy movement on landing, which allows them to keep coming back in as they drain the boost of their opposition. And that's going to put them 3-0 up with not a huge amount of time here left for Pirates XD. Not looking likely to score at any moment, but they have defended well. They've kept the score line a little bit lower than we might have expected.
I mean, Farhad was clearly having a good time in the 1v1. He felt at home, he felt comfortable, knew he'd win that game. Had a bit of a giggle once or twice with some funky kickoffs, but I mean, until this moment where Owl Esports are starting to pull away, it's not been like that in this 2v2. Pirates really asked some questions of Owl Esports.
They did, and you can see little moments like that, just misreads is the hardest bit of any team that's coming over and playing against stronger opposition they're not used to. Reading what your opponents are doing is the hardest bit. When you start scrimming them and you start playing them a lot, you do get used to it and you get used to that pace. It's the same as if you rank up in any game, you start to get used to that higher level. And they do get a goal. They do find a goal at the end there.
The first ever 2v2 SSA goal in international competition. So a big moment to enjoy. Right there from Darth. I mean, Darth has... It's fair to say he has impressed the masses. Defensively, the clearances that he's made, not just getting his cast to the ball, as I said earlier, but putting the ball into a place where nobody from Owl Esports is going to be able to follow it up and put it home. You know, really impressive. But, you know, when Farhad's on the pitch with you, he can get through anybody.
Yeah, we were highlighting the impressive nature of the South African players on stage right now, but really it is Farhad who has impressed everyone in this series.
That's fake.
He looks so in control of this lobby. He seems to be ahead of everyone, knows when to fake, knows when to take it high, and has the mechanical ability to mix it up. So Farhad has truly exceeded the South African players' expectations and made it incredibly difficult for them to compete. But this is all about experience.
What I love about Farhad already is that he doesn't seem to overly rely on his mechanics. You know, he reminds me of Seiko a little bit, where he has them in his locker, but he's not going to go, hey, I'm going to try 15 flip resets in a row. There's so much more to his game. He can play solidly. That doesn't bother him. He can play defensively. That doesn't bother him. He doesn't seem to have much of an ego to his game. But when he does have that boost, and when he does have a few seconds to stare his opponent in the eye, you just know that he's going to find a way to get past them, and that, to me, is the most devastating sort of player.
I think we can all take a moment here and just appreciate Stumpy was right almost. 3-1 prediction from Snowy. He did say the 1v1 was going to be the win for Snowy, and if he just said 3v3, he would have been a genius. But on this occasion, it is Owl Esports who are going to be taking it 3-1, showing pure class from this player here, Farhad. Owl Esports progress to the next stage.
Absolutely beautiful. Another $10,000 minimum added to their prize winnings as well for Owl Esports, but also all of this international experience under their belts. They are another really good team from the Middle East. I mean, what do you make of the people that say that because Falcons have won all the regionals, the region has no depth?
I mean, that's just wrong.
Yeah, exactly. I've seen it. I've seen it out there. Yeah.
We've got F16 and Owl already taking big games here, but of course, Owl Esports, that is a warm-up for them. They're going to be trialed and tested against Furia in the next stage.
Yeah, Furia against Owl is going to be another big series, an F16 phase, I believe it was earlier too.
Oh,
so
wow.
we've got some spicy old matchups to look forward to in this group. Yeah, one of the fun ones. Not sure what the Group D results are just yet, but we'll keep an eye on those ones going on the B stream as well, so be sure to check that out. Yeah, a very enjoyable series that was. A good time was had by all, and Owl, what a team.
Yeah, and of course, Sub-Saharan Africa. They are now on the international stage. We'll be seeing them again at the wildcard. We'll be seeing them again at the lower bracket here, but of course we've seen them at the wildcard with their fellow region team, Bravado Gaming. So that's not the last of them you'll see, and they'll definitely be improving just from this event and the future leading up to the Worlds.
Yeah, exactly. Good performance from them, from Sub-Saharan Africa, and getting their first ever game as well, which is really exciting. And I mean, as we've seen with APAC, they did the same thing in the RLCS, and they've won their first series now. So Sub-Saharan Africa will be looking at them for inspiration. But for now, we're going to go to a very quick break. When we come back, there's more Rocket League. What do you know?
No, not the start. Ah, crap.
What's the timer at? 15. Alright, one at least. Oh no. Got 2. No, stop. How much time do you have? 5 seconds. Alright, last one. 3. Alright, there we go. 2. At least we got 1.
Batmobile. 1v1 win. Hoops. PlayStation control. Octane. Huge win. 3v3. For myself, offensive. Octane. Aqua down. No demos. Roll 1. Full resets. Fancy car. Ball chasing. Fake. Pass. Close 1.
Well, we just had Orlando Pirates try their very hardest to take on OWL Esports, but unfortunately, it does look like the pirate ship has sunk down into the lower bracket, and OWL Esports managed to win that one out 3-1. I just want to point out real quick that Johnny Boy was wrong and Stumpy was indeed correct, and because of that, Johnny Boy has been demoted off this stage once again. Gregan, welcome back once again.
I've been brought back.
Stacks, how's it going? We've not had you on here yet.
Yeah, no, I kind of got lost on my way over here, but I finally found my way to the desk, and no, it's been wild watching all the results come in from A&B streams, and we've had a blast watching all of the games backstage.
Yeah, we certainly had some banger matchups, and I need to ask you, Gregan, first and foremost, we saw a 1v1 taking place, and I know everyone in the green room certainly started piping up once we saw it was a 1v1. Why do you think they might have made that 1v1 decision?
I think it's just the 1v1, you can catch your opponent off guard a little bit. I think Snowy confidently backed himself. To be honest, the 2v2 brought Darth in, they look solid there, but the more you take out strong opponents, the more you rely on the individual brilliance of a player. And of course, Farhad came out on top in that situation, but that's where they can start making mistakes, you know, going too easy on someone, you might be able to steal a win.
And as we take a look through our Aramco highlights from that previous matchup, I need to give props to Snowy, because I feel like Snowy was certainly able to put up an incredible fight in that 1v1. Granted, I don't think anybody necessarily expected it. What do you think, Stacks?
No, when Snowy started putting up a fight, we're all just kind of watching like, hey, wait a minute, this actually could happen. And, you know, I mean, Farhad had kind of a sly smile on his face pretty much the entire time. I don't think he ever felt really threatened, but watching Snowy put up a fight, we really started to believe until Farhad pulled away late. And then, you know, the 2v2, of course, you know, that's kind of the nail in the coffin.
I mean, they did play well, but of course they didn't have that mechanical ability that you see from the Middle East, you see from Europe, North America, South America. OCE these days, they're starting to show a little bit of it, but it reminds me very much of where APAC are, in the sense that they don't have a quite complete game. There's parts of their game you go, oh, that looks like the other regions, and for these guys, it was some of their setups, their decision-making, their challenge game, and then the moment they get a situation, you're like, can you score that top corner? You haven't quite got that one yet nailed down, and I think that's where we need to see these regions develop and get that experience overseas.
And taking into consideration that 3v3 match that we actually saw the Pirates successfully win for themselves, that was a 1-0. What do you think it was that ultimately led to their victory in that map?
Defense, right?
Yeah, defense will carry you a long, long way, and I think a lot of teams in these other regions are learning that, and we're seeing now that they've been added to the RLCS and they've been added more into international play, they're catching up real quick.
Yeah, and as we take a look at the STC scoreboard over here, you can see Farhad was one of those players that you had definitely highlighted. Greg, and did he pop off as much as you thought he would?
Well, I mean, 1v1 and 2v2 really do suit Farhad. The more space he has, the more dangerous he becomes, and what Senzo does so well is he creates that space for his teammate. Of course, we do have to highlight the saves and the defense from Darth and Snowy. They didn't make it easy to get scored on, but unfortunately with 2s and 1s, when your opponents are just mechanically stronger than you, it becomes very difficult to hold them out. And that's where the defense in 3s, with the structure that Orlando Pirates were able to put on, that gave them that ability to hold out the onslaught of Farhad offense, but he does get the MVP.
Rightly so as well. I know that Johnny Boy was certainly highlighting him as one player to keep an eye on, and he certainly did deliver, and I'm sure the crowd over there in the arena as well is just as hyped and excited as we are. I know everybody in the green room, though, was certainly hyping up the one victory that the Pirates were able to garner for themselves, simply because everybody wanted Stumpy's prediction to be correct. So I know Johnny Boy is going to be a little bit fuming right now at that result. But coming up next, we're going to have FaZe versus F16.
Oh,
I know. It's going to be a great matchup. F16 obviously having won their previous match 3-0. Do you think there is a world in which they can maybe give us a similar performance heading into a match versus none other than FaZe Clan?
100%, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is a matchup where, look, I like Typical, but I would love to watch just 1v1s and 2v2s this entire series.
I'm the exact same.
Give me AJ and First Killer and the Twins and every possible combination of 1v1s. Give me 2v2s. I would pay a lot of money to just watch that go down. This is going to be a lot of fun to watch this entire series.
It certainly is. Greg, and how do you think you said that there is a world in which you think it could be a 3-0?
Oh, 100%. Well, we got a few factors. Firstly, F16 have played on the stage. They're feeling confident, they're feeling comfortable, and FaZe, this is going to be their first match on the stage. And I think also FaZe have just come off a big loss at London, where they were potentially one of the favourites to go all the way. So 3v3, not their strongest area, but it really does come down to the 1v1 and the 2v2. That I think that's where everyone's excited to watch them. I think we've got F16 and FaZe who are at a similar level, I would say, from the 3v3 ability I've seen from both of them recently. FaZe having a higher ceiling, I would say. But the 1s and 2s will be the entertaining part.
Well, the thing is, we saw during the little video before it came back to us, AJ carried over his accuracy from London, so I'd actually be a little bit worried if I'm a FaZe fan.
I've got to be honest with you, I feel like I would do a better I would have a better shot.
He only got 3, didn't he?
I think it was 2.
The thing I'm disappointed with the players on that basketball game is the lack of urgency. They know there is a minute, yet they seem to just walk around and pick up the balls and have another go.
All he kept saying the whole time was, how long do I have left? How long do I have left?
Just get me out of here.
Don't worry about how much time you have left.
How many balls do I need to get in is what you should be asking.
Exactly. Okay, so as you can see on your screens right now, we're going to have Furia Esports taking on Owl Esports. I feel like that's going to be an interesting matchup. But our next one is indeed going to be FaZe Clan versus F16, which we've already spoken about. So, Gregan, I want you to talk to me a little bit more about how you think this Furia versus Owl Esports matchup is going to end up panning out.
Well, that's going to be a bigger test there for Owl. Furia, one of the strongest teams out of London, and have that scary Yan factor. I think 2s and 1s, Yan is going to be dominating the pitch. And then obviously the same thing is true of 3s. So we've got to watch out for Furia there. Owl, though, they showed some good signs, but they definitely got another gear that they will have to bring out in that Furia series.
Yeah, they're going to face a team that's just on another level, I think, when they go up against Furia. I mean, this whole group, when we saw this, we thought, group of death, easily, right here. And whatever team survives this war of attrition is going to be battle tested when we finally get into the playoffs later this weekend.
Of course, only 2 teams make it out of the group, and right now I would say F16 are showing a great sign for them to make it out. We haven't seen Fury and FaZe yet, so that could be another 2 teams that have got a good chance of making it out. And Owl Esports coming in and going, well, we're really good too, but we're in this really tough group where it's going to be really hard for them to make it all the way, but we'll see how far they can make it and where they can cause some upsets.
Take a look at all those RGB strips though. I gotta say, the neon lights certainly add to the ambiance, and if you are watching from at home, then boy oh boy are you missing out. We were having a walk around Riyadh, we were having a look at everything that's on offer here, and it was certainly absolutely beautiful. Yeah. I feel like a lot of people are certainly comparing it to like the likes of a Vegas and things like that, and to see all of these bright lights, all of these teams incredibly hyped to be here, to have their shot, you know, playing for this incredible prize pool is certainly amazing. This should be nothing short of, you know, Would this be something that would sort of impact the likes of a FaZe Clan, or do you think?
Well, I think they're seeing this as a great experience to prepare for Worlds. You know, they didn't boot camp before London, but instead waited after London in Europe, struggling with the food apparently, probably not struggling with the food here, but they're then getting a chance to boot camp for this and treat this as great practice in the lead up to Worlds. But they're going to be more prepared for this than I think they were for London.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, London was, I think, by all measures, a disappointing performance for FaZe. They feel like they should have gone much deeper into that tournament. They at least should have been playing deep into the crowd days. And I mean, they didn't come anywhere close, whereas in the previous couple of majors, they've been in the top 4, and this is a team that can consistently get to that point. In this bracket, boy, I don't know.
I mean, everybody was saying the group of death. Everybody was mentioning the Dignitas, the Falcons, but then Johnny Boy said it best. He said Group C is going to be the one to look out for. But I just want to give a quick shout out to our sponsors, MasterCard, for supporting this event, helping make Gamers8 what it well and truly is right now. This beautiful stage, this beautiful setup, and also these beautiful people joining me on the desk as well. I know Greg is just like, I got another compliment again. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling excited. I mean, this game is probably a similar level of excitement as what we saw earlier on when we got to see Guild versus Complexity, because I genuinely don't know which way this is going to go. We've got the unknown factor of the 1s and the 2s being a potentially massive shift of the result, whereas in the Guild Complexity game, we knew 1s and 2s were likely to go one way or the other. This one, I have no idea which each of the game modes is going to go.
Yeah, I've had this part of the bracket kind of circled mentally. Like, this is where I wanted to see these two teams go at each other. We're getting that matchup, and I cannot wait to actually get started, because again, I think kind of similar to like Falcons Liquid at the London Major, this will be one of the most mechanically and exciting matchups that we're going to have the entire week here.
Yeah, once again, the winner of this matchup will have a shot at making it through to the playoffs. Now, this is going to be incredible weight on all of their shoulders that end up facing the winner of Furia and Owl. So I'm hoping we're going to get another spicy matchup as this matchup can this bracket ends up unfolding before our very eyes. I know it's going to be an exciting one. Prediction, go.
Oh, I mean, it's game 5. That's the easiest prediction, I think. I mean, it might not go game 5 because a team might pop off, but that's the most likely outcome, I think, here.
Just remember what happened the last time someone got a prediction wrong.
I got kicked off the desk, but no, I think the game 5, and I think probably 1s, 2s is the biggest contender.
All right, well, let's throw it over to our stage. It is finally time for our two teams to have their epic walk on, the moment of truth. Give it up for our two teams.
Welcome back to the main stage, where not too long ago, F16 dominated right here in front of a home crowd. Now, they face their next test. Seeking redemption from the spring major a few weeks ago, you can bet that these boys are back for blood. Hailing from America, please welcome to the stage, FaZe Clan. Thank you so much, FaZe Clan. Please take your positions for the face-off.
فريق فيز ممكن وصل لما المسرح، لكن خصمهم خصم ابدا مو بسهل. الخصم اللي اثبت نفسه في المسرح قبل قليل بنتيجه جدا قويه. رحبوا معنا اعزائنا حضور المشاهدين بفريق F16 Esports.
Thank you so much, F16. Please take your positions over here. You can tell the crowd are on their side. You can tell it. I mean, are we going to get F16 continuing this incredible performance throughout the tournament? But with a team like FaZe Clan in their way, who knows? We're going to throw it back over to the analyst desk where they can break everything down before we dive into the match.
راح نشوف ان شاء الله شيء اللي ممكن يقدمون كل الفريقين. فيز فريق ابدا ما يستهان فيه وهذه اول مباراه لهم على المسرح واكيد انهم مجهزين شيء مميز ضد فريق F16. لكن هل ممكن فريق F16 يقدرون يكملون مسيره انتصاراتهم ولا لا؟ كل ما ندري. فخلونا على طول نروح مع المحللين والمعلقين ونرجع لكم في بدايه المباراه.
Well, I certainly love to hear the crowd cheering on F16. But what about a little bit of love for the side of FaZe Clan, boys? Talk to me a little bit about their previous performances. How strong do you think they're ultimately ending up looking heading into Gamers 8?
Well, one of the best teams in North America, right?
Oh, of course, yeah. This is a team, and listen, that the crowd is decidedly going to be against them. I don't think it's going to phase them at all. I did not mean to do that. It's not going to phase them at all, though, because you know they've got plenty of support around the world. They're used to kind of being the team that the casual fan will look at and go, no, I want the underdogs to knock these guys off. And so they play the villain role very well. I think they'll handle themselves just fine here.
Yeah, I think the 1s and 2s is the exciting matchup here. 3s, I think, favors FaZe slightly, but due to the fact that we've seen F16 on stage already looking as good as they did, and they're warm, and the crowd behind them, I think that really balances out the 3v3, where 1v1 and 2v2 is where I'm going to be asking the question of those young players, Ruas and Kalirs. Yeah,
I feel like we were definitely highlighting the caliber of players such as Cassio, Chaussette as well, and it's not until you're kind of in a situation right here, right now, after the game, you're like, wow, we really would have pinned them to be the winners. So maybe it's possible. Obviously, we did see F16 winning a 3-0. So as you did mention, they are warmed up, they are ready, they do have the support of the fans as well. Whether or not FaZe Clan can make some noise, though, is a whole other story. What do you think?
Well, I think that, you know, normally a team like FaZe coming in, not having this series before like F16 has had, would kind of be a hindrance to them, right? But when you look at the team F16 played, I mean, they got to play kind of a warm-up match. We talked about Luminosity and Snasky calling Detonator kind of a warm-up series. That Semper team is not nearly on the form that they've been on leading up to this point, and F16 kind of made it look easy. So I don't know how much that series really prepared them for what they're going to face against FaZe here.
Some of the more astute of you will have noticed that Kalirs and Ruas look very similar in those pictures. It is because they're twins. They were born in June and turned 15 recently in June, so they weren't able to compete in this season of RLCS in the MENA region, but they were able to compete in the Saudi E-League, which is what qualified them for here. They are a team to look out for in the future because they are the young talent coming through. We've seen how successful that is in Europe and North America. 15-year-olds are good at Rocket League.
Yeah, you remember all the hype for First Killer and Scrub Killer coming into the league? Yeah, imagine that, but there's two of them. Good luck.
Well, it is indeed going to be a double trouble. Whether or not FaZe Clan will be able to keep up with the pace of these young guns is a whole other story. What do you think? Do you think they can do it?
I think it's tough to say because FaZe can be very hot and cold. Recently, they seem to sort out their rotational issues where they struggle to defend well. But then the moment it started going wrong at London, they started to go back into old habits of sitting on the backboard, giving up space, and you cannot give space up to this F16 team. So it really depends on which FaZe we see come out.
Yeah, I can't imagine there's any world where either of these teams wins all 3 3v3s. So take me to game 5, sure. And I do kind of like FaZe's chances here.
You do?
I do.
Okay.
Ooh,
do you think
you didn't make your prediction earlier?
I will absolutely make that prediction. I heard your prediction earlier. Don't worry.
Did I go F16?
No,
I can't remember.
Yeah, I'm not.
It was so long ago.
I am not going to be like Stumpy and call out like who's going to win which game. Like, look, I'm going to quit while I'm ahead, but I got FaZe.
Well, I certainly have faith in the likes of FaZe Clan. I don't know whether or not F16 will be able to take this. Maybe our casters will be able to enlighten us.
Well, this is certainly going to be quite a match. A lot of fans in the stands and at home excited to see F16 take on one of the best in North America, Super.
Yeah, this is one of those ones that, I mean, the desk has done a great job kind of covering it and hyping up this match. This is, to me, the matchup that we've had today. This is potential to be a a really pop-off series.
Yeah, I think so. It has the makings of going 5. You have, like they said, the twins in Killiers, and I just think that it's going to be difficult for F16 against FaZe in certain points, because AJ in first killer, especially in 2s or 1s. I mean, AJ is a world-class 1s player, but Roas, I mean, he has been absolutely insane today. Him and Killiers have really linked up, and FaZe is the next big test for them. And I'm with Stacks, man. I don't think I want to see 3s. We got to start with 3s. We have to. It's just the format demands it. But like, I want to watch the mechanical masters go at it. I want to see 2s and 1s.
You know, unfortunate circumstances sometime happen in these formats where we're forced to watch some 3v3
Boring
action.
3v3 snore.
Yeah, you know, unfortunately, we're gonna have to get through a 3v3 game. That second one gonna be a blast. I'm sure that they'll still show up, and these 3v3s are still going to be electric. These are two highly talented teams, and I do think that kind of what Greg was alluding to is really going to be, if that defense is there from FaZe, that's kind of the test, and that's where I think the real test for these young guns is going to be, can you get through a FaZe when they are hitting the defensive rotation?
Yeah, and FaZe, they've certainly had their own story going throughout, you know, this entire year, whether it be in the RLCS or whatever event that they play. They didn't have, you know, the greatest performance that they wanted. You know, FaZe believe that they are the best team in the world. You have to believe that to be a team like FaZe Clan. But this is a different format. This is a different look, and for a team like F16, it's a bunch of young guns again coming into Rocket League, 15-year-old phenoms, and AJ First Killer Sypical certainly have their hands full. This is a quality team. Gregan was talking about it. They got here through the Saudi E-Leagues. Johnny Boy's been talking about these guys. The Mina, he's been the guy talking up Mina for so long. These guys have always been on his radar, and for good reason.
I mean, this is going to be, you said FaZe Clan's kind of got to feel like they're the best team in the world. But name a better duo than Rocket League and a young gun coming in to just upset the scene.
First Killer and AJ.
Yeah, but they're not. But they're not the young guns anymore.
You're right. They're not the young guns. They got a little experience behind them, which absolutely.
They're not that far removed from being the young guns.
No, not at all. But I mean, we age fast in Rocket League. A month feels like a year. And then there's another 15-year-old coming to take your spot.
Especially right
just
now.
Just an army of 15-year-olds coming in with their PlayStation controllers, and now they're better mechanically than you. That's got to feel really bad. But I mean, First Killer himself, he used to be one of, if not the best 1s player in the world. He doesn't play that much 1s anymore. We're going to see AJ if we do see 1v1. AJ just recently fighting along with TRK and some of the other boys to get that rank 1 in 1v1. So you can absolutely expect class from him. And it'll be if we do see that 1v1, I'm really excited to see AJ versus Roas, because I think it'd be a really solid test for Roas on LAN. Can you take down AJ, who is one of the best in the game? And then 2v2, you also got to consider the twin. I think there's got to be a name for them. Like, they're like the twin twister, like Killiers, Roas. I mean, those guys link up so well. Against AJ and First Killer, two people that so many people around the world have watched dominate other teams for so long. It'd be crazy to watch F16 get it started. We're getting the game underway here shortly, guys. We appreciate your patience at home.
Yeah, and for, everybody in the green room, that's Jorby telling you that that's your job for the rest of the weekend. You got to figure out the new name for the Twins. That's the goal throughout the weekend. We have the whole weekend to figure it out. Let's get it done.
I don't want to toot my own horn, but Twin Twister's pretty good. Yeah? No?
I don't mind. I think it's a solid one. I'm just gonna allow it to be up in the air. I think taking in the group vote will either let that rise or we'll come up with something.
This has been an insane group, though. I mean, F16 comes in against Semper, and while Semper haven't had the best run as of late in the last 2 splits in the RLCS, they're still a quality team, and for F16 to take them down really convincingly 3-0, it really wasn't close. It was really impressive. I mean, this whole group, absolutely insane. You got Furia as well waiting on the other side, and OWL Esports as well. We just saw them against Pirates. I mean, Pirates put on one heck of a performance, but there's also really solid MENA players on that side. So whoever comes out of this is definitely going to have a fight on their hands, because this only gets you to the next step. Remember, both of these teams fighting to get in position to qualify for the playoffs. They're not going to be in the playoffs if they win this match. They will be in position. They need to win one more after that. And it will come down to these 1s and 2s as it has all day long.
1s and 2s back and forth. Been having a bit of fun with them throughout the day as well. I mean, the ones that you were having a blast in that previous one with the kickoff, the upside down into the.
Oh, I love it. I love Fahad's kickoffs.
Yeah,
they're great.
The butt bump shot off the start. So you're getting to see. I think that's one of the things that you don't necessarily get to see happen in 3s as much, and what 2s and 1s allows to happen is you get to see a little bit more personality of the player come through in those matchups, because it is a more focused light upon you when you are in A2s. Obviously, you take one more player off the field, you're going to get a little bit more screen time. So getting to see these guys play, seeing a little bit more of their habits and stuff is just it's a nice change of pace.
I haven't really mentioned his name at all, but Sipical, who I feel lately has actually taken a step up, while maybe earlier when FaZe made the pickup to take Sipical onto the team, maybe had some early struggles, but I don't really think that's the case anymore. He's started to become reliable in that striking position, especially for FaZe. I think in the 3v3 portion, F16 are going to face an onslaught of offense from FaZe. They're one of the best offensive teams in the world. First Killer alone, despite FaZe not making it to the end of regionals or the end of events, he's still leading or close to leading all North American players and European players in shots per game and goals per game. The dude is an offensive powerhouse, but now Sipical has been stepping up. So you have 3 offensive powerhouses on FaZe, and F16 are proving that they got some firepower behind them, but this really is a true test for them. And as soon as we get started, we will see how it all goes. This first 3v3, very telling. I don't know what team will pick what when the first loss comes. Like, it could be 2v2 or 1v1. For a lot of other teams in this tournament, like for example Guild versus Complexity, you definitely knew that Complexity were going to favor 1s with Raze Bull, Guild were going to favor 2s with CRR and Dorito. But here, you really think teams would go either way. I think they're fully confident in any game mode that they play, and that's why we have been hyping up this match so much. We're so excited to see what happens, because we really don't know. I mean, even the desk was unsure about it. Greg and Stacks going back and forth on it for so long, trying to figure out which way they wanted to go with how the series would happen.
I feel like the majority of them today so far were even ones where I thought that like the 1v1 would be first. Most of these series have been leaning into that 2v2 first, and we get that 1s in game 4. So that, to me, I feel like that's probably the outcome. That's my guess. That's more of like a gut guess, where my brain is like, I have no idea, but my gut's like, we'll probably get the 2v2.
They've just been playing a lot of 1s, though. I think if you're feeling fresh on the 1s,
but that means
you might go with the hot hand there.
But that means FaZe has to lose the first 3v3 to get there.
That's true, but I mean, that's entirely possible. They could very easily lose this first game.
It's definitely possible. It's going to be. I think the 3v3, as much as we're saying the 1s and the 2s is kind of what we're looking to, the 3v3, this first one's really going to dictate what we're going to see.
And some shots outside near the boulevard. It's absolutely beautiful out there. A great camera shot pulling back all the neon lights. It really does light up at night. You know, during the day it's hot, but it's got a nice sight, and then at night it just completely changes the game, and it's very beautiful out there.
Yeah, I just actually got to walk it. I got in a day later than the rest of you, so I actually went out and walked it tonight while one of the matches was going on, and it is nuts out there. Like the entire complex that has been constructed here is actually insane.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy for sure. It's also what, 42 degrees Celsius today, and in the dry heat, that doesn't feel like anything. It's like
standard Vegas weather.
You know, 85, 100% humidity. That's worse than this.
Oh,
it's nice. I walk outside. I'm like, yeah, I could sit on a chair, you know, relax, maybe watch Rocket League outside.
It's
keep
perfect.
water with you though.
I mean, I lived in Vegas for 29 years and used to do night hikes and everything.
Also dry there.
Yeah, very dry there as well. Very, very comparable weather, but at night, walking out, it feels perfect.
Well, on this stage, it's nice and cool. It's not hot in here, but for the players, they are heating and warming up. I think we are about to get into games, and we appreciate everybody's patience at home as we make sure that FaZe and F16 are ready to go. We don't want players to have any issues. We want to make sure there are no problems at all when we get into the game. And F16, they got that crowd behind them. Every time they come out, you heard them chanting F16 earlier, and then their walkout as well. The crowd getting hyped for F16, but we're finally here, Supersonic. It's time for FaZe versus F16, starting off with the 3v3, portaling right in.
It doesn't get old. Every time. It's so good. Every single time we go into a match, you just have to sit back and appreciate the level of production going into everything. FaZe Clan F16 kickoff coming your way, and we are into match number 1.
Push down now here for FaZe. Start with a quick boomer over to First Killer. We'll see these first testing opportunities for both teams. Already FaZe First Killer. And to protect that back end, I think in this 3v3, my eyes are on Sipical early on. I do feel like his striking has been better as time has gone on with his experience on FaZe. Right now, in a deadlock to start the game.
Nice outlet there from AJ. Is First Killer going to look to try and do a little bit of action of his own there, trying to get that flip reset. Couldn't get it, but a good secondary effort there. You can see him already getting involved, trying to get those bumps, those demos across the line, just disrupt the flow for F16.
Very slow start here. FaZe working their way around 2, actually. Roa's going to pitch that ball up. No hold just yet, but they are starting to inch forward on a couple of those touches. That one gets pushed away. Nothing really developing here. Good defensive structure from FaZe. Shot forces 2 across the net, easily defended.
Little outlet there from First as he tries to bring it through, and a good cutoff in the midfield actually from F16. Trying to match the pace there, kind of blow for blow, making sure that they're not giving away any free touches. So a good way to try and kind of slow down that offense. If you don't let First Killer and the boys from FaZe make it into your end, they can't lock you in your half. So cutting them off the midfield, probably a good idea.
I like FaZe's approach on the 50s right now. You saw First Killer earlier, pushed first man off the ball on F16, allowing second man on FaZe to come in and push the ball forward. Since then, they started generating a little bit of pressure. AJ getting bumped off the play. A good recovery, can't get back to the touch, but a good pass. Not on target, but stays away from F16. Don't want to hit it right into the defender. Get a quick clear on the transition. FaZe trying to control the pace of the game right now. Another clear here for F16.
Double touch opportunity, and it's going to be just high and wide off that top left corner of the goal, and it comes back the other way. And again, just boom, right back down the field towards the net. Sipical's there on the back end to make the save, and another swing and defensive save there from F16, and FaZe has possession.
You see F16 starting to jump forward a little farther to get to these balls. They got a loose one off the bar, just missed the second touch. First Killer going to carry that one out. I feel like F16 had a look at the net there, maybe left one on the table, but they do get another clear.
Opportunity for AJ as he's going to look for the sidewall pass and cut off well once again by F16. They've been so quick to the air constantly. The challenge is not allowing FaZe to really make use of the air and try to get down the field. They're trying to force them down to the ground, making sure that they're there to meet them early.
In the air, Sipical drives it through one. FaZe getting set up in midfield, but not able to get that consecutive touch. This one over AJ's head. Almost makes up for it, actually missed, and AJ couldn't get back to the touch. Clears, collects.
F16 gonna strike first here off of this whiff on the secondary touch from AJ, and it creates an open net, and they strike immediately. So first lead of the series goes to F16.
A slight mistouch there from AJ trying to protect midfield. And he almost got back to that touch. He gets to it, it's no problem, but just couldn't quite get the recovery. 16 gonna drill through one as Clears forces the ball back out. The ball up high, a nice shot, but saved and taken away. FaZe, more defense. First Killer trying to control the ball. Second man's able to get there for FaZe, but they just haven't had those follow-ups. They had that little bit of pressure earlier on, about a minute or so ago. Now struggling to get out of their own half after the kickoff.
The speed really has been cranked up on the side of F16. It's not often that you see, you know what, forget about what I was talking about. Who cares about the speed? Kalir is going to come through, and now a 2-0 lead for F16 as they just beat out over the top of FaZe Clan.
You see FaZe end up running into each other as one's trying to rotate back and one's just trying to win the 50, and the first man on the play is still trying to rotate out of the half. FaZe completely blown apart on their rotation. Not something we really see out of FaZe Clan too often these days, is them completely overcommitting and getting burnt on the counterattack, but it's happened now twice, AJ getting slightly caught out, and that time just completely blown apart in midfield.
It's kind of interesting that you're seeing them get beat speed-wise also in these plays. They're losing those aerial battles to get to the ball, and that's kind of where that fall apart's occurring. This one just going to fall in. And a third goal now for F16. 3-0, under a minute left here. FaZe Clan unable to put anything together.
The crowd getting excited, trying to get the rest of the crowd into it. You saw Roas after the goal absolutely pop off. F16 feeling it in the first game. I think the question now for FaZe is, where do you go? We talked about it. You could go either way.
Well,
2v2 or 1v1.
You were kind of saying, you know, you obviously got to go with AJ and run the ones, right? Like, you got to do it. And I was saying that means FaZe has to lose the first game.
Well, AJ's been playing a lot more ones lately, and I
agree with you.
If you've got the mindset, because you've been grinding, I don't think it's the worst choice, and I think it'll be a great equalizer for FaZe. Not to say that Roas is not a chance in the series. I mean, the guy's a top 10 1v1 player. He can absolutely beat AJ, and that would be quite a win for them. But we'll see what they pick. Right now, a very solid win for F16. And like you were saying, very speedy in the aerial game, despite FaZe multiple times trying to control the ball, trying to feint their approach with first killer pushing off the first man, letting second man come up, and trying to feign which approaches they're trying to commit. But it didn't matter. What mattered was the mistakes, and F16 punished them.
Yeah, I mean, the speed isn't just, it's not near, I mean, they're dusting them in a lot of these challenges in the air. It's a clean beat. They're not getting, you know, it's not, oh, I beat him, I got the touch, but I got bumped because they were close. Like, it's, I'm hit, I'm pass, I still have possession, I'm going for the second man or looking for that pass off the back wall. They're controlling it. They're just straight beating them to the ball time and time again.
And we haven't mentioned his name a lot, but Basil has been really crucial to that as well. Very speedy to the ball and filling in those gaps really nicely is F16 in a solid spot. We'll see what FaZe choose to go here. I think they're fine either way. I think you pick first killer AJ for 2v2. That's fine.
That's
AJ
fine.
for 1v1. That's fine.
Which one hurts more if you take the loss in game 2?
Both of them hurt. Both of them hurt.
Both of them.
You don't want to go down 2-0 in this series.
No, you absolutely don't. But does one sting a little bit more? Does it sting more with AJ being in the position where he was just the number one? Does that have?
It might sting AJ's pride a little bit, but TRK already stole number one from him, so maybe he's already gotten over it.
Well, luckily he can't hear us, so he's not having to deal with that attack.
You see Colin Stumpy in the crowd. They can't help themselves. Wherever there's a crowd, they have to find their way there.
Security let them through the door
and hype them up. Of course, gotta get the crowd hyped. Like if you had the word crowd in a Rocket League dictionary, Colin Stumpy's picture would be right next to it.
Their picture from
the crowd
from
season 5
from Vegas,
yeah, or maybe even an updated one from this past spring major.
Both would work. I mean, you could probably find pictures from just about every Worlds that you could, or any of the most recent majors. You could probably find a picture of Cole and Stumpy in the crowd.
They're in there somewhere.
They're just there. It's like a Where's Waldo game. You're just trying to spot.
Oh, Stumpy
Cole and Stumpy.
Stumpy wouldn't be a terrible Where's Waldo game. You would see him instantly. He's literally taller than everybody. Fun fact: Stumpy's 9'1", and that's irrefutable. F16
that's
also
accurate,
up 1-0 in the series.
Positive Spaceman would 100% back you on the 9'1".
Well, FaZe, we'll see what they pick as we get into the next game. I think it's going to be tough either way. It's a really solid start for F16.
It's ones. It's ones. They're going to give us ones in the second game. For
AJ Roas.
Yeah,
that'll be fun. I've seen that a couple of times. Or I've seen Roas play ones a lot of times. Johnny Boy hosting so many 1v1s over the years. And Roas has been a part of a lot of them. AJ as well. It's going to be an excellent 1v1 showcase if we get it. Abin's just making sure everything is okay on both sides of the pitch. And we'll get back underway here shortly.
It being us waiting for this to get done and it not running makes me feel like I was wrong and that it's 2v2 because it's first killer and they weren't working with AJ, so I'm thinking...
That would be big brain from FaZe, or would it be big brain? It might just be like, oh, switching it up first killer, because first killer hasn't really been grinding ones. That'd be a little bit of a risk, maybe.
He's actually been in the background, like, scrimming ones against AJ all this time.
He has been queuing ranks, and just like him and AJ just going at it in private lobbies. That'd be really funny. Probably not, though.
I'm going to say that it's probably a long shot.
You know what? They're going to put Sipical in. They're going to put Sipical in. I feel it.
the wildest of plays. Like, typical, go get him.
It's 2v2. Here we go. Ross, Kaliers. The twins at it against AJ and First Killer. Get our first look in what is an extremely mechanical lobby. The ball popped out. AJ was getting caught out there, but is able to roll the ball back to the corner.
Opportunity here as Ross tries to come down and force that one in front of the net, but a good touch from FaZe. Going to pop down to the midfield, but Kaliers will be the one to take possession. Immediately demoed off, and I imagine there's going to be quite a bit of aggressive play, a lot of boxing out, a lot of demos that'll come through in this 2v2, a bit more than what we were seeing in the 3v3 where it was an aerial battle. This is going to be a bit more of a head-to-head.
I'd be curious to see that from FaZe because they're not really a demo-heavy team. Really, they tend to try to trap the ball, beat you on the outplay. But if they start to get physical, that could be dangerous there against F16. He's able to break out, get around the corner, force them off the ball. Actually,
Danger.
F16 a little low on boost here. Very precarious in front of the box. His FaZe, again, trying to manage the ball, trying to control. You don't want to just dodge into the ball in front of the box. You could cause a pinch going out. Your second man gets caught out. Here's another one for F16, just barely blocked and
Down.
taken away.
Follow up? No, second man not there, wasn't able to recover in time. And it's been interesting. On that last approach, First Killer was coming forward and could have taken a swing. They had the defender there in front of the net, but near miss there from AJ. Had a lot of respect for Kaliers being there, and AJ actually ended up coming through. So it's been interesting watching kind of First Killer respect the individual play of these players rather than just trying to see if he can beat through them.
Back on this touch, First Killer has the backboard. Now he doesn't. He's got no boost either. AJ also has nothing. Couldn't get the midfield boost. Oh, the pass. Saw Kaliers. He actually got to that challenge extremely quickly. He's playing the loss on the 50. Now his teammate gets demoed for his effort. 2-on-1 in front of the box, and that almost worked out. First Killer pops it up back over to AJ. He's only got 7. First Killer going to take it himself. Light flick. FaZe really pushing it, and another demo, but saves off the post. AJ, nice little pass to First Killer, back to AJ. That's in, and it's off the post again. Here's First Killer, another shot. Finally, FaZe don't get it. No is that one
way.
There they go. Finally, AJ gets the goal.
Man, the back and forth, the battle, and you could see them just using everything. You can see the speed, and the shot just isn't quite accurate for those first couple attacks from AJ and First Killer, and it's because they are just cranking up that speed over and over again. You can see First Killer has gone for multiple bumps so far. They're just looking for any way to just get the annoyance out of the way, give me the net, let me have the shot. But they're playing just a bit quick. Eventually, though, it did break through. FaZe Clan going to strike first.
Those demos, alongside taking a player off the field, also makes it easier to steal that boost out. We saw at the end, F16 started to get starved, and they couldn't get the touch out in a couple of heroic saves, but just couldn't get back into position on the recovery. Oh, you see that neutral drop from Kaliers. If he got under that on the reset, that would have been nasty, but cleared out by FaZe.
The opportunity was there, just couldn't quite get underneath the ball. Shot going to come through, it's going to be high, just off the top of the post. Follow-up shots there, saved away, comes through again, and then another save. The defense has been standing tall, but they're getting stuck in that defensive half a bit too much. FaZe Clan, AJ First Killer doing a great job of kind of using a lockdown offense and keeping them stuck there in their half.
Roas got the nice dump down to Kaliers. He's got the air, and Roas actually going to pull off. Seeing First Killer's there. Don't want to take that challenge. Don't got that third man to back you up, so Roas taking the safer option, trying to find a way out rather than trying to force the issue. His FaZe have been really solid, keeping the ball out of the blue half. And I mean, look at F16. They've been constantly working on their boost. Finally, Roas got 100. Kaliers able to drive through on the 50. Actually, he's gotten by the whole team, and Kaliers ties it up.
Great play from him here. You can see him come down. He's going to wait, gets it past one, baits him through, has that flip reset off of the initial touch, which gives him just enough speed to beat out that second defender, and then still manages to just get outside the edge of that ball and cut that back in.
And nice work. Now on the kickoff, Roas punching it right back to Kaliers. And a nice go-ahead. Roas stuffs it in front. Kaliers finally pushes it through.
Yes, that's what I was waiting for. I was waiting for the picture-in-picture. That right there, hands on the head, is exactly what that moment is. You can see the reaction from everybody in the crowd. That right there, that's some Rocket League in the crowd right there.
The F16 chance going. Fake kickoff here from AJ. First killer, gonna get a full look at it. 100 boost, but immediately challenged. FaZe, again, a light touch back to first killer. Good on those soft touches. Forcing F16 to respect. Clears, not boost starved. Another clear out. Did Roas just get caught out? He just gets back in time, and now a quick turnaround. You see the wave landing as well to get the speed off the post and in a forced own goal. But Roas on the counterattack absolutely destroys him here. Look at the speed.
He's so quick. The recoveries are just so clean. Time and time again, it's what it looked like in the threes. They were beating them in the air. They're winning on the mechanics on the recoveries on the ground here in the 2v2, which has now got them back into the game, into the lead, 2-point lead, only just over 30 seconds left here for FaZe Clan to try and make something happen.
Well, FaZe, they're throwing their octanes at the backboard, trying to make it work, and it's dented, but the net not looking as dented. 2 demos though. FaZe right back into it, just like that. You called out the demo game for FaZe. That's been getting them the goals.
It has been the ticket to success each time. They've had at least a bump somewhere in the play, and that time, yeah, in 2's a double demo, probably going to do it for you, especially when you do it in the opponent's corner with possession of the ball.
Yeah, when there are no players left on the field.
Yeah,
you missed the net.
You missed the net.
That's Rocket League.
That's when me and Jorby start talking about why are you playing like us.
First killer's given back to AJ and a hard shot. That's not going to get it done. F16 know they just got to keep control here. Another pop-up. First killer gives it over to AJ. Another close touch. First killer's in the air. Does he have it? 1 touch, 2 touches. Oh, it was off the corner and drops down. F16. 1 away from sending FaZe to lowers.
The FaZe fans right now also are doing the hand on the head, but it is a completely different emotion that they're feeling right now, Jorby. That was so close. A couple pixels lower, that ball's 100% in, but bar down into the post and out, and FaZe Clan fall 0-2 here in this series against F16.
I mean, FaZe, they had chances on offense, but the speed of the recoveries and the poise on defense, even early in that game when FaZe had boost control, they had ball control, they just really, after that first demo that got them the goal number 1, they really couldn't do it again. Every single clear out into space. They were struggling on the 50s. They tried to play that game where touch the ball up close, force Roas or Clears to come to them for the 50, and they would always be a little bit faster, but then the defense, the recoveries, that's how good this F16 team is. And they might sweep FaZe right into lowers here in this next 3v3.
You know, the prediction on the desk was it goes 5, I think was all the response that Greg can give.
Oops.
Well,
hang on, yeah.
It still might happen. I'm just saying that the prediction doesn't look that solid thus far.
We'll see what FaZe do to try to collect this 3v3 win. I do think that F16, it was the pair of FaZe mistakes. And I feel like I'm repeating myself from earlier today, what happened to G2, which was slight overcommit and then a goal immediately by the opposing team. That's what happened to FaZe this time. Really, F16 didn't have to do too much of their own volition to score those goals. So FaZe, if they tighten up the rotation, this could be a closer 3v3.
I like that approach there, going for the ceiling to come through and cover that so that you're already up there, you're preserving that boost rather than trying to beat them from the sidewall or from the ground where you were just getting dusted in the previous 3v3. That might be a ticket to kind of slow that play down from F16.
Basil, happy to come back in after taking a quick break and only having to get 1 more for his team. First killer playing downfield. Receives that from Sypical. Backboard closed for business. Anytime FaZe try to go to it, F16 always there to respond. Kalir's forcing the ball out. FaZe midfield control again. We saw this early super in game number 1. FaZe able to get early control, try to fake some of their approaches, but then they start losing some of those touches. That's a good shot, but first killer takes it away.
Another touch, but that's going to give away possession. And, you know, we'll play a little volleyball for a moment here in the midfield. Of Demo in the backfield might open this up, and first killer just gonna blast that one into the net.
Kind of similar to the one he attempted at the end of the last game, but this time much closer to the bar. He nails that double this time. And a nice setup from AJ again. FaZe see the space, they know they have it, and it's always tee up in midfield, you air dribble or double tap it, and we'll just continue to pressure that way. It works this time for FaZe.
Clears with possession here. He's going to go for the flip reset. Going to be just high. Also saved away by AJ. But again, the rotation pretty solid coming through, trying to get this lockdown through the corner. Eventually, FaZe Clan will find their way through, though.
F16. Oh, Roas just made FaZe look silly on the play. Clears gets credit, but Roas, nice little landing here, pops it right up and goes, whoop, see you, Sipical. Clears gets the goal.
I mean, doesn't even need to be there, but that's one of those ones when it does work and the second guy's there, you're not even mad that the goal gets taken. It just is a feel-good play. That connection, the quick speed, the up, that's a celebration goal right there. The fans were definitely celebrating. You know, they might be less celebratory at the moment as AJ going to immediately clap back here as First Killer sets him up with a pass off of the 50, goes right into the midfield, and just a great shot. I mean, you can't put it any more into that bottom right corner.
That was a good initial 50 from First Killer.
Huge.
Not using his dodge, letting or able to square up on that 50.
Just direct it.
Boost right into it, into the next 50. It was an excellent play there from First Killer. Now FaZe tying it up, a little more pressure out. They have not been able to grab a lead in a while. They just got blown apart again. Basil finds the net, and F16 tie it right back up.
It's a shootout, Jorby. Back and forth, 1 for 1. They just continue to trade blows here, and it's coming off of these plays where they're just kind of being able to facilitate each other and find these open nets, and it's coming that way for both squads.
I feel like FaZe are really positioning optimistically and expecting the play to go a certain way, and then it causes them to be in these spots where it looks like they overcommit. And they do overcommit on some of these 50s. I don't think they expect F16 to be as fast to some of these passes as they have been. And then all of a sudden, they end up looking silly on the return. And there's another 50, just drilling through multiple players. Push back out to the corner. He's trying to keep back up with it. Sipical drops it straight down and trying for the pinch. Not quite. Oh, it did. What?
What?
Hello?
What do you mean, Jorby? It worked perfectly.
Perfect pinch.
It was exactly the play they were looking for. The pinch to the ceiling play, and the flip was off. I think he was also thinking that ball was originally going to catch the ceiling a bit harder and go back down towards the net. And he tried to pre-jump in. Just a bad read. Shot on net there from FaZe Clan. It'll get saved away. Knocked across into the midfield for the infield pass. Third man, though, in the play in that sequence just could not get the touch.
FaZe are given one more. Diving in front, trying to get the bump. They've got it. Sipical up in the air, not able to get the touch. F16 feeling a lot of pressure, and it's off the post and in. FaZe not done in this series yet.
All right. I think they may have heard about the prediction that it had to go 5, and FaZe Clan trying to make sure that we get there as they put a 2-point lead up on the board now. Just under 2 minutes left here. Game number 3. Going to the kickoff here. Once again, 6 goals total so far. It has been a shootout. We'll see if that continues off the start here. Look for the shot as Roas. He's going to pass it down off the back wall into the midfield. First Killer will be there to make the first touch.
Clears has to let it drop. Roas trying to dive, or excuse me, Basil trying to dive in front. The light shot turned away. FaZe get away again.
Somehow they get Johnny. They've acquired Johnny into the group. Whoa. Now, what is going on? Another goal going to come through here for F16.
Look at this shot from Clears. Roas sets him up beautifully. That's a great touch. Freezes FaZe. They have to respect Clears in the air. Nobody can get to that. You just hope that you can defend that. But the shot was perfect. FaZe weren't in a bad spot on defense. You had 2 players covering about 4/5 of the net, but he found the corner, and he's putting F16 in position to tie this game up. Clears having to dive back. Roas setting up. F16 getting the 50. Basil jump drilling through 1. F16 a little low on boost here. They do collect on FaZe's half. Have to respect potential clear here. You see First Killer, he actually got bumped in the corner. Sipical was hoping to pass it to him, but their rotation got stuffed now. Here comes another one off the bar, taken away. First Killer forced in the air, sees Roas up. Will not commit to that initially. Roas Forcing the ball to the corner. FaZe feeling a lot of pressure.
First killer trying to get a little fancy there on that reverse up the wall. He will make it to the midfield, though. Pass down over one. Roas is there to make the save. And a back-and-forth battle continues to ensue there at the line. The defense standing strong here from F16 on this attack, but that one going to go through, rolling towards the net. Luckily, just wide, and F16 going to be able to get away with one.
Touch out, still time left. Here comes Roas underneath. Got the 50, but the positioning from Clears, he was hoping for something a little closer to him. And F16 going for something. Oh, the bounce shot goes away. Sipico trying to protect it, avoids the bump. Roas sets it up again. Killer's flying in front. First killer gets bumped out of the way. Allows Peso to get set up. Maybe one more chance here for F16. Pushed out back to Sipico. He gets dunked. Last back is AJ, trying to protect the rock. Rolls around the corner. FaZe take game 3.
Great job by AJ to go through, roll that one through, and get just enough of a touch to ground that out. He does not want to allow a 0-second ball to pop up on his half in front of that net with those 3 players on the pitch. Able to go ahead and finish that one out. We're going to get a minimum of a game 4.
And we will get the 1v1, which in all likelihood will be AJ versus Roas. And, well, with how Roas has been looking, we'll see. AJ, since that game 1, really that was the only time I felt like AJ really was underperforming, but I feel like he's recovered since then, so we'll see. 1v1's completely different. You know, how you perform in the other modes in the series really is, it's not that indicative of how you're going to play in 1v1.
I almost feel like it's so different. Like in 2s, you can almost predict a bit more from a 2s play what's going to happen in the 3s, just how players may play off of each other. If they're the front 2 of the 3, you can kind of figure that out. But 1s, this is really, it's all on you. There is no one else to blame. There is no miscomm. There's nothing. It is you, the ball, and your opponent. And
who do you think Johnny's rooting for? Who do you think?
I feel like Johnny's the spot where I feel like it's always where the young guns are coming up, and then also, you know, I feel like he might have a minor
I think for the Middle Eastern region
bias. Yeah.
No, Johnny's not biased.
Johnny would
he's
never.
He's just correct. So far,
I'm sure that's the story that he will tell you.
He's looked pretty good. Roas versus First Killer is actually going to be what we're going to get. So it has been AJ who's playing a lot more 1s, but First Killer's going to take the ropes here.
So what you're telling me is that First Killer has been scrimming against AJ all this time. We were right.
You know, if your narrative is actually correct there, that would be wild.
I'm going to have to ask.
Secretly do
I know that that's not it.
Well, that was nasty 50.
I mean, First Killer was the best 1s player at a period. I mean, obviously we're saying he wasn't playing. Well, this is one of those moments where he's going to step up and say, no, I've still got it.
That was a nice 50 from First Killer, too. He, coming at the ball, nose on, and then at the last moment, turns his car sideways, preventing Roas from being able to force that ball out. Let's see what Roas can do. Oh, you can do the flip reset. Nicely done. You see First Killer having to come out to respect Roas on it. Roas doesn't push the ball forward, comes out sideways. First Killer has to respect the approach, and it gives Roas just enough time to get that reset. First Killer has to respect the approach.
You have to respect because you can't allow that top corner to be open because that's an easy shot. As soon as you go to cover that, though, when a player's got mechanics like that and he just goes ahead and cuts it in, well, one, you can just do this. But 90-degree cut on a flip reset's hard to defend. But if you can just clap back immediately right after a kickoff, that's also a good way to defend. Just outscore the other player.
Yeah, Roas flipping off the ball, giving First Killer that kickoff goal. We did talk about the maybe I shouldn't be so surprised. Maybe I'm hamming that up a little. I'm probably hamming it up a little bit. But First Killer at one point was regarded as maybe the best 1s player in the world. He's not been called that in a while. He's got control here. Testing with a flick. Roas passes. He's got enough boost to play some more defense. Again, First Killer baiting him out. Roas has to get a solid touch there. Able to get the boost, but he has to relinquish control.
Through the corners, Roas tries to save one away. He'll have to make a hard cut back into the corner here to try and break up this play from First Killer. Low on boost, but he does get a clear, so this is going to buy him a little bit of time, give him a moment to kind of collect his thoughts, but First Killer's going to have boost as well, and we're going to have a battle, 2 full tanks. And it'll be saved away by Roas as first killer just tries to flick one up and over the top.
Yeah, the flick's
Is that just on?
Oh yeah,
Of course
that
it
was
is.
a beautiful shot. Yeah, first killer was thinking, flick, steal the boost, continue to pressure. Roas is thinking, this is a goal. Beautiful shot right off the corner of his Fennec. No chance for a first killer to get back to that. Nice return from Roas.
Just a great positional play, too, to expect that, yeah, this is first killer. Yes, he just took the boost. Yes, he's going to try and stay on this ball. He's obviously not going to leave this, so it's going to be dropped somewhere short in this corner. Plays in, leaves an open net, but, you know, rewarded for that positioning and that read on the play. And then a near goal here as first killer is going to be able to not get the touch, actually. He won't be able to finish, and Ross will be able to get underneath that and shoot that one back out into the midfield.
First killer baiting him back in. And Roas might have gotten by him there. Yep, that's going to do it. Roas taking the lead. First killer getting blown apart on that aggressive play.
Coach going nuts, crowd going nuts. You have to love it, getting to do this. And you have to imagine for these players, these young guns that haven't got to have that major LAN, you know, experience, coming up first one, home soil, feeling like this, playing like this, man, it has got to be something special.
I mean, every MENA team has been playing excellently in the tournament so far, and it's got to be something for all the fans to be able to watch them for sure. First killer. Air dribble's going to allow him to go get the boost again. Pull off Roas. Does he got him beat one more time? Oh, first killer just doesn't have an answer for it. He's been killed in the corners every single time. He'll test with the air dribble. He'll test with the flick. He wants to go grab that corner boost, but every single time he goes for it, Roas just sends it full house to the net.
It doesn't really matter where this ball lands, what the approach is, anything. He's just finding just that perfect power shot, sailing it towards net from any point on the pitch. He's able to just put it on the shot on target.
First killer needs.
Wow.
How about monster flick? That was nasty. It did force Roas back though. First killer still in control.
Good save. Another boost steal there for first killer. This time he's not going to go for that quick cut in. He got punished the last time. He's going to go ahead and try and get a little bit of space. Get him to come in. Off the wall. Will he be able to get around him? No. Ross going to try and follow. Maintains possession. Going to try and cut to the inside. First killer will be there this time. He's not going to allow that one to run back down the field.
First killer able to recover. That's the big thing in those situations. You go around that corner boost. Roas not getting. And a nice fake there from first killer. Roas expecting first killer. He's got the threat of a flick, and you have to respect it. You got to challenge him high on this play. But it's a delicate balance, and you see why. Roas getting it on the nose. First killer not even having to jump.
Yeah, bit just a touch too hard. Up and over the top. An opportunity here for first killer off the sidewall. He'll have the boost. Corner grabbed by Roas and shot. Saved away.
But that last goal from first killer is testament to the chess that is 1v1 is, he's gone at the net several times with a flick and a corner steal, but Roas drops the ball right in front and forces first killer to box him for the goal, and Roas gets a nice left jab in. Look at that.
It's one of those, oh, you can make me bite? Oh, anything you can do, I can do at least as well as you, sir, and I'm going to make you respect the fact that I'm here. Gets him to jump and able to just use his car to force it in. 50s it right through him, and a 2-goal lead now here once again for Roas. First killer in possession, looking for that top corner cutoff.
Hasn't worked at all, and Roas just the quicker recovery, the touch, the control. First killer not able to get back, and it's starting to get away from first killer a little bit. Not out of it by any means, but Roas continues to punish him on the counterattack.
The counterattacks there, and also on the other end, I mean, the previous goal, he's showing that he's also going to be able to get you just in the box. He can outplay, he can get you to play that chess match that you were talking about, bait you into what he wants you to do. This shot going to be there once again, make it a 4-point lead now. Roas completely going off here in the final, final 2 minutes, minute and a half here.
You see Roas drilling into the ball on the flip. First killer side flipping on the kickoff. It's a recipe for disaster. Now, first killer, you really got to pull a new trick out of the hat. Something that's going to work. He did have that fake in front that allowed him to get a goal, but really other than that, first killer's approach on the net hasn't had a lot of mix-ups. Got to reset here, and opts to take it. Roas in the air, and the net's well defended. And he's got it once more. It is turning into a slaughter. 8th goal for Roas.
At this point, it's just counterattack. Roas doesn't have to do anything. He has such a lead built up. It's a come to me. You have to get through me. And if you don't, I am going to immediately punish you and just send it back down the other way.
Still wonder what maybe would have happened if AJ goes in. Maybe AJ wasn't feeling it. It's entirely possible.
Yeah.
I'm really curious, you know, what FaZe were thinking, what the conversations were in that moment, because you have to think that AJ would have been a solid option. Not the first killer is not a solid option, but just it hasn't been working. He hasn't had the mix-ups, and he just loses a standard 50 there. And Roas gets another goal. He might put a 10-burger on him.
Coach is grinning ear to ear, high-fiving, dapping him up as he's getting these goals. I mean, at this point, it's just victory lap every time he touches the ball.
28 seconds. You gotta score way too many goals at this point. You haven't won a single kickoff. Well, you won one kickoff. That was it. Look, he stands up, doesn't have to dodge into the ball. This is Roas's game all day. His team knows it. The crowd knows it. The rest of the time,
where's the Johnny Boy cam?
That's
where's
just money on the clock.
Oh,
that's just money in the net. That's 10 goals for F16. Roas absolutely dominating first killer. Woo. He's nuts.
My silence, I think, kind of says it all here. I mean, it is just, it is disgusting what he has been able to do. Is that? I thought that was about to just go into that bottom because I was just going to take the headset off and start walking away.
Well, Roas drops a hefty 10-pound burger onto first killer and squishes FaZe Clan right down to the lower bracket. F16 one match away for qualifying from the playoffs. They will be playing the winner of OWL Esports and Furia tomorrow. And we will see that match after this. But wow, the crowd getting hyped for F16, and how couldn't you? I mean, what a performance. Look at that.
Oh, you've got to be grinning ear to ear. The smiles there, the reactions, you can tell that they're sitting there, they're hyping the crowd up still. That's got to be one of those things you got to think about. It's just got to be an unreal feeling. You know that these guys have watched these players coming up. They're the young guns, and you get to go up against somebody like First Killer on your first LAN experience and do that? Are you kidding me, Jorby?
That was awesome. First Killer, again, not sure exactly what went wrong there, what was going on with FaZe and the comms, but all credit to Roas and F16. Khalir's had some great moves, but to me, Roas was the MVP of this series. Absolutely dominant in every phase of the game. FaZe, it was early mistakes that cost them game number one. F16 didn't really have to do much to win that game. They didn't have to do a lot on offense, but then in twos and then in ones, it was all F16 all day. And one away from the playoffs. I can't wait to hear from them. Let's go back down to Banks and hear from the winners.
Well, you guys don't mess around, do you? All right, well, I'm joined by Beastbound from F16, the coach. You guys, I mean, words can't really describe what I just watched in that 1v1, so I'm going to try and let you describe what we just all witnessed here.
مفاجأة جدا كبيرة صراحة من فريق F16. حرفيا ما توقعنا أبدا أنها تنتهي زي كذا. 10-3 الجيم الأخير. إبداع صراحة من فريق F16. ودنا نعرف شعور الكابتن عن الفريق.
I mean, we came here to do one thing, and that was win. And we just saw it on the screen. We lost one game, but we did it. We beat FaZe. Let's go!
احنا جينا عشان نفوز المباراة، وهذا الشيء اللي احنا طبقناه. زي ما شفتوا فريق F16 قدامه مشوار طويل، وهذا البدايات فقط.
Well, speaking of your opponents, right? Your next match, possibly after the next match that we have on stage and the final match of the day, it could possibly either be going up against Furia or OWL Esports. What do you think your team is going to? Who do you think they'll want to face off against, and why?
المباراة القادمة لهم بتكون ضد إذا فريق فيوريا ولا فريق OWL Esports. ودنا نعرف إيش الفريق اللي يفضلون إنهم يواجهونه أكثر.
I think we know we can beat OWL because it's in the region. I want to see us play Furia, but we take anyone. It's okay. We beat them. We beat them. We beat them.
ما عندنا مشكلة إننا نلعب ضدهم كلهم. OWL Esports نعرف إننا نقدر نفوز عليهم، لكن فيوريا فريق ما قد واجهناه، فودنا نواجهه ودنا نفوز عليه.
I absolutely love the confidence. It really is truly amazing to see it in front of this kind of home crowd as well. Now, do you think, right, I'm going to ask you a serious question now, okay? Do you think you guys can go the distance? Is this trophy going to say F16 at the end of Gamers 8?
هل تشوفون ان في فرصه ان فريق F16 يقدر يخطم المشوار كامل ويقدر يوصل للنهايه وياخذ الكاس؟
I don't want to jinx it. We have to be realistic, we have to work for it, and credit where credit is due. These opponents are tough, but we know we can do it. We just got to put our minds to it, keep working for it, and then yes, we can go the distance.
ما ندري اذا احنا نقدر اننا نوصل للكاس ونقدر ناخذه، لكن بنفس الوقت نعرف ان كل الفرق حاطين وقت وجهد كثير، حتى احنا راح نحط وقت وجهد كثير، واكيد ان شاء الله نبي نقدر نوصل للكاس.
Thank you so much, Beastbound, for joining us on stage. You guys have been absolutely incredible so far. Best of luck with the rest of the tournament. Give it up one more time for F16. We will be back right after a very short break. Do not go anywhere. We've got loads more. We've got the final match of the day. I'll see you then.
لا تبعدون اعزائنا المشاهدين، باقي لنا اخر مباراه اليوم وبعدها ان شاء الله راح نشوف مين اللي بيكون متصدر في جروب سي. بالتوفيق لهم. فاصل بسيط ونرجع لكم.
Super acrobatic rocket powered battle cars. 2015, July, I don't remember the day. Activision? EA. I should have known. Sports. Mechanics. Wow. 5,000. Oh, I was way off. 10 million? Oh, wow. No. Ah. $1 billion? Oh. 5? Wow. ESPN? High by power, cosmic. 2? It's the DeLorean. The Valhalla? Oh, really? Oh, wow. The Ecto 1?
Well, there we have it. F16, with the backing of the home crowd, have managed to take that victory 3-1 versus none other than FaZe Clan themselves. I gotta say, I went and hopped in the crowd for the one of the games over there, and the energy that was there was purely amazing. There was so much yelling, so many F16 chants, and I saw flags, and the org owner was actually front and center at the very front of the crowd, hyping everybody up, kind of cheering them on. It was amazing to see. And on the side of FaZe Clan, obviously commiserations to them, but F16 have been able to do it.
I mean, they overtook the best 2v2 team in North America of First Killer and AJ, normally unbeatable in 2v2 as a pair, but they managed to do that as the twins. I mean, what do we expect? We've seen them on stage, we've seen how good they are. FaZe Clan had a lot to prove against them, which is not something I expected to say before this event.
Yeah, no, you would expect to say it the other way, which is basically the storyline that we were kind of setting up on the desk and on the cast, and it was completely the opposite. I mean, they were dominantly in control. We were watching, you know, the aggressive play get to the point that they started trying to do anything they could, scrambling for bumps, demos, anything they could to just try and find a way through. And the defense was, I mean, as much offense as there was for F16, the defense really paved the way.
Yeah, these guys are used to playing on around 100 ping in ranked, and so when they defend, they have to read stuff so much earlier. Suddenly they can be reactive, and they're catching the North American players off guard, where normally they wouldn't be challenged in those moments. So that Middle Eastern aggression coming through, shutting down the North American flashy mechanics, and creating lots of counterattack opportunities.
Obviously, we need to give the biggest shout out pretty much ever to the side of Roas and his team in that 1v1. What an incredible performance. To see so many people in the crowd cheering him on, chanting his name, was nothing short of amazing. And for someone of his age, also to have the backing of the crowd, not only online, but also in the arena itself, how do you think he must be feeling right then? I know we can speculate how he's feeling all we want.
That smile says enough
yeah,
right there. You can see. Like this is going to be one of the best experiences of their life, and it's only going to become more and more frequent for them. I know Roas is going to be a player of the future. We're going to see him representing not only the strongest teams in MENA, but he'll be representing some of the best teams in the world as we go into the future seasons of RLCS.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those feelings that this happens, and it's instant addiction to it. It is something that he will be pursuing and striving for, and it's going to be something that just pushes him to be better and better every time he goes to any of these events.
Yeah, as we take a look at our STC scoreboard over here, you can see 10 goals from Roas. Is that something common that we often see, especially when it comes to 1v1s?
I would say probably the strangest thing in this scoreboard. 10 goals, 10-3, it's a score that happens in ones. We see that reasonably frequently enough. But to get 12 saves against the 14 shots of First Killer and to win by that much, that's the rare thing. You know, this looks like a dominating performance from the 10-3, but when you see the scoreboard, it shows you how many of those interactions were won by Roas, and he scored the counter-attack goals on First Killer.
Yeah, and these shots from First Killer, there's a couple shots that were kind of near that you can, okay, we chalk up 2-3 of those to like, okay, near miss or wasn't ever going to be a goal in. but the shadow defense was there so often that it got to be those return goals because he was forcing him to have to try and do flicks from the midfield. He was forcing these situations out of first killer. It's the way that he did those saves too. It was disgusting play from him.
So good. I think he's going to be a player to watch this whole tournament. Definitely an MVP potential for the whole tournament. The beginning of the event, we were talking about them as a team to watch because of the scary nature of these twins, Roas and Kalirs. And I think at this moment, we've got to also mention how great Kalirs looks. And then we got the solid foundation with Basil as well. So it's not just the Roas show. The whole team is looking really solid in that 3v3.
But speaking a little bit about Roas in particular, are we expecting his defense to be as good as it was?
Oh yeah, he's probably one of the best defenders in the world. And what's exciting is we've got potential to see Furia with one of the best offensive players in the world in Yan versus Roas, one of the best defensive players in the world. It's rare you see a player in contention for MVP for a tournament who is known for their defense.
It's also interesting because you start talking about South America teams who will queue into North America and play at that deficit in their region that's known for being very quick, very aggressive as well. So this is another one of those where we kind of get to see that happen between those two regions, and they obviously don't get to play each other very often at all. It's not the same situation. So that's going to be, if that's the matchup that comes through, I don't think anybody is going to be upset with the type of matchup we get to watch.
Well, as we take a look at the upper bracket over here for Group C, F16 have indeed advanced through for a shot to try and make it to playoffs. But next up, we have Furia Esports taking on Owl Esports. As you can see, Owl, in the previous matchup versus the Pirates, sure, they put up a good performance, but were Pirates kind of like a strong enough opponent to kind of warrant us kind of guesstimating that they'll be able to take on the likes of a Furia?
I think that was the warm-up game, the Snasky warm-up as we're starting to know it, is the first game where you're on stage and you should win it 100% of the time, but it's about gaining that experience and getting used to the environment. We saw them having a bit of fun on stage. Farhad not necessarily pushing himself in the ones and having a bit more fun in the air. But for these guys, this will be their first time on stage. You see them on screen right now. Fury, as they walk to the venue, you know, these guys are starting to become a bit land veteran-y. You know, they're making all of the RLCS majors and becoming a bit of a standout team when it comes to top 6, top 4 in the world.
I mean, and they again, much like the MENA region, I mean, these are guys that it was Falcons and Furia getting cheered for at the last major. I mean, these are fan favorite teams. This is going to be a good matchup. Furia is going to be a really good one to watch.
So I know earlier on I had my suspicions about Luminosity, should we say, after they had kind of bragged about it being their warm-up game. After the second game, I was like, maybe, just maybe, you'll be eating your own words in this scenario. So heading into this matchup, what do you think?
I think this is going to be another one where we see the team with the experience on stage coming out hot. I think the big question is how will Furia fare in the 1s and 2s against the likes of Farhad? We saw Farhad and Senzo look amazing together as a duo. Will they be able to deal with that offensive powerhouse and Yan with the support of that veteran South American player around him? That's always the question with Furia.
Yeah, I can't really say that better. I mean, Yan is going to be, the Yan Farhad is going to be the one that I'm looking for. That ones, it's another one of those ones where, like, if I don't get to see that ones matchup, I will feel that we and the fans have been cheated.
Okay, well, you might feel like you've been cheated, but I'm curious to know what the folks at home think. Just want to give, once again, a big shout out to one of our sponsors, LG, for helping support this wonderful tournament, wonderful event, and giving us some banger games along the way as well. But boys, before I throw over to the wonderful walk-ons, which, by the way, are epic every single time around, it's been beautiful to watch. What is your prediction, Mr. Gregan, sir?
Furia in 4.
That was my answer. So
I have
to. Yeah, ditto is correct. Yeah, Fury and 4. I think that they're going to be just a little. Yan is going to be just a little too much to handle.
Well, it's only a matter of time to get the show underway. It is going to be Furia taking on Owl Esports. Which of these teams will come out on top?
مباراة جدا قوية أعزائنا الحضور المشاهدين، بتكون ما بين فريق فيوريا وفريق أول إي سبورت. زي ما احنا شاهدنا كلهم قدروا يؤدون أداء جدا قوي حتى اللحظة هذه في البطولة، لكن المباراة القادمة بتكون حرجة لهم لأن الفائز منهم راح يتأهل إلى نهائيات الجروب سي اللي بيكون جدا صعب أنك تعدي من خلال فريق F16. بالتوفيق لهم إن شاء الله. خلونا نرحب بالفريق الأول اللي بيكون معنا في المسرح، فريق جايكم من البرازيل يشارك معنا في جيمرز 8. رحبوا معنا فريق فيوريا.
Thank you so much, Furia. If you could please step over to this side of the stage for your face-off. Right, now, can they tip the scales one more time? They're going to be going up against a tough opponent, and they're going to be in front of their home crowd once more in the final match of the first day. Please welcome back to the Gamers 8 stage, Owl Esports. Thank you so much, Owl Esports. If you could please take to the left-hand side of the stage for your face-off.
المباراة النهائية عندنا أعزائنا المشاهدين، راح نشوفها إن شاء الله اليوم. المباراة الفائز فيها راح يتأهل ضد فريق F16. المباراة بتكون جدا صعبة، عندنا ريجن البرازيل ضد ريجن الشرق الأوسط، بتكون فعلا مباراة حامية. فخلونا على طول نروح للاستوديو التحليلي ونرجع لكم في بداية المباراة على طول.
We're going to throw it back over to the analyst desk to break everything down before we go into our last match of the day. Let's go.
Well, there we have it. Furia heading into this matchup as the higher seeded team, whereas on the side of Owl Esports winning their previous matchup versus the Pirates 3-1. Which of these teams do you think is going to ultimately put on a wonderful show and come out on top?
I mean, it's going to be a tough one for Furia. They have to come out onto the stage, get used to the environment, perform at their best against a team who love their first game, have got the crowd behind them, and also, I would say, have a strong 1v1 and 2v2 matchup, which is going to help them bring back the series, where threes, I think, is in favor of Furia.
Yeah, I think that the crowd is really going to be a big factor in kind of being the equalizer here. Furia is a team that's used to at these majors, as I was saying previously, like they're used to having the crowd behind them in their matchups. And this is one of those situations where the crowd is most definitely not going to be with them.
Okay, so what about in terms of the ones and twos? I know I've been saying all day long I'm a huge fan of the ones format. Do you think Furia might be a team that will kind of opt to pick that over twos?
Well, I think the one player who's going to feature in all three game modes is going to be Yan. He carries the team offensively in threes. It's part of their game plan to facilitate him. So in ones, I assume he'll take that on himself. With his two teammates, I'm not sure which of them they will opt to go in the twos, but whoever it is, they will look to play a similar role to what Senzo did with Farhad earlier, which is create space for that teammate to allow them to operate mechanically. So I think we're going to see a lot of similarities between both teams, with Farhad and Yan being the matchup.
Okay, how about on the side of Al? Do you feel like there's going to be any other players in particular that we might have to keep an eye on?
I think on that side, we're probably going to see the similar play style that we saw in that previous 2v2. That's what they're going to be. That's obviously the team that they want to run with. That's the duo that we'll see, and it will be that facilitation. So again, it's going to be the 2v2 is almost the 1v1 again, right? It's Fahad and Yan, and the other two trying to basically eliminate the other one so that that 1v1 can exist.
Okay, I'm going to be crossing my fingers for the 1v1s, because do you like the 1v1s?
Oh, I love
me
1v1.
That's like, I don't care about 2v2s. Just give me the 1v1s.
We all love 1v1 in Rocket League. It's such a rare sight to see at this kind of intensity, especially a best of one. It's such a tough game mode to play in a best of one. You like to download your opponents, learn them, understand them. But here, there's so much pressure on that one game. We just saw Awas on stage. Obviously, once the series went on and he started to take the 10-3, there's a lot of pressure there. But when it's close, if we start seeing an overtime in a 1v1, that heart is going to be pumping on every one of the players, even the ones not playing.
Yeah, that's the point where you're hoping that like they should just have heart rate monitors on everyone, including the talent, because all of us, you know that Stumpy will be in the back screaming at the screen in the green room the way he has been all day. It's 1v1s just have this extra level of intensity. There's just this extra pressure. You know it because everything is on you as that individual. You must show up in that moment. It is on you, and it's undescribable to really get the true feeling of that across. I don't have the vocabulary for
You just can't make mistakes. You have no one to cover behind you if you make a mistake.
And I mean, we were also talking in the green room about the fact that once it does come down to these 1v1s, we're looking at the face cams of the other players, and you can see how kind of uptight all of the teammates are getting. They're sat on the edge of their seats. They don't dare say a single word because they don't want to throw off their teammate and be that onus to kind of fall on their own shoulders. So I feel like us as viewers, us as analysts and hosts, a lot of the time watching those 1v1s feel like they're so much more intense. They hit so much closer to home because you immediately put yourself in the shoes of that player that is in the 1v1 situation. You're like, oh boy, I do not envy you right now. I do not want to be in your situation.
Yeah, the players who aren't going to be playing will feel the most intensity for sure.
Yes, absolutely. Let's find out whether or not our casters are going to be feeling the same level of intensity with our final game of the day.
Last match of the day hits just a little bit different, and Jorby is fired up. What I was to the peeps back in the day, Jorby is to Furia.
What? I'm casting. I'm not biased.
Oh, please.
Yeah. I'm only a Furia fan outside of the casting group.
Yeah, I give that about 2 minutes into game one.
Oh, come
before
on.
we disprove that myth. But no, in all seriousness, this is actually a very exciting matchup to close out day number one. I feel like we are owed an epic on Champions Field, game 5, to kind of close it all out.
We've only had one of those today, haven't we?
Right, yeah.
In the Pirate series.
But that man right there, Senzo, is going to have a lot to say. I mean, look, all eyes, of course, are going to be on Jan and Fahad, sure. Senzo is a big-time difference maker for Owl Esports in this event. And I do think that the supporting casts for Jan and Fahad are going to really shine as we go through the 2v2s and the 3v3s.
I totally agree, especially in 3v3. My eyes are on Kaio. I felt like he had a very weak spring major in the RLCS, and that came off of a winter where he looked really good. So I think in this 3v3, you're looking at Kaio. You can expect Yan to be Yan. He's going to be that guy. Card, he's the facilitator on this team now. You can expect that. But for Kaio, he's got to step up against this Owl team who are, by all measures, a solid team. This is not going to be an easy match for either.
The Great One up in the air already and denied as his shot was well wide. Now Jan, nothing over there, and this easily sent back. And you see how quickly Owl can move down the field and create trouble for Fury. And I think both these teams have that explosive counterattack ability that both defenses are going to be kind of have to be on their toes. Otherwise, this could be a very high-scoring series.
And you talked about Senso. He's got that international experience as well. Got that top 8 finish back when Falcons were Sandrock Gaming in the fall major of RLCS. And now here he is with Owl and with two very standout players, Fahad and IX. But it's been tight. Fury, a couple of looks here on the attack. But that counterattack from Owl looks deadly. We already saw that quick pass. Furia got to be careful on the counterattack.
1v1 stopped at midfield, so Senzo will have to bring this back to the corner. And Kaio just stuffed him right there. Ball went nowhere. Now Jan up high has some support coming in behind, but they're all kind of bunched up. And nobody over there except a bunch of orange cars, and it's Owl. It's Fahad trying to clear this away towards IX. Very patient, And now the teams have kind of slowed down. We kind of saw them both throw a couple of haymakers early. Now we're back to just throwing jabs here and there, waiting for maybe someone to flinch.
The demo nullified. Fury trying to contend midfield. But again, yeah, no one really able to be in position for some of these wins in midfield. Here might be one the pass just taken away. Good on Furia being quick to those challenges.
I wonder if more teams are kind of being a little more timid around these Middle Eastern squads after they've seen how successful they've been in this event. You know, all this region has ever wanted was just a seat at the table, a chance to respect they belong in the international scene. And now, getting all these other teams from different regions on LAN, they're proving they are far more than just a one-team region. They absolutely belong in the conversation in the global scale of Rocket League.
Oh, there's no question. And I think that players were starting to feel that in scrims. These guys were no slouches in scrims leading up to the event, but I think a lot of players like to hang their hat on being like, well, scrims, they don't really dictate what's going to happen in the results when we actually get to the real games. Well, guess what? They're here to play, and they've been looking really solid, but really liking Furious push here. And Kaio, that's a great shot to the top.
Kaio, the great one, coming through as Jan set him up. Good challenge at least coming out, but the ball went right straight out. Kaio there to clean it up. First goal for Furia. Comes right after the halfway mark. Now they can try and maybe just establish a little bit of dominance here, but I think Owl's got other plans. Here goes Fahad. Got around one. Oh. Got the pass away, and IX immediately ties it.
That is dirty, Fahad. Gets up for the reset, changes direction. Card, there's no chance for him to get to that play. Yan hopes that he can react to that, but how could you? Fahad with the perfect direction change, getting the pass out. Whew. Nice one for Owl.
And maybe threatening another as IX quickly up. There is Jan to meet him. Card beaten by a mile. No shot though. This ball just goes harmlessly to the corner. And a kind of courageous challenge there, eating the demolition, but at least getting rid of the ball. And now Senzo to just launch another, but again, not a lot of support. The pace has slowed down a little bit. Despite those two kind of rapid fire goals, Jorby, you expect maybe things settle down here. And yeah, we could see a series where all these team-based formats are 2-1, maybe 3-2.
It really feels like our esport has grown up, doesn't it?
Oh,
MENA
my goodness, yeah.
versus South America.
Yeah.
And it's already looked absolutely insane, just with one 3v3. And we haven't even gotten to the game modes with more space. I mean, already another shot taken away. Furia have been really fast. Now on the counterattack, quick pass and denied again. Owl, excellent patience on the back line, waiting for that pass to come out. And even there, the shot denied. It was light, allowed him to come in to make the save. Excellent defense here from Owl. Two demos, though, gives him some space.
I imagine Kaio, as you mentioned, is probably going to come into this event maybe with a little bit of a chip on his shoulder and a lot to prove. And already he has been a key factor in Furia's offense. Haven't seen much of Furia's defense. They haven't needed it. They've been on this half of the field a lot, and Kaio adds another.
Furia, excellent approach here. You see the bumps coming out on the back end. Owl getting bumped out of the net caused just enough chaos on the recovery, and that's something Furia have really struggled with in the past, is getting outboxed physically, something that other teams have always had the one-up on them over, but this time, they're the ones getting physical in the box against Owl, giving them the goal.
Jan looking for a teammate in midfield. It's Kaio again. Why not? Just feed the hot hand over and over and over again. IX there to meet Jan this time. And Owl does clear the zone, but the pass doesn't get to Fahad. And that's a missed opportunity for Owl, and precious seconds coming off the clock. Almost converting there off the corner of the frame. And now Card with the final 7 seconds, just trying to buy his teammates time to finish off this defensive effort. Kaio avoids contact. Just got to bring this to ground, and he does. Furia wins a gritty game 1.
The Yan to Kaio connection linking up to perfection in game number 1. Is that the duo we're going to see if we end up going to 2v2? You got to imagine it's 1v1. They got to put Fahad in, right?
I would be utterly shocked if Owl doesn't immediately just lock in 1v1. They probably locked it in.
Fahad's like, cool, guys, leave, get in a free play.
Yeah, right?
Go.
It's like, all right, everybody out.
Stay warm.
Yeah, everybody out. Star of the show, step in. Spotlight on me. Let's go to work. But of course, gonna wait, let these players get their Spotify playlists all ready to go. And then maybe a couple technical issues because their Spotify is messing with their frames or something. And then
Heavy
we can
car
finally
bug.
get into game 2. Yeah, heavy car bug. Yeah,
I heard if you keep your water bottle on the desk, that's actually heavy car bug.
Yeah, if you listen to the wrong J Balvin song during the game, then the car goes a little bit slower.
You put your thumbs the wrong way on the sticks, heavy car bug.
Oh, of course.
That's the greatest copium in Rocket League.
We absolutely love the just the atmosphere here inside the stadium. It's been a raucous atmosphere out there. We've heard Cole and Stumpy and Veracity, Johnny, they've all talked about just how wild the crowd is.
They were all sitting out there last night.
Yeah.
They probably haven't left.
They're all right out there. I mean, I'm waiting for them to start leading the chants, just like Cole and Stumpy traditionally have.
Cole and Stumpy were the first ones out there earlier. I was like, oh, of course they're leading chants. They can't help themselves.
Fahad and Jan. Imagine 1v1. Buckle up. This is going to be a wild ride.
Jan has been grinding once, so he came prepared.
Yes,
and
sir.
Look at that. He gets the perfect bounce on the ramp, lands beautifully on this reset. Fahad gets caught out a little bit, but look, he goes close. Fahad has the near side of the net covered. That has to be a perfect approach from Jan. He gets the perfect touch, the perfect reset, the perfect shot. That was an excellent start.
You come off the back wall and then reverse direction into the flip reset shot. Like, okay, sure, defend that if you can. There goes Fahad. He's got a few tricks up his sleeve as well and a lot of boost to work with. Oh, he just goes right through Jan, but he can't get around him for the shot. Jan recovers. That's a good answer to the question posed by Fahad, but off the demo. Oh, a favorable spawn and then a demo again after the save.
Yeah, it's going to get some time as the ball jettisons back to the orange. How is Fahad going to approach? A couple of demos now. Just going to stay low. And doesn't bite. Fahad just going to continue to test Yan. How is he going to approach the ball on defense? Is he over-aggressive? Does he try to pick the challenge a little too early? Or is he going to be patient until the final touch? Right now, it seems like Yan has been very patient, gets the demo to get control. So far, a really solid start for Yan.
Yan looking for more. He did not have the flip reset, and I think, I'm not quite sure if Fahad was aware, but it didn't matter. His patient defense turns into offense. Tie game.
Yan gets a little greedy here. It actually started with a nice recovery, but then going for that boost. Fahad's got control there. You cannot go for that corner boost. You got no one protecting you there. But he did the right thing, and then he did the wrong thing, and he got scored on because of it.
Fahad, the MVP of the previous victory, and of course, it's good to be the 1v1 king on your team because, yes, you have the most impressive stats. Oh. You show up in the most impressive moments, and Fahad just put Yan on skates.
Fahad can do so much on the ground, whip it back around like that. That's a nasty cut against Yan. And again, Fahad's gonna keep testing Yan. How are you going to approach this on the ground? Which way are you going to challenge? Are you going to be aggressive in those situations? Are you always going to wait? Or is there a certain way I can bait you in? That time, Fahad baits him in, and he wins another kickoff. Fahad taking control.
Gave up a goal, which feels like forever ago, and 3 quick answers later, it's Fahad well in front, but still a lot of time to work with. A lot of Rocket League to be played here. Plenty of time for Jan to turn things back around in his favor, but gotta have a kickoff that doesn't end abysmally as the side boost won by Fahad, and as a result, puts that in the only spot that Yan couldn't catch up to it.
Something Fahad is so good at in 1v1s, winning those kickoffs. It was a battle over in the corner. It's about whoever was gonna win that midfield boost. Yan loses that midfield boost, tries to go out to the corner, but Fahad's got control. He's able to put that ball on target every single time. I'm gonna keep it away from Yan. Back over to his own corner.
Oh, just caught right up to him. Opportunity now for Yan, but he's got to play the long game here as Fahad's already back in and ready to go. Picked his spot and almost kept
Yan got his flip at the end of this as he pushes the ball into Fahad. Gets right on the center of the ball. See him put his car up as tall as possible so the ball has no chance of just skirting out to the side. And then he had the flip just to make sure he could put it in, and there's no chance Fahad could get some crazy recovery and get it back.
The read, the counter read, and the counter read, all involved in that play.
That's 1v1, baby.
Just, yeah, it's chess while us mere mortals are playing checkers. Here goes Fahad again. Tough angle. He's trying to get a piece of Yan, and what a save by Yan, but it's going to be all for naught. Fahad adds a fifth.
Yeah, that was a tough one for Yan to handle. Fahad dropping it straight down. Flick up forces the bad touch out of Yan. And not a bad recovery from Yan either, but that bounce was perfect right where Fahad landed, gave him a perfect shot to the right side.
Important for Yan to have an answer sooner rather than later here. And Fahad tried pumping the brakes and going with a cheeky kickoff. It didn't.
Got it.
Yeah, it didn't work well for Yan, that's for sure. Just got to get back though. Fahad taking the midfield boost. Yan all the way back. They both have plenty in the tank. This time advantage Yan.
It's very clear Fahad has much greater control over the ball and the game. Is very resilient in terms of, or not resilient, but resistant in wanting to use that dodge. He likes to be in control. As soon as you dodge out on a play, got to be able to recover to get your flip back. But Fahad, he recovers so quickly because he's always so timely on how he uses his dodges, when he decides to challenge heavy into the ball, when he decides to let go. And those decisions have, I mean, given him a great lead here against Yan.
Yan had plenty of boost in the tank, but just out of position by the slimmest of margins, and could not flip to get any faster, could not reach Supersonic to catch up. And now here goes Fahad again. Maybe looking for the knockout blow early in this game, but Yan up to the task. Can he get around on the shot? He can, but Fahad there to send it away. Oh, good turn here though, and again, Fahad's just right there. I mean, you got to get real creative, I think, if you're going to get anything else past Fahad. Second touch goes off the crossbar. Had the idea, execution not quite so much, and again off the crossbar. And if it's not one thing, it's another, as Yan's got to be getting a little frustrated, but that one will certainly help the psyche.
Yeah, a little too much there for Fahad. Yan hitting the crossbar one too many times for his liking, but gets a nice little touch there. Made it really awkward for Fahad. You see him pull out, thinking Yan's touch might be a little lower, trying to find a way to get up to the ball in time, but Yan, just that loft, put it right over Fahad. He had to spend time turning the car around, then jumping up towards it. That was just enough to get it over Fahad.
Fahad once again in that comfortable position of having a lofty lead. But Yan trying to chip away at it. Flip reset. Oh, he drills it.
Oh my God, I think I stand Yan. Oh, that was so nasty. Gets underneath, got the reset, drops down and puts a rocket onto the net. I mean, Fahad has been clean, efficient, brutal stacks. But man, the flash, you gotta love it.
Didn't have an answer for that one, and now little fake off the kickoff there, and Fahad will control this at the back. Trying to burn away the final minute plus. Now holding only a 2-goal lead, and things getting just a little bit sweatier here. Yan, plenty in the tank. 13, still has it. And Fahad did not bite on any of that at all. Held his ground, down to 50, and he almost put it away, but now he's got to rush back.
Yan got the boost as well. Chance on the counter, Fahad is recovered, but Yan's got the net, and oh, he's coming back. One more to go, and plenty of time to do it. Oh, wow, and that chance from Fahad earlier on the turnaround, he knew he had Yan beat, but he also knew he had to be quick about it. So he put it low against the back wall so he could get the quick double touch. Yan closing in quickly, that you have to be perfect on your reflexes to hit that shot. Fahad was just off, and it was enough to swing the goal in Yan's favor.
This was 6-2, 3 unanswered. As Yan making a game of it. And now Fahad. Good challenge by both at midfield, and it's gonna be Fahad that takes charge. He's just milking the clock for all it's worth here. Forcing Yan to make a play. The problem is, he just might make one, and he does!
Oh, what a comeback from Yan! Got the catch, caught Fahad frozen. Fahad trying to recover. He has to wait for Yan to put it up, and it's up to Yan to make the shot happen. Fahad has the near side of the net covered. Yan has to hit the top side, and he nailed it on the flick.
What are you going to do? Score 4 goals in a row? End quote. Guy who just got scored on 4 times in a row.
And the challenge is 2 from Yan.
Yan now, 5 seconds. Chance now to maybe rip this away and avoid OT, but no. We will end up in overtime in typical ones fashion. No lead is safe.
Kickoffs, sometimes everything in ones. Yan's gotten it. He's gonna give Fahad.
Oh, what a win.
The leeway, he's got the 50, but gets bumped. Actually back into the ball, Fahad recovers in. Gregan was saying overtime is gonna cause every single player to sweat because it's a best of 1 for ones effectively. And you know they gotta be feeling that sweat.
Oh, Yan has him maybe dead to rights. Got the bow, he did not. And Fahad kept it out.
Oh, he kept the ball. Fahad working on small pads. Oh, he got the 50 as well. Yan still in control, and that 50 is gonna give Fahad some space.
Oh man, I really thought he had him there, but now Yan plenty of time and space to work with. Dancing through the air, going after him again, and again Fahad comes up with the stop.
2 times for the air dribble bump, 2 times Yan can't make it happen. I think he might have to mix it up. Fahad's gonna expect that air dribble bump next time Yan has control. If he can get it back, Fahad taking it back. He hasn't had the same control, the dribble authority that we saw him have earlier on. And he's gonna keep that ball far away from Fahad.
This is where the mental game comes in. Does he go to the well a 3rd time? He certainly does! And this time, the 3rd time's a charm!
Yan does it! What a comeback! Down 6-2. Fahad in full control. And Yan, what a stellar comeback. It started with that sick flip reset down the way.
Oh, I need stunning.
I need a second
crowd.
You go.
It's absolutely.
I'm stunned too.
Leaving the crowd here in shock and awe as Owl Esports now find themselves 1 game away from dropping to the lower bracket after Yan has brought Furia to match point under the most unlikeliest of circumstances, down 6-2. And you thought, all right, Fahad finally had it all working out, gave up the first goal, scored 3 or 4 unanswered, built up that lead, and then Yan took over. The GOAT that we know him to be absolutely kicked it into high gear.
I mean, I think that, look, the 1v1 authority on the casting team, Johnny Boy, right? If I can remember correctly, because he just put out a 1v1 tier list.
Yes.
I think Fahad was B tier, which had a lot of really great 1v1 players, and then Yan was in the D tier. But Yan's only been recently grinding ones a lot. And probably for this event, and I gotta tell you, it certainly looks like he's grinding it. I mean, I was so impressed with the mix-up because Fahad, what was he doing? He was dribbling all over Yan, forcing Yan to make decisions on challenges. It wasn't working out for him. And then all of a sudden, he started getting more aggressive on the challenges, not letting Fahad take full control of the ball, not giving him as much space. As soon as Yan saw a challenge, he took a challenge. And I really feel like that was the big difference in that game. So now we're back into 3v3 stacks. This could end in a sweep, but it was close in the first game. Owl's still not out of it by any stretch.
With the festival still hopping around us outside, we go to what might be the final game of day 1 of Gamers8. Yan trying to get around on this, and he does hit the open net. Yan just continues to find the orange net. Furia up early.
I think Yan is trying to challenge Roas right now. He's saying, hang on a second, Roas. Yeah, sick plays earlier, but you forgot about me. Hang on a second. Yeah, it doesn't want to leave anybody's minds. And he's just, some players just have that next gear.
Maybe even sending a message to Roas, who could be the future opponent for Furia after their win over FaZe Clan. Just imagine Furia having to get through Owl Esports and then F16.
Run the Mina gauntlet.
For them. Right, exactly. Probably Falcons at some point along the way if they could get into the playoff bracket. Shot here, blocked away by Yan. Full tank of boost as well, but the shot comes in on card. Yan still an option. Fahad trying to chase him down, take him off the field. He didn't really erase him from the play. and he can get involved here, disrupting Card's effort.
Well, things finally settle down a little bit for Owl, but they still can't get control of the ball. Nice little chain dash from Card. Actually got him that touch. That shot was just off the mark. Look at all of this pressure from Furia jumping up. Yan has no fear. Everyone on Furia just diving forward, full confidence in their ability to challenge this ball in front of the box. And I mean, when you get the ball right back, the pass over to Yan a little too far, but Yan gets the boost steal.
How did that get all the way through? I mean, this goes
so fast.
That threads the needle, and it looks like a missed connection on the pass downfield, but it still ended up with Yan. Now it's Card who has to get back and at least make the stop. Infield pass here. Selfless, slow play, and it almost worked out for Owl. A bump, but not a demo, so they couldn't take Yan off the pitch. And that's got to be incredibly frustrating now, because Yan seems to be able to do no wrong right now for Furia.
Just no dunk there for Owl. They are able to get a little bit of control in midfield. They've got good boosts, but actually get blown through the midfield line. Card just catches the ball out Yan catching the ball out for free. Yeah, Owl just not able to maintain possession. Starting to grab those midfield touches a little bit more. You see Fahad, it's a touch and leave. For IX, it's touch and leave. They get it clear to the corner, and you get nothing. Fury are in front of every ball and every challenge.
Left to get nothing and like it. As this goes to the side, Yan leaves it for Kaio, whose shot is blocked away. Difficult angle there for Card, and it's ricocheted off to the corner as well. You know, Kaio has been around for so long. You go back to the days. Oh, I know. You go back to the days where, you know, everybody was running 1s, 2s, and 3s tournaments every week, and Kaio on South American ping would still show up and make deep runs in all these North American tournaments, and he's still hanging around to this day, and it doesn't seem like he's missed much of a step.
Kyle's like the South American Garrett G.
Yeah.
The man always seems to find his way deep in
they didn't
tournaments.
find their way to this, though. IX scoring on the tight angle as everybody just let it go.
Finally, a miss from Card gives IX the one opportunity that they've got. The mistake from Furia opens the gate here for Owl. That always is the big difference in these threes games. When you don't have the confidence on offense, you don't push as hard. But as soon as the team gives you one mistake, now all of a sudden, your mental's completely reset. Now, you can push forward on offense. Oh wait, I can challenge that ball in midfield. Because even when Owl have the boost, they haven't gone for the 50 or the challenge in midfield all that often. They weren't confident in their challenges, but now they're getting those pushes downfield. They're connecting on some of these passes. It's just all about getting that lead. They might have got blown out here, and the missed touch, and what a recovery to make the save!
That is unbelievable. And still, they've kept Furia off the scoreboard, but for how much longer? It only feels like a matter of time unless they get a crucial touch here. IX sends one out towards the wing. This is going to go back deep into the corner. And now it's Yan to take over. Again, plenty to work with. Demolition behind the play. And now it's Kaio with Card waiting for a ball that's just never going to reach him. Great control by Senzo, doing exactly what he needed to do to give Owl just a little bit of relief as the shot there from Fury goes high and the storm weathered by Owl Esports.
Fury putting together some of that spring major passing. What that one goes right into IX, and Owl aren't done yet. They get the lead.
Under immense pressure for a good 20, 30 seconds, they do not concede a goal and then immediately march down the field and score one of their own. A 2-goal swing if I ever saw one. 35 seconds left, and Owl's got some life here with its back against the wall.
Fury have absolutely had chances to get the lead again. A couple hits off the bar, a couple of passes, but then Owl's defense has really tightened up. And those angles have been harder to find, been defended. Fury have tried to bump them out, tried to get those mid-air demos. Not successful, final 10.
Gotta have it here for Furia. You do not want to let them up off the mat. Demolition critical at midfield, but a big challenge by Fahad, avenging the L earlier, but Yan keeps it in the air. Maybe the worst case scenario, but this one's saved away. Kaio can't get it in the air, and Owl staves off relegation.
You see Yan get the ball, and
Goes up the wall, and you think, no, there's no way he makes a play out of that.
There's some sighs of relief out there and a little bit of elation that this party is going to keep on going, because I guarantee you, some of those fans, they saw Jan had it at 0 seconds, and there's a lot of this going on. Hands over eyes. There's no way. But
I don't want to look.
He did not score there. He did not break their hearts again. So we have to wait to see if he does it in the 2v2, because you know Jan will be there.
Excellence on defense from Owl really was the difference maker here. Getting that mistake from Card, IX immediately punishing that play, and then able to whittle Furia down, not just on offense, but also withstanding their few chances that they had on the defensive end as well. Having big saves, big goal line stops in front. Starting to coalesce for Owl, but heading into the 2v2, you're gonna have to deal with, I don't know, maybe you put Kaio in. Kaio has looked really good so far.
Kaio has had
obviously
an
Jan's
excellent series. Yes, obviously, you know, there's Jan. It's kind of like the endpoint approach. We're throwing Archie, and we'll figure out who's joining him after that. That's probably the goal here for Furia is like, all right, Jan, who do you want? And that's who's going in. What we do know is it will be Utopia, Game 4. Owl still has a massive uphill climb, because now one less player on the field to try and deal with Jan and get him out of the way. And they've got to come up with a plan to prolong this and get us to Champions Field for another 3v3.
Well, we know we're going to see Fahad again. And we're also going to see Senso coming in to be that rock. But already on the kickoff, it's a goal. Jan, he starts the scoring for Furia early.
He's got Card with him, and it didn't matter. Jan cheating up. And immediately, didn't waste any time, 4 seconds into Game 4. And already, Owl, who already had a foot out the door, are starting to get pushed a little further.
Those early goals can always hurt the morale, but nice thing about 2v2 is goals are a little more plentiful. So plenty of time. Just don't want to let Furia grab control of this. Don't want to give Jan too much of the pitch. Card will be happy to lob any ball up that he gets right to Jan. And don't ever sleep on Card. If he gets a chance, he can certainly take it. Oh, Jan, we can't hit them all, buddy. Oh, that's a nice one.
Oh, Senzo taking advantage of a critical mistake, bringing this ball across like this. Card thought he had all the time in the world. What a play by Fahad. I mean, he just read him like a book.
You knew you had the two-on-one the other way, so just barrel down into the corner. Force the 50. What's the worst that's going to happen? The ball's going to pop back right into your teammate, and your teammate's going to have to make a good shot. That's still a great scenario to be in. Excellent decision to chase Card right into the corner, and now they've gotten another chance and another goal. Fahad putting this one in. Senso sets him up nicely.
Do we see the fake here? Yep, there it is. Senzo just sending one by, and Jan still almost got back in time, but Fahad there to finish the job. And of course, aided by the fact that he played the 1v1. That's his 7th goal of this series.
He might start getting worried for Furia soon, as Owl have started to heat up. That ball punched out. That Owl defense has to be strong, and it is off the bar again. Owl able to pick up the save. Man, the Mina defense has been absolutely incredible to watch. Here's another one, and they're not saving that. Jan, perfect shot right to the top of the net.
Well, you would start worrying about Furia if you were a pessimistic fan, like Jorby over here. Now, Jan.
I'm also an Owl fan.
Yeah.
They've been really fun to watch.
This whole series has been fun to watch. This whole day has been an absolute delight. As Fahad looking to just pop this in the air, play keep away. Now Senzo comes in to help out, and it's Card who made the stop. Jan and Fahad just kind of trading paint all the way in the corner. Jan will take the shot eventually, and it's 3-2.
Fahad went over to the midfield boosts and then ended up just getting caught out. You see him up the wall, expecting the play to go wall side, but as soon as Jan sees him there, it's an easy shot to take. As soon as you see him go up the wall, he doesn't have boost. Easy decision for Furia.
So Furia back in front. Still very, very early on. 5 goals in less than 90 seconds. Make it 6 now as we cross that barrier. 4-2 the lead for Furia, as now Card adds his first goal of the series.
And getting all of the work done. Doesn't just get the 50, doesn't leave the play, knows he can get the bump in front, makes it easy for Card to hit the shot. And Yan putting on world-class performance so far in the series. And, well, there's a rarity. What do we call that?
Someone maybe want to hit the ball next time? Okay.
Kickoff.
Great minds think alike. And so do all of these minds, as this one sent to the backboard, narrowly escaping harm. Now Jan trying to drop one down for Card, but he could not dive in on that. That was just asking for a counterattack over his head. Now Card will try the individual effort with Jan in behind him. And he's at least got this deeper into the corner. But it's Fahad right up against Jan, and this time he knows he has Senzo in support, and that makes things a little more bearable.
We did talk about Kaio and how long he's been playing. Card been playing for almost just as long as Kaio has been. A lot of experience just with him alone, and having a talent like Yan behind you to be able to rely on. Well, right here, Card's getting bumped out, but Yan wins the 50, and that's going to be a slow turnaround for Owl as they're trying to race back to recover. Wasn't really a play there for Yan. Maybe a chance to come back. Only one to beat with Card. Backboard defended, and Owl just can't get those pushes on offense going. Card saving his boost, using that chain dash to keep his speed up. It's able to just be a consistent threat. Owl always having to work their way around. Yan or Card, it's never a clear go downfield. You're always running into a blue car or having to win a 50, and then it's pushed out to the side, even right there. Well, our ball gets blown right by you. You get blown off the field, and this might be another goal. Yan doing all the work. Card shot denied. The recovery from Fahad.
Fahad got bumped into the back of the net, and they have the redirect. They sure do, and the save made by Yan. Oh, I tell you what, this Fahad has opened a lot of eyes here with his performance tonight, and still a little bit of work to do. His team down 2 in a game they must win to force a 5th game. As he keeps this in the zone despite Card's challenge. Boost spawns right there for him, but Yan in his grill again.
Not giving him any chance. It was a good idea from Fahad. Keep that touch close. Might have a chance to win the 50, but Yan already recognized it, got in front, and now they get blown by again. Owl just can't get by the midfield line. It almost feels like there's 3 Furia cars on the field with how close that they're able to, or how quickly they're able to challenge the ball. Owl still have a chance though, Stacks. With a minute, 2 goals, absolutely doable, but we have to see something a little bit more on offense from Owl. They've been constantly reacting, getting bumped off the play. Furia still just kicking the ball off of them. There's nowhere for Owl to go.
Well, they did get a piece of Card there, but then Fahad just gave the ball right back to him, and that could be the end. The double does not go with 40 seconds left. A second life for Owl Esports, and they don't convert here, but at least they've got something to hold on to. But Fahad's going to come through. They pinched that with Senzo. And now it's Yan. Almost got around here. He did, and Card will finish the job. 22 seconds. I know we say no lead is safe, but it would take a miracle right now for Owl.
Certainly in miracle mode. The nice thing for Owl is at the end of this, they're not out of it. They'll fall down to the lower bracket. But how about this performance from Furia in really all 3 modes? Yan coming back in the 1v1 in overtime to make it happen. Owl fighting back in the 3v3 and putting up a really solid fight. Really quality effort overall, but Furia just got aggressive, and Owl didn't have a response for it. The aggressive challenges really were the death knell here for Owl Esports in this game. Furia now move on through the MENA gauntlet in what is really the group of death.
Yeah, this has been just an absolutely brutal group for all of the teams involved here, and it's Furia that survives to go to the upper bracket final of Group C tomorrow. They will face F16. If you thought this matchup,
I need Roaz versus Yan now. I need it now.
If you thought this matchup was exciting and had a lot of marquee names and a lot of these kind of fantasy matchups that we've kind of dreamed about when we watch, especially, you know, let's call them out again, all of Johnny Boy's streams, all of Fear's streams, when we see these players cross region and you see them on, you know, 100 ping, 200 ping trying to play against each other, and you wonder, what if What if we got them on a LAN to go head-to-head? A lot of questions are being answered, and we're going to have some more answered tomorrow.
Yeah, impressed with Furia in all 3 modes. I can't wait to hear what they say. Down with the interview.
Our esports will live to fight another day, but I'm joined by Kairos, the coach from Furia Esports. Congratulations, an incredible display from you guys. You looked very cool, calm, collected the entire time. Were the comms as calm?
احنا عندنا طبعا الان اعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور الكوتش حق فريق فيوريا راح نسوي معه مقابله سريعه واول سؤال راح نساله اياه هل هم كانوا مرتاحين وكان بينهم تواصل جدا واضح والكوميونيكيشن كان كويس ولا كان جدا مزعج؟
Yeah, I mean, we're always pretty focused in comms, but when we score, we get hyped. We get real hyped, so, but we're always laser beam focused.
احنا دائما نكون جدا مركزين على المباراه لكن وقت ما يصير في هدف يصير في شيء حماسي دائما نصرخ دائما نتحمس لكن احنا دائما مفوكسين.
When it comes to LAN tournaments, I feel like the vital ingredient is always experience because nothing can prepare you for the atmosphere, the chanting, the hot lights, everything like that. So how did you think that your team found it? I mean, I know that obviously you came out victorious, but were they nervous?
كيف كان شعور الفريق يوم انهم حاولوا انهم يعيشون جو اللان تورنمنت وانهم يواجهون الجمهور مع كل الصيحات ومع كل الهايب اللي ممكن يعطيها الجمهور، كيف كان التيم متأقلم مع النقطة هذه؟
No, we weren't nervous just because we have a lot of LAN experience, so we feel pretty comfortable on stage now.
كان بكل بساطة انهم يقولون احنا متعودين ان نسير على المسرح، لكن بنفس الوقت احنا دائما نحاول نتأقلم ونحاول نحسن من ادائنا اكثر واكثر.
It's quite early to say right now, but obviously you've got your sights set on the grand finals on Sunday later this week. So if you do, let's say, hypothetically, you make it to the grand finals, who do you think you'd be meeting there?
مجرد ما انكم تخلصون من مبارياتكم كلها في الجروب وفي ممكن يكون عندكم فرصة توصلون للجراند فاينل، مين الفريق اللي تتوقع انك راح تواجهونه في الجراند فاينل؟
I don't know. I actually have no idea. Probably. I literally have no idea. Maybe if Luminosity can take their group, then I could see them popping off.
جوابه للسؤال كان لومينستي جيمنج هو اللي بيتوقع الفريق بيقابله في الجراند فاينلز.
I didn't mean to catch you off guard there, but you know, it's very interesting to see how obviously the crowd are responding really well, and atmosphere clearly does play a part in how well a lot of these teams are performing. But Kairos, thank you so much for joining us on stage. Best of luck for the rest of the tournament for you and the Furia Esports guys. Please give it up one more time at the Gamers8 main stage for Furia Esports. We're going to be throwing to a very, very short break, but we'll be back at the analyst desk to round off the day. Don't go anywhere.
يعطيكم العافية أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور. الآن راح نروح على طول لآخر فقرة عندنا في البث المباشر مع الاستوديو التحليلي، نتكلم عن المباراة ونختم البث المباشر.
are back once again. Our final matchup has indeed concluded, and against all the odds, Furia have successfully been able to close out that match in a 3-1 fashion versus none other than Al. Is that a surprise for you?
What did we predict?
I think it was a ditto into a 3-1 on Furia.
I think it was. I think we absolutely nailed that. Look at us.
I don't think you did though.
No, we definitely did. We definitely
I'm gonna have to say we definitely did.
Furia 3-1.
Can I get a vibe check in chat? Are they lying?
It was a Furia. No, it was genuinely a Furia 3-1, and the reason being, not the way we expected it was going to happen, but the reason being, Furia are too good at the threes for a lot of the teams at this event to compete. Especially a team that's going to rely on ones and twos, like we saw out of Owl Esports. They should have won that ones game, but that comeback from Yan to go back from 6-2 to taking it in that overtime was unbelievable.
In the way that he did it, just I am going to air dribble bump you, and I'm going to continue to do this until it works to close this series out. The audacity of the man to just continue to go for it was pretty epic comeback.
Considering the fact that it was indeed a 6-2 comeback from Yan in that 1v1, I feel like it's certainly props to him, credit to him most definitely. It's no easy task to have upon your shoulders, especially when you know that the crowd are completely backing out all the way.
Yeah, we were sat in the crowd and we could hear them cheering. They were distraught when that came back. You can see here, that was the final goal. I think that's the first overtime in 1v1 we've seen, and of course one of the most tense game modes to watch in overtime, because at any moment a goal could go in. The saves were unbelievable, but then once it came back to threes, it's just, this is where we expect to see Furia doing well, and Al managed to pull that back, which was the unexpected way it went. We were expected to go threes in favor of Furia, then the ones would go to Al with Farhad, and then it would go back to the threes for Furia, but it got a bit mixed up.
Yeah, obviously now also Al have dropped into the lower bracket, so they will be facing off against Semper. Meanwhile, Furia progressing on through to face F16 in the upper bracket final. The real question is, who is everybody in the crowd going to be cheering for? Because I feel like we certainly didn't anticipate we'd be placed in this situation. And I don't think the fans in the crowd did either.
Yeah, they thought it was going to be a Middle East matchup in that final.
Yeah.
But I think the big one we're going to be wanting to see is definitely Farhad versus Rawas. Eventually we'll get to see it, hopefully, but maybe not. We might have to see Yan versus Rawas instead.
I'm not going to be mad at that, that matchup. I can't complain if that's what I have to see. So be it. Oh no.
But really, I think F16 being able to win out against Furia will be amazing stuff. But you can see here that was the final twos game where Card and Yan just closed it out, and I think Farhad and Senzo, they looked solid, but Yan is just a different beast in this. I genuinely think he's one of the best players in the world now with the way he scores goals.
In the world?
Yeah, 100%.
That is big,
top
bold
5
statement.
Yeah.
Top, offensively, like one of the #1 offensively, top 5 in the world, just as a general player. He has consistently performed at that level in these tournaments, so there is no doubt in my mind that he will continue to do that throughout the rest of the year.
The patience that he has when he's making his approaches and making his attacks is one of the things to watch. He's just going to bait you in. He's waiting for that opportunity, and he'll 99 out of 100 times he's going to get it. He's just that good.
Well, we have certainly had a very, very long day of Rocket League, and hey man, I'm not complaining. We've had banger games, we've had some incredible upsets, we've even had overtimes galore as well. It's been amazing to see so many of these teams kind of really step up to the plate and really perform when it really matters. So let's go ahead and take a look at our end of day recap. By Savvy Gaming Group. See, that is how tired I am right now.
Yeah,
it's been a long day of Rocket League.
A lot of highlights as well.
There are a lot of banger highlights, so let's go ahead and check them out.
Maybe we won't.
Maybe we won't. I feel like we could have had like an hour-long video and it still would not have been long enough to kind of highlight all of the amazing plays, amazing moments, and amazing kind of emotional experiences for a lot of these players and a lot of these teams as well.
And there's only going to be more tomorrow. We've got a whole load more Rocket League. We've got the lower brackets and those upper bracket finals to see who makes it in to the top 8 for the Saturday and Sunday of this tournament. I'm excited to see. We had 4 groups today, 4 groups of 6, which started off, and we're going to go through and have a look at some of these here. You can see this is Group A, which we started the day off, and some surprises there with Luminosity and Guild making their way to the top.
Yeah, it's definitely some unexpected ones. I mean, I leaned into G2. Maybe it was just a little bit of NA fandom to start off the day at the desk, standing next to you, the
it was
epitome
tough with
of
the
EU.
sub as well.
I had to, the double EU accent coming at me. I had to make sure that NA had a place on the desk. It didn't serve me well.
I mean, complexity was tough.
Damn, NA does not have hands right now. I was waiting for him to be like, damn, EU got hands. You missed an opportunity there, homie. But Luminosity versus Guild is certainly going to be an interesting matchup, to say the very least. And as we take a look at the lower bracket, Detonator versus Complexity.
I think Complexity is the team to watch going through that. They're going to be the ones that face off against the loser of Guild Esports and Luminosity from that upper bracket.
I 100% agree. There's not much to add to that. I think Complexity is going to be a bit much for Detonator to handle.
Yeah, those 3 teams were a level above, I think.
All right, well, let's go ahead and have a look at our Group B upper bracket as well. Ooh, Endpoint versus Space Station.
Yeah, this was on the B stream, of course, and Space Station, the team we expect to come out of this group on top, with Daniel being so good in the 1s and 2s, and then obviously being a top tier 3s team. But it's nice to see Endpoint performing well. They didn't get a chance to play their 1s, I believe. They ended up playing 3s, 2s, 3s, but we know we've got Relating Wave there for the 1s, and on the 2 side, you know, Archie is just an exceptional player in any game mode, so they played very well.
Yeah, I mean, Archie can play some pretty decent Rocket League.
Yeah, we were hoping to see a bit more out of Rogue, though. You know, they found themselves in that lower bracket, you know, having the sub in, but they did lose out on not having Aqua here, you know?
And Zanil's an awesome person to be able to bring in as a sub, but again, trying to build that chemistry in the 3s, where this format is kind of switched and has that 3s kind of heavy side. Trying to build that is going to be hard to do on such short notice.
And how are we feeling about this lower bracket of Group B? Obviously, Team Secret taking on the likes of Heat.
Well, I think Team Secret are going to be the favorites out of this because they've had the most recent strong 3s performance, but Heat did so well in the online qualifier when they were playing as Juicers, but they have a different team here. Juicy out, Morksy out, Raziz in, so it's like a whole different dynamic. So a lot to ask of them, but Team Secret the favorites for me. Oh, Anchor, actually. To be fair, Anchor are a really good Middle Eastern team.
Okay.
So, you know, maybe some surprises there.
I feel like every group we go through, we're like, this is definitely a team to keep an eye on as well. So as we head on over into our Group C, this time around, you're going to talk to me and tell me which team is it that you're going to be keeping your eye on?
No, I was going to tell you there's some teams that we should really keep an eye on here in Group C.
There's like at least 4. There's F16 and Furia, I think, are 2 of the teams that I could see both making the final. Like, they are of the top 4 caliber in this event. And I'm really excited to see Yan match up against Ruas in that. But then the fact that FaZe got beaten by F16 and they're in that lower bracket, that's going to be tough. And Owl looked really good. And, you know, if they just secured that 1v1, we were going game 5.
Like I said, Group C, there's a couple teams we're going to need to watch out for.
And Semper. There's Semper there as well. We got
Group C's a monster.
Yeah, I think especially after that final game there, you can see Semper versus Owl, as well as the Orlando Pirates. I'm not going to do my pirate impression once again. Taking on... There we go.
Solid.
That was okay. It wasn't an R, it was a Yar.
Yeah, I got to put the... I don't know.
Do pirates go Yar? I don't think they do.
I don't know. Arg? Arg matey.
I mean, everything we know about pirates is from film, so it's probably not real anyway.
Yeah, true.
Against FaZe. They're against FaZe.
They are they are indeed against FaZe. For FaZe Clan, realistically speaking, this should be a relatively easy matchup, quote unquote. I don't know, we've seen some upsets, anything could happen. The potential is certainly there, but Semper and Owl, talk to me about how you think that one's going to unfold.
It's hard to say because Semper got destroyed in that upper bracket where we expected to see some kind of fight from them, but I think it really puts a lot of pressure on Exotic to play like a best player in the tournament level for them to do well, which I just don't think is going to be capable against such strong talent in this group.
And really, once you start looking at the 2s and 1s, just with the way we'll call it recency bias against the performances out of Semper, Fahad has been playing out of his mind. Yes, there was that kind of upset comeback against him that we just watched in that last series, but it was a solid series and a solid performance from him. So I think that's going to be a tough one for Semper.
And taking a look at our Group D, Greg, and I see you like contemplating life right now, taking a look at this.
Yeah, so this group is a two-team group. We've got Team Falcons and we've got Dignitas, and they are by far the strongest teams in this group, and both of them have 3-0'd and gone through to the final stage, and that happened on the B stream as well. We expect to see Falcons versus Dignitas tomorrow be one of the best games of the day, so look forward to that. But then for the rest of the teams, they're going to be competing to match up against either Falcons or Dignitas, whichever one of them falls down, and I really can't see any of them reaching that level of Dignitas and Falcons.
And how about this lower bracket, taking a look at this?
I mean, all four of those teams are at a different level, right? They're not the same gravy as Falcons and Dignitas.
It's one of those ones that's kind of hard to, like, we can sit there and kind of play the game and go through, but in the end, as Greg said, when they run into one of those other two teams from the upper bracket, it's going to be a different level of play.
But they're playing for so much money still, right? Like the team that makes it through to the later stages, they're going to be winning more money, which is
it's still
they can double their money just by getting 9th to 12th versus 13th to 16th, which is still a lot to play for. But to make it to that top 8, that group is going to be tough to get past Dignitas and Falcons.
I know me and the boys had kind of bumped into Renegades on their way out of the venue. They weren't necessarily looking the most confident or chirpy or cheerful, rightly so. But who knows, maybe a good night's sleep could kind of change everything for them heading into tomorrow. What do you think?
I mean, they're from OCE, so they're always a little bit relaxed and they just sort of chill out and they don't really look like they're ever too worried. So, I mean, it is what it is.
I mean, it's CJ. You know,
yeah, he's chill, isn't he?
It's just CJ.
Okay, all right. Just CJ's things is basically the gist of what's going on here. Once again, I want to give a shout out to another one of our sponsors, Luna, for supporting the broadcast, the stream, and all things Gamers8 as well. It's certainly been a wild ride for our very first day. What do you think?
It's been a long broadcast.
Yeah,
this is a big tournament for Rocket League, but it's only going to be more tomorrow. We have 10 matches to go through tomorrow, and they are going to decide who our top 8 is. We'll be sending home 16 of our 24 teams and be deciding which 8 make it into the Saturday, Sunday.
I mean, that 10 is, as you see, that graphic says Stream 8. That's just us.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Rocket League getting played tomorrow.
Yeah,
there's 20 in total, right?
Yeah.
10
I
on
believe
us,
B
10 on
Stream's
B.
also running 10 series.
Is there any matchup in particular that you're kind of looking forward to for tomorrow out of this?
I think the Endpoint Space Station, we haven't had a chance to see a lot of these teams on stream because they were in the groups or on the B stream today. So it'll be interesting to see how Endpoint and Space Station match up. Endpoint won that redemption from going 0-6 at London, where Space Station are just looking solid every single LAN they go to.
Yeah, and how about over on the next page? We have All Mid and G2E. Oh, sorry, O1 Esports.
I've done that a few times. But I think there's a very obvious match here. We should do 3-2-1.
I think we can do it. I mean, it worked pretty well for you guys earlier.
Okay.
I don't think this is a 3-2-1 that we can mess up.
No. Okay, right. 3, 2, 1. Falcons, Dignitas. Yeah.
I mean, you hesitated a little bit.
I think it was more how we were going to say it.
I think that I'm just a little bit lazier in my speed of talk. Greg, Gregan's just too quick for me.
Okay, all right.
But that's going to be an incredible match. That's one that I think everyone at home will want to tune in for because the threes is going to be amazing. Getting to see 6 of the most popular players in Rocket League and 1v1 players galore all competing in threes. But then 2s and 1s will equally be as exciting. Which 1s matchup will we even see? We don't know at this stage.
Well, we did mention the B stream having plenty of games on offer as well. And on your screens right now, you can see the schedule for tomorrow's games over on the B stream. I'm curious to see how Detonator do. Obviously, we did mention they were the underdogs coming into this tournament. For the likes of a Complexity, should be pretty comfortable for them. But my main focus right now is towards the Luminosity Gaming versus Guild Esports matchup.
EU teams that haven't made a major, and I think they're in a really good spot to prove why actually Europe is a really tough region and they are major level. It's just that they needed to find their form and they found it here. Luminosity, from the words of the Furia coach, I mean, maybe he was a bit under pressure, he said they're one of the teams to watch to make it to the final. Like, Luminosity look really good right here.
Yeah, I mean, anybody that's here at the end of the day, especially when we start talking about teams like Luminosity and stuff, the level of play is there, that the pop-off potential is there for any of these teams on the day. Maybe today's a rough day, tomorrow is your day, the scales balance, whatever comes through. But it could go. It could go either way there. Luminosity Guild should be a good matchup.
And I think they feel the LAN environment well. And another matchup here, F16 and Furia. That's going to be so good. We've seen F16 prove that they are a top 3 team, but now they're going up against one of the top 6 teams in the world in terms of recent RLCS performances. If they can match them there in a 3s environment, we're really going to be asking, okay, this is a team to watch in 3s, not just the 1s and 2s side of the twins.
I feel like tomorrow is definitely going to be an intense day, to say the absolute least. I'm looking forward to being joined by you folks once again on the desk. I've had an absolute blast so far. How about you? How have you found today?
Oh, it's been amazing.
Yeah?
I mean, the studio has been very lovely to be a part of, and like the people here have looked after us so well.
Yeah.
And I think the players have had a great time as well. So everyone's just having a blast playing some Rocket League.
I'm curious to know whether or not the players themselves are doing a bit of, more warm-up now that they've gone back to the hotels, kind of round out their day with some more Rocket League. What do you reckon? Do you reckon?
I mean, I reckon there's probably at least a couple conversations, couple VODs being reviewed, kind of getting ready for tomorrow. What did we do wrong today? What was the feel in this one's match? We thought you should have had it, you lost it. Do we run somebody else tomorrow? There's probably some game plans, getting ready and watching the VOD of obviously the team you're going to be up against. I'd imagine it's probably more VOD review than gameplay for the night.
Yeah, they'll try queuing on Europe, and they'll be like, oh, how do these MENA players queue on Europe and play ranked all the time with 100 ping? Then they'll get in free play and then never queue again.
Yeah.
That's probably what's going to happen.
From my perspective, guys, I just want to give a huge thank you to the 2 of you, and obviously all of the casters and analysts that I've had joining me on the desk today. I've had an absolute blast, and you know what? Everybody has been absolutely lovely. Everybody's been so nice. So it's been really fun covering some Rocket League with you guys. I'm going to get all emotional.
No, it's been great.
It's been great,
we do it all again tomorrow, but with 2 more series.
Yeah, even more Rocket League still to come. I just want to give a huge shout out once again to all of our sponsors, our wonderful production team, and the folks at home for tuning into the show. And I'm going to round things off with our end of day highlights, sponsored by Dr. Suleiman Al Habib. Good night.
طبعا الآن تشاهدون